Chapter 1. The Journey Begins, Lifespan Exhausted Part 1. In the autumn of the year 219, as the autumn winds howled and leaves fluttered to the ground, a middle-aged man dressed as a military physician let out a heavy sigh after checking the pulse of a young man lying on a bed. He then turned to face the middle-aged general, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Do not blame me, General. The young commander fell from his horse, and the wound has reopened. The hasty march has caused further tribulations, and it appears that his time is drawing near." At this point, the old military doctor could not suppress another sigh and continued, "The current conditions are dire, and my abilities are limited. I am filled with good intentions but lack the power to act. Please hasten to send the young commander to Chengdu to seek the aid of a renowned physician." There may still be a glimmer of hope. Within the grand tent, on the table where the young man lay, his complexion was a pallid gray, his eyes devoid of any spark, and a thick white cloth was wrapped around his head, soaked through with blood, dark red in hue. His chest rose and fell weakly, with far more exhalations than inhalations. At that moment, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from outside the tent, followed by a scout rushing in at full speed, announcing loudly, "General, urgent report from the scouts." "Speak," the general commanded. "General, the enemy has pursued us to within 30 miles and will catch up to our forces in less than 2 hours." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged commander furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "What is the enemy's strength?" "Elaborate." Gasping for breath, the scout replied, "General, the enemy has approximately 10,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. Flying the banner of the Chow family, they must be part of Chow Ren's troops." The middle-aged general felt a heavy weight in his heart, contemplating his strategies. After a brief moment, he turned to a young officer beside him and commanded, "Immediately set up camp and prepare a meal. The entire army shall rest for the night and swiftly retreat to Shangyong." One of his aides interjected, "My lord, we have encountered pursuers multiple times along the way and have engaged in fierce battles. By the time we reach Shangyong and send the young master back to Chengdu, the delays will be significant. The young master cannot afford to wait." The middle-aged general appeared helpless, understanding the meaning behind his aide's words. Yet he waved his hand resolutely and declared, "I cannot allow the fate of 3 armies to hinge upon the life of 1 child. My son is destined to survive this ordeal. This matter need not be discussed further. You should take the physician to treat the other injured soldiers." Seeing that the general had made up his mind, the aide realized that further argument would be futile and gestured for the physician to exit the camp. Once the physician had departed, the middle-aged commander stood alone in the center of the tent, quietly gazing at the map. Before long, a long sigh escaped his lips. Alas! Ma Bing, having just turned 20, was a young, overseas Chinese. The Ma family had established a vast enterprise abroad, with the 3 Ma brothers having worked tirelessly for many years to build their fortune. Engaged in overseas trade, the Ma family specialized in selling high-priced toys to their African friends, reaping substantial profits from this venture. Ma Bing was the eldest son of the second Ma brother, and unlike other wealthy youths, he had studied under his uncle for many years and had taken over the family business in overseas trade at an early age. He had also mastered a refined combat technique from his family security team and was skilled with firearms, truly a talented young man. In his leisure, Ma Bing enjoyed horseback riding and archery. Hence, he had requested his uncle to acquire land abroad to establish a horse farm, where he could indulge in his passion. On that day, a new batch of fine horses had arrived at the farm, and Ma Bing immediately took a liking to one of them. This horse, entirely white with a tuft of red hair on its forehead, resembled a candle flickering in the snowy night, its hooves dark like a shadow on pristine snow. Overjoyed by the sight, Ma Bing disregarded the warnings of others and insisted on taming the horse himself. Little did he know that the spirited steed had a will of its own. It threw him off and galloped away. Ma Bing suffered a severe head injury and, after 3 days and nights of desperate rescue attempts, ultimately succumbed to his fate. Though he was gone, it seemed his spirit lingered. Cough, cough, cough. The young man awoke, his mind clouded, his vision gradually sharpening. "Quick, summon the military physician," the middle-aged general, filled with excitement, urged. The aide outside immediately ran to fetch the physician. "Ding! Your delivery has arrived. No, wait, the system has been activated." Given the host's current life-threatening condition, the system has initiated self-binding functions and will automatically start the loan recharge feature. Where am I? Who are you? Ma Bing weakly inquired. The middle-aged general, sitting beside the young man, mistook his words as a direct address to him and gently stroked his forehead, softly replying, Binger, I am your father. We are retreating to Shangyong, and I wish to request General Xian's assistance. Rest assured, all will be well in the city. Ma Bing's mind remained in a haze, two voices intertwining in his consciousness, and he vaguely grasped the words. System Shangyong? General Xian's rescue? These terms flashed in his mind like gibberish, leaving him utterly perplexed. Was this the Third World War? Then he fainted once more, unaware that this three wars was not the one he imagined. At that moment, the physician hurried into the tent, first checking Ma Bing's forehead, unwrapping the bandage to inspect the wound, then taking his pulse with a look of disbelief. Seeing the physician's unusual expression, the general's heart tightened instinctively, and he clenched his fists, his voice hoarse as he asked, How is my son? The physician, upon hearing this, turned and bowed, his face alight with joy as he proclaimed, General, rejoice. The young commander has deep blessings and divine protection. His condition is improving. He will be saved. If he rests in Chengdu for 6 months, he can recover fully. Good, good, good. The middle-aged general exclaimed repeatedly and added, This is all thanks to your remarkable skills, and upon returning to Chengdu, you shall be handsomely rewarded. It is not my merit the young commander is destined for survival. My abilities are limited, and I failed to heal him sooner. That is my sin. How could I claim credit? The physician hastily waved his hands in denial, then proceeded to change the young man's dressings, advising, General, the medicine has been replaced. The journey is long, so please minimize jolting as much as possible. It would be best to allow the young commander to rest. The middle-aged general nodded in understanding, gesturing for everyone to leave. All right, everyone withdraw. Prepare the troops for immediate departure to Shangyong. On the road, Ma Bing lay on a stretcher, being carried by 2 loyal soldiers toward Shangyong. Jostled awake, Ma Bing remained somewhat disoriented, gazing in bewilderment at the dense forest surrounding him, filled with questions. Shouldn't he be at the horse farm? How did he end up in these remote wilds? Moreover, why were there soldiers clad in armor marching nearby? As Ma Bing struggled to recall the events that had transpired, he suddenly felt a sharp, almost unbearable pain in his head. He attempted to touch his forehead, but once again succumbed to darkness. Chapter 2. The Journey Begins, Lifespan Exhausted Part 2. Upon awakening again, the sky was nearing dusk. The troops continued to advance, the journey swaying unsteadily. Ma Bing's mind was slightly clearer now, and he began to take note of his surroundings, occasionally hearing soldiers expressing their grievances. Alas, the situation was so favorable. How could we have lost the battle? Be grateful you survived. Our rear camp has been decimated, with only 3 or 5 men left, all gravely wounded. It seems they won't survive. Hearing these words, a wave of intense unease washed over Ma Bing. He attempted to speak, but his throat felt constricted, producing only a hoarse sound. The soldier seemed oblivious to his condition, continuing to carry him onward. All he could do was close his eyes, striving to calm himself while listening to the soldiers' conversations. It appeared that he was indeed a casualty. Alas, oh brother, put me out of my misery. It hurts so much I won't make it back home. Please take my savings back to my family. Also, give a message to Yin. His brother fought valiantly on the battlefield. He didn't bring shame to the Zhang family. Old Zhang, you tell that yourself when you get back. I can't say it. You must survive, oh. A proud man, a tall figure, with tears streaming down his face. Ma Bing listened silently, feeling an intense curiosity about his current predicament, unable to comprehend whether he had been tricked by his uncle or had genuinely traversed back to ancient times. At that moment, he suddenly remembered hearing a voice in his head before losing consciousness. He reached up to his ears to check for anything amiss, confirming there was nothing there. He then silently thought, System, come forth. Hello, I am your dedicated customer service representative, employee number 888. It was indeed real. So I have crossed over, and there's a system? You may call me the shop assistant. How may I assist you today? As his thoughts returned to the present, Ma Bing shivered at the strange voice. An image flashed in his mind of a burly man from northeast China, standing at 6 feet tall, gesturing flamboyantly, while inquiring about his needs. Too absurd to contemplate. He shuddered, forcing himself to shake off the bizarre imagery, and stated, "Could you speak normally?" "Apologies, I cannot. This is a mandatory angelic smile service for all our customer service representatives, an added feature. If you wish to cancel this service, you may opt for a VIP membership with options for monthly, quarterly, and annual subscriptions, including significant discounts for annual packages." "Ha, a pauper still being choosy," the system muttered softly, its words not escaping Ma Bing's ears. He retorted angrily, "What did you just say?" "Nothing. Just expressing my admiration for your wealth." Ma Bing could not be bothered to argue further and continued on. "Never mind, is there a system panel? Bring it up, I wish to take a look." "Certainly, I will retrieve it for you right away." The interface swiftly switched. Before Ma Bing, the system panel displayed the following. Name, Ma Bing. Age, 14 years. Combat power, 99, barely alive. How could one possibly wield a sword? Leadership, 42, a mere child, hardly matured. Politics, 55, some capability, governing a village shouldn't pose a problem. Intelligence, 82, goodness. How is your mind so sharp? Charisma, 85, a charming little boy, adored by many older sisters. Skills, none. Level, second-rate strategist currently. Remaining lifespan, 3 minutes on the brink of death. Ongoing loan recharge service. Current debt is 1 day and 6 hours. Ma Bing felt utterly speechless. Was it really necessary to evaluate each entry? And what on earth was that last line about being in debt? Little assistant, could you elucidate the last entry? What does it mean? Greetings, host. The system indicates that your lifespan has been exhausted currently. You are consuming borrowed life. We have a policy whereby new users receive a complimentary 12-hour loan service, of which you have nearly exhausted 12 hours, resulting in a debt of 1 day and 6 hours. Since your complimentary service has been utilized, you will owe 3 months for each additional minute. I recommend immediately subscribing to the 7-day life extension service, allowing you time to earn back the principal. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing felt as though his soul had been siphoned away. Curse capitalists. Quick, quick, quick. Activate the service for me. Ding. Transaction completed. Current available lifespan, 5 days and 18 hours. Payment for the service amounts to 1 year and 9 months. Given that this is your first time using the system, we have rounded your debt, currently standing at 2 years. Ma Bing felt as if his intelligence had been insulted, and a flame of fury ignited within him. He immediately erupted in expletives. Whose business operates on reverse rounding? This warrants a bad review. Absolutely a bad review. Apologies. This system currently lacks a customer feedback feature. Negative reviews are ineffective. The more Ma Bing contemplated, the angrier he became, and he expressed with sincerity, "I curse you, your family, and XXX." He extended his warm regards to the little assistant's family, even inquiring about the health of the assistant's grandmother and whether she could manage to buy groceries. Warning. Should the host continue to speak disrespectfully, this system reserves the right to revoke all services and terminate the binding. He instinctively inhaled sharply. "Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Please don't take it seriously. It's just a job. I love working. Working loves me." 3. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. Ma Bing scrutinized the system window closely. Apart from the simple panel attributes, there appeared to be no other functions. Thus he inquired, "Little assistant, what distinguishes the current service from VIP service?" The assistant promptly responded with enthusiasm. Subscribing to VIP service unlocks a variety of practical features, such as loans, lotteries, inquiries, and more. Furthermore, VIP purchasing options are flexible. You can choose monthly, quarterly, or annual subscriptions, with discounts available for annual renewals. "Very well. Please hold for a moment." The system customer service replied gently. A heartless system. He pondered momentarily and asked, "How much does the monthly subscription cost?" "Dear, the monthly subscription requires a payment of 25 days of lifespan. Opting for a continuous monthly subscription offers a discount at just 22 days, and it can be canceled at any time. You truly know how to conduct business, directly applying ready-made rules." Ma Bing grimaced as he continued. Assistant, please initiate a monthly subscription for me. Also, switch to a sweet voice lady. Thank you. Certainly, please wait a moment. Before long, a new sweet voice resonated in his mind. Dear, I am staff member 008, your exclusive customer service assistant. How may I assist you further? Please introduce the system's functionalities. This system is named the Royal Knights of One Block 3 system. You are required to personally engage in historical events and advance the main storyline. Currently, the main storyline task is not activated and requires specific conditions to trigger. Of course, we will also regularly issue minor task orders for you. As for the rewards, they are as follows. Taking on a famous general or minister with a reward time of 3 years, subduing a famous general or minister with a reward of 10 years, participating in major events, with a reward of 20 years, establishing a faction or conquering another's faction, with a reward of 300 years, and so forth. Upon completing the main storyline task, in addition to a reward of 500 years, the system can fulfill one of your wishes for a fee. All rewards earned may be utilized at your discretion, whether for sustaining life or for lotteries, storage, information inquiries, purchasing from the marketplace, etc. The prize pool and marketplace include skills, weapons, mounts, seeds, and more. P.S. There is nothing we cannot achieve if you can conceive it. Is there a large aircraft? Yes. Is there a dongfeng? Altering the weather is not within our current capabilities. However, we do have stock of the whoosh pop variety. However, I must remind you that with your current assets, even if you worked 10 lifetimes, you would not afford it. Realistic and harsh. Of course, as a third-party service provider, we must charge a certain percentage as a service fee. A modest amount, we only take a 30 commission on the rewards. After the assistant concluded the system introduction, Ma Bing felt that this system bore an uncanny resemblance to something he had encountered before, and he cautiously probed. Are you also operating a small electric scooter service in the modern world? The assistant promptly replied, Dear, please refrain from making baseless assumptions. There is no relation. Our ultimate goal is to create a harmonious, communist society through a high-end system, without engaging in exploitative practices. All fees collected are utilized for this purpose. Ma Bing regarded the assistant with disdain, snorting coldly. Don't think you can fool me, which capitalist does not claim to serve the people? P.S. Socialism is good. Hey, erase a friendly reminder. You have 15 million peers undertaking tasks across various parallel worlds. Should you fail to act proactively, your credibility score will automatically decline. Should it fall below a certain threshold, the system will cease to assign you tasks. Without lifespan, you will not live long. Ma Bing's voice trembled. 15 million? And you still claim you're not running a small electric scooter business. We reiterate to you, we are not. Is there a new user gift package? Already used. Where am I right now? What world? Information requires payment. Stop. Do you have any use at all? I will inquire myself. Ma Bing cursed under his breath, hastily closing the system, seeking answer from the soldiers carrying him. Chapter 3. Hellish Quest, Strategic Discourse Between Father and Son at Ma's Residence, Part 1. The journey was long and fraught with jolts. Ma Bing, lifting his head, inquired of the soldier bearing him. Pray tell, what year is it presently? Upon hearing Ma Bing's voice, a loyal attendant who had been following closely rushed forward, his face alight with joy, and exclaimed, Young master, you have finally awakened. Thank the heavens. It is currently the 24th year of Jianan. Receiving the answer, Ma Bing felt a faint familiarity with the term Jianan, yet could not immediately recall its significance. That he furrowed his brow, striving to recollect. But to no avail. Deep within, he struggled to accept the reality of his time travel, convinced that he must be dreaming. Thus, he once again dug at his ears and called out, Where is my third uncle? Tell him to cease his antics. Young master, what third uncle do you speak of? Your father has 5 brothers, and he is the 4th. Where would a third uncle come from? The attendant gazed at him in bewilderment. Before leaning closer and whispering, Are you perhaps inquiring about Master San? Ma Bing fell silent, his brow knitting as he pondered. It appears I have truly traversed back to ancient times. Yet, how could I have fallen from my horse when I am no less skilled? Moreover, I distinctly felt a wave of weakness upon mounting. Surely I have been drugged. I wonder if the adversary is an external rival or a power struggle within the Ma family, that he felt a twinge of concern for his father. A gentle artist, ill-equipped to contend with such sordid affairs. Nevertheless, since he had returned to the past, worrying was futile. He could only resign himself to the situation. Ancient times, time travel, a system. Could this be the quintessential setup for a protagonist in a Huaxian novel? One could only ponder whether he would ever have the opportunity to return to the modern world. Seeing the young master awake, yet exhibiting a demeanor that suggested he wished to be left alone while muttering nonsensical phrases. The attendant hastily said, "Young master, please hold on. I shall summon the general and the physician at once." With that, he spun around to seek out the middle-aged general and the medical officer. The attendant's words interrupted Ma Bing's contemplation, and he instinctively waved his hand. Suddenly, it struck him that Jianan was indeed the era of Cao Cao. The 7 scholars of Jianan. His mother had once made him memorize the Luo Shinfu. Ma Bing's mother had been a professor in the history department of a prestigious university in the country. Though born and raised abroad, his mother had never neglected his education in his homeland. Happy families are all alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Fortunately, Ma Bing was among the fortunate, blessed with a mother whom most children would envy. She had infused his life with knowledge like a gentle spring rain, laying a solid foundation for him. Before long, the middle-aged general galloped in, swiftly dismounting and asking with a tense expression, "Bing, are you feeling unwell?" Ma Bing, perplexed, responded, "Why do you call me Bing? Who are you?" "I am your father. Ma Liang. It was I who personally bestowed your name." The general was taken aback by his son's inquiry. "Did I in his mind?" Ma Bing silently urged, "Xiao Er, come forth. I wish to examine Ma Liang's attributes." Instantly, the system activated, and the attribute panel materialized before him. Name: Ma Liang Jichong. Age: 33. Martial power: 61. Leadership: 74. Politics: 87. Intelligence: 89. Charisma: 88. Skills: White brow, the 5 constants of the Ma clan. The best among the white brow. When governing a region, politics 5, intelligence 3. Diplomatic envoy. Maintains peace between nations without conflict. Highly respected as a diplomatic envoy. Easily befriends other factions. Charisma 10, politics 5. Subduing barbarians. Unlock required elite soldiers from the barbarian tribes. At my command. Can recruit barbarian troops for warfare. Level: First-class strategist, super first-class envoy. Bond value: 100. Father-son. Upon reading this, Ma Bing could not help but muse that having such a father was not without its merits. Just then, the attendant rushed in with the physician, and Ma Liang, anxious, spoke up, "Sir, my son appears to be afflicted with a loss of senses that he does not recognize me. Did I implore you to diagnose him swiftly?" The physician hastily clasped his hands and replied, "Do not fret, General. Allow me to examine him before rendering a diagnosis." That he then turned to Ma Bing and instructed, "Young General, please extend your hand for my examination." Though the system had completely healed Ma Bing, he instinctively stretched out his hand. After a thorough pulse check and examination, the physician found no abnormalities and inquired whether Ma Bing felt any other discomfort. Ma Bing answered truthfully, for his life was at stake. After the examination, the physician rose and reported to Ma Liang, "General, the young general is not in grave danger. His loss of senses may stem from the fall, causing some temporary confusion. With a few days of rest, he should recover at this moment." Ma Bing, embracing the philosophy of accepting his situation, spoke, "Father, I am unharmed. The physician is correct. After the fall, my mind became muddled, and I cannot recall certain matters that he then asked. Earlier, I heard you mention plans to seek General Ziyan's assistance in sending troops to aid Junho. Might I inquire who General Ziyan is and why we are sending aid to Junho?" Newly arrived in the 3 kingdoms, Ma Bing awkwardly endeavored to speak like an ancient person. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang patiently elucidated, "Binger, General Ziyan is naturally our lord's adopted son, General Lu Feng. As for aiding Junho, it is because after Junho flooded the 7 armies and captured Eugene and Pangda, he is preparing to further assault Xiangfan, though Lu Feng's name lacks verification. It is derived from the character Feng, which connotes planting trees and expanding territories. To plant trees, one must secure the area, implying limitation. Considering Liu Bei likely adopted his son when he first arrived in Jingzhou, it would not have been for the purpose of expansion, hence I took limitation as the meaning of the character." As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of anger. Who would have thought that Eastern Wu would be so treacherous? That Lu Meng led his troops disguised as merchants to cross the river and seize Jingzhou. Deng Liang paused before continuing. Fu Shiren and Mi Fang also resented Junho for his previous disdain, and thus defected to Lu Meng. Now, with Nanjun completely lost, the Chao army has taken advantage of the chaos to counterattack, and in the midst of the turmoil, we became separated from Junho. Therefore, I plan to head to Shangyong to request General Ziyan's assistance for Junho. Ding! A window popped up. Side quest available. After Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies and intended to advance north against Chao Wei. Who could have anticipated the sudden assault from Eastern Wu, resulting in the loss of Jingzhou? Now in a predicament, please assist Guan Yu in overcoming this crisis and safely entering Shu. Quest difficulty. Hellish completion requirements. Guan Yu must survive and enter Shu. Note: the survival of his son Guanping and his subordinates will affect the quest completion rating. A high rating yields additional rewards. Success reward. 50 years of lifespan, Qinglian sword manual failure penalty. None upon reading this. Ma Bing understood everything and began to contemplate. I wonder if the future history will unfold as I have learned. And whether Guan Yu will indeed suffer defeat at Ma Cheng, captured by Ma Zhong, that he hurriedly inquired, "Father, what is today's date?" Binger, today is the 2nd day of October. The date is approximately in November. Please excuse the fictional nature of the date, as subsequent dates will also be in the Gregorian calendar. November. Sun Quan must have already reached Jiangling, and Jingzhou is likely beyond salvation. The best course of action now mirrors what Ma Liang intends to do: travel to Shangyong to request Lu Feng's troops for assistance. If I am to undertake this quest, I face 3 major challenges. First, how to persuade Lu Feng to dispatch troops. Second, how to convince Guan Yu to retreat to Shangyong. And third, how to safely return to Shangyong. What a vexing dilemma! After careful consideration, Ma Bing ultimately resolved to accept the quest. "Father, please dismiss the others. I have matters of great importance to discuss." Upon hearing this, Ma Liang immediately stationed guards around them while the remaining soldiers rested. The two sat upon the ground, ready to deliberate military strategy. Chapter 4. Hellish Quest, Strategic Discourse between Father and Son at Ma's Residence. Part 2. The mountains were verdant and the waters clear. Nearby one could see the delicate green branches, and in the distance, the soft sounds of deer could be heard. Beneath the vast ancient trees, 2 armored generals sat upon the ground, conferring about military matters. Ma Bing was the first to speak. "Father, it is now November, and the entirety of Jingzhou is surely lost, and I am not surprised by Fu Shiren's defection. Yet, I do not understand why the national uncle would also turn traitor. Is it merely due to Junho's past dismissiveness towards him? On both emotional and rational grounds, this does not seem plausible. Mi Fang has followed Liu Bei for over a decade, enduring hardships and trials, yet has remained steadfast and loyal. Those 10 years could be described as the darkest for Liu Huangshu. During that time, Cao Cao even extended an olive branch, offering him the position of Xiong of Pingcheng. And he could have seized this opportunity to align himself with the powerful Cao clan. The Mi family could have fully capitalized on this chance to place their bets. Ma Bing believed that the national uncle's true intention was to defend the city while awaiting Guan Yu's return. Even if there was mutual disdain between the two, surely there must be undisclosed circumstances surrounding this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Liang slowly articulated what he had heard. There is indeed something amiss here. Zifang shared a profound bond with our Lord and has always been loyal. Tio so easily defect to Wu due to a disagreement with Junho seems inconsistent with his character. However, I was not present in Jingzhou at the time and have only heard rumors that it is said that Junho tasked Mi Fang and Fu Shiren with preparing the military supplies. But ultimately, they fell short. Upon mentioning this, Ma Liang became increasingly indignant, his face flushing with anger as he continued. Were it not for this, Lord Jun would not need to forcibly seize the grain from Xiangguan, further deepening the rift between Shu and Wu. Lord Jun's suspects they are lining their own pockets. Hence he harshly berated the two, intending to settle accounts once the war concludes. Ma Bing understood in his heart that the national uncle's betrayal might have other motives, a matter to be verified later. For now, rescuing Guan Yu from peril was of utmost importance. He then spoke up, "Father, if you wish to alleviate Lord Jun's predicament and our army's crisis, there are 3 significant challenges." "Oh, pray tell, my son," Ma Liang said, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes, his face adorned with a smile. Observing this, Ma Bing realized that his shrewd father intended to test him, and he promptly replied. Firstly, how to persuade the eldest son to send troops. Secondly, how to convince Lord Jun to withdraw from Shangyong. And thirdly, how to retreat from Shangyong. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang nodded in agreement, saying, since you are aware of these 3 points, you must have good strategies in mind. Ma Bing immediately responded, Father, the child is but dull-witted. Do not hold it against me. The first point, convincing General Xiang to dispatch troops, is quite simple. Although Lord Jun has often spoken critically of the eldest son, if the eldest wishes to escape the quagmire, all you need to do is outline the pros and cons to him, and he will undoubtedly send troops to assist. Otherwise, disaster will surely befall him in the future. Ma Liang, looking at his youthful son speaking so confidently, waved his hand and admonished sternly, Binger, such words must not be spoken to outsiders. General Xing shares a very good relationship with Lord Jun, and we cannot harm that. Ma Bing rose from the stretcher, sitting up straight, shrugged his shoulders, and awkwardly laughed. Father, do you truly believe such words? Ma Liang ceased further discussion, his expression grave. His young son was astute, hitting the nail on the head, a fact that left him both concerned and contemplative. The second point, persuading Lord Jun, is quite straightforward. Ma Bing continued, pausing briefly before adding with a smile. Lord Jun is unwell, and his martial prowess has certainly diminished. All we need to do is convince General Tan to take him captive. Ma Liang looked at his son's audacious suggestion of kidnapping, feeling both amused and exasperated. Realizing his father's disapproval, Ma Bing quickly changed the topic, saying, as for the third point, I find it inappropriate. Shangyong has just been captured. Even if the eldest son divides his troops, their numbers will not exceed 3,000. 3,000 troops would be but a drop in the bucket. At that time, we would be beset by wolves in front and tigers behind, a dire predicament for any military strategist. Upon reaching this point, Ma Bing felt even more pessimistic about accomplishing the task than a hellish challenge. Difficult. 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 He then spoke with a serious demeanor. Currently, the situation in Jingzhou has solidified. Our army's morale is low. Meeting with Lord Jun and then retreating to Shangyong would be akin to stoking a fire with firewood. A path to certain death. Ma Liang listened to his eldest son's analysis, nodding slowly to indicate his agreement. Before speaking, Binger, your words are indeed wise, but Lord Jun cannot afford to suffer losses. If we abandon Shangyong to rescue Lord Jun, what then? Unthinkable. Ma Bing exclaimed loudly, adding, we absolutely cannot relinquish Shangyong. Should we lose it, our army's campaign against Wei will become as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He dismissed his father's notion, speaking solemnly. The Central Plains are fertile and rich in resources that if we lose Shangyong, how can we possibly launch a northern expedition? At that point, Cao Cao could merely send a few capable defenders to fortify the city, bide their time for over 20 years, and once they gather their forces, they could easily unify the realm. Ma Liang wholeheartedly concurred, then inquired, since we cannot abandon Shangyong, how then shall we rescue Lord Jun? Surely you must have a good plan in mind. Perhaps we should write it down on silk together. Ma Bing refrained from elaborating further and instead proposed, excellent. Ma Liang greatly appreciated his son's suggestion. Subsequently, Ma Bing tore a corner from his garment, splitting it in two to serve as writing material. The father and son took up their pens and inscribed their solution on the fabric. Sharing a smile, Binger, let us reveal it together. They simultaneously unveiled their respective pieces of cloth, revealing the 8 bold characters inscribed. Send envoys to Eastern Wu, cease hostilities, and negotiate peace. Upon seeing this, Ma Liang's face broke into a smile of satisfaction, joyfully patting his son on the shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration as he praised, Binger, it seems that my insistence on your diligent study has borne fruit. However, there remains one matter. Who shall act as the envoy is crucial. Ma Bing hesitated slightly before asking that he knew well that the best candidate for this mission was none other than his cunning father. Yet within Shangyong, Mingda had long felt dissatisfied with his own standing. Thus, should Lu Feng dispatch troops and Chao Wei attempt to entice Mingda at this moment, it was highly likely he would defect to Chao Wei. Therefore, Ma Liang must remain in Shangyong to supervise Mingda, while another envoy would need to be selected. Who else but I? Ma Liang replied with spirited determination. Many years prior, he had been sent as an envoy to Eastern Wu, and the letter he penned to Sun Quan had earned him considerable respect. Thus, Ma Liang was well aware that this task required a person of significant authority, present. He had no other choice. Father, no, you must not go to Eastern Wu at this time. You need to remain alongside General Zidu to defend Shangyong against Chao Wei. Ma Bing immediately objected, explaining, although General Zidu is both brave and resourceful, he has had many disagreements with General Ziyang and has no deep ties with the people of Shu. I fear that Chao Wei may take advantage of this to entice General Zidu to defect. Such words are slanderous. Ma Liang, filled with rage, pointed at his eldest son and exclaimed, General Zidu shares an excellent relationship with Xiaoji. How can you harbor such baseless suspicions? I do not wish to hear such remarks again. Once the war is settled, I shall surely punish you by making you transcribe ancient texts as a form of discipline. Ma Liang was greatly vexed by his son's remarks, believing that suspicion was not a virtuous trait. Upon returning to Shu, he was determined to find a capable teacher to guide him. Unaware that his father was once again testing him, or perhaps truly naive to social intricacies, Ma Bing failed to realize that Mengda and Fa Zheng had a solid relationship. He remained unfazed by his father's reprimand and asserted, Father, your words are misguided. When our lord entered Shu, Lu Zhang dispatched Mr. Xiaoji and General Zidu to lead troops to welcome him. Yet our lord chose Mr. Xiaoji as the main guide for the army, leaving General Zidu stationed at Jiangling. Surely, father, you must understand the deeper meaning behind this. Ma Bing rose, stretching his numb legs, and continued, in the past, Mr. Xiaoji and General Zidu may have been friends. However, now, our lord has dominated Sichuan for nearly 8 years, and Mr. Xiaoji has risen to the position of Minister of Works. Meanwhile, General Zidu remains lowly ranked with few troops and is still subject to the eldest son's control. If you were General Zidu, would you not harbor resentment? Would jealousy not arise? If you were to say that General Zidu and Mr. Jingfeng, Li Yin, share a bond of life and death, I might still believe you after saying this. Ma Bing fixed his gaze on his father, seemingly searching for something in his eyes. Dame Liang, upon hearing his son's analysis, was greatly astonished, never expecting such profound insights from his young child. The Ma family is indeed fortunate. Chapter 5. Hellish Challenge. Ma father and son discuss strategies. Part 2. Binger. Once the Jingzhou affair is settled, I shall send you back to Shu and seek a capable teacher for you. Managing my own child is troublesome. Better to leave it to someone else. Ma Bing, not comprehending his father's deeper intentions, responded, Father, let us discuss that later. For now, we must deliberate on the envoy matter. I suggest that you and General Zidu defend Shangyong while I take on the role of envoy. Unacceptable. Before he could finish, Ma Liang interrupted sharply, saying, You sneaked back to Jingzhou from Chengdu, causing your mother great worry. You are currently injured and in need of rest. If your mother were to find out I sent you into danger, she would surely be infuriated and return to her family. Ma Liang was quite fond of his wife. The couple had always been harmonious. Even their collaborative efforts in battles were seamless. Ma Bing recalled a scene from a year ago when his younger brother had gotten into a fight with the eldest Zhang and returned home to receive a thorough beating from their mother. To add insult to injury, after discussing matters, his father had broken a bamboo stick and handed it to their mother, resulting in Ma Xiao being punished for half an hour. Father, Ma Bing began. But Ma Liang raised his hand to interrupt once more, stating, You are not yet 14. Sending you as an envoy would lead Eastern Wu to believe our army has no capable personnel. It is neither reasonable nor appropriate to put you at risk. Do not bring this up again. Ma Bing, understanding his father's concerns, implored eagerly, Father, please hear me out. I have heard that son Zhongmo, at the age of 9, ventured alone into Jingzhou to retrieve son Jian's corpse, evoking admiration from all the civil and military officials of Jing and Xiang. Now that I have reached 14, am I to be considered lesser than that green-eyed boy and his brash companions? Upon reaching this point, Ma Bing paused before continuing. Father, once I arrive at Shangyong and persuade the eldest son to divide his forces, I will first meet with Lord Jun to repel the Wu army. Then, together with him, I will go as an envoy to Eastern Wu, with the eldest son as the principal envoy and myself as the deputy. This will adequately demonstrate our army's sincerity. Sun Quan will surely not doubt our genuine desire for peace, that I wish to emulate Mr. Kongming's eloquence in debates. if I merely present the pros and cons. This matter shall surely succeed. Upon finishing, Ma Bing inexplicably procured a white feather fan and began to wave it gracefully. A Liang felt immense pride in his heart, yet his face revealed hesitation. On one hand, he felt proud. On the other, he was reluctant to see his child take risks. He then said, Binger, this mission to Eastern Wu is exceedingly perilous if Sun Quan were to detain you. Would that not be adding insult to injury? Ma Bing paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before speaking. Father, do not worry that I have decisively defeated Cao Cao at Hanzhong, and Sun Quan, fearing the might of Cao Wei, has been left in a state of disarray, apprehensive that our forces may first vanquish Cao Wei before turning our sights on Eastern Wu. Moreover, his repeated failures in conquering Shuzhou, coupled with your lordship's appropriation of rice from Xiangwan, have compelled him to launch an assault on Jingzhou. Although this is indeed infuriating, the current acquisition of Jingzhou by Eastern Wu, fortified by the treacherous Yangtze River, may seem to alleviate their concerns. Yet, in truth, they shall be forced to confront the pressures from Chao's army alone, while simultaneously fostering enmity with our forces, thus finding themselves beset on two fronts at a Ma Bing paced. He continued, from the agreement reached between your lordship and Wu's commander Lu Su regarding the Xiang River several years ago, it is evident that Sun Quan does not wish to provoke our army. Though he has wavered, he is astute enough to comprehend the overarching trends of the world. Therefore, there remains room for reconciliation in this matter. He would surely be inclined to restore amicable relations with our army. Ma Liang remained silent for a moment, then gazed earnestly at his eldest son and replied, Bing, you have grown. He then continued, I shall immediately compose 2 letters. One for you to present to Sun Quan upon your arrival at the camp, and the other to be delivered to Zhuge Jin. Zhuge Jin, being the elder brother of Master Kongming, will undoubtedly understand that the strife between Shu and Wu leads only to mutual destruction, that I implore him to speak favorably. A Liang quickly procured some fabric and tore it into 2 pieces to write the letters. Father, time is of the essence. I feel my health improving, and I can ride ahead with my men. Let us proceed according to our plan. At this moment, it was not merely about rescuing Second Master, but also about determining the fate of Shu Han for decades to come. Prosperity must inevitably decline. The crisis facing Shu Han is dire and cannot be resolved easily in the coming years. My dear father will lead Liu Bei into battle, only to perish in the vicinity of Wuling. Although I have crossed over from another world and possess little paternal affection, the catastrophic defeat suffered by Liu Huangshu at Yiling resulted in the loss of many talented individuals for Shu Han, leaving the kingdom bereft of capable leaders. Now that there is still an opportunity to effect change, I must seize every chance to alter the course of this world, even if it pains me. I can only advise, be cautious along the way and do not aggravate your wounds. Otherwise, how can I explain it to your mother? A true man should die on the battlefield, Ma Bing proclaimed, expressing his determination. Very well, my son, you are indeed a steed of great promise. A Wu and Ma Lu, tasked with looking after Binger, bowed in acknowledgement. Seeing his son resolute, Ma Liang supported him further. A Wu and Ma Lu complied. And then Ma Liang handed the letters to his son and assisted him onto his horse. A Bing grasped the reins and, before departing, turned to his father and said, Father, I have one more thing to say. Once you reach Shanyong, please ensure that you and General Zidu hold the fort, and promptly send a messenger to request assistance from our lord, that I shall handle the rest. So you need not worry. A Liang nodded, stroking his beard in agreement. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing raised his whip and galloped toward Shanyong. After 2 days of travel, the inner thigh of Ma Bing was chafed and blood soaked through his undergarments. Upon arriving at the gates of Shanyong, he halted and shouted, Open the gates swiftly. I am Ma Bing, son of Generals Wu Ma Liang, and the situation is urgent. Quickly summon General Zian to meet me outside. The guards atop the city walls, hearing Ma Bing's commanding voice, quickly responded, Please wait, General, that we shall report to the commander at once that at this moment. The system issued a task. Side quest phase 1. Guan Yu has often looked down upon Lu Feng, and his words have caused offense. Please persuade Lu Feng to send troops to Shanyong to assist Guan Yu. Task difficulty. Difficult. Completion requirement. Lu Feng and Guan Yu must meet alive. Success reward. Lu Feng's friendship Qingtian sword. Failure penalty. Side quest deemed failed. Accepting the task, Ma Bing then grumbled, Little one, Could you explain how friendship can be considered a reward? Do you think this is a game where one raises affinity with NPCs? Dear customer, a system bug has occurred, and we are currently working on a fix. As compensation, you will receive an additional day of life. Thank you, a day. You might as well be giving it to a beggar. Ma Bing utilized his skills to inquire about the little one's family, warmly asking whether the little one's grandfather would be criticized for playing chess. Dear customer, please use polite language that if you dare speak out of turn again, I will deduct all your credibility points. The little girl serving him suddenly exploded, exclaiming, "Every day it's the same old nonsense." MMP, as a customer service representative, being questioned about family matters is utterly exasperating. Startled by the unexpected outburst, Ma Bing quickly apologized. "Oh dear, customer service lady, please calm down, that I am not directing my anger at you. It's all the fault of this wretched system." Fearing that the customer service lady might secretly sabotage him, he had no choice but to bow his head in submission. Goodbye. The little girl abruptly ended the service. This little one certainly has a unique personality. After a brief interval, the gates of Shangyong swung open, and Lu Feng, accompanied by several attendants, approached Ma Bing, weary from travel. Upon meeting, he immediately grasped Ma Bing's shoulder and inquired, "Ma Bing, I must ask, where is Master Jichong? What is the current military situation in Jingzhou?" Ma Bing took a step back, bowed respectfully, but spoke with calm composure. "I pay my respects to you, my lord. Jingzhou is in dire straits. My father is currently leading the remnants of our forces to retreat to Shangyong, while I have come ahead to implore you to send troops to assist our lord." Lu Feng's expression betrayed his hesitation as he replied, "Shangyong has just been seized, and it is a remote county that has only recently submitted. If we divide our forces now, Chao Wei's armies will surely attack, but if we lose Shangyong and my father hold me responsible, what shall I do?" He then asked Ma Bing, "Did Master Jichong not provide any instructions?" "My lord, this is not the place to discuss military matters. Let us proceed to the command tent to speak in detail." The moment Ma Bing finished speaking, Lu Feng immediately led the way, and the two rode toward the camp. Chapter 6. The military situation is urgent as Lu Feng mobilizes to rescue Guan Yu. Upon entering the camp, Lu Feng could hardly contain his excitement, grasping Ma Bing's arm and exclaiming, "Since Master Jichong has sent you here, he must already have a strategy. Quickly share it with me." Instead of directly answering his question, Ma Bing forcefully shook off Lu Feng's grip and pointed at him, sternly warning, "My lord, are you not aware that disaster is imminent?" Lu Feng's heart jolted, his brows furrowing as he retorted defiantly, "How is disaster upon me? Shangyong has just been captured, and I refuse to attack Xiangfan. Even if my father were here, I would have nothing further to say." Ma Bing shook his head, finding Lu Feng's excuse laughable, and replied, "You have no fault in justifiably refusing our lord. However, your error lies in the fact that Jingzhou has already fallen. Yet you still fail to send troops to assist. I know you harbor dissatisfaction toward our lord." Before Ma Bing could finish, Lu Feng's anger erupted, and he pointed at him, cursing, "You insolent child! How dare you sow discord between me and my uncle?" Unfazed, Ma Bing raised his voice in defiance. "If you share such a deep bond with our lord, why do you not send troops to rescue him? You must understand that Eastern Wu is treacherous, and Chao Wei is cunning. If our lord is harmed or even captured, what then? Though our lord may not express it now, he will surely harbor great displeasure toward you. You are merely an adopted son. Now that our lord has biological offspring, do you still expect to inherit the family business? You are mired in a quagmire without even realizing it, surrounded by flames, yet failing to save yourself. How foolish!" Each of Ma Bing's questions struck Lu Feng's heart like sharp blades. Lu Feng's face flushed with rage, and in a fit of anger, he drew his sword, glaring at Ma Bing with disdain. "Ma Bing, you repeatedly incite discord between me and my uncle. Are you not in league with Chao Wei?" His gaze was as fierce as a tiger, seemingly intent on devouring Ma Bing whole. Nearby, Lu Feng's personal guards immediately rose, waiting for his command to apprehend Ma Bing. A Wu and Ma Lu, sensing the danger, hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Ma Bing. Tension filled the camp as Ma Bing remained unperturbed. Scanning the room with a hint of contempt in his eyes, he shook his head repeatedly and burst into laughter. "I have heard that the general possesses unparalleled bravery and exceptional insight. Today, I see that you are but a foolish man, utterly unfit to lead an army. The expressions of Ma Bing's companions changed dramatically, realizing the audacity of their young master to speak so freely. In enemy territory, daring to pull at Lu Feng's vulnerabilities was akin to courting death. The two exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile, clearly wishing to survive and return to Sichuan. As Lu Feng listened to the taunts, his fury boiled over. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Ma Bing, you have humiliated me time and again. If I do not kill you, my anger will remain unquenched. Someone, take Ma Bing to the gate and behead him." Before he could finish, Ma Bing pushed aside the guards in front of him, a smile gracing his lips as he calmly regarded Lu Feng, as if looking at a condemned man. Just then, Meng Da returned from patrolling the camp, and, witnessing the tension, entered the command tent. He was bewildered as to why Lu Feng would draw his sword against a mere child, and promptly asked, "Xian, what has provoked such anger? This insolent child has repeatedly insulted me." Lu Feng replied impatiently that Ma Bing, uninterested in Lu Feng's grievances, seized the opportunity to access the system and scrutinize Meng Da. Name: Meng Da, Zidu. Age: 36. Martial power: 78. Can grow leadership: 76. Can grow politics: 81. Can grow intelligence: 77. Can grow charisma: 70. Skills: old but resilient, grows stronger with age. If you can endure, you will ultimately become invincible. The upper limits of growth in all attributes are exceedingly high. Blind faith can evolve a straightforward personality, lacking in wisdom, easily swayed by relatives and family. His intellect is diminished by 3. Note: without suffering great losses, transformation is arduous. Current rank: third-rate general. Bond value: 60. Same faction. Admiration. The Ma Bingshan inhaled deeply. Ah, what a resilient old fellow. Surely, this cannot be the skill of Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals? If he develops further, wouldn't he become yet another of the 5 tigers? However, Ma Bingshan was evidently more intrigued by Meng Da's other skill. The blind faith he exhibited aligned perfectly with Meng Da's demise at the hands of his own nephew. Deng Xian.it is well known that Meng Da was a notorious figure in the annals of the 3 kingdoms, infamous for his duplicitous nature. Whether he indeed rebelled against Liu Bei under pressure from influential figures in Shu remains to be verified. People, after all, exchange sincerity for sincerity. If the rumors are unfounded, then the steadfastness he exhibits is worthy of deep friendship. Meng Da, having gleaned the situation from a nearby guard, urged Xin, "This matter is minor, but the mobilization of troops is paramount. From our understanding of the Lord, if he were to be captured, he would never surrender. Should anything happen to him, it would equate to our Lord losing an arm, and the Han dynasty losing a pillar." As he paced, Meng Da continued, "If it truly stems from our failure to send aid, resulting in such outcomes, our Lord will surely harbor discontent towards us, and we cannot escape the blame. Xin, let us hasten to mobilize our troops." At Meng Da's insistence, the eldest son, Lu Feng, reluctantly agreed, stating, "I shall heed your counsel, but upon my return, I will report to my father and hold you accountable." With that, he sheathed his sword. "Let us prioritize our own rescue first." Ma Bingshan, unfazed, turned to Meng Da and bowed, saying, "Thank you, General Zidu, for your wise counsel." "Haha, young one, it is merely my duty," Meng Da replied straightforwardly, waving his hand with a smile. Lu Feng, also calming his anger, praised Meng Da. "I have often heard of the esteemed Ma family, particularly the illustrious Bai Mei. Today, witnessing the valor of your son, Ji Chong, fills me with immense joy." He then turned to Ma Bingshan, extending an olive branch. "Might you consider serving me in the future?" Lu Feng, a striking figure of charisma and strength, was not as feeble as the tale suggests. Ma Bingshan did not accept, responding coolly, "My loyalty lies solely with the Han dynasty." Lu Feng was taken aback, sighing, "Very well, I shall seek the counsel of Ji Chong another day." Clearly, he believed that the persuasive words originated from Ma Liang, yet being of martial background, he appreciated Ma Bingshan's seemingly rough demeanor. Those of martial pursuits and literary scholars often find themselves at odds. Ma Bingshan, understanding his thoughts yet refraining from seeking credit, remarked, "My lord, please expedite the mobilization of troops. I shall accompany you to rescue our lord." At this moment, Meng Da interjected, "Young one, do you know the destination for our expedition? Has Ji Chong provided any instructions?" If you become separated during the battle, there must be a clear point of action. Before he could finish, a scout rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Generals, please send troops to assist our lord." Lu Feng and Meng to exchange glances, then hastened out of the large tent, calling quickly, "Mobilize the troops at the city gate." Lu Feng seized the scout's arm, asking, "Where's our lord currently?" The scout, his voice trembling with emotion, replied, "My lord, please hasten the mobilization. General Guan dispatched me to Shouyong. Our forces are currently en route to Maicheng." Lu Feng, bewildered, questioned, "Maicheng is but a small town. Though my uncle faced defeat, he should still have over 10,000 troops remaining. Why head towards Maicheng?" The scout, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and explained, "The Eastern Wu scoundrels are truly despicable. After seizing Jingzhou, Lu Ming ordered soldiers' families to send letters. After our recent defeat, morale was already low, and upon receiving letters from home, the soldiers' yearning grew unbearable, causing them to scatter like birds and beasts. Now only 100 remain by our lord's side. Please, my lord, swiftly mobilize our forces." The scout then slumped to the ground, clearly exhausted from the long journey. Lu Feng quickly instructed his subordinates to carry him away for rest while he personally organized the troops. Within half an hour, the army was assembled, carrying 7 days' worth of provisions and ready for light combat. With fewer than 3,000 soldiers, they had reached the limit for Shouyong. Any more would jeopardize their defense. Before departing, Lu Feng advised Mengde, "Zidu, Shouyong is newly acquired, with few troops and difficult to hold. After I leave, I must send a swift messenger to Hanzhong and Qingdu for reinforcements." Mengde agreed, and Lu Feng, along with Ma Bingshan, marched swiftly towards Maicheng. The journey was long. Chapter 7. Directly headed to Maicheng, Sun Quan seeks to surrender Guan Eryi. The march was urgent. The landscape along the way picturesque, yet Ma Bingshan had no inclination to appreciate it. His inner thighs were already bloodied and raw. During the Three Kingdoms era, there were no proper riding gear. Thus, even though he had enjoyed riding in his past life, he found it challenging to ride without proper equipment. By the riverside, they halted briefly, and Ma Bingshan began to wrap his thigh with a fresh white cloth. At that moment, he called out to the innkeeper, "Young lad, come forth." A sweet voice was the best companion Ma Bingshan had encountered on this journey. "Hello, this is your attentive customer service. How may I assist you?" "Open the store. Let me see if there are any medicines for treating wounds," he requested. "Certainly, we have high-quality wound ointments, black jade healing balm, reviving pills, and more. That isn't there a simpler wound ointment available?" Ma Bingshan inquired. "The premium wound ointment is priced at 1 year per bottle. Since you are a VIP customer, you can enjoy a discount of 8.8 that after rounding, it will still cost you 1 year. Do you require any?" A sense of helplessness enveloped Ma Bingshan. Did an external injury truly a disease? Poverty is the real ailment. If his memory serves him right, the borrowing rule is to repay 1 with 3. Thus, this bottle of medicine would require 3 years to repay. At that moment, Lu Feng secured his horse and approached Ma Bingshan, producing a bamboo tube wrapped in coarse burlap from his bosom and handing it to him. "Here, given your condition, it seems you have not endured long hours of riding. This is excellent wound ointment. It was gifted to me by an old recluse while I was in Changsha. It is remarkably effective. So use it sparingly." What a stroke of fortune. Ma Bingshan gratefully accepted the medicine from Lu Feng and applied it. Ouch! This body, delicate and tender, clearly was not accustomed to pain, so he carefully smeared the ointment on his inner thigh. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the system to review Lu Feng's detailed information for the first time. Name, Lu Feng, ZU and age, 27 years martial power. 81 can grow, command. 87 can grow, politics. 74 can grow, intelligence. 79 can grow, charm. 75 can grow, skills. Unyielding valor, a general. Clad in armor, charging forth without hesitation. When leading troops into battle, martial power 3 to feasting on the sand. When meat falls to the ground, it is not brushed off. It is consumed, loving the people like one's own children. When governing a region, politics tend to golden carp's aspect, can transform, first stage swimming against the current, amidst surging waves, fish leaping over dragon gates, soaring to the heavens. Those with great ambitions cannot remain in shallow waters. This skill consists of 3 transformation stages, with each completed transformation granting 3 to all attributes. Transformation results. Golden Carp's aspect, hidden dragon in the abyss, golden dragon ascending to heaven. Current rank, second-rate general. Bond relationship, 40, same faction, friendly. Comparing oneself to others leads to demise. Comparing goods results in discarding. Ma Bingshan fell silent. Another growth type, and a significant one at that, his previous brash words seemed not to have offended Lu Feng. It appeared he must perform admirably in the future to cultivate a good relationship. Ma Bingshan, contrasting his own dismal attributes, felt an urge to shout. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just wait until Ma Outyin outlasts you all. Lu Feng, unaware of Ma Bingshan's internal musings, pulled out a piece of hardtack and offered it to him. Dame Bingshan looked at the hard, yellowish substance before him. Mentally preparing himself that he accepted it, broke off a small piece, and began to chew. Instantly, his facial features contorted in discomfort. Dame Bingshan, have you yet to receive your courtesy name? Lu Feng asked. Reporting to my lord. I am but 14 years old and have not yet donned the cap of adulthood. Have you practiced martial arts? I have learned a few self-defense techniques at home in Chengdu with my family. The two exchanged idle chatter while gnawing on the hardtack. The dry food was exceedingly hard to swallow, and Ma Bingshan could no longer bear the humiliation. After a few bites, he returned the remaining piece of hardtack to Lu Feng. Lu Feng chuckled teasingly, so delicate. Just as Ma Bingshan was about to retort, Lu Feng waved his hand to interrupt, continuing, finding it difficult to swallow is entirely normal. When I first had hardtack, I found it equally unpalatable. After a pause, he added, however, once you witness the hardships faced by the common people over the years, with countless starving souls, you will come to understand that difficult to eat is still better than having nothing at all. Ma Bingshan remained silent, aware that the man beside him possessed a noble character, coupled with exceptional valor. Had he not been a foster son, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Seeing Ma Bingshan's quiet demeanor, Lu Feng handed him a water skin, saying, drink some spring water. It will be easier to swallow. In ancient times, free from chemical pollution, spring water was particularly pure. Ma Bingshan accepted the water skin, wiped it clean, and took a hearty sip. Washing away the lingering heat of the autumn sun, feeling refreshed, he then returned it, and Lu Feng casually took it back, finishing the drink. My lord, shall we continue our march? Indeed. The two men continued their march towards Maicheng. Along the way, Lu Feng inquired from Ma Bing, even if we reach Maicheng, what then? Does Mr. Jichong have any strategies in mind? With Jingzhou already lost, even if Sun Quan lacks military knowledge, his generals must understand the necessity of seizing Yiling and Zige to sever the path of our uncle into Shu. At that point, what shall we do when we unite forces with our uncle? Ma Bing remained silent, causing Lu Feng to furrow his brow, filled with pessimism, believing that Ma Liang had provided no guidance. It appeared that perhaps even he might perish in this endeavor, but alas, it would merely be a corpse wrapped in horsehide. Meanwhile, Guan Yu was leading the remnants of his troops into Maicheng, ordering his soldiers to rest and prepare for the formidable adversary ahead. Within the county office, Guan Yu slammed the table in frustration, lamenting his earlier disregard for Ma Liang's counsel, which had resulted in Fu Shiren and Mi Feng being stationed at crucial locations. Now, with the tide of battle turned against him and left isolated, how could he hope to break free? Having lost Jingzhou, how could he face his elder brother? At that moment, Guan Ping entered with a bowl of hot porridge, placing it on the table and saying, Father, I have sent General Liao Hua to seek reinforcements from Shangyong. Though Shangyong is distant, if we hold our ground here for a few days, we are certain to receive aid. Father, you must gather your spirits, eat first, and then contemplate our strategy. Guan Yu dismissed his eldest son's words, retorting, Luzian has always harbored jealousy towards me. How would he be willing to dispatch troops for our rescue? Had he acted sooner during the siege of Xianyang, we would not have suffered the loss of Jingzhou. He added, for now, we shall rest. I will lead you all to break through later, Guan Ping. Seeing this, urged Father, your right arm has yet to heal from the arrow wound. Master Hua Tua has advised you against further combat. Impudence! It is not your place to instruct me. Leave, Guan Yu thundered in anger. Guan Ping, feeling helpless and knowing he could not persuade his father, exited the county office to inspect the city defenses. In the distance, at the Wu army's encampment, a man clad in a simple white robe addressed the assembled officers. Who among you dares to persuade Guan Yu to surrender? The gathered men exchanged glances, their attention ultimately falling upon a scholar among them. This individual, tall and with a long face, stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and declared, "My lord, I am willing to act as an envoy and persuade Guan Yu to surrender." Sun Quan was quite pleased and responded, "Ziyu, it seems that this task is yours alone." Just as Sun Quan was about to agree, Zuo interjected, "My lord, may I offer a word of caution? Do not hesitate. Speak. A humble acceptance of counsel is one of Sun Quan's foremost virtues." Zuo continued, "Guan Yu once surrendered to Cao Cao, who rewarded him with high office and lavish gifts, even gifting him the beloved steed Red Rabbit. Yet in the end, Guan Yu abandoned Cao Cao to pursue Liu Bei. What do we in Eastern Wu possess that could sway Guan Yu? What reason do we have to keep him?" At that moment, a middle-aged general clad in blue robes and a silver helmet stepped forth, exuding an aura of heroism, but he saluted and spoke solemnly. "My lord, we may first attempt to persuade Guan Yu to surrender. If he refuses, we will devise other strategies." Sun Quan pondered for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Very well. We shall proceed as Ziming suggests." Chapter 8. Zhuge Jin enters the city to persuade. Guan Gong feigns surrender to Eastern Wu. In the Wu army's command tent, once discussions had concluded, the officers returned to their camps to AT this moment. El Meng's aide spoke up, "General, did you not always wish to eliminate Guan Yu? Why then, today, do you advocate for persuading him to surrender?" El Meng gazed at his subordinate and explained with a smile, "As a minister, one must align with the thoughts and intentions of the Lord. Our Lord clearly desires to bring Guan Yu to submission. If I were to advocate for his death at this juncture, would that not contradict our Lord's wishes? Guan Yu is proud and lofty. I surmise he will not surrender. Tonight, at the third watch, he will surely attempt to break through the city. You must summon Pan Zhang and Zhu Ran. I have plans to set in motion." "Yes." The aide promptly departed to seek out Generals Pan Zhang and Zhu Ran. As the two entered the tent, they found El Ming seated in the main position. He spoke loudly, "Wen Gei, Yifeng has arrived. Our Lord wishes to persuade Guan Yu to surrender. What are your thoughts on this matter?" The two generals, unsure of the context, remained silent until they were asked for their opinions and respectfully replied, "We shall strictly adhere to the commands of the Grand General." "Excellent," El Ming declared, rising from his seat, "that I believe Guan Yu will not surrender. Even if he does, it will be a feigned surrender. Tonight, he will lead his forces to break out, and your time to achieve merit has arrived." Pan Zhang and Zhu Ran exchanged glances and then asked, "Grand General, if that is the case, why did you previously advise the Lord to seek his surrender? Why go to such lengths?" El Ziming waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We cannot contravene our Lord's intentions. Tonight, the two of you shall lead your troops to encircle Guan Yu, and you will surely achieve success." "Please, Grand General, issue your orders." The two bowed and saluted. Zhu Ran, "Heed my command." "Understood. Tonight, at the second watch, you will lead 5,000 elite troops to ambush 20 miles north of Maichen. Guan Yu's forces are few. He will likely attempt to escape via the northern path to AT that time. You shall attack from behind, but do not engage in direct confrontation." He then turned to Pan Zhang, issuing further orders. Pan Zhang, "Take note. You will lead 500 elite troops to ambush the secluded path of Lingju Mountain. Once Guan Yu is attacked by Wen Gui, he will undoubtedly flee towards Lingju, and you will be able to capture him. Should Guan Yu surrender, you may present him to our Lord for judgment. If he does not, you shall bring back his head as a trophy." After receiving their military orders, the two generals returned to their units to prepare for departure. In Chengdu, Liu Bei was holding a report regarding the Battle of Xiangyang, sharing it with his court officials, his expression brimming with joy. "Behold how my second brother has fought at Xiangfan, capturing Eugene and slaying Pang De. Who in this world possesses the martial prowess of my second brother?" The court officials praised Liu Bei's second brother for his remarkable victory, celebrating the complete annihilation of Cao Cao's reinforcements, filling Liu Bei with great delight. Kong Ming, fanning himself, remarked, "Throughout history, this battle of yours, my lord, must rank among the top 3. The flooding of the 7 armies is something even I could scarcely have imagined. You are truly magnificent." Liu Bei then produced another report, raising it high. "Gentlemen, many near Xuchang have long harbored grievances against Cao Cao. The inspector of Jingzhou, Hu Xiu, and the prefect of Nanchang, Fu Fang, have all risen in rebellion. I foresee that the downfall of Chao is imminent. Ha ha. The officials cheered in unison. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. You are restoring the Han dynasty. At that moment, the guards entered to report that Guanxing had arrived in Chengdu. Liu Bei, thinking it was more good news, laughed and said, I said this morning that the birds were chirping so cheerfully. It seems my second brother has taken Xiangyang. He hurriedly commanded the guards to summon Guanxing to the court. Everyone assumed Guanxing had come to deliver joyful tidings. However, upon entering the court, Guanxing immediately knelt before Liu Bei and cried out, Jingzhou is in grave danger. Please, uncle, send troops to rescue my father. The officials exchanged worried glances. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, stood in shock, swiftly approaching Guanxing and grasping him, demanding, What? The news from Yinping was one of victory. How has Jingzhou suddenly fallen? My father, after defeating Chao's army. Guanxing began, but in his haste, his words came out jumbled. Calm down, young general. Speak slowly. Kong Ming interjected, providing comfort. Guanxing composed himself and detailed the situation in Jingzhou. Bang! Liu Bei slammed his hand on the table. Furious, Sun Quan's insolence knows no bounds. To attack Jingzhou at this moment. He commanded, send out military orders to assemble the troops immediately. We shall depart for Jingzhou in 1 hour. Lu Huangshu was in a state of chaos. Having traversed a path fraught with bloodshed, he could not bear to watch as Guan Yu was pursued by both Chao and Wu armies. Wait! Zhuge Liang urgently called out to stop him, saying, My lord, Chengdu is far from Jingzhou. That'll be by the time our army reaches halfway. The battle may already be decided. I suspect Eastern Wu would not dare to harm you, for you have shown them great kindness. Thus, your life is not in danger. I shall immediately write a letter to my elder brother, requesting him to mediate in the matter. Even if you were to become a captive, we could later negotiate your freedom. I implore you, for the sake of our greater cause, to consider wisely. Lu Huangshu, still apprehensive, replied, I have no choice but to proceed as you suggest. Issue orders for Fei Yi and Zhong Wei to immediately travel to Eastern Wu, demanding that Sun Quan allow my second brother to return to Shu, and we shall not hold Jingzhou against him. If there are conditions, we will agree to them first. Fei Yi and Zhong Wei stepped forward, saluting and promptly prepared to head to Jingling to AT this moment. Zhuge Jin entered Maiqing alone to meet with Guan Yu. The second master sat upright in the hall, flanked by Guan Ping and Zhou Tsang. Upon seeing the envoy, he spoke, Ziyu, I wonder what intent Sun Quan has in sending you here. Yun Chang, I have come to persuade you to surrender, Zhuge Jin replied. Who in the world does not know of your courage and military talents? Yun Chang, he clasped his hands in reverence, continuing, My lord cherishes your abilities and does not wish to see further bloodshed. Thus he has sent me to persuade you. With a clang, Zhou Tsang drew his sword in anger, exclaiming, Sun Quan is treacherous and untrustworthy, having attacked Jingzhou, and now he dares to urge us to surrender. Such disloyal and unprincipled individuals are worthy of our lord's allegiance. Guan Yu slammed the table in reprimand. You have no place to speak here. Step back. Reluctantly, Zhou Tsang withdrew at the command. Guan Yu then turned to Zhuge Jin and laughed heartily. Do you not know, Ziyu, that jade may be shattered but cannot alter its luster? And bamboo may be burned but cannot destroy its integrity. Though the body may fall, the name shall endure through history. Zhuge Jin remained unperturbed by Zhou Tsang's words, exuding an air of calm confidence. After adjusting his garments with both hands, he stated, Yun Chang, your words are misguided. The Sun and Lu families are indeed akin to kin. Surrendering to my lord is no different than serving Lu Huangshu. Yun Chang's unwavering support for the Han dynasty, should he falter now, would surely contradict his original intent. It is said that the 3 sworn brothers of the Peach Garden pledged to live and die together. If Yun Chang were to succumb at this moment, would he not violate that sacred oath? Moreover, not long ago, my lord commanded Lu Sun to seize Yiling and Zige. Now, both cities are under our control, and the road to Sichuan has been severed. If Yun Chang refuses to yield, he faces only a path to death. With life extinguished, what talk is there of supporting the Han? Second master furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he raised his head and said, Ziyu, allow me to rest tonight. I shall exit the city tomorrow to seek forgiveness from the Wu Marquis. Upon hearing this, Guan Ping tightened his grip on the Qinglong Yinyue Dao and exclaimed, "Father, we cannot surrender. Allow me to charge into battle. I shall surely escort you back to Sichuan." "Step back," second master rose, gesturing for silence. "My mind is made up that we shall surrender to Eastern Wu. You need not say more. Prepare immediately to accompany me in yielding to Wu tomorrow." Zhuge Jin immediately clapped his hands in praise. "Yinchang, prepare yourself tonight. I shall promptly exit the city to report to my lord. Tomorrow, I shall be there to welcome you. A defeated general need not be welcomed. I shall personally present myself to the Wu Marquis to seek forgiveness." Subsequently, Guan Yu commanded his subordinates to escort Zhuge Jin out of the city. Seeing that matters had reached an impasse, Guan Ping let out a long sigh. Once Zhuge Jin departed from the county office, second master burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My son, why must you wear such a dejected expression? This is but a ruse of surrender. Go prepare the troops. Tonight, I shall lead you all to break through the encirclement and return to the western Sichuan." Guan Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied excitedly, "Yes," as he personally went to ready the troops for battle. Chapter 9. Guan Gong's Midnight Breakout, True Feelings Revealed in Crisis. In the Wu army camp, Zhuge Jin reported to Sun Quan, "My lord, Guan Yu intends to exit the city and surrender tomorrow." Upon receiving this joyful news, Sun Quan clapped his hands in laughter, declaring, "Excellent. Ziyu, if I were to gain Guan Yunchang, my army would gain the strength of a tiger with wings. Our soldiers need only learn from Yunchang for a time. And thereafter, we shall have no worries in foot or mounted combat. Great enterprises await." He then pointed at Zhuge Jin and said, "Ziyu, your persuasion has borne fruit. I reward you with 100 gold coins." "Thank you, my lord." Zhuge Jin bowed in gratitude. Sun Quan waved his hand, commanding, "All generals shall accompany me to welcome Guan Yu tomorrow." Wu Fan stroked his beard, pondering deeply, and then asked, "My lord, since Guan Yu has surrendered, why must we wait until tomorrow?" Sun Quan interrupted with a wave. "Guan Yu is a man of honor. Such trivial matters need not cause concern. That my lord, what master wins affairs is not without reason. I have dispatched Pan Zhang and Zhu Ran to prepare their forces, lying in ambush around Maiching. Should Guan Yu attempt to flee, he will surely be captured." At this moment, Lu Meng spoke up, providing reassurance to the assembled commanders. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan was greatly pleased and addressed the civil and military officials within the tent. Look. Ziming's foresight pleases me greatly. He has made preparations in advance. Let us proceed with this plan." At the stroke of midnight, Guan Yu ascended the city walls, gazing at the Wu army, and smiled at his eldest son. "My son, observe how lax the Wu army is. They are but a horde of insignificant pests surrounding us in 3s and 5s, leaving only the northern gate unguarded. How dare they underestimate my mighty blade? Pinger, quickly prepare the troops at the third watch. We shall break out through the northern gate." Guan Ping immediately complied, descending the city to ready the army for battle. That as the third watch arrived, second master commanded, "Wang Fu, Zhou Cong, you two are to lead 100 soldiers to hold Maiching and distract the Wu forces. If I hesitate for even a moment," he added, "should the Wu army capture Maiching, you two may surrender. I shall not hold it against you." Upon hearing this, the two men declared their resolve. "My lord, we eat your provisions and owe you our loyalty. How could we possibly consider surrender? We shall fight to the death." Guan Yu understood that holding the city as a distraction was merely an excuse and gave no further orders. With a dismissive gesture, he commanded the others, "Guan Ping, Zhao Lei, heed my orders. Obey the military command." The two tightened their grips on their swords. "You two shall accompany me to break through the encirclement via the northern path of Maiching." "My lord, you mustn't." Before Guan Yu could finish speaking, Wang Fu interjected, "My lord, the small path is surely fraught with ambush. We should take the main road." Guan Yu, steadfast in his nature, insisted, "With the Qinglong Yinhua Dao in hand and riding my swift steed." The red hair, "What fear do I have of mere rodents lying in wait?" He then led the last 200 soldiers toward the northern path. Seeing Guan Yu's determination, Wang Fu lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Inside to Zhou Cong, "My lord insists on breaking through the small path. He is bound to be ambushed and slain. Yuan Fu, I fear this time, my lord may find it impossible to escape. In this world, we can do our best, but must leave the rest to fate. May my lord break through the encirclement. We shall fight to the death at Maiching." as second master traveled 20 miles north of the city. He encountered Zhu Ran, who suddenly led his troops forward, unfurling banners and ambushing Guan Yu's forces, causing chaos among the ranks. Second master hastily led his troops toward Linju, but along the way his soldiers began to scatter. Encountering a fork in the road, Guan Yu chose the small path to Linju, now accompanied by only a mere 20 men. Guanping and Zhao Lei were separated in the ensuing chaos. At this moment, Pan Zhang emerged from a side path, and Guan Yu engaged him in combat. After a mere 3 exchanges, Pan Zhang fled in defeat. Guan Yu, unwilling to linger, continued onward alone down on the small path. Guan Yu was suddenly ensnared by a hidden horse snare, causing the red hare to cry out in distress. "Heaven has abandoned me." Second master sighed heavily. Before he could rise, Ma Zhong led his troops forth. Intent on capturing Guan Yu for glory, did I end this dire moment. A young general clad in white armor, riding a white horse, charged from another direction, slashing through foes while calling out, "Uncle, do not worry. Your nephew, Lu Feng, has come to rescue you." Ma Zhong, seeing the overwhelming enemy forces, turned his horse and fled. Lu Feng, witnessing this, shouted angrily, "You scoundrel, do not flee. Come and face your Uncle Lu in battle for 300 rounds." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhong lashed his whip more fiercely and galloped away, seeking to escape. Lu Feng, understanding the wisdom of not pursuing a desperate foe, reined in his horse, watching as the enemy retreated. Once the enemy was no longer in sight and only dust clouds remained, Lu Feng dismounted and strode toward Guan Yu, kneeling to pay his respects, saying, "Uncle, I have arrived late. Please do not hold it against me." Guan Yu immediately grasped Lu Feng's sleeve, speaking urgently, "Zun, thank you for your rescue. Quickly go save Guanping and the others. Do not worry, Uncle. Before I came here, I had already divided my forces, sending Ma Bing with 1,000 troops to rescue Tanji and the others. They should have succeeded by now." Lu Feng then helped Guan Yu to his feet. Hearing this, second master felt a wave of relief, leaning against a tree and expressing his guilt to Lu Feng. "Ziyuan, in the past I often dismissed your words, believing you unworthy of great responsibility. Today, I see your noble heart, that I owe you an apology." He then bowed deeply to Lu Feng, refusing to accept such reverence. Stepped forward to assist Guan Yu again, saying, "Uncle, there is no need for such formality. I understand that it is my duty to come to your aid." Seeing Lu Feng's sincerity, Guan Yu felt even more regretful for his past actions. Should he return to Sichuan, he would surely recommend this young man to his elder brother in gratitude for today, as kindness, that he then inquired, "Zun, do you know Ma Bing?" Lu Feng enthusiastically praised. "Uncle, Ma Bing is the eldest son of Master Jichang. Our expedition relies entirely on Master Jichang's strategy. His son possesses an excellent temperament, able to endure the hardships of military life, and is courageous. He has come to assist you, Uncle, that if Ma Bing receives proper training in the army, he will surely become a formidable general." Guan Yu, valuing talent, replied, "If that is the case, upon returning to Sichuan, I shall certainly put him to the test." Meanwhile, Ma Bing hurriedly marched toward Linju and Jiashi, recalling that in the midst of chaos, Guanping and Zhao Lei had been separated, that if Guanping were captured, the mission would become exceedingly difficult. "Quickly, cavalry advance first. The infantry shall follow closely behind." Ma Bing felt a surge of urgency, praying earnestly, "Hold on, young lord. We shall arrive shortly." On the slopes of Jiashi, Guanping and Zhao Lei fought while retreating, with only a handful of capable men remaining by their sides. "Tanji, go quickly. We shall hold them off for you," Zhao Lei urged, pulling Guanping back. Guanping struggled free, stating, "Zillian, we have been comrades for many years. When have you ever seen me abandon my brothers and flee alone? Do not speak of such things." He then raised his voice, "Brothers, today we shall live and die together. Live and die together." Suddenly, a dark arrow flew toward them. "Tanji, quick dodge." Zhao Lei lunged at Guanping, taking the arrow directly in his back. Guanping gazed in shock at Zhao Lei, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to find words as Zhao Lei murmured, "I wish I could fight alongside you once more." Before his head tilted and he breathed his last. The family soldiers hurriedly raised their shields to protect the two, but Guanping's expression turned agonized as he witnessed his brother's tragic death. Filling him with rage, the soldiers pushed Zhao Lei's body aside, Guanping rose, sword in hand, shouting, "We shall fight to the death." He clashed once more with the enemy troops. Pan Zhang had attempted to persuade them to surrender twice. Recognizing their resolve to die, and was about to order a retreat to the base of the slope, intending to attack with arrows at this moment, a cavalry unit charged from the southern slope. Their battle cries echoing like thunder as they plunged into the ranks of the Wu army, engaging in close combat. Instantly, the Wu army was thrown into disarray. Pan Zhang, surprised by the sudden appearance of a contingent of Shu cavalry, shouted, "Do not panic. Maintain formation. Fight while retreating." Ma Bing commanded his men, Ma Wu and Ma Lu, to pursue the fleeing enemy while he himself ascended the slope to pay his respects to Guanping. Chapter 10. Forces unite in the wilderness. Second master seeks death. As Ma Bingyi ascended the slope, he was met with a harrowing sight. Corpses strewn across the ground, dismembered limbs littering the earth. Beside Guanping stood but 3 or 5 individuals, and there were no other survivors in sight. Gazing upon the multitude of lifeless bodies, a chill gripped Ma Bingyi's heart. After all, during his dealings with Uncle He, he had never encountered such a gruesome scene, causing him to retch uncontrollably. That moment, Guanping's helmet was lost, his face smeared with dirt, hair in disarray, and he sat helplessly on the ground. After a brief interval, Ma Bingyi regained his composure and approached Guanping, only to be met with indifference that he stepped closer, seizing Guanping with a firm grip, the stench of blood assailing his nostrils. Guanping's eyes were vacant, reflecting a profound confusion and helplessness, tears mingling with the blood that slowly trickled down his face. This moment, he could no longer contain his sorrow. The pain of his brother's tragic deaths overshadowed the wounds he bore from blades and swords. "General, I implore you to muster your strength. The fate of Lord Jun remains uncertain. Should you falter now, who shall come to his aid?" Upon hearing this, Guanping's eyes gradually regained some spark, as if he had come back to his senses. And he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Ma Bing, the son of Ma Liang." The left general scribed, "I have come to rescue Lord Jun and the general. Please mount your horse and accompany me to seek him." Guanping, having fought throughout the night, was utterly exhausted, yet felt compelled to summon his strength to follow Ma Bing in the search for Guan Yu. As they journeyed, a thought flashed through Ma Bing's mind. Ding. Side quest stage 1 has been completed. He understood that Lu Feng must have already rescued Guan Yu, and the tension that had gripped him for so long began to ease slightly. After a stick of incense had burned down, Ma Bing led his troops to find Guan Yu and his companions, with Guanping trailing behind. Upon seeing his eldest son, Guan Yu's grave expression momentarily softened with joy as he asked, "My son, are you injured? How many soldiers remain?" His words were tinged with urgency. "Father, I am unharmed. However," Guanping dismounted and approached, his face betraying hesitation, words caught in his throat. Observing his son's pallor, Guan Yu's heart sank. It was evident that the loyal brothers who had fought alongside him for years had likely perished. This realization deepened his regret, but he then looked around, searching for someone, but after a long while, he could not locate the person he sought. He finally asked Guanping, "Where is Zhao Lei? Where is he?" Guan Yu's body trembled involuntarily. Guanping, unable to meet his father's gaze, turned his head aside, tears welling in his eyes, and replied, "Father, General Lien was struck in the chest by a hidden arrow amidst the chaos while covering our retreat. He has fallen." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, and he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers rushed forward to assist him, but he waved them off. "It is all my fault for being so headstrong. I regret not heeding Gushin's counsel, with tens of thousands of troops. In such magnificent territory, a single general's incompetence has led to the exhaustion of the army. How can I face my elder brother upon my return to Chuan?" With that, he drew his sword, intending to take his own life in atonement. The crowd gasped in horror and hurried to restrain him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Feng snatched the sword from Guan Yu's hand and shouted, "Second uncle, must it come to this? The defeat in Jingzhou lies squarely with the treachery of Eastern Wu. It is not a fault of war." "Indeed, father," Guanping urged, kneeling on the ground, "we must regroup the army and strive to reclaim Jingzhou." "You must not entertain such thoughts." The soldiers around them also knelt, unified in their plea. "Please, Lord Jun, lead us to reclaim Jingzhou." As Ma Bing observed the scene, he took the opportunity to assess the data on Guan Yu and his son. Name: Guanping, Tanji. Age: 42 martial power, 89 leadership, 87 political acumen, 74 intelligence, 76 charisma, 79 skills. Father-son warriors. As the son of the martial saint, he has inherited Guan Yu's teachings from numerous battles. When accompanying Guan Yu, martial power 3, intelligence 3, leadership 3. Dragons roar through the ages. Who can withstand my 3 strikes? When dueling, the first 3 strikes carry a stunning effect. And if the power levels differ by more than 15 points, there is a 30 chance the opponent will fail to counter. Note, requires the Qinglong Yinhua Dao as a weapon, desperate charge, when in a dire situation and wielding the Qinglong Yinhua Dao. Martial power 8. Level. First class general, first class commander, son of the Marquis of Hanzhou Pavilion. Bond value. 60. Same faction, admiration, friendship. How can Guan Ping's attributes be so high? Ma Bing pondered, perplexed. Such a general receives scant mention in the historical records and the romance of the 3 kingdoms. It seems that the brilliance of the second master obscures the valor of his eldest S. Oh, and did I in this light? Could it be that the so-called martial saint, Guan Yi, truly possesses attributes akin to a deity? He then turned his gaze to Guan Yu's data. Name: Guan Yu, Yunchang age, 60 martial power, 81-88, peak 97, injured, leadership, 96 political acumen, 81 intelligence, 84 charisma, 86 skills, martial saint peerless, evolved born in Xie County. Rising from Zhuojuan, renowned at Hulao, feared in Xiangyang, in the midst of thousands, he seizes the heads of enemy generals, his valor echoing throughout the world. 1. As the commander of the 3 armies, martial power 3. Leadership 5.2. In duels, there is a 50 chance no one will answer his challenge, boosting our army's morale by 10 and suppressing the enemy's morale by -10. Oath of brotherhood. Sharing the same table for meals, and the same bed for sleep, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. When Liu, Guan, and Zhang are together, Guan Yu's political acumen 3, intelligence 3. Zhang Fei's leadership 3, political acumen 3. Liu Bei's attributes 3. Dragons roar through the ages. Who can withstand my 3 strikes? When dueling, the first 3 strikes carry a stunning effect, and if the power levels differ by more than 15 points, there is a 30 chance the opponent will fail to counter. Boundless loyalty. Proud yet not demeaning, strong yet not oppressive. 1. Clear rewards and punishments. Treating soldiers like sons. As the commander of the 3 armies. Charisma 5. Soldier loyalty increases. 2. Towering over the masses. Dismissing noble families. In governance. Political acumen -3. Level. First class general, currently. Super first class commander, Marquis of Hanzhou Pavilion. Bond value. 60. Same faction, friendship, admiration. How terrifying! Ma Bing gasped, astonished, by the heavens. 4 skills, and 1 is an evolved ultimate move. This level of attributes could rival the Prime Minister's strategic prowess at Qishan. If I were to emerge from Qishan, I could easily topple Chao Wei. At that time, I would pin the 2 little wretches of the Sima family to the ground. Humph. Young master, are you hungry? Wipe your drool, Ma Wu quietly reminded him. Ma Bing shot him a glare. Too preoccupied to respond. You glutton, all you think about is food. Guan Yu, now 60 years old, still possesses such formidable martial prowess. He truly deserves the title of the martial saint. If only I had crossed over a few years earlier, I might have witnessed Guan Yi unleash his ultimate move. Alas, what a pity. Despite the collective pleas, Guan Yu remained resolute in his desire for death. Ma Bing interjected. Lord Jun, even the defeated King Gojin of you could endure hardship and bide his time for a resurgence. You have merely faced a setback. Why must it come to this? Remember the oath of the Peach Garden. It is a tale of loyalty and brotherhood that resonates throughout the ages. Do you wish to be deemed a traitor? Guan Yu paid no heed. His tear-filled eyes remained lost in sorrow, unable to extricate himself from despair. Yes, the saying goes, a man may shed tears, but not without cause. Chapter 11. In the wilderness of Linjiu. 3 seek a path to survival. In the wilds outside Linjiu, beneath the verdant canopy of ancient trees, the group, having endured many trials, managed to momentarily dissuade Guan Yu from his suicidal thoughts. Lu Feng waved his hand, commanding everyone to release the second master and take their rest. Ma Bing recognized that mere words would be insufficient to console him. He turned away, leaving Ma Wu and Ma Lu to guard Guan Yu. while he took hold of Lu Feng and Guanping, intending to discuss their next course of action regarding the retreat. The three sat beneath a tree as thick as a man's arm. Lu Feng, unable to contain himself, was the first to speak. "Ma Bing, did Master Jichong leave us any instructions? After we unite forces with Lord Jun, what shall we do next? I have asked you numerous times along the way. Yet you remain silent. What is your intention? Currently, with only 3,000 troops encamped in the wilderness, there are no fortified cities to defend, no reinforcements to assist, and no provisions to sustain them. Alone in enemy territory. Even a cornered beast will fight fiercely. Moreover, fear can spread and fester over time. The negative impact brought by the veterans of Jingzhou is exceedingly perilous. If this continues, both morale and resolve will plummet. At that point, the army will scatter like birds and beasts, leaving us with no chance of escape." Ma Bing silently observed Lu Feng's demeanor, attentively listening to his words, feeling a pang of emotion. If Lu Feng survives, he may indeed prove to be a pillar of strength among the second generation of Shu Han. Alas, what a pity! He then spoke up, "General Ziyan, do not fret. Before we set out, I discussed the retreat strategy with my father. However, the time is not yet ripe. We must deliberate further on this matter. For now, let us rest briefly and then return to Lingzhou, where we shall find a smaller garrison to seize and plan our next moves." Guanping, still filled with doubt, replied, "Ma Bing, Lingzhou is small. Previously, we struggled to hold our ground in Maicheng. Even with an additional 3,000 troops, what can we achieve by retreating to Lingzhou?" Understanding that he could no longer evade their inquiries, Ma Bing replied, "Gentlemen, to speak frankly, my father did not provide me with specific instructions on how to repel the enemy. There are no prophets in this world. Therefore, my father is also unaware of the situations we may encounter or what strategies we might employ. At this very moment, we must unite our efforts if we are to have any chance of rising from the brink of death. The city of Lingzhou is small and difficult to defend for long. Would it not be wiser for us to retrace our steps along that narrow path back to Shanyong?" Lu Feng proposed this, but Ma Bing immediately rejected it, stating, "My lord, it is easy to advance, yet difficult to retreat." He then pointed to the sky and continued, "Do you recall, my lord, that during our detour, the sun shone brightly for 3 days, allowing our forces to hastily bypass the blockade set by Chao's army? Now, as the hour approaches Chun, 7 o'clock, can you see the sunrise? The sky is overcast with dark clouds, and it will not be long before a torrential downpour ensues." Then Bing drew out his water pouch and took a sip. Since rescuing Guanping, he had not quenched his thirst, and he was parched to the extreme that he added, "That path is a muddy trail, and in due time, we will face the enemy ahead and be pursued from behind. It would truly be the best place for our demise." Lu Feng, in a state of urgency, insisted, "This option is unfeasible, and that one as well, that I shall first go organize the troops and later lead them to seize Lingzhou." With that, he left the two behind and turned to prepare for departure. Guanping remained silent, intending to follow, but upon rising, he noticed Ma Bing discreetly signaling him to stay back. Thus he could only watch as Lu Feng went off to muster the troops alone. He scrutinized the youth before him and inquired, "Ma Bing, what is your intention in leaving me here?" Ma Bing made a small bow and replied, "General Tan, just now, the eldest son was present, and I could not speak plainly. In truth, I have come here under my father's instructions." That he spoke as if relaying his father's thoughts. That, "Oh, pray, do share your thoughts with me," Guanping urged. "But hold on, before you speak, I have 3 questions to pose. I request your answers. Please inquire. I shall answer with candor." Guanping sat upright, facing Ma Bing. "General, allow me to ask, how would you assess the combat capabilities of the Wu army?" Guanping hesitated. To speak truthfully, he held the Wu soldiers in low regard, believing them inferior in both infantry and cavalry compared to the forces of Jingzhou, had it not been for Lu Meng's treachery in deceiving the border sentinels. Jingzhou would never have fallen into their hands. "General, please speak honestly. Do not hesitate." Guanping replied promptly, "The Wu army's combat strength is not on par with ours, provided our morale remains intact and we have sufficient provisions. We may not achieve a decisive victory over the enemy, but we would certainly have the means to maneuver." "Very well, General, that I shall pose my second question. If you were to engage in combat with General Ziyan, what would be the outcome?" Ma Bing pressed on with his inquiry. "General Ziyan may contend with me for 30 exchanges, But after that, he would surely be defeated. Guanping replied with a smile. Stroking his beard, Bing then posed his third question. General, if you were to lead the troops of Shangyong against the Eastern Wu, would you prevail? Guanping quickly shook his head and said, Such a matter is out of the question. Firstly, how could I usurp General Ziyan's command? Secondly, how could 3,000 men hope to overcome an army of 80,000? He waved his hands in refusal. General, have you not heard of Zhang Liao's 800 cavalry defeating Sun Quan's 100,000 troops? Zhang Liao was an old acquaintance of the Lord. Surely, you are no less than him, that do you truly believe that in your heart. You are inferior to Zhang Liao, Ma Bing argued. Moreover, at this moment, there is no general commanding the troops. Your martial prowess is unparalleled, yet you still refuse. Is this not a form of self-deception? General Ziyan will have his own means of persuasion. This matter need not weigh heavily on your mind, Ma Bing continued to advise. This is one time. That is another point 4 years ago, when Sun Quan personally led his forces to hold the rear. It resulted in the disastrous defeat at Ziyajin. Now, how could he dare to lead his troops in a battle himself again? However, if General Ziyan is willing, I will not disappoint the expectations of all and shall engage the Wu army in a fierce battle. Even if I meet my end on the battlefield, I shall do so with honor. Guanping spoke with bravado, unaware that he was already 42 years of age and considered himself a veteran of the battlefield. Although his martial skills did not match those of his father, Guan Yu, the pride that ran through his veins could not be easily trampled by the likes of Eastern Wu. Bing continued, saying, General, the matter of engaging the enemy can be discussed later. For now, we must deliberate on 2 other matters. What further instructions does Master Jichong have? Guanping asked. As Ma Bing expressed his concerns. He said, the first matter is that my father knows the Lord's character. Even if we combine our forces, I believe he would be reluctant to withdraw. Thus, my father has instructed me to consult with you on how to bring the Lord back to Shu. Guanping immediately agreed. Master Jicheng's worries are well-founded. My father is exceedingly difficult to persuade. Before the breakout from Maicheng, Guishan advised him to take the main road, yet he still chose the narrow path. I wonder if Master Jichong has any method to bring my father back to Shu. Ma Bing smiled mysteriously. General, I have heard from my father that when the Lord was besieging Xiangfan, he was wounded in the right arm by Pang De's arrow, and later, it was the renowned Hua Tuo who treated his injury. Did I ask this true? Indeed, it is no exaggeration. My father is a hero of our time. Guanping replied, Did I ask for the Lord's arm? How has it fared since then? Hua Tuo had instructed my father to rest and avoid any martial engagements, as his injury had not yet healed. General, may I inquire, when the Lord attempted to take his own life, did you notice anything when everyone rushed to restrain him? Ma Bing carefully led Guanping deeper into the abyss of suspicion. Ma Bing continued, Given my father's martial abilities, it should have been difficult for anyone to restrain him. Unless, Guanping hesitated, then swallowed his words. Ma Bing seized the opportunity, saying, unless the Lord had no intention of dying. However, as soon as he uttered this, Ma Bing shook his head in self-denial, but the Lord's loyalty and righteousness are unparalleled. He would never entertain such a thought. Thus, it must be that his arm injury has rendered him far less formidable than before. And now, it would take only 3 or 5 men to subdue him. Upon hearing this, Guanping leapt up from the ground, exclaiming, Ma Bing, this is not acceptable. Even if we were to bind my father. Once we return to Shu, you are but a mere child. My father may not blame you, but he will undoubtedly take his wrath out on me. Guanping felt utterly helpless, lamenting internally, at 42. He was facing the prospect of being beaten by his own father. The thought alone filled him with sorrow, casting a shadow over his life and future. At that moment, his expression almost screamed, Be a decent human being. Ma Bing nodded in agreement, acknowledging Guanping's sentiments. Although the second master was now old, weak, and frail, he still possessed the valiant spirit of a seasoned warrior. After all, this was the future Wuxing, destined to be enshrined in the temple of war. As for the arm injury, with some rest, it would heal, and he would still be able to strike. Adhering to the philosophy of better the devil you know than the devil you don't, Ma Bing continued to instill his thoughts in Guanping. General, do you wish to endure just one beating from the Wu army this time, or would you rather face constant beatings from the Lord in the future? The choice is yours. Yinping forced a smile and replied, Ma Bing, I have heard my third uncle say the bamboo shoots of Shu are exceptionally delicious. After we return to Shu, I shall treat you to a feast. Well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. We shall each gather our troops and scatter to break through. Ma Bing threatened with a stoic expression. I am willing, but how shall we execute this plan? Yinping asked, General Tan, could you really be asking me about such a trivial matter? I am but a child. How could I possibly know how to carry out such wicked deeds? Ma Bing replied cheekily. Very well. When the time comes, you will attract my father's attention, and we shall strike from behind. You cannot escape this. As he spoke, he pulled Yinping back, assuming a posture of mutual destruction. All right. Let go of me. I understand now. Clearly, Yinping did not grasp the distinction between the mastermind and the accomplice. In the end, when the storm raged, he would be left standing alone to face the consequences. How naive! Ma Bing set aside his playful demeanor and said earnestly, General Tan, the second matter we must consider is how to return to Shu. With that, Ma Bing produced the map given to him by his father, spreading it out on the ground as he continued. You see, currently, Yiling and Zigue have fallen, and Xianyang remains in the hands of Chao Run and Su Huang's forces. Even if our army takes Linju shortly, we will still be encircled on all sides. That my father's intention is for us to retreat towards Zigue and not head north to Xianyang. Ma Bing explained in a clear and organized manner. Therefore, I need General Guan to lead our forces to drive back the Wu army. It would be best if we could instill fear in the eastern Wu with the mere 3,000 soldiers we have left. As he spoke, Ma Bing rose, his spirit ignited, gesturing enthusiastically. Even in death, we must extract a significant toll from the Wu army. We must make them understand that a desperate army is destined to triumph. They must comprehend our resolve to fight to the last breath. Yinping pondered for a moment and then declared, Ma Bing, I shall lead our forces to fight to the death. Fortunately, the army from Xianyang brought by Ziyin draws from the foundation laid by my uncle, who has long campaigned south and north. However, I require 6,000 bolts of Shu brocade to bolster the morale of our troops, amidst the chaos of currency during the Three Kingdoms period. Shu brocade could sometimes serve as a form of currency, approximately equal to its value. When we later enter Shu and seek funds from Master Zichu, Lu Ba, you must ensure that Master Ji Chong speaks up as well. It would be best to involve Master Kong Ming in the petition, or else it may dishearten our soldiers. General Tan, do not worry. Should Master Zichu be unable to provide this sum, I will find a way. Excellent. Yinping continued to inquire, but after we drive back the Wu army, what then? With our dwindling numbers and no siege equipment, how shall we bypass Yiling and Zigue? General, let us first focus on repelling the Wu army. If we cannot drive them back, discussing this matter is futile. For now, let us seek out the young master and reclaim Linju. Ma Bing tucked away the map and was about to rise to join Yinping in searching for Lu Feng when Ma Wu hurriedly approached, exclaiming, My Lord General, the Lord has fallen ill. Upon hearing this, Yinping was greatly alarmed, running and shouting. Hurry, summon the military physician. Ma Wu, with a troubled expression, replied, General, there is no military physician in the Xianyang army. In this desolate wilderness, it is impossible to find a barefoot doctor at this moment. Let us first ascertain the condition of Lord Guan, and Bing hastened forward to reach Guan Yu's side, only to find him leaning against a tree, his complexion pale and devoid of the robust hue that he murmured incoherently, clearly in a state of delirium. Yinping felt a pang of anguish, stepping closer to gently nudge him while softly calling, Father? Father! Upon Ma Bing's arrival, he spoke up, General, I have studied medical texts. Allow me to take a look. He reached out to touch Guan Yu's forehead, noting the fever was high. He then unwrapped the white cloth binding the wound on Guan Yu's right arm. Observing that the injury had slightly ruptured, likely due to a combination of excessive heat and significant blood loss. Realizing this, Ma Bing took out the medicine given to them by Lu Feng during their rest and poured it over the wound. Hoping merely to stanch the bleeding for the fever, he called out, Xiao Er, come forth. Yes, how may I assist you? Can you assess Lord Guan's condition? Is there any medicinal remedy available? We have a medical scanning function available. But it requires 3 months. That if a treatment plan is needed, that too will take 3 months. Given the urgency of the situation, Ma Bing promptly ordered the system to perform a scan for the second master. The results revealed: wound infection leading to inflammation and excessive blood loss. Treatment plan: purchase a box of antibiotics, and for the blood loss, rest is required. Upon reading the straightforward treatment plan, Ma Bing felt compelled to commend the system. It was remarkably in line with his own assessment. Xiao Er, how much are the antibiotics? 6 months worth, rounded to approximately 160 days after discount, that I have a saying about your mother that I am unsure whether to voice or not. Yet here we are discussing rounding, Ma Bing muttered to himself, enduring the pain of his predicament. Buy it, soon. A small box wrapped in leather appeared in his embrace that I in Guan Ping's view. He extracted a tablet and administered it to Guan Yu, followed by giving him water from a water skin. General, this medicine may offer immediate relief. We must hasten to find a physician in Linju City to treat Lord Guan. Having administered the antibiotics, it now depended upon the second master's indomitable spirit. I hope you pull through, otherwise I shall have to accompany you to the grave. Ma Bing silently prayed to at this point. It had been 7 days since Ma Bing had last conferred with his father on strategies. Currently, he was living solely on loans. One must recognize that the system has a scoring mechanism. Prolonged loans will diminish one's score. Once it falls below a certain threshold, not only will there be no tasks assigned, but loans will also be denied. The plight of a beleaguered laborer, Chapter 13. Lu Feng's light earnings in Linju. 3 men strategize in the county office daily loans. Ma Bing opened the system to check his panel. Name: Ma Bing. Age: 14. Martial strength: 51. Barely competent to wield a sword. Leadership: 42. A mere child, yet dreaming of management. Politics: 55. Some capability, but not much. Managing a village is manageable. Intelligence: 82. How can one possess such sharp wits? Charisma: 85. A charming young lad, adored by elder sisters. Skills: none. Rank: second-rate strategist. Items: Qinglian sword. Remaining lifespan: 1 day. Loan recharge service ongoing. Current debt of 9 years and 6 months. Ma Bing wore a despondent expression. To date, he had earned not a penny, but his debts continued to grow. Though one must make sacrifices, this relentless exploitation cannot persist. Destitute and starving. At that moment, Lu Feng returned to find Guan Yu incapacitated. Promptly assembling the troops that he took the lead, commanding Guan Ping and Ma Bing as support, setting off without delay. Over 2,000 Shangyong soldiers marched forth toward Linju with great vigor. Lu Feng donned the recently acquired armor of the Wu army. Seeking to conquer the city gates, upon reaching the city walls, the defending general called out loudly, "Which general commands below?" Lu Feng replied in a low tone, "I am Sima Mahjong of General Pan's division. Open the city gates swiftly, for our lord will arrive shortly." The guarding officer, not suspecting any deceit, ordered the gates to be opened. Lu Feng then led his troops into the city, capturing it without bloodshed and taking the defending general prisoner. Linju City was small, with merely 500 defenders. Lu Feng commanded his subordinates to disarm the captured soldiers and confine them in the central courtyard of the city. Ma Bing instructed Ma Wu and Ma Lu to gather various sizes of clay pots and prepare gold syrup for use. Once Guan Ping entered the city, he immediately set out to search for a physician to treat the second master. After ensuring the second master's comfort, the 3 ascended the city walls to survey the situation and deliberate on strategies to defeat the enemy. Ma Zhong, having lost a significant battle, encountered Zhu Ran, who was pursuing him with troops during his retreat. The 2 armies were 100 meters apart when Zhu Ran called out, "Shou Xian, where is Wen Gei?" Ma Zhong rode forward alone and responded, "General, the Grand Commander indeed possesses remarkable foresight. I was about to capture Guan Yu, but unexpectedly, Lu Feng led an army to charge out. My forces, seeing the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, could only retreat with my men, seeking General Wen Gui for further decisions that that moment. Panzhong also arrived with his troops. Feng. The narrow paths of Linju are densely forested. If we pursue now, we shall surely fall into ambush. It would be wiser to return to the main camp and consult the Grand Commander before making further plans." Excellent. The 2 men ultimately decided to retreat to their camp to report to their lord, informing him of Grand Commander Lu Feng's arrival for reinforcement, before determining their next course of action. An hour later, in the Wu Army's command tent, Pan Zhang and Zhu Ran reported Lu Feng's deployment to Jingzhou. Sun Quan was immediately furious, hurling the bamboo slips in his hand at the 2, exclaiming, "Even if Lu Feng arrives in Jingzhou, After a prolonged forced march, his men will surely be exhausted. You two dare not continue the pursuit. This is utterly foolish. The two knelt in silence, not daring to speak. Sun Quan's ire was directed more towards Guan Yu, cursing. Guan Yu, you treacherous scoundrel, how I loathe you. My lord, there is no need for anger. Ming advised from the side that it is only logical for the two generals to withdraw their forces, that if Lu Feng were to divide his troops for ambush, would our army not face a crushing defeat? Humph. You two shall each receive 20 military lashes, and this will be noted. Should there be further mistakes in the future, you shall face compounded penalties. Sun Quan declared as he turned away, his sleeves swaying in dismissal. Thank you, my lord. The two bowed and retreated. Only Ming remained in the grand tent. That my lord, I surmise that even if Lu Feng comes to our aid, he will be but a solitary force, surely no more than 3,000 men. A mere drop in the bucket, Ming calmly analyzed the military situation. Thus, Guan Yu remains merely a cornered beast. Based on my conjecture, once they regroup, they will surely seize Lingzhou. It is a small city, and with our direct leadership, we could easily capture it in less than half a day. That he paced back and forth. Continuing. Furthermore, we might send Ziyu as an envoy, though we must remember that Zhou Tsang and Wang Fu were captured by our forces at my city. These two are also old subordinates of Guan Yu. Using them as leverage, Guan Yu's sense of loyalty will surely be tested. Not only will he be compelled to surrender, but it will also disrupt the morale of his troops. At that point, I shall personally capture Guan Yu to quell your anger. My lord, Ziming, the matters of the army rely entirely on you. Prepare the troops for Lingzhou. Ming complied, exiting the grand tent to ready the forces for battle. After patrolling the city walls, the three returned to the county office to discuss strategies for overcoming the enemy. When the conversation turned to who would lead the troops in a battle, Ma Bing inquired of Lu Feng. How does your martial skill compare to that of General Tan? Lu Feng and Guan Ping were indeed a pair of good friends, comparable to the legendary Lu Guanzhong in earlier years. While the second master may not have thought highly of Lu Feng, he never chastised Guan Ping for secretly training with Lu Feng. Tio put it plainly. Whatever Lu Feng could do, Guan Ping could do as well, and whatever Lu Feng could not do, Guan Ping could also not do. How could I possibly compare to Tan? Within 20 moves, I would surely fall to him. Lu Feng was well aware of Guan Ping's capabilities. One claimed 30, the other claimed 20. It seemed both brothers were quite modest. In Ma Bing's mind, he envisioned a scene of Guan Ping instructing Lu Feng in martial arts, a delightful display of brotherly respect. Then let us have you, young master, take the lead as General Tan's main commander, with myself as the deputy, working together to vanquish the enemy. You must know that a despairing army is bound to triumph. If we can fend off one wave of Wu troops, I shall lead everyone back to Shu. Let the main position be taken by my elder brother. However, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, questioning. Ma Bing, why do you possess such confidence? 3,000 against 20,000. Please trust me, young master. Ma Bing immediately interjected. To be fearful before a battle is a grave mistake. Very well. Lu Feng agreed, yet added. Even so, we still lack a strategy to repel the enemy. At that moment, Ma Bing unexpectedly produced a feather fan and summoned Ma Wu and Ma Lu from the side. The two, dressed in blue robes, one holding an ancient zither and the other a sturdy bow, appeared rather peculiar. With the fan in hand, Ma Bing gently waved it and said, Young master, I observe that to the east of Lingzhou city lies a dense forest, with the sound of flowing water echoing within. Why not have the two generals set an ambush there? 1,000 iron cavalry, greater in number than Zhang Liao, could charge directly into Sun Quan's command position. That if we can fend off one wave, we can then hide in the dense forest, waiting for the opportune moment. Once the city falls, what good will it do if you and your father find yourselves in enemy hands? Furthermore, after repelling Sun Quan's forces, why not enter the city to defend? Guan Ping shook his head in denial, stating, Lingzhou city is small. How long can it withstand a siege? This is a consensus we reached earlier, that if General Tan is concerned about your excellency, he may arrange for your excellency to be relocated outside the city for safety. As for myself, there is no need for worry. Before the battle, I will send a letter inviting Zhu Gejin to enter the city for a brief discussion. Sun Quan will not hastily order Lu Meng to lead an assault on the city. Bing rapidly waved his feather fan, adding, "At that time, I shall deliver my father's handwritten letter to Mr. Ziyu, clearly outlining the stakes involved, and persuade him to assist us. This plan can succeed. Furthermore, Sun Quan will not bring many troops this time. With Lingju City nestled by the Ju River, he need only encircle 3 sides, and Lingju would find itself in a dire predicament. Thus, I speculate that his forces will not exceed 30,000, that if General Tan can confront a force of 30,000 with just 1,000 men. Although it may not rival Zhang Liao's 800 defeating 100,000, it will nonetheless etch his name in the annals of history." Ma Bing spoke with such conviction, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the county office. Chapter 14. Ma Bing's scheme and the cunning of Guan Ping to deceive Lu Feng. Such foresight at such a tender age, truly a talent worth cultivating. With talents like Ji Chong, how could he not be by my side for personal instruction? When I return, I shall certainly have a word with him. Guan Yu had not yet arrived, yet his presence was already felt. The proud second master Guan, who had always been strong-willed, now required assistance to walk. That he entered the county office slowly and said, "Ma Bing, this plan is quite excellent, but I still have some questions. Please enlighten me." Clearly, he had been listening for some time outside. Ma Bing bowed respectfully and replied, "I greet your excellency. Please inquire away. I shall speak candidly. Firstly, how do you intend to draw the attention of the Wu army and create an opportunity for my son to launch a surprise attack?" "Do not worry, your excellency, that I have my own ingenious strategies. The fewer people who know about this, the better. I will explain everything to General Zian and Tan." Second Master Guan, still recovering from his injuries and feeling weak, sat on a mat nearby. Aware of his own limitations in battle, he refrained from further questioning, waving his hand and saying, "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you." Guan Yu then asked, "Secondly, you have invited Zhuge Jin into the city, that if I am to be relocated outside, and neither Zian nor Tan is available to greet the envoy, do you intend to detain him?" "Indeed, I previously sent 2 letters to my father. One was delivered to Mr. Ziyu, and once he reads it, I believe he will cooperate with me." Ma Bing spoke the truth, yet he was not entirely confident in this matter. Ma Bing, if that is the case, this scheme is bound to be uncovered. Lu Meng has led troops for many years. Does he not know that a soldier changed after just 3 days deserves a fresh look? Ahem, Second Master Guan, with over 40 years of battlefield experience, could not be compared to this inexperienced youth, and he pointed out the most significant flaw in Ma Bing's plan. Ma Bing, still young and lacking extensive military literature, relied solely on his understanding of human nature during the 3 Kingdoms period, forgetting that he was dealing with living individuals and no longer possessed the omniscient perspective. That he lowered his head in silence. But after a moment, Ma Bing gathered his spirits and humbly clasped his hands, saying, "Please teach me, your excellency." At this moment, Second Master Guan finally believed that his earlier nephew's words were not unfounded. This young man indeed possessed commendable character and potential. Then Guan Yu spoke up, "Ma Bing, Zian, and I should go to welcome Zhuge Jin. The letter you hold is not a sufficient reason for him to assist us. He must return to meet Sun Quan to reassure the Wu army." Although Guan Yu was weak, there remained an unmistakable air of pride in his gaze. "Currently, I am in poor health. When the time comes, I shall feign illness, appearing as a dying man to put Mr. Ziyu at ease. Once he returns to the main camp, the Wu generals will surely lower their guard. This is the opportunity for victory." At this point, Ma Bing interjected. At this moment, General Zian put forth a request. "Let the Wu army arrange their formations, and after our defeat, we shall surrender. This way, we honor the loyalty to our Lord while preserving the bonds between father and son. And it will also reflect the righteousness of our army, that Mr. Ziyu will surely strive to facilitate this matter. Our opportunity for battle will then be evident." Guan Yu then inquired once more, "Thirdly, after this battle, how do you intend to return to Shu?" Ma Bing, noticing that everyone was present, understood that a resolution was necessary, and replied solemnly, "I wish to request that after the battle, the young master accompany me to Eastern Wu to meet with the Wu Lord, to elucidate the stakes and seek our return to Shu." The crowd exchanged glances, clearly unconvinced by Ma Bing's proposal. Lu Feng appeared even more incredulous as he spoke. "Ma Bing, throughout our march, I have repeatedly sought your counsel, and your silence has been due to this." "No." Ma Bing denied, then continued, "My father proposed two strategies. One is to abandon Shangyong to save your excellency, and the other is for him to personally travel to eastern Wu. Both strategies contradict our lord's grand ambition to restore the Han dynasty. Therefore, my three strategies involve dividing our forces at Shangyong, attacking Lingzhou to defeat Wu, and seeking peace through diplomacy." Ma Bing paused before asserting, "My father and I once debated the matter of Shangyong, but forgive my frankness. Jingzhou has been lost. The northern expedition relies on Shangyong for hope. If our forces lose Shangyong, the only path for the future northern expedition would be through Hanzhou, which is exceedingly difficult. Thus, we cannot abandon Shangyong. If we demonstrate our resolve to fight, coupled with Sun Quan's prior agreement to the Xiang River Pact 4 years ago, he would not wish to become our enemy. Hence, I proposed we engage in battle to convey our determination to Sun Quan, and then seek peace. This matter will surely come to fruition." At this point, Ma Bing's gaze was bright and filled with an air of assured victory. The crowd was astounded by Ma Bing's extraordinary talent at such a young age and was further impressed by his audacity. "Did I ask there truly no one in Jingzhou? Must a mere child be sent as an envoy?" "No. Though small in stature, he harbors great ambition. With such resolve, he rivals Wei Hua. The fate of Jingzhou rests upon me. I cannot face our lord with shame. Even if I must be like a moth to the flame, I shall fight to the last drop of blood for Jingzhou. Therefore, you all must heed Ma Bing's strategy. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." Guan Yu reached a conclusion regarding this matter. Guan Ping listened with an impassive expression, clearly having anticipated this. "Second uncle, no, I must take you back to Shu. We can reclaim Jingzhou in the future." Lu Feng, seeing that his elder brother had not spoken to dissuade him, shot a significant glance at Ma Bing that make Bing understood and subtly shook his head that my mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. Second Master Guan's stubbornness resurfaced. Alas, Lu Ziyan, feeling helpless, sighed and intended to step forward to persuade him once more, but was privately pulled away by Guan Ping, leading him out of the county office to inspect the military preparations at the camp. On the way, Lu Feng expressed his confusion over Guan Ping's obstruction of his attempt to persuade second uncle, saying, "Elder brother, why do you stop me from advising second uncle? I came here at great cost to save him. If I fail, father will surely be displeased." "Ziyan, you know my father's temperament all too well. As for Mr. Kongming, he is a man who can argue 3 points even when wronged. He could not sway my father. Eastward alliance with Sun Quan. Northward resistance against Cao Cao. And what was the result? Jingzhou was entirely lost." Guan Ping's tone shifted as he patted Lu's chest, saying, "With your eloquence, the 10 of us combined would still pale in comparison to Mr. Kongming. Save your breath for the battlefield." Lu Feng looked at his elder brother in disbelief, astonished at how much he had changed over the years. "Elder brother, you have become quite cunning in your absence." Seeing his younger brother's puzzled expression, Guan Ping explained, "Have you seen our father's current condition? He is exceedingly frail. When the time comes, I will have Ma Bing act as an inside man, and you and I will call upon a few family retainers to bind him and take him back to Bashu. It will save us much trouble. Why waste breath?" Lu Feng gazed incredulously at his elder brother, who was spouting nonsense. "Elder brother, I shall go inspect the camp. I have never heard such words from you before. Farewell, farewell." Lu Ziyan waved his hand and prepared to make his escape. Guan Ping pulled him back, then embraced Lu Feng, subtly exerting pressure, and whispered, "Ziyan, do you think that if I say this, you still have any chance to refuse?" "Brother, when have I ever been raised by you?" Lu Feng rolled his eyes dramatically. Guan Ping rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Just a metaphor, a metaphor. You know what I mean. Fine, elder brother, do not dwell on the past. If I join the ranks and face punishment upon our return, you must shield me." Lu Feng appeared helpless, bewildered by Guan Ping's shenanigans. "All right, good younger brother." Guan Ping agreed wholeheartedly, but secretly harbored ulterior motives. "Young man, you are still a bit naive. When the time comes, I will tell father that you are the mastermind, and I had no knowledge of his biological son. How could he punish me? Brother, you are young. Let this beating be yours to bear." Chapter 15. The Siege of Lingzhou. Sun and Lu meet at the battlefield. Half an hour later, Guan Ping organized the military supplies and led his troops from the eastern gate towards the dense forest east of the city to lay in ambush. Just half an hour after Guan Ping's departure, atop the city gate tower, Ma Bing gazed into the distance. There, a great cloud of dust rose, and upon closer inspection, dark figures loomed, banners flying in abundance. The troops of Eastern Wu had arrived. At this moment, the system issued a new task, Side Quest Phase 2. Previously, Guan Yu feigned surrender at Maicheng, which caused him to lose trust with Eastern Wu. Sun Quan is greatly enraged by this. Please appease his anger and secure his agreement to the Shu army's requests. Task difficulty. Hard completion requirements. Sun Quan's anger must be appeased, and he must agree to the Shu army's requests. Success reward. Knife of butchering oxen, a knife for slicing and cutting, an essential tool for any butcher. Failure penalty. Side quest judgment failure. Ma Bing, with a look of disbelief, pondered, in this day and age. Does one truly require a knife to slay a cow? A handful of hay would suffice. A few more days of pulling a sled and engaging in farm work would surely exhaust oneself. Some cows might not even need hay, as they would seek out food themselves. At most, a cold Americano would suffice. He then continued to grumble. Moreover, speaking of dishonor, if we were to trace the roots, was it not Ming who first played tricks and disrupted the rules? The so-called feigned surrender, if successful, is a strategy. If it fails, it is deemed dishonorable. Such double standards, where can one seek reason? At that moment, a lone rider emerged from the ranks of the Wu army, boldly advancing to the foot of the city and bellowing, "Is the Lord still unwilling to surrender?" Following suit, the troops erupted in unison. "Is the Lord still unwilling to surrender? Is the Lord still unwilling to surrender? Is the Lord still unwilling to surrender?" The momentum was as fierce as a tiger. Lu Feng, filled with rage, drew his sword from his waist, eager to charge out of the city, but Ma Bing swiftly intervened, saying, "General, do not act impulsively. It is now the third watch of noon. We shall return to respond shortly." That he then took the strong bow from Ma Lu's hands, drew an arrow from his quiver, and aimed at the challenger. After much effort, the bowstring remained unpulled, the arrow unshot. Clearly, Ma Bing had forgotten that he was merely a 14-year-old boy, molded in the manner of a scholar, lacking the robust physique of his former self. The onlookers, witnessing his antics for half the day, assumed Ma Bing was preparing a grand display, only to find him performing clumsily before the crowd. This provoked laughter, which many struggled to stifle. Ma Lu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Ma Bing turned, glaring at him, while Ma Lu, suppressing his mirth, turned away and whistled. Ma Wu, simple-minded, cradled a lute and inquired, "What happened? What happened?" Ma Lu waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Nothing, nothing, ha ha ha," as he noticed his young master aiming a kick towards him. He swiftly scampered aside, making a hasty retreat. Lu Feng, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, taking the bow and arrow from Ma Bing's hands, drawing back the bow to shoot back at the challengers below, commanding the city guards to maintain their posts and not abandon their posts. He further advised the soldiers to keep their mouths in check, cautioning against speaking out of turn before descending from the city gate. Ma Bing, feeling utterly embarrassed, hurriedly followed Lu Feng back to the county office. Within the office, Guan Yu inquired upon their return, "What is the size of the Wu army?" As Ma Bing had anticipated, it was merely 30,000, and he was confident that his elder brother Tan would achieve great feats. Lu Feng's words subtly revealed envy, leading an army against tenfold enemies, gaining renown throughout the land. Future historians would surely record this in grand detail. How enviable! My lord, prepare yourself. In the afternoon, Zhuge Jin will visit, and we shall rely on your performance, Ma Bing reminded the second master, wary of his stubborn temperament, suggesting it prudent to be prepared for any outburst. Guan Yu, unconcerned, replied affirmatively, as he was steadily recovering and no longer required assistance, leisurely returning to his quarters to rest. The third watch of the afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely. The shouts from the Wu army were not as fervent as before. Most of the troops had returned to camp to rest, leaving only a few small squads to continue monitoring the movements within Linju City. Lu Feng and Ma Bing once again ascended the city gate. Observing the situation, Ma Bing pulled out a pre-prepared cloth strip and affixed it to an arrow, once more taking the strong bow from Ma Lu's hands and, amidst the awkward gazes of the crowd, handed both to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, finding the situation amusing, accepted the items and raised the bow to shoot skyward towards the distant Wu army camp. The arrow soared through the air, embedding itself in the ground right before the Wu scouts. The scout captain, startled by the arrow, quickly retreated. After a moment, confirming no further arrows were shot from the city. He cautiously approached to retrieve the arrow, noticing the cloth strip attached, and immediately commanded his men to continue monitoring the city's movements, personally returning to camp to report to the Lord. Within the Wu camp, Sun Quan, upon reading the contents of the cloth strip, handed it to the civil and military advisors present in the tent, stating, "Guan Yu has requested a meeting half an hour later at the front lines. I wonder how you all feel about this." The assembly fell into silence. A murmur of whispered conversations ensued. Meng, after perusing the letter, spoke up, "My lord, I shall accompany you to the meeting and see what Guan Yu intends." Among the civil officials, Wu Fan stepped forward, expressing, "My lord, this is unwise. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. How can a lord place himself in such peril?" Meng countered, "You worry too much. When that we shall protect the lord. He will undoubtedly be safe." Wu Fan, in a fit of urgency, slammed his tablet to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Meng, exclaiming, "The enemy is now at a dead end. If this is a ruse and the Lord is harmed, 1,000 deaths would not suffice for your atonement." Meng, with a broad heart, dismissed the concern with a laugh. "Wenze, you fret unnecessarily. Earlier, when Gue returned to report that his subordinate Ma Zhong claimed they were but a step away from capturing Guan Yu. This indicates their martial strength is diminished. The Shu army is now merely a toothless tiger, a wingless eagle. I am the butcher, and they are the meat." He then posed the question, what if Ma Zhong fabricated this tale to evade punishment? Wu Fan, despite hearing this, continued to voice his skepticism. Pan Zhong, infuriated, interjected, "Wu Wenze, you may criticize my failure to pursue Guan Yu, but do not insult my soldiers." Ignoring Pan Zhong, Wu Fan persisted in his counsel to Sun Quan. "My lord, we must proceed with caution. This matter requires thorough contemplation." The generals and civil officials in the camp were divided in their opinions, some supporting Wu Fan's caution while others sided with Meng. The atmosphere buzzed with debate. Sun Quan, observing the expressions of his advisors, remained contemplative for a moment before commanding, "Enough, cease this discussion. I have decided to meet at the front lines shortly." He then instructed Meng, "Ming, prepare the troops. Half an hour later, we shall proceed to meet Guan Yu." Deep within Sun Quan's heart, he leaned towards persuading the second master to surrender. After all, the Sun-Lu alliance had endured for many years. With Liu Bei's forces currently strong in Hanzhong, seizing Jingzhou under a justifiable cause, eliminating Guan Yu would only ignite further conflict. It would be wiser to retain Guan Yu to train his infantry, paving the way for an eventual northward campaign to Su province, with prospects of grand achievements ahead. The civil officials ceased their objections, and the military leaders returned to their camps to prepare. All awaited to depart alongside Sun Quan to meet Guan Yu. Chapter 16. The meeting at Linju's front lines, Part 1. Half an hour swiftly passed, and as the time arrived, the tightly shut gates of Linju city slowly opened. Lu Feng and Ma Bing rode out side by side, standing before the city gate. In the distance, Sun Quan, witnessing this scene, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to whisper a few words to Meng. Meng, understanding the cue, nodded in agreement, and together they urged their steeds forward. Before long, the four met in the midst of the battlefield. Sun Quan reined in his horse, his gaze sharp as he fixated on Lu Feng. Initiating the conversation, "Why do I not see Yin Chong?" His voice carried an undeniable authority. Lu Feng, undaunted, met Sun Quan's gaze, responding, "My uncle is currently in frail health and is unable to personally greet the Wu Lord. Thus, I have come in his stead to meet with you." Meanwhile, while Lu Feng conversed with Sun Quan, Ma Bing was not idle, scrutinizing the faces of Sun Quan and Meng. Name: Sun Quan, Zhoumo. Age: 37. Martial power: 70 leadership, 81 politics, 95 intelligence, 81 charisma, 87 skills, balance. The essence of authority lies in equilibrium. Balancing the various factions under one's command. Political acumen. 5. Empowerment. Treating the worthy with respect and equality, recognizing and utilizing talents without regard for their background. Point 1. Able to promote talent from humble beginnings. Permanent charisma. 5. 2. Focus solely on results. Subordinates promoted under him gain 1 to all attributes. Initial display of talent, transformable. Second stage as a ruler. One must conceal their brilliance within the mundane. Each transformation grants one to all attributes, with two branching transformation outcomes. 1. Conceal brilliance, initial display of talent, radiant brilliance. 2. Conceal brilliance, initial display of talent, self-slaying sword. Dominion exclusive, holding southeast, commanding Jiangdong, securing the southeast, eyeing the world with ambitions of unification. Within his territory. 1. Prosperity of commerce in various counties increases. 2. His naval forces gain 5 martial power. 3. His political skill 5. Charisma 5. Emperor's ambition Huangwu. Awaiting unlocking. Level. Top-tier politician, second-tier commander, monarch-level figure, regional lord, sovereign emperor, awaiting unlocking. Bond value. 0. Hostile faction, unfamiliar, curious. Ma Bing was astounded to discover that a monarch-level figure possessed 5 formidable skills. Though Sun Quan's attributes were not particularly outstanding in comparison to his predecessors, these skills alone enabled him to command Jiangdong at the age of 18, organizing various factions with remarkable order. Truly, he was the legendary son of Sun Zhongmo. Next, Ma Bing's gaze shifted to the general clad in white beside Sun Quan, a renowned figure among the 72 generals enshrined in the Wu Temple during the Three Kingdoms era. Name, Elming, Ziming. Age, 41. Combat power, 63-83. Injured state, leadership, 95. Politics, 81. Intelligence, 88. Charm, 79. Skills, 3 days apart, evolved diligently studying the classics, as the saying goes. One should regard others with new eyes after a 3-day separation. In youth, illiterate, in maturity, well-versed in military texts, permanently increases leadership by 10 and intelligence by 10. Self-discipline, evolved in all matters, exercise self-restraint and humility. Rising from humble beginnings, not seeking self-improvement, youthful ambition leading to early bloodshed, ultimately encountering a wise lord, practicing self-discipline to await the opportune moment. Permanently increases leadership by 5, intelligence by 5, and politics by 10. Crossing the river in white robes. The grand army floats on the river, galloping day and night, white-clad oarsmen laboring tirelessly. Warfare relies on both the righteous and the unconventional to secure victory. When commanding the 3 armies, it enhances naval combat strength while lowering enemy vigilance. Rank, top-tier commander, third-rate general, current bond value. -20. Hostile faction, unfamiliar, disliked. Ma Bing, having observed LZ Ming's skills, was greatly astonished, exclaiming, "Double evolution! El Ming's life could be likened to a grand epic of struggle, were it not for his betrayal during the crossing in white robes and the burden of having caused the capture and death of Guan Yu at Sun Quan's behest, which left him with a notorious reputation in later generations. This individual, worthy of enshrinement in the martial temple, would indeed command respect. Not an attempt at whitewashing, merely stating the facts." At this moment, El Ming's face was etched with skepticism, and he inquired, "Lu Feng, what scheme is Guan Yu truly concocting?" Lu Feng lowered his head, respectfully replying, "My Lord Wu, after my uncle was ambushed and injured by Pangde and Xiangfan. He has fought through numerous battles but has yet to recover. His condition has worsened to the point where he lacks the strength to rise from bed. Hence, he cannot personally meet with you. Out of necessity, I have come in his stead to plead for his pardon." Lu Feng adopted a humble demeanor, his sincerity evident in his eloquence, worthy of first-rate acting. Sun Quan, mounted high on his steed, looked down at Lu Feng and then proclaimed loudly, "There is no need for an apology. It is utterly despicable for Guan Yu to feign surrender in my city. If you have no other matters, quickly organize the troops and prepare for battle." With that, he intended to flick his whip and turn away. "My lord, please hold on." Lu Feng hurriedly called out, "My lord," having journeyed from Shangyong to Jingzhou. "The road is long, and we encountered numerous blockades from the Wei army. Currently, our forces number barely 3,000. How could we possibly compare with your tens of thousands? Thus, we have come today to request your lordship's audience in the spirit of surrender." Upon hearing this, El Ming could not help but sneer. "Surrender? I suspect this is yet another of Guan Yu's schemes. Feigning surrender in my city, he has lost all sense of loyalty. The world proclaims Guan Yu as unparalleled in loyalty and righteousness. But in my eyes, it is merely a facade. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed in rage, pointing at Meng and shouting, Meng, do not insult my uncle. He is a man of great virtue and valor, possessing both loyalty and wisdom. Were it not for your schemes, how could you so easily seize Jingzhou? Lu Feng then accused further, moreover, you disguise your troops as merchants to cross the river. Such despicable actions are beneath contempt. If all men were to emulate your conduct, what merchant would dare to traverse between the two states in the future? Deep within, Lu Feng harbored contempt and disdain for Meng's capture of Jingzhou. Meng, unperturbed, retorted, Guan Yu first insulted my lord, declaring, a tiger's daughter does not marry a dog's son, and then seized our grain at Xiangguan. I have only heard that an insult to a lord warrants death for his subject. You have long occupied Jingzhou, repeatedly seeking excuses. I devised a plan to reclaim it. What shame is there in that? I have long heard that Guan Yu often belittles the eldest son. It appears that those rumors are indeed unfounded. I did not expect that the bond between you and your uncle was so profound. Meng gazed at Lu Feng with mockery, his piercing words striking at Lu Feng's core. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's fury reached its peak. His left hand gripped the sword sheath tightly while his right hand slowly moved toward his sword. Beside him, Ma Bing, observing the scene, urgently interjected, General Yinping, I have heard that you share a close relationship with the former governor Xi Jing. Reclaiming Jingzhou is also his wish. Your accomplishment in fulfilling your friend's dream is deeply envied by us all at present. Let us speak not of Jingzhou, but of our request for surrender. What say you? The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense at Liu Su, who had a deep appreciation for Meng, considered him both a mentor and a friend. Throughout history, there have always been friends bonded by wine and meat. Yet those of shared ambition are rare. Liu Su had planned strategies for Sun Quan, and Jingzhou was an indispensable piece of the puzzle. Therefore, for Meng, in public, reclaiming Jingzhou was for the Lord's grand enterprise. In private, it was to repay Liu Su's kindness and fulfill his wish to as for reputation. In Meng's eyes, the world was burdened by reputation. He focused solely on the reality in his hands. He was not born of a noble family. The military strategies he learned were acquired through his arduous experiences in the ranks. Why should he adhere to the rules of the aristocracy? Who are you, mere child? His words carried a hint of arrogance that Bing responded with a respectful bow, neither servile nor overbearing. I am Ma Bing, son of the left general of the Han, Ma Liang. Does Guan Yu lack capable men? He even sends a mere child to negotiate. What a farce! Meng mocked, clearly confident in his ability to capture Guan Yu. Your words are mistaken. Chapter 17. The Meeting at Linju Front, Part 2. I have heard that when Lord Wu was 9 years old, he ventured deep into Jingzhou to reclaim his father's remains, and his bravery left the civil and military officials of Jingzhou in at 18. He led Jiangdong in literary pursuits. He befriends the learned and does not shy away from asking questions. In martial matters, he promotes the valiant without inquiring about their origins. Now, I am still young, not yet 14, yet I aspire to emulate Lord Wu's boldness. Though I may not match him, I am willing to dedicate my life to the cause of the Han. Flattery knows no bounds. This barrage of compliments greatly pleased Sun Quan, his anger dissipating as he laughed. Ziming, why should you be angry with a child? Mr. Jichong not only possesses superior knowledge, but also has a unique talent for nurturing fine sons. Sun Quan could not help but reflect, then smilingly continued, Ma Bing, may I ask from whom you study? My eldest son is still in need of a companion. What are your thoughts? Sun Quan was exceedingly intrigued by the young lad before him, seeing in him a reflection of his former self, brimming with vigor. Entering enemy camps alone, how remarkably suave. Ma Bing hastily expressed gratitude and declined, saying, Thank you, Lord Wu, for your kindness that I currently have no mentor. I am entirely instructed by my clan scholar. As for the matter of accompanying your son, I am but a wild child from the mountains. How could I be worthy of such a privilege? Ma Bing's flattery was so sweet, it was nearly syrupy, almost begging for Sun Quan's favor. Sun Quan, listening, was exceedingly pleased, saying, Since Guan Yu is gravely ill, I shall immediately send Mr. Ziyu, along with the military physicians, into the city to treat him. What say you? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Wu. However, if we are to surrender, there are still conditions I hope you can meet. Pray, do tell. Sun Quan replied nonchalantly. Lu Feng took a deep breath and articulated, My lord, I have brought the troops from Shangyong to rescue my uncle. Tio surrender so easily would not only betray my father, but also make it difficult to convince the other generals in the army. Moreover, I would find no peace of mind. To surrender without a fight would invite ridicule from your generals. Therefore, I humbly request that tomorrow at dawn, you arrange the army on the eastern side of the city. And we shall break through your formation. If we are defeated, we shall surrender, thus honoring my father's past kindness and demonstrating our military strength, allowing us to serve you wholeheartedly in the future. If my uncle does not wish to surrender, I shall personally bring him to you. Lu Feng resolutely expressed his determination to Sun Quan. Meng, standing nearby, scoffed derisively. A mere 2,000 men dares to attempt to break through my tens of thousands of formidable soldiers? Is that not a fool's errand? Should you suffer injuries in battle, or even perish, what then? In the presence of the Lord, life and death are inconsequential. If we die in battle, it is merely a reflection of our inadequacy, and not worthy of serving you. Lu Feng's demeanor grew increasingly humble, seeking this opportunity for battle. Sun Quan, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. There is no need for you to be so humble, Ziyin. Let us first treat Guan Yu. As for the matter of arranging formations, we shall discuss it further upon Mr. Ziyu's return. With that, Sun Quan turned his horse and returned to the Wu army's encampment. Meng gazed intently at the two, his eyes sharp, attempting to discern the true scheme Lu Feng was concocting. Yet, all he received in return was a slight smile and a respectful bow from Ma Bing, who too turned his horse around and departed. Within the Wu army's command tent, Meng entered and immediately advised, My lord, allow me to speak frankly. Although the arrangement outside the city would be advantageous for our army, I do not believe the Shu army would so readily acquiesce. There must be some plot afoot. The civil and military officials within the tent were puzzled, prompting Wu Fan to step forward and inquire, Great General, what was discussed at the front lines? Meng recounted what he had observed and heard. And soon the officials exchanged glances, silently regarding Sun Quan, who was pacing pensively before the desk. Not long after, two venerable ministers stood up to express their concerns, saying, My lord, we all believe that the great general speaks wisely. Guan Yu has already lost credibility in my city. This time, he may be plotting something again. Please do not agree. As soon as the words fell, the other civil officials echoed in agreement, kneeling in unison, urging, We implore you, my lord, to deliberate carefully. Among the military ranks, Zhu Ran and Pan Zhang led the dissent against the civil official sentiments. These foolish scholars only knew how to engage in schemes and plots. What do they understand of the realities of battle? Regardless of any schemes or plots, with the formidable army pressing upon us, the principles of warfare dictate that when the enemy is tenfold, we should encircle them. When fivefold, we should attack. And when outnumbered, we should divide our forces. Now that we are 10 times stronger than the foe, if the enemy dares to emerge from the city for a confrontation in the open, would it not be an excellent opportunity for battle? Yet, despite their simmering indignation, they are acutely aware that they cannot openly challenge the dignity of the Grand Commander. They can only stand silently to the side, their disdainful gazes fixed upon the group of civil officials offering counsel. Sun Quan, attentive to the voices of his ministers within the tent, halted his steps and turned to Zhuge Jin, speaking in a somber tone, Ziyu. Lu Feng claims that Guan Yu is gravely ill. Would you dare to visit him on my behalf? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jin immediately stepped forward with cupped hands and declared, Your Majesty need not worry. I am willing to personally venture into the city to assess the military situation. Sun Quan nodded slightly and replied, Excellent. You shall immediately take along the military physician. Once you arrive in the city, ensure that the physician meticulously diagnoses Guan Yu's ailment. Report all that you observe and hear upon your return, so that I may make a decision. After receiving his orders, Zhuge Jin wasted no time and promptly set off for the city. Ding! The system issued a task. Side quest Phase 3. Sun Quan harbors doubts regarding Guan Yu's illness and thus dispatches Zhuge Jin to visit him with a military physician. Please persuade Zhuge Jin to assist our army and ensure Sun Quan agrees to our requests. Task difficulty, standard, completion requirement. Zhuge Jin must agree to conceal Guan Yu's condition and advise Sun Quan to confront the enemy. Success reward, none. Failure penalty. Failure of the side quest at Ma Bing. upon reading the task details, instantly understood. Sun Quan is hesitant but has been swayed. All that is needed is to add fuel to the fire. And the matter of battle at dawn will be settled. Once Zhuge Jin entered the city guards escorted him to the county office. Along the way, he observed the soldiers' spirits were low, filled with complaints and helplessness. However, he found it peculiar that the majority of the inhabitants were elderly, weak, or infirm. Zhuge Jin pondered this with suspicion. Upon reaching the county office, he noticed Lu Feng and Ma Bing waiting at the entrance, who approached him as soon as they saw him. They greeted him with respect, saying, "We have long heard of your esteemed name. Master Zud, it is our great fortune to meet you today." "No need for such formalities," Zhuge Jin replied courteously. Lu Feng then invited him, "Please, master, come inside the county office." The three entered the office together. Inside, Lu Feng took the main seat, with Zhuge Jin positioned to his left, and Ma Bing seated to his right. Observing this arrangement, Zhuge Jin could not help but feel curious and asked, "May I inquire who this is?" Lu Feng, realizing he had forgotten to introduce, promptly slapped his forehead and smiled. "Ah. In my eagerness to welcome Master Ziyu, I neglected to introduce this individual. This is Ma Bing, the son of General Zhujiang Junji Chong, who has accompanied me to assist in aiding you." Ma Bing quickly stood and bowed to Zhuge Jin, respectfully stating, "I have heard much of your great talents, Master Ziyu, and I hold you in profound admiration." "Oh, so you are Ji Chang's son. I have known your father for many years. Your fifth uncle, Xiao Chong, has been learning from my younger brother Kong Ming. That in that case, I might as well be considered your uncle," Zhuge Jin remarked, instantly bridging their relationship. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing seized the opportunity and bowed deeply, saying, "Then I should address you as Uncle Ziyu if you permit it." Zhuge Jin was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the young boy took his polite words seriously. And after a moment of amusement, he replied, "What an honest lad, very well, very well." Lu Feng clapped his hands in congratulations. "Congratulations, Master Ziyu, on gaining a worthy nephew." He understood all too well that this innocent-looking boy harbored many clever ideas. Otherwise, he would not have been lured into this situation. After a round of pleasantries, Zhuge Jin addressed the main issue directly. "General Ziyan, I have heard that the Lord is gravely ill, that my Lord has specially dispatched me with a military physician and various medicines to treat him. May I proceed?" "Thank you, Master Ziyu. Thank you, Lord Wu. We are uncertain how we shall repay this great kindness." Lu Feng, adopting an exaggerated demeanor, rose from his seat and approached Zhuge Jin, performing a deep bow and prostrating himself on the ground. Zhuge Jin, seeing this, hurried over to assist him, saying, "My lord governs with benevolence and righteousness. There is no need for such formalities, Ziyan." Lu Feng immediately seized Zhuge Jin's hand, saying, "Master Ziyu, my second uncle is unable to receive guests. Please let the physician follow me to treat him." "Very well, very well." Zhuge Jin subtly exchanged glances with his military physician, who nodded in understanding after a moment of silent communication. The physician then stated, "General, please lead the way." Lu Feng turned and instructed Ma Bing, "Make sure to attend to Master Ziyu well." With that, he took the physician and proceeded deeper into the residence that in the hall. Only Ma Bing and Zhuge Jin remained. After a prolonged silence, lasting almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhuge Jin broke the stillness, inquiring with the customary questions. "How old are you this year? How is your studies going? Do you have a mentor?" Ma Bing respectfully responded, "I am currently 14 years old. I study under the family scholar and have read several military treatises, gaining some knowledge of characters. I have no formal mentor yet." Zhuge Jin nodded with a smile. "You are of a similar age to my second son." After this statement, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the county office once more. At this moment, Ma Bing took the initiative to speak. "Uncle Ziyu, please accompany me to the study. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon receiving Zhuge Jin's agreement, he rose and led the way to the study. Once they entered the study, Ma Bing produced a sealed letter from his bosom, respectfully handing it to Zhuge Jin, and bowed deeply, saying, "Uncle Ziyu, this letter was personally written by my father. Before departing from Shangyong, he specifically instructed me that the future of Sun and Lu rests entirely in your hands. I hope you will ally with Sun Lu and contribute to the restoration of the Han dynasty." Zhuge Jin accepted the letter and read it thoroughly, while Ma Bing stood by, quietly observing the slender-faced scholar clad in blue garments. Indeed, he is tall. No wonder he was teased about his height at Sun Quan's banquet. As Ma Bing scrutinized Zhuge Jin, he secretly activated his system to assess Zhuge Jin's capabilities. Name: Zhuge Jin, Zhu age, 45 martial power, 37 leadership, 76 politics, 90 intelligence, 86 charm, 77 skills. Life and death uncertain, evolved unwavering loyalty. Life and death unbroken. Mutual responsibility between ruler and subject, to be reborn as ruler and subject in the next life. When encountering a worthy lord, politics 5, intelligence 5. Principle. Actions must be just, words must be righteous. And one must dare to advise directly and concisely. When offering counsel, the success rate is increased. Level: top-tier strategist, top-tier civil administrator. Bond value: 65, hostile camp, friendly, curious. It appears not everyone possesses extraordinary skills. Ma Bing thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief, that he then began to prepare tea for Zhuge Jin, pouring water for him, that as soon as Zhuge Jin set the letter down, Ma Bing immediately spoke. Uncle Ziyu. It appears that Governor Liu has long harbored intentions to eliminate the Lord since the incident at Linju. But if the Lord were to perish in Jingzhou, would that not fulfill someone else's desires? We must recognize that the Wei army has pursued without encirclement, encircled without killing, intent on driving the Lord towards escape to Jingzhou. Surely, you are aware of the implications behind this. Ma Bing spoke earnestly, striving to persuade Zhuge Jin before him. Moreover, my lord, Xuanda, has recently attained the title of Han Zhongwang, striving to restore the Han dynasty, that we were at fault for not returning Jingzhou earlier. But has Lord Wu forgotten the pact made at Xiangshui? Would it not be betrayal to dispatch troops at this time? My lord shares a brotherly bond with the Lord. If the Lord were to tragically die at the hands of the Wu army, my lord would surely mobilize the entire nation to seek vengeance. At that time, the clash of two tigers would inevitably lead to one being wounded. Cao Wei would merely watch from the sidelines. And if Shu were to win, they would take Wu. And if Wu were to prevail, they would take us. In such a scenario, how far can the remaining faction be from destruction? Shu and Wu are like lips and teeth, each indispensable. Zhuge Jin listened attentively to Ma Bing's words, lost in thought as memories of El Ming's strategic decisions during the Battle of Maiqing flooded his mind, growing increasingly alarmed. Guan Yu must not die. At the very least, he must not perish at the hands of the Wu army. Yet with Cao Wei now disengaged from battle, Eastern Wu finds itself in a perilous position, unable to kill or capture. Based on his understanding of Guan Yu, this man would not tolerate such humiliation. Should he choose to take his own life in Jingzhou, Jiangdong would find itself in a dire predicament. Zhuge Jin clenched his hands tightly beneath his long sleeves, but his expression remained calm as he slowly replied. Noble nephew, I am aware of Ji Chang's intentions, and I understand your concerns. However, my lord harbors no intention to harm Yun Chang. Recalling the events at Maiqing, my lord had sent me into the city to persuade Yun Chang to surrender. Today, upon hearing that Yun Chang is gravely ill, my lord immediately summoned me to come here. Such a bond of friendship should not cause you to worry. Ma Bing scoffed, saying, Uncle Ziyu, you may deceive others with this statement, but not me. Had it not been for General Xian's timely arrival outside Linju to rescue the Lord, would the Lord's head not have already been presented before Cao Cao and Xu Chong? Zhuge Jin paced thoughtfully, and after a moment he spoke. Noble nephew, are these sentiments all lessons imparted by your father, Ji Chang? After many years apart, Ji Chang's insights seem to surpass my own. What a pity, what a pity. He was deeply moved, as it is often said that among the 5 constants of the Ma family, Bai Mei stands out as the most virtuous. Now, to witness such foresight in the younger generation is truly a testament to their burgeoning brilliance. Uncle Ziyu, it is indeed my father who has imparted such wisdom to me, knowing well that you adhere to principles and speak only of righteousness. Thus, I have been instructed to learn from you diligently. The youth with his harmless visage has begun to weave deceit once more, delighting himself in the ruse. Ha, Ji Chang, you flatter me, he exclaimed. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Zhuge Jin redirected the conversation, adding, I comprehend Ji Chang's intentions. But why do you seek to surrender? Pray tell, what is your purpose in requesting my army to arrange its formations for your impending assault? Ma Bing, anticipating Zhuge Jin's inquiry, hesitated for a moment. uncertain whether the long-faced strategist, who had perused his father's correspondence, would indeed lend assistance to the Shu forces. Zhuge Jin, astutely sensing his hesitation, promptly questioned, "If you do not trust me, why then seek my aid?" There was a hint of indignation in his tone that M.A. Bing quickly replied, "Uncle Ziyu, it is not that we harbor distrust towards you. The matter is of grave importance, and we must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, should I divulge this to you, it would place you in a predicament of loyalty and integrity, which is why I dare not speak plainly that in any case, we shall not harm Lord Wu, provided our 3,000 soldiers do not engage." Upon hearing implications that might be detrimental to Sun Quan, Zhuge Jin's expression grew somber as he inquired, "Ma Bing, you must be forthright with me. Otherwise, I would rather see discord between Sun and Lu than jeopardize the safety of my lord Ma Bing." Seeing Zhuge Jin's unwavering stance, reluctantly declared, "Uncle Ziyu, I need you to swear here that what you hear and see within these walls shall not reach a third party." Zhuge Jin furrowed his brow, gazing at Ma Bing for a moment before resolutely stating, "I, Zhuge Jin, do hereby swear that the words spoken from your lips shall enter my ears and remain known only to us. Should I breach this oath, may I be forsaken by my ancestors, and my lineage be extinguished." Zhuge Jin was a man of resolve, and he immediately made his vow to Ma Bing. Seeing this, unreservedly revealed, "Uncle Ziyu, we aim to deceive the enemy, provoking Lord Wu's overconfidence to ultimately secure victory. Tomorrow, the two generals shall lead the charge. This battle, I assure you, will end in triumph for our forces. However, we shall not indulge in needless bloodshed or create new enmities. Our focus must remain on breaking the enemy's formation. That I hope you will convey this to Lord Wu." Ma Bing picked up the teacup before him, testing its warmth, and then set it down. Continuing, subsequently, "I shall accompany General Ziyu to the Wu army's main camp to humbly seek forgiveness, that we will also elucidate the ramifications of the Sun Lu contention to Lord Wu. That I implore you, Uncle Ziyu, to speak favorably on our behalf, allowing us to return to the West, preferably with a personal missive from Lord Wu, granting us passage through Yiling into Shu. In return, our army shall bestow generous rewards." "Is that all?" Zhuge Jin replied, feeling disappointed, having expected revelations of greater magnitude. "You are so certain of victory tomorrow. What if you fail?" Zhuge Jin's voice bore a hint of skepticism and concern. This future pillar of the Wu state was curious as to why this youthful lad spoke with such conviction and confidence. Ma Bing smiled gently, responding, "Uncle Ziyu, surely you understand the principle that a desperate army must succeed. If we cannot return to Shu, if we never see our families again, would we not fight to the last breath?" Zhuge Jin shook his head, still unconvinced, asserting, "You cannot possibly expect to defeat tenfold the enemy with merely 3,000 men. That if you share this with me, I shall only advise my lord to bolster defenses, which does not breach our oath that no, Uncle Ziyu will not speak of this upon your return to camp." That Ma Bing was resolute, believing that the long-faced strategist, who had nurtured a formidable statesman in Jiangdong, could not be so short-sighted, especially considering the advantages of a Sun-Lu alliance. "Oh, why are you so certain?" Zhuge Jin asked, a smile gracing his face as he placed the letter on the table. Gazing at the youthful visage before him, which reminded him of the chubby child back home. For during the Battle of Chibi, it was Uncle Ziyu who advocated for the Wushu alliance, a grand strategy indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuge Jin resolved, sighing softly, "Dear nephew, I respect the Shu army's tenacity in the face of death, and I understand the principle of a desperate army's victory. However, I remain skeptical about your ability to breach their formation tomorrow. Since you speak with such conviction, I shall await good news at the Wu army's camp. As for the Sun-Lu alliance, it was orchestrated by the late Commander Zijing, a man I have long admired. Thus, I am more than willing to endeavor to maintain the bond between our two houses." With that, Zhuge Jin lifted his teacup for a sip, exhaling a deep breath before continuing, "Very well. I shall assist you in your return to Shu. Consider it a gift from my foolish younger brother. Upon your return, be sure to remind him that he owes me a favor, one that he must repay in matters of state in the future." Ma Bing was overjoyed upon hearing this, prostrating himself in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ziyu, for your great kindness." Zhuge Jin looked upon the young lad with increasing fondness, then stroked his beard with a smile, saying, "Since you address me as uncle, It seems remiss of me not to present you with a greeting gift that my younger brother has yet to find a suitable heir. Young one, I would like to write a letter for you, recommending you as his disciple. What do you think? Ma Bing was taken aback by this unexpected offer, realizing how advantageous this connection could be that he quickly expressed his thanks. Uncle Ziyu, I appreciate your goodwill, but I already have a master in mind. Zhuge Jin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that his brother's reputation as the sleeping dragon had been overshadowed, pondering silently who might be fortunate enough to claim such a promising student. He then smiled and inquired, May I ask whom you wish to take as your master? A rather unexpected name slipped from Ma Bing's lips. Mr. Xiaoji, F.A. Zheng, known for his disregard for laws and principles, was a highly talented individual with a less than favorable reputation among scholars. Yet he was greatly trusted by Liu Bei, known for his decisive nature and his willingness to repay grievances. A leader among the Eastern Zhou scholars. Everyone has their own choices. Very well, the Zhuge family does not lack for heirs to carry on its legacy. Zhuge Jin refrained from further persuasion, considering it impolite. He then shifted the conversation, saying, Upon entering the city, my lord instructed me to inform you, Lord Guan, of the capture of Zhou and Wang Fu. It seems that if I were to inform you, the battlefield tomorrow would not only feature Lu Feng and Guan Ping, that he lamented, these two were captured by our forces at Maicheng. Although they yearn for death, my lord has not consented. They remain prisoners to this day. This speaks volumes of the loyalty and righteousness of Lord Guan's subordinates. After Zhuge Jin concluded, he turned his gaze to Ma Bing, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. Uncle Ziyu, I thank you for the advance warning. Please do not mention this matter in front of Lord Guan. That A. Bing felt despair, having no other recourse but to bow his head in acceptance for his earlier refusal to pay the bill. Whether or not he was aware that F.A. Zheng's time was drawing near, any normal person would undoubtedly choose to apprentice under Kong Ming. Yet he was not normal, not to mention his origins from the Jingzhou faction. His own fifth uncle had studied under Zhuge Liang for many years. Surely, if he sought guidance from Mr. Kong Ming, he would not refuse. Of course, he wouldn't. So why then would he choose to pursue a redundant political resource? Heaven and earth honor the teacher. The master-disciple relationship would undoubtedly become his greatest political asset outside of kinship. How splendid it would be to align with the leader of the Eastern Zhou faction. Ma Bing envisioned a bright future, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase his talents after becoming a disciple. I shall know what words to speak and what to withhold. Dear nephew, you worry too much. Thank you, Uncle Ziyu. Now let us go to pay our respects to Lord Guan. The two then set off to visit Guan Yu inside. A heavy scent of blood lingered. The military doctor had just finished dressing Guan Yu's wounds, while Lu Feng silently observed his uncle's myriad scars, sighing inwardly. Uncle is now 60 years old. After this battle, he may find it difficult to take the field again. The great banner of the Shu army may be lost to time. What a pity! What a lament! At this moment, Ma Bing and Zhuge Jin arrived to visit Guan Yu. They found the second master reclining on his sickbed, looking far from his former spirited self. His complexion pale, and his entire being appeared exceedingly frail. The once admired beard was now streaked with gray. Upon noticing Zhuge Jin's arrival, the military doctor discreetly signaled him, indicating that Lu Feng's words were not unfounded. Guan Yu was indeed gravely ill and far too weak to engage in battle in the near future. Zhuge Jin understood instantly and bowed to Guan Yu, saying, I come at the behest of my lord. Lord Wu, to check on your condition. The second master, upon seeing Zhuge Jin, attempted to rise and offer his respects. Zhuge Jin quickly stepped forward to support Guan Yu, grasping his hands firmly, and remarked, Lord Guan, it has been but a few days, yet you appear so aged. It pains my heart. Guan Yu, with some difficulty, replied, I previously deceived and lost your trust, Uncle Ziyu. That was my fault, that I beg you not to hold it against me. He then patted Zhuge Jin's hand as a gesture of apology, that no need for such formality. I merely reported the truth. It is natural in warfare for two armies to clash, that do not dwell on the past. Focus on your recovery. I wish you a swift return to health. Zhuge Jin, though initially harboring resentment, found it difficult to maintain that sentiment in light of Guan Yu's condition and offered words of comfort instead. Guan Yu again clasped Zhuge Jin's hand tightly, stating, Uncle Ziyu, Ma Bing should have informed you about the future of the Sun Lu alliance. I implore you to set aside past grievances and aid our army. speaking favorably on our behalf to Lord Wu. Do not worry, Lord Guan. I have already agreed to this that I end this moment. All preparations are in place, yet we await the crucial wind from the east. Should the Shu army fail to achieve victory tomorrow, I implore you to honor your promise and surrender to our forces, lest we witness a repeat of the tragedy at Maicheng. Zhuge Jin cautioned, asserting that there exists no alternative. Even if the Shu army triumphs tomorrow, they still face a long and arduous journey ahead, and defeat would, paradoxically, render matters more manageable for him. Zhuge Jin, a man of integrity and trust, harbored curiosity regarding how the Shu army, as mentioned by Ma Bing, could attain such miraculous victories. Very well, I shall rest easy now, expressed Yi, extending his gratitude to Zhuge Jin for the successful completion of his mission. After bidding farewell to Yi, the military doctor intended to return to the camp alongside him, but Zhuge Jin halted him, instructing him to remain and tend to Guan Yu. Subsequently, Lu Feng and another accompanied Zhuge Jin out of the city. At the city gates, Lu Feng once more expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Ziyu, for your diligent efforts on behalf of the Sun Lu Alliance." Zhuge Jin gestured gracefully in the air, replying, "Zian, there is no need for such formalities. The Sun Lu Alliance is a grand undertaking. Even without your request, I would have intervened to advance this matter. Farewell." "Thank you." The two exchanged glances, both sighing in relief that it appeared that events were unfolding as anticipated. And now they awaited the morrow, when Tanji would lead the army to breach the enemy lines. May the heavens bless our forces, and may we return once more to the land of Shu. Chapter 20. Ma Bing's Fury Against the System. A Dispute Among the Wu Camp, Part 1. At the city gates, Lu Feng and his companions stood silently, their gazes fixed upon Zhuge Jin until he gradually receded from view. Meanwhile, Ma Bing was engaged in a fervent tug-of-war with the system's attendant. "Can you please arrange something for me? It has been over half a month, and all I have received are deceptive loans. Am I to be subjected to financial fraud? I hardly possess any semblance of VIP status. This is utterly unacceptable." In response to Ma Bing's inquiries, the attendant maintained a polite demeanor, saying, "Dear customer, may I ask what service you require? Offer me some discounts. I wish to acquire a batch of small toys for amusement." The attendant paused momentarily before replying, "Dear customer, we are dedicated to creating a harmonious communist society through our advanced system, and our services do not extend to the realm of colorful items." "Aren't you supposed to sell everything?" Ma Bing exclaimed in frustration. "Furthermore, who said I wanted toys of that nature? Might I inquire what you truly desire? I seek items akin to bio. Do you offer such, dear customer? Given that you are in an ancient setting, modern firearms cannot be purchased. Otherwise, you could simply send a Dongfeng Express and end the story immediately. Customers would have no engaging experience." The attendant's expression reflected her helplessness. "Engaging experience? What do you mean? You aren't suggesting that I would be featured in a film, are you?" The Truman Show, upon this notion, Ma Bing was instantly filled with goosebumps, as he recalled being scrutinized since his arrival in this world, leaving him quite uncomfortable. "Indeed, it is as you suspect. All your actions will be displayed on the customer screens that in the future, you may also publish tasks as a customer. But to do so, you must generate 1 million in revenue for the system, which translates to completing orders valued at approximately 334,000 that this can be accumulated. Does that mean even my bathing would be witnessed by others?" Ma Bing felt a chill run down his spine. After all, in the realm of novels, he belonged to the male demographic, and the thought of bathing would surely attract a crowd of onlookers. "In this day and age, many perverts have a penchant for youthful company," he gasped, shivering at the thought. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Rest assured, we are professionals. Typically, we would censor or insert advertisements at such moments. For we are also a major platform with our own production houses. What if I were to marry and partake in a romantic evening? Would that also be broadcasted? We do not provide such services. It would be entirely ad-driven. However, if you're not averse, we could stream it via QR code." That M.A. Bing was struck by a common saying. "First class captain, second class trust, third class." His anger flared as he exclaimed, "I have no peculiar preferences. What do you take me for? I, Ma Bing, would rather starve than sell my dignity." Suddenly, he shifted his tone, demanding compensation. "I want to make a purchase. Give me a discount. Dear customer, any product from ancient China is eligible for a discount. What would you like?" I shall strive to secure the best deal for you. I desire black gunpowder. Surely that is permissible. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal, with a touch of sugar. Da Vinci. Ma Bing felt himself becoming increasingly agitated, while others who traversed this realm either became venerable elders or wielded powerful abilities. He found himself caught in an endless cycle of media exposure. He felt utterly powerless, akin to a technician who had just launched a rocket, now drained of energy. Very well, arrange for 100 canisters of materials. Does that incur any cost? Dear customer, considering your first task is of hellish difficulty, we shall gift you the fuses at no charge. Please refrain from criticizing our esteemed Royal Knight Group. I'm done. I'm done. Ma Bing exited the system world. Observing his unusual expression, Lu Feng inquired with concern. Ma Bing, are you well? Can your body endure? Ma Bing waved his hand dismissively, responding with a lackluster tone. I'm fine. I'm fine, Adia. You know the sacrifices I've made to escape this novice village. His heart was heavy with unexpressed grievances. Ah, the injustice. Zhuge Jin returned alone to the Wu army camp. Upon encountering Sun Quan, he meticulously recounted all he had witnessed within the city. That I pay my respects to the Lord. Lu Feng's assertions on the battlefield are indeed accurate. Guan Yu is currently bedridden, unable to bear arms or rise. Tomorrow, the army that will come to breach the lines should consist of Lu Feng and Guan Ping. However, there remains a matter I find unclear. Pray, elaborate. Sun Quan rose from his seat, gesturing for Zhuge Jin to dispense with formalities. Zhuge Jin straightened his posture and adjusted his sleeves, stating, My lord, upon entering the city, I traversed towards the county office, observing that the streets were filled with the elderly, the ill, and the infirm. Even within the county office, I did not encounter Guan Ping. I suspect that if he is not preparing the troops, he may have ventured alone into Shu to seek reinforcements. Ziyu. Guan Yu is akin to a fish in a barrel, a bird in a cage. How could Guan Ping possibly traverse mountains and valleys to procure assistance? Even if the Shu army emerges from the mountains, Boyan can hold out until our reinforcements arrive. You are overthinking this. Sun Quan, having just secured Jingzhou, was feeling quite elated. Perceiving this, Zhuge Jin once again bowed in respect to signify his compliance. Following this, Sun Quan waved his sleeves and commanded his attendants outside the tent. Sound the drums and summon the generals. We shall convene in a quarter of an hour. Yes, in the Wu Army's central command tent. After the generals paid their respects, Sun Quan instructed Zhuge Jin to share his findings with everyone. Zhuge Jin proceeded to reiterate his earlier statements. Before he could finish, Wu Fan furrowed his brow and interjected. My lord, I observed the stars last night and gleaned some insights. He paused, casting a glance at Lu Ming, and continued, Originally, we could have captured Guan Yu at Maicheng, but now, it seems we may not have the opportunity to seize him alive. Lu Ming snorted derisively, countering, While Master Wen's stargazing skills are renowned in Wu, the heavens are capricious. Perhaps your divination was mistaken. Lu Ming, a steadfast skeptic of the supernatural, believed that such scholars merely sought to attract the Lord's attention through trickery. He then turned to Sun Quan and saluted, declaring, Our army will undoubtedly capture Guan Yu. And if we cannot capture him, what then? Wu Lao retorted immediately, I am willing to sign a military contract stating that if we fail to capture Guan Yu, I shall accept the consequences of military law. A tense standoff ensued as the two men glared at each other, eager to assert their superiority. Zimming, Wenza, there is no need for such quarrels. We must only discuss whether we should set up formations in preparation for the Shu army's onslaught. Sun Quan interjected to mediate the dispute. The two men promptly bowed in deference to their lord. Wu Fan was the first to speak. My lord, I advocate for arranging the troops tomorrow. Engaging in open field combat is advantageous for breaching defenses. We await the Shu army's advance. Yet I remain skeptical of the general's ability to capture Guan Yu. The implication was clear. Even if they set up formations, they would likely be overrun by the enemy. Sun Quan had often sought Wu Fan's counsel, and his insights frequently proved accurate. Thus, despite feeling displeased, he refrained from immediate rebuke. That he then pointed at Lu Ming and asked, Zimming, what is your perspective on this matter? Chapter 21. A dispute among the Wu camp. Sun Quan seeks counsel. At night, Lu Ming understood Sun Quan's intentions and recognized the necessity of providing a satisfactory response. Taking a deep breath, He spoke earnestly, my lord. Arranging the troops would be advantageous for our army. As for Wu Fan's remarks, he paused, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Fan, then continued, they only serve to sow discord among our ranks. Had it not been for your recent words, I would have taken your head as an offering to the flag. In the daily operations of the great Commander L, he advocated for raising the high and lowering the low. Wu Fan, in a state of agitation, exclaimed loudly, my colossal head. If I can capture Guan Yu in this campaign, Ul Ziming may take it as you wish. The old man boasted with a glare, wishing he could perish alongside El Ming. You may say this old man is ugly and dim-witted, but you cannot claim that my divination skills are lacking. To undermine my livelihood is akin to slaying one's parents. If you render my existence untenable, I shall surely fight you to the death. Amidst their quarrel, Zhuge Jin found himself too preoccupied to intervene, focusing instead on Wu Fan's words. Observing celestial phenomena and practicing divination was a treasured family skill for the Zhuge clan. Zhuge Ziyu had diligently pursued knowledge since childhood, immersing himself in numerous texts, though most of his studies revolved around governance. While he dabbled in the minor art of divination, he could only await the conclusion of their discussions to observe the heavens. Seeing the two men embroiled in yet another dispute, Sun Quan forcefully rapped the bamboo slips against the table, interrupting them once more, and stated solemnly, Ziming, Wenza, both of you are pillars of our Eastern Wu. My right and left arms. There is no need for further argument. Regardless of whether we capture Guan Yu, you must not allow this matter to disrupt the harmony between our civil and military affairs. Sun Quan then stood to establish the final directive, proclaiming, in my view, tomorrow I shall personally arrange our formation to confront the enemy, that I refuse to believe that our valiant Eastern Wu soldiers, numbering in the tens of thousands, should fear the remnants of Guan Yu's forces. El Ming had intended to speak further, but he recalled that the Lord rarely commanded in person. To voice his thoughts might inadvertently harm the Lord's pride, which would be unworthy of a minister. Moreover, with a 10-to-1 advantage in numbers, and with himself at the helm to assist, the enemy generals, Guanping and Lu Feng, should not, perhaps, likely, be able to replicate the defeat at Ziyijin. Noting El Ming's silence, the other generals followed suit. Subsequently, Sun Quan personally arranged the battle formations for the next day, and the generals each received their military orders, returning to their camps to prepare for battle. He also sent envoys into the city to inform Lu Feng of the battle at the hour of the Qin tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Feng and Ma Bing were overjoyed, bowing toward the Wu army's encampment. What a grand performance, Lu Feng thought. Feeling a weight lift from his heart, he immediately penned a letter of gratitude to the Wu Lord for his trust. Upon returning to camp, the Wu envoy reported the two men's bows to Sun Quan, who was greatly pleased and declared that they must not be harmed in the coming conflict. As night fell, Wu Fan, resting in his quarters, frequently sighed in low tones that at that moment, a figure entered from outside the tent, announcing their arrival even before they appeared. Wenza, why burden yourself with worry? Why the long sighs? Wu Fan focused his gaze and saw that it was Zhuge Ziyu. He promptly rose to greet him, grasping his hand and leading him to the bed. The two sat facing each other, and Wu, the old man, spoke first. Ziyu, I fear our Lord will surely face defeat tomorrow, when the Lord is distressed. The ministers toil, and when the Lord is humiliated, the ministers perish. Are you not concerned? Wenza, it is unfortunate that I too have just observed the celestial signs at night, and my findings mirror yours. However, should our Lord face defeat, it would merely be a minor setback. If he triumphs, it might spell disaster for our Eastern Wu. Zhuge Jin's expression turned grave as he gazed at Wu Fan. Wu Fan's lips parted, but no sound emerged. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Wu Fan steadied himself and inquired, Ziyu, what do you mean by that? Zhuge Jin retrieved a chess bowl from the table and arranged the black and white pieces to represent the forces of Wei and Wu, using a cup of water as a stand-in for Guan Yu's Lingzhou city, stating, Wenza, observe the situation in Jingzhou. While we have captured the 4 counties south of Jing, the northern regions are entirely under Chao Wei's control, and Shangyong is disconnected from our forces. Our Lord has completely severed ties with Liu Bei in the days to come. Eastern Wu must face the pressure from Chao Wei alone before Zhuge Jin could finish. Wu Fan murmured, though our forces occupy the formidable Yangtze River, what if Guan Yu dies at Lingzhou? Zhuge Jin looked at his dear friend, raised his cup of tea, drank it all in one go, and forcefully set it back on the ground. Smash, he exclaimed. Then our eastern Wu shall be like this cup. Attacked from both sides, we would be utterly crushed, though Liu Bei claims to support the Han dynasty. We both know his true intentions. While Jiangdong may excel in naval warfare, land battles are beyond the capabilities of either Liu or Chao. Thus, Guan Yinchang must not perish at our hands. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan quickly rose, respectfully bowing, and said, Ziyu, your insights are profound that I Wu have been enlightened. Zhuge Jin waved his hand, indicating no need for excessive courtesy, and remarked, Wenza, this tea is quite undrinkable. In a few days I shall bring you some fresh tea from my family's estate. Indeed, Ziyu, this tea is intolerable. Wu Fan replied with a hearty laugh. Then I shall eagerly await your new tea, Wu Fan, filled with mirth, suggested. Since the board is set, why not engage in a match? Wu Fan, an avid chess player, was quite lacking in skill, often having his servant carry a set of chess pieces. With business concluded, it was time for merriment. Zhuge Jin, aware of Wu Fan's shortcomings, felt it would be impolite to refuse his generous offer, and thus accepted with a smile that in less than an hour, the old man suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Zhuge Jin secretly mused, Oh no, it seems I shall have to keep this gentleman company all night. However, I must not make it too obvious. If I do, my ruse will be exposed. As Wu Fan grumbled playfully, he tidied up the chess pieces, eager for another round at tea. That moment, a voice from outside the tent called out to Zhuge Jin. Zhuge Jin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and immediately excused himself from Wu Fan, saying, I must take my leave. I shall see what the matter is. The servant outside hastily informed his master. My lord, the lord summoned you for a meeting just a short while ago. Please hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jin rushed to the central command tent, the entrance. He took a moment to catch his breath and adjust his attire before entering. Upon seeing Sun Quan, he bowed and inquired, My lord, I wonder what urgent matter has summoned me at such a late hour. Sun Quan, with his back to Zhuge Jin, spoke in a low, rumbling voice. Ziyu, not long ago, during our discussion at the command tent, I noticed you appeared somewhat distracted while Zimming and Wenza were arguing. That I wonder what the reason may be. Is there some undisclosed matter regarding Linju City? Startled by Sun Quan's questioning, Zhuge Jin immediately knelt, bowing deeply in fear, and replied, My lord, please be assured that everything I have seen in the city is entirely truthful. If you harbor any doubts, I can send someone else to investigate the camp, and I shall return to Zhongling, no longer inquiring about matters in Shu. Sun Quan turned around, helping Zhuge Jin to his feet, and reassured him with a smile. Ziyu, you speak too heavily. I merely find it perplexing that you remained silent during the argument between the two. I do not suspect you. He then grasped Zhuge Jin's hands and patted them gently, adding, We have sworn an oath of life and death as ruler and subject. How could I possibly doubt your loyalty? Zhuge Jin exhaled in relief, saying, My lord, it is not that I failed to speak. Rather, it was inappropriate for me to interject in this matter. Had it not been for your orders at Maicheng, I would not have ventured into the city to persuade Guan Yinchang. At this point, Zhuge Ziyu shook his head helplessly and continued, That man's temperament is such that even my brother, a prodigy, cannot sway him. How could I possibly convince him? Though Guan Iri no longer traverses the rivers and lakes, his legend still resonates throughout the realms. Ziyu, I know your family's renowned skills in observing the stars and divination. Why not take a look at how tomorrow's battle will unfold? In the afternoon, although Wu Fan was angered by Sun Quan, his previous predictions had often proven accurate. Sun Quan, who dismissed the supernatural, now sought some reassurance that my lord, forgive me. Prior to your summons, I had already observed the stars. Sun Quan interrupted, eager for more information. What did you find? Zhuge Jin hesitated, then slowly replied, My findings align with Wenza's. However, he paused, not continuing, and instead reassured, My lord, the heavens are unpredictable. Divination is merely a minor art and should not be taken too seriously. After hearing this, Sun Quan released Zhuge Jin and turned away, contemplating. After a moment, he seemed to arrive at a decision, abruptly turning back to say, Ziyu, since we cannot capture Guan Yu tomorrow, then we must kill him. His words struck Zhuge Jin like a vengeful specter, piercing his heart. Zhuge Jin was taken aback, immediately kneeling again and pleading, My lord, Guan Yu must not be killed under any circumstances. Chapter 22. The March. The following morning, within a certain residence in Linju City, an exultant shout rang out. The great achievement is complete. Ma Bing lightly tapped his shoulder and stretched lazily. After a sleepless night, alongside Ma Wu and Ma Lu, who placed the last of nearly 100 small jars on the ground, the preparations for their miniature explosive devices were finally ready. "Hey, someone, go fetch the young master," Ma Bing called out. The two standing nearby exchanged glances. Unsure of whom Ma Bing was referring to, Dame Lu, quick-witted, discreetly kicked Ma Wu and nodded towards the door, signaling him to handle it. The honest Ma Wu responded with an "oh," scratched his head, and turned to fetch Lu Feng. Just as Ma Wu was about to step outside the residence, Ma Bing's voice called out from behind, "Oh, and Ma Wu, remember to remind the young master to bring along 100 of the strongest soldiers remaining in the army." Yes. After a stick of incense had burned down, Lu Feng led his troops to meet Ma Bing in the courtyard. Ma Bing lounged on a small stool with his legs crossed, lazily attending to his tasks. Yet his face bore an expression of painful regret. This moment, he held a bamboo skewer in his hand, threading pieces of beef purchased from the system, preparing to indulge himself. Beside him, Ma Lu wielded the knife for butchering beef acquired from the system, diligently cutting the meat into small chunks. Bing's hands were never idle, and his mouth was incessantly muttering, "How damnably dark it is! This little bit of beef cost me 10 years' worth. And I still have to do the skewering myself. In this day and age, the middlemen are the ones making a profit." Seeing him busy, Lu Feng immediately inquired, "Ma Bing, where did you procure this beef? It's illegal to eat beef these days, aren't you aware?" Ma Bing, too preoccupied with grilling, ignored him, instructing Ma Lu to come over and help with the skewers, while he himself turned to gather firewood. Once the fire was good and ready, Ma Bing leisurely took the pre-skewered beef and placed it over the flames, embarking on the journey of becoming Chef Ma. His movements were so adept and natural that one could not help but wonder how many cows he had secretly consumed. As time passed, a mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat wafted through the courtyard. At this juncture, Ma Bing looked up and said, "Brother, given the gravity of the situation, how can you still afford to worry about whether this is legal? With the campaign approaching, shouldn't we treat the brothers to a good meal first?" Noticing Ma Bing's bloodshot eyes, Lu Feng understood he had likely gone a night without sleep. That he gazed at this straightforward brother with admiration tinged with concern. Reflecting on his own youth at 14, still tending to eagles and horses, while Ma Bing was already strategizing, he felt a pang of shame. He then asked, "Ma Bing, did you summon me to lead the troops simply for the sake of enjoying roasted meat?" Ma Bing yawned and replied, "Young master, I wonder if you have ever heard of the thunder-calling talisman?" Lu Feng's gaze fell upon a jar cradled in Ma Wu's arms, on which was affixed a small yellow paper adorned with unintelligible symbols. He asked, "You can't be referring to the thunder-calling talisman created by Zhang Ju of the Yellow Turban Army, can you?" Upon hearing this, Ma Bing immediately scoffed, disdainfully retorting, "Zhang Ju doesn't deserve to be called a celestial master. This is a genuine Taoist treasure passed down from Longhu Mountain." Lu Feng, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Longhu Mountain? Where is that?" Ma Bing looked at him with contempt, exclaiming, "Young master, are you truly so ignorant as to not know Longhu Mountain? It is said that the clouds follow the dragon and the winds follow the tiger. Longhu Mountain is shrouded in mist year-round, and fierce winds howl from its peak day and night. Hence its name. As for its precise location, how would I know? It's not mentioned in any book." Lu Feng rolled his eyes, silently listening to Ma Bing's ramblings. Just as Ma Bing was expounding grandly, Ma Lu tugged at him, exclaiming, "Young master, it's burning! It's burning! The skewers are charred." Ma Bing hurriedly flipped the skewers, casting an irritated glare at Ma Lu for interrupting his spontaneous performance. He then returned to the matter at hand, animatedly declaring, "Ah, young master, there's no need for you to overthink this. Just leave the troops to me, and shortly I shall demonstrate to you the true great might of the heavenly dragon." Lu Feng, unable to comprehend Ma Bing's nonsensical chatter, muttered a curse under his breath. Crazy. He then entrusted the troops to him, accepted the skewers Ma Bing offered, and turned to patrol the city gates. Ma Bing watched Lu Feng gradually retreat and disappear from view. He stood atop the makeshift platform, a skewer of meat in his mouth. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with his hand, picked up a makeshift loudspeaker, and shouted, "Hey, can everyone hear me? Below, Ma Wu immediately waved his hands, cheerfully responding, "Young master, we hear you. We hear you, good." Form ranks with a commanding shout. The soldiers below swiftly sprang into action, aligning themselves neatly and standing at attention, awaiting instruction. The Shuyong army, led by Lu Feng, was composed entirely of seasoned veterans. Yet they lacked the typical arrogance of old soldiers. Although their general had entrusted command to this youthful lad on the platform, the soldiers adhered to their duty to obey orders, and none dared to question Ma Bing's authority at that moment. Having traversed through time, Ma Bing had perfectly adapted to his youthful form. He had anticipated a grand display of power, a moment to assert his dominance, but the expected spectacle did not materialize. Feeling rather bored, he dispassionately tossed the loudspeaker to Ma Lu, grabbed a skewer, and intended to return indoors to rest. After days of relentless travel and a sleepless night of labor, Ma Bing's body had reached its limit. Just before entering the house, he said, "Ma Lu, it's up to you now. Teach them how to use the thunder-calling talisman. 1 skewer per person. I'm going to take a break, and we will march together later." Ma Lu saluted and acknowledged the order, immediately instructing Ma Wu to help teach the professional soldiers the use of the thunder-calling talisman. As the hour of Chen approached, Ma Bing retrieved the Qinglian sword that was a reward from the system. Presenting it to Lu Feng with both hands, Lu Feng smiled as he accepted it, unsheathing the sword and exclaiming, "A fine blade." He then asked Ma Bing, "What is the meaning of this? A sword presented to me before battle." Ma Bing rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Dream on. This is a cherished heirloom of my Taoist lineage. I'm merely lending it to you for the time being. I shall seek out a better sword later and present it to you." He then ascended the makeshift platform, bowing deeply to the soldiers before their departure, and proclaimed loudly, "The military song should sing of the great sabers, for it is to vanquish the barbaric foes beyond the Jade Pass. We understand that dying on the battlefield for our country requires no need for a horse's hide to wrap our corpses. May this battle be victorious. May each of you return triumphantly." The morale of the camp surged momentarily. "This battle must be won. This battle must be won. This battle must be won." The echoes soared into the sky. Ma Wu and Ma Lu stood below the platform. Exchanging glances, A Lu was the first to speak. "Brother Wu, when did the young master acquire such talent to inspire morale with poetry before heading into battle? I don't understand it, but it feels impressive." Ma Wu replied innocently, "Illiterate." Ma Lu recalled that Brother Wu had great strength, but lacked intellectual capacity, cursing himself inwardly for his foolishness. "How stupid. Asking him is not as good as remembering it myself and reporting back to our Lord." Lu Feng drew his sword and shouted, "Let us depart." The hooves pounded heavily against the ground as the troops marched in unison towards the city gates. The autumn wind blew coldly, and every household in the city tightly shut their doors and windows. In an instant, the only sounds in Linju were the marching of soldiers and the occasional snorts of horses. The Shu army, though fewer than 1,000, possessed fierce determination, ready to face death without fear. Moments later, Lu Feng's army appeared with a fierce aura beneath the walls of Linju. Below, the two forces stood facing each other. The Wu army, clad in dark armor, glimmered ominously, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Their ranks impeccably ordered. Upon seeing Lu Feng lead his army out of the city, Sun Quan immediately signaled Lu Meng to arrange the troops for battle, and a commanding shout rang out, "Form ranks." The call echoed across the fields. Chapter 23. The Battle Between Two Armies, Part 1. As the two armies faced off, the atmosphere was thick with the intent to kill. In the eastern corner of the city, space was limited, unable to accommodate 2,000 Wu troops. In reality, only around 8,000 were prepared for battle. The ministers accompanying the army stood beside the command vehicle of the Wu army, filled with confidence and anticipation for victory, eagerly observing the deployment of troops. Zhuge Jin and Wu Fan were aware that the outcome of this battle was unpredictable, yet they found it difficult to fathom how the Shu army would break through the ranks. Zhuge Jin thought to himself, although Lu Ziming's formation before battle is not particularly impressive, his skills in leading and managing troops are top-notch. Even without a battle formation, it would be challenging for the Shu army, numbering in the hundreds, to achieve victory. As they pondered this, an unspoken understanding passed between them, and they exchanged a knowing glance before turning to their lord, silently thinking, if only the Lord would personally command. Perhaps the Shu army would have a 30% chance of success. Unfortunately, their lord relished delegating authority and never intervened in the affairs of his subordinates. Zhuge Jin stroked his beard, recalling the meeting with Sun Quan from the previous night. "Ziyu, please rise. You need not be so formal," Sun Quan said, looking at Zhuge Jin, who was kneeling deeply in reverence. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jin immediately stood, shook out his sleeves, and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "My lord, I have a word to say. Please consider whether to execute or spare Guan Yu." "Speak." Sun Quan frowned, his tone laced with impatience. "Please, my lord, consider who would benefit the most if Guan Yu were to die at our hands." Cao Cao, Cao Ren, and Su Huang had previously routed the Jingzhou army at Xiangyang, yet they only pursued without encircling and encircled without killing. What could be the reason? Following this, Zhuge Jin suddenly waved his right hand, pointing outside the tent with a fervent voice. That is because Cao Cao is well aware. He knows that Guan Yu cannot be killed. Aside from his defeat at Chibi, Cao Aiman has not faced any defeat in the latter half of his life. However, this year, the Cao army has suffered a great loss in Hanzhong, not only losing the general Xiao Yuan, but also facing rebellions in multiple regions. They have already lost their vitality at this moment. They are desperately hoping for a powerful ally to restrain Liu Bei's forces. Guan Yu has been Liu Bei's sworn brother for over 40 years, sharing life and death together. Please consider, if Guan Yu were to die at the hands of the Wu army now, how would Liu Bei respond if he were to mobilize all his forces against us? Sun Quan fell silent for a moment before returning to his command table, saying, "Ziyu, do you know that Ziming has repeatedly advised me in private to kill Guan Yu? Why did you not present this counsel during the siege of Maicheng?" "My lord, this time is different from that time, that Maicheng. I did not comprehend the deep intention of the Grand General. I am ashamed to admit that I failed to realize he already harbored the intent to kill Guan Yu." Sun Quan observed that Zhuge Jin seemed to have more to say, but hesitated, prompting him to ask, "Ziyu, do you have something else you wish to convey?" Zhuge Jin, torn between loyalty to his sovereign and the value of trust, ultimately chose the former, eloquently recounting the agreement with Ma Bing to the city. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan, unexpectedly filled with thunderous rage, instead expressed his confusion. "Ziyu, the Shu army is currently outnumbered and outmatched. How can you take the childish words of Ma Bing seriously?" Zhuge Jin replied. "My lord, I do not believe it either. However, should the Shu army suffer a great defeat tomorrow, I must offer my counsel. Thus the outcome is of little importance to me." Sun Quan clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, Ziyu, it is said that you speak only of righteousness and act only with principle. It seems these words ring true." He then shifted the subject, saying, "I must congratulate you, Zhuge Ziyu, on the arrival of a worthy nephew. It is well known that among the Ma family of Xiangyang, Ma Bai Mei is the finest. Who would have thought that Ma Jichong would raise an even better son when he next travels to Eastern Wu? I shall seek his wisdom. Every household has its own burdens. Sun Deng, just 10 years old, is at that mischievous age, and Sun Quan's attempts to enlist a scholar to teach him have been thwarted by the boy's unruly nature. Enough, enough. Tomorrow, I shall put on another grand performance with the Shu army. After all, the world mocks me for being defeated by Zhang Wenyuan and his 800 iron cavalry against my 100,000 troops." Sun Quan shook his head in self-deprecation. Observing this, Zhuge Jin swiftly offered reassurance. "My lord, during the battle at Xiaoyaojin, you personally led the rear guard while the vanguard had already crossed the river. With only 1,000 men at your side, it was not your fault that we suffered defeat. From that battle onward, who does not know of your valor?" Sun Quan recognized this as flattery and interjected, "There is no need to disguise the truth for my sake." After a long day of labor, he felt weary and dismissed Zhuge Jin, summoning his personal guards to discuss the matters of the following day. In that moment of contemplation, Ma Bing emerged from the Shu army's ranks, clad in a striking red robe, the white characters of Taoist scripture artfully inscribed upon his back. His ostentatious appearance drew the attention of both armies, becoming the most conspicuous sight between them. Holding a self-made large trumpet, he proclaimed, "I beseech the Wu Marquis. Allow me to perform a peace for all before we determine the victor. My lord, we must not delay further." This could very well be a ploy from the weary Shu army. Lu Meng immediately sought to break the agreement and ordered an assault. He had witnessed the tricks of sorcery firsthand. Years ago, when Zhuge Liang summoned the eastern wind, he had been there to assist, deeply irritated by such supernatural antics. Sun Quan, atop his commanding chariot, cast a displeased glance at Lu Meng, recalling that not long ago, Lu Ziming was merely one among many lieutenants. Had he not recognized his potential and encouraged him to study diligently, who could say where he would be now? Yet here he was, attempting to incite him to breach a treaty. Was he to destroy his own illustrious reputation in one fell swoop? Sun Quan, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded with a smile, "Why should Ziming fear? We shall swiftly expose the enemy's weaknesses. Let us see what tricks Ma Bing has in store." To the messenger he commanded, "Let the little imp proceed." The Wu army, upon receiving their orders, roared in unison, "Let the little imp proceed." The sound echoed through the heavens, a display of overwhelming momentum. Taking advantage of the moment, Ma Wu and Ma Lu hastily set up a stage between the two armies, its peculiar design topped with a row of Ma Bing's handmade loudspeakers. They gently placed an ancient zither on the platform, brushed off the dust for their lord, laid out a mat, and set a censer, standing quietly to the sides that Ma Bing handed his white feather fan to Ma Wu, elegantly adjusted his sleeves, bowed to his own troops, and then turned to salute the Wu army before taking his seat at the zither and beginning to play. The music was filled with a fierce intent, transitioning to a stirring melody. As the clash of blades and the chaos of battle surged forth, as the final notes faded, Lu Feng led his troops into the fray, prompting Lu Meng to urgently command a change in formation. Shield-bearers and polearm soldiers alternated to withstand the initial wave of attacks, and both sides plunged into a fierce melee that Lu Meng then signaled Zhu Ran, Pan Zhang, and the other generals to encircle the Shu army with their respective units, creating a vast encirclement that trapped Lu Feng in the center. Lu Ziyan found himself ensnared, struggling desperately as he awaited reinforcements that Lu Ziming, puzzled, wondered why Guanping had yet to make an appearance. He had not committed all his forces, reserving Zhou Tai's unit to guard against hidden enemies. Chapter 24. The Battle Between the Two Armies, Part 2. Before Linju City, another small contingent of Shu troops emerged, prompting Lu Meng to swiftly order a cavalry unit to flank them. This squad comprised the 100 soldiers that Ma Bing had requested from Lu Feng before the battle that Ma Bing had organized them into pairs. Alternating between a primary and a secondary role, 5 pairs formed a team, arranged side by side, while 5 teams took turns in formation. The lead soldiers held thunder cymbals to hurl, while their counterparts carried torches to ignite them. At this moment, Ma Bing raised his self-made trumpet, calling out to the Wu army, "I beseech the Wu Marquis. The heavens are merciful. I request the assistance of thunder to cease the slaughter upon this earth." The Wu forces, bewildered by this proclamation, were only brought to understanding when the command rang out. "Prepare. Release." Over 100 thunder cymbals were hurled into the Wu ranks by the Shu soldiers. As the clay pots shattered upon impact, the sound reverberated like thunder. In that instant, the Wu army was thrown into disarray. The ancients all feared the supernatural, and many soldiers, gripped by terror, truly believed that divine beings had descended to halt the bloodshed, causing them to abandon their armor and flee. Fear spread through the Wu ranks like a plague. Lu Ming rapidly issued orders. Those who fled would be executed, striving to stabilize the morale. Ma Bing understood that further bloodshed was not advisable. He had not added anything lethal to the clay pots during their preparation, and even the amount of black powder had been slightly reduced. With a few extra made for good measure, that moment, the ground trembled and thunder rumbled. The booming sounds echoed in the ears of all present. The already unstable morale of the Wu army collapsed entirely, scattering like frightened birds. Sun Quan turned to glare at Lu Meng, his eyes seemingly accusing. "Is this the army you have trained?" The thunder was, in fact, the sound of Guanping's cavalry charging. Hidden deep in the dense forest, as winter approached, the humid woods, with their biting cold and piercing pain, enveloped Guanping's troops, yet the seasoned soldiers of Shiyong endured, even after a night of ambush. With dozens falling ill, the victory they sought was worth the struggle. Guanping, brandishing his green dragon crescent blade, led from the front, his battle cries echoing as he channeled the grief of the past 3 months into his assault. The formation pressed directly into the heart of the enemy, leaving no room for retreat. In that moment, Lu Meng remained remarkably composed, leading Zhou Tai to charge towards Guanping. The Lord was behind them. Even in his ailing state, he would press on. General Guan inherited the full capabilities of the second master, and the already demoralized Wu army fell before him like ripe melons under a blade. He continued his assault, carving a path from south to north without blinking, until he stood before Lu Meng, roaring with fury as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the spring and autumn blade technique. Lu Meng, weakened by illness, could scarcely withstand 3 strikes. Had Zhou Tai not sacrificed himself to save him, he would have surely perished at Guan Ping's hands. Young Zhou forcibly intercepted the 3rd strike, sending Guan Ping tumbling from his horse. At this moment, Guan Ping, blinded by rage, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Meng, intending to turn his horse around to slay him before capturing Sun Quan. Ma Bing observed the unfolding chaos from a distance and thought to himself, "This is disastrous." He quickly brandished his self-made trumpet, shouting, "General Tan, do not harm the Wu Marquis." Only then did Guan Ping relent, sparing Lu Meng, and he rode forth to face Sun Quan. The surrounding scholars trembled in fear, while a few stood before Sun Shao, boldly declaring, "Guan Ping, if you wish to kill our lord, you must first pass through me." Zhuge Jin cleverly seized the moment to garner favor, joining those few who stood protectively before Sun Quan. Sun Shao pushed past the crowd, stepping forward with calm composure, gazing steadily at Guan Ping. He spoke, "I have long heard of General Tan's profound skills, and today I see that the rumors do not deceive. Pray tell, what is it that you seek?" Guan Ping, having heard Sun Shao's words, remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him from atop his steed. Their eyes locked in a wordless duel. After a moment, Guan Ping thrust his green dragon crescent blade into the ground, bowing slightly as he spoke. "I greet the Wu Marquis. Clad in armor, I cannot bow properly. I hope you will not take offense. I also wish to express my gratitude to the Wu Marquis for caring for my father's health." With that, he ordered his troops to withdraw, and the surrounding Wu soldiers dared not impede their departure, but he arrived with grace and left with equal elegance. Seeing Guan Ping retreat, Ma Bing immediately instructed Ma Wu to sound the bronze clapper, signaling the end of the engagement. After Guan Ping's departure, Sun Quan released the tightly clenched fists hidden within his sleeves and commanded a withdrawal, calling his forces to regroup. As Guan Ping led his troops back to Linju City, Ma Bing hurried forward to seize the reins, welcoming the hero's return and proclaiming, "Thanks to your martial prowess, we have carved a path to survival. This campaign shall be remembered throughout history." Guan Ping, saddened, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "This cannot be considered a victory. It is all thanks to Xian's sacrifice." Bingxin understood that both sides in this conflict were ultimately losers. The Shu army had merely seized a fleeting opportunity, risking their lives for a path to survival. It appeared victorious, yet it was but a Pyrrhic triumph. Conversely, while the Wu army seemed to have suffered defeat, they had not sustained any significant injuries. And over 10,000 Wu soldiers had yet to engage in battle, merely needing to regroup to easily reclaim their position. Guan Ping dismounted and sighed deeply. What a splendid opportunity for battle! Were it not for my father's illness, as a dutiful son, I would prioritize loyalty and filial piety, and I would have certainly slain Sun Quan, ensuring my uncle's ambitions for the Han dynasty would face no further obstacles. Alas, what a pity! Ma Bing immediately grasped his meaning, recognizing Guan Ping's perceptiveness regarding Lu Meng's martial inadequacies, suspecting he might be unwell. Should Sun Quan perish at this moment, coupled with Lu Meng's illness, Eastern Wu would undoubtedly plunge into chaos. Sun Deng was merely 10 years old this year, with a young lord and powerful ministers, and the gentry families of Jiangdong mostly held animosity towards the Sun family. The realm established by the Sun family could be described as one built solely on bloodshed. Yet, there was no cause for regret. With my presence, the Han dynasty shall surely rise again soon after. Lu Feng also returned from the campaign, with fewer than 300 out of 1,000 soldiers. Bing ordered Ma Wu and Ma Lu to assist in bringing back the troops while he and Guan Ping went to support Lu Feng. Concerned for his younger brother, Guan Ping gently patted him and inquired, "Xian, where are you injured?" Lu Feng, still dazed, waved his hand and exclaimed, "Elder brother, I had the greatest merit in this battle." He then broke into tears, lamenting, "Alas, my brothers! We returned with fewer than 300 men, and I promised them I would lead them home alive." A wave of sorrow spread among the Shu soldiers, many of whom were misty-eyed. Brothers who had shared laughter the night before were now forever parted, never to meet again. Ma Bing remained silent, as this plan was solely his. Yet he too was moved by Lu Feng's genuine emotions. His heart heavy with grief that in chaotic times, lives are as fleeting as grass, scattered by the wind. Guanping spoke soothingly, Zian. The war is not yet over. First, gather your spirits, and then we shall send envoys to Eastern Wu to bring us home. Home! Such a simple phrase carried the hopes of 3,000 souls. Lu Feng ceased his lamentations, shouting, "Yes, brothers, I promise to bring you home." A chorus of voices rose in unison. Home. Chapter 25. In the Wu camp. Rage erupts as Ma Bing is sent to Eastern Wu. What an outrageous humiliation. What a disgrace. Sun Quan roared furiously within his command tent. You useless bunch. 8,000 soldiers could not defeat 2,000. This is akin to nailing me to the pillar of shame, casting disgrace upon the entire Wu army. The tent was in disarray. Bamboo slips scattered across the ground, civil and military officials all kneeling in silence. Sun Quan's fury was thunderous as he pointed at the generals, berating them with a torrent of coarse invectives. Rarely did the normally composed Sun Quan lose his temper. Although he had contemplated releasing Lu Feng and Guanping after his conversation with Zhuge Jin the night before, and had even made some preparations for it, today's humiliating defeat was beyond his expectations. After breaking ranks at Ziyajin and being pursued by Zhang Liao's forces, leading to a collapse of the front lines, he had seldom personally appeared on the battlefield again, only to now witness such a crushing defeat. How would history record this? Surely, it would detail his failure to adapt on the battlefield, culminating in a resounding defeat. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Sun Quan's defenses crumbled. He abruptly turned, forcefully overturning the table before him, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at his officials, unleashing another round of invectives. The ministers remained silent, not daring to offer counsel, fearful of drawing his ire at that moment. A faint voice called from outside the tent. Your Majesty, the blame for this defeat lies entirely with me. Please do not hold the generals accountable. I am willing to accept military punishment. The voice grew closer, and the ministers looked up to see two attendants entering the tent, bearing a stretcher upon which lay Lu Meng. Also known as Lu Ziming, that Lu Meng had been in poor health for some time, suffering not from a grave illness, but rather a troublesome skin condition that required prolonged recuperation. However, the matter of capturing Jingzhou was not widely supported by the scholars of Jiangdong, and among the military leaders he was still a newcomer. While several elders also sought to capture Jingzhou, their thoughts diverged from his to pursue his ambitions. He had to take on every task himself. A minor ailment had turned into a chronic condition. Hence, when Sun Quan appointed Lu Sun to temporarily take over Lu Meng's command earlier in the year, it was also to afford him some respite to recover. However, after the battle at Lingzhou, Lu Meng had reached his limit after enduring 3 strikes from Guanping on the battlefield. At this moment, it may be too late for him to rest and recuperate. Those who toil excessively do not live long. Upon seeing Lu Meng being carried into the tent, Sun Quan instinctively moved to help him, expressing concern. Ziming, why are you not resting properly? The battlefield is fraught with uncertainties. Who could have anticipated that Ma Bing would invoke the heavens to assist the Shu army? You must return and recuperate. Once you are well, you can lead my troops. Your Majesty, I have risen from humble beginnings, deeply indebted to your favor and encouragement, which has led to my modest achievements today. Now, due to my poor command, I have caused you such humiliation. My heart is filled with trepidation. Lu Meng's voice was weak, each word seeming to drain him of strength. How could I dare to further delay your great enterprise? Now that my health is failing, unable to add further glory to Jiangdong, please punish me and select another capable individual to take over as Grand Commander of the 3 armies. Sun Quan firmly supported Lu Meng. Reflecting on the day, he had singled him out from amongst the officials to promote him, often urging him to study diligently. The bond between sovereign and minister was deep. Yet now, as he recalled this, Sun Quan's grip tightened, and he said, Ziming, what crime have you committed? Victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. Take heart. This battle has not yet been decided, that if you do not believe me, I will have the generals report on the condition of the troops and the losses incurred. Sun Quan then commanded his generals to report. Out of the 8,000 Wu soldiers, they had suffered fewer than 800 casualties. Although the losses were greatest among Zhou Tai's troops, who had protected the command vehicle, Those were foot soldiers. How could they withstand the cavalry's charge? It was understandable. Lu Meng continued to cough persistently. Sun Quan hurriedly assisted him to lie down, then spoke soothingly again, instructing the soldiers to quickly carry him back to the tent to rest and to send a physician to attend to him. Not long after Lu Meng was taken away, guards outside reported that Lu Feng and Ma Bing had arrived to send envoys. Sun Quan's anger flared anew, immediately ordering, "Seize both of them. Tomorrow at dawn. They shall be executed at the gate, and all generals shall prepare for battle alongside me." The usually taciturn Zhuge Jin stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Prior to the battle, you had made an agreement with Lu Feng. It would be wise to hear their intentions for coming here. Moreover, in warfare, one does not slay envoys. If your Majesty executes them, it would cast a shadow of treachery upon you. I implore you to reconsider. I implore you to reconsider." Other ministers who were on good terms with Zhuge Jin also spoke up in council. Sun Quan, with a countenance as dark as water, regarded the advising officials, his mind occupied with the dilemma of whether to kill or spare Guan Yu. He was aware from the physician's report that Lu Ziming's time might be short, which left him torn regarding Guan Yu's fate. Ultimately, he thought, reputation is still of considerable importance. I shall first see what they have to say. Bring them in. I wish to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Zhuge Jin quickly took command to usher them in. Sun Quan turned his back, neither permitting nor denying their entry. Zhuge Jin, with determination, decided to personally greet them. Upon meeting Lu Feng and Ma Bing, he pulled Ma Bing aside to a secluded area, whispering, "Nephew, there has been a change of circumstances." Instantly, their pace slowed. Ma Bing grasped Zhuge Jin's hand, perplexed. "Uncle Ziyu, what change?" "The Grand Commander has fallen ill. It appears to be a serious condition. He may not have long to live." The soft whisper struck Ma Bing's heart like a curse from a demon, and he clenched his fists, silently cursing. "This is bad. It has all gone awry. Lu Ziming, why did you not fall sooner or later, but precisely at this moment? Heaven is toying with me. Should Lu Ming die, Eastern Wu would undoubtedly reassess its strategies. Although Guan Yu was elderly, with some time for recuperation, he might still be capable of commanding the three armies. That if Sun Quan were to learn of Lu Ming's impending demise, even if Ma Bing offered the most favorable terms, he would never allow Guan Yu to return to Shu. Why must it be so complicated? After all this time, I am back at square one. Ma Bing thought, perhaps I should simply not return to Shu and instead remain as a guest in Eastern Wu. No, if I surrender, I might still have a chance to return to Shu, but with the temperament of the second master, he would never agree. Back and forth, it would become a dead end. Lu Feng stood silently beside him, patiently awaiting Ma Bing's strategic thoughts. At that moment, Zhuge Jin nudged Ma Bing, saying, "Nephew, why not surrender to the Wu? I can speak a few kind words on your behalf, and the Wu will surely treat you kindly. This could also preserve your lives, sparing you from dying in a foreign land." "Die? Yes, die. If Lu Ming cannot survive long, then perhaps the second master may not have much time left either. There is hope. There is hope." Ma Bing grasped the connection, responding, "Uncle Ziyu, I have heard the Lord say, jade may be shattered, but its luster remains. Bamboo may be burned, but its integrity cannot be destroyed. Though the body may perish, the name can be immortalized in history. This is also my aspiration." Chapter 26. Lu Feng weeps for the second master, Sun and Lu's harmonious dialogue. Part 1. "Uncle Ziyu, I already have a strategy in mind, but I still require your assistance." Ma Bing requested. Zhuge Jin, upon hearing Ma Bing's words, furrowed his brows and replied, "How can I assist you? This matter is simple. I wish to borrow an individual from Uncle Ziyu to assist me. Yet Ma Bing is uncertain whether this matter can be facilitated. For if the person in question is recommended by Sun Quan or Lu Ming, it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade them." After a brief hesitation, he continued, "However, I am certain that this person will be borrowed without the intention of returning." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Jin grew even more perplexed and promptly inquired, "Whom do you wish to borrow?" "A military physician, preferably a direct relative." Ma Bing responded without further delay. At that moment, Zhuge Jin comprehended the intentions of his somewhat clever nephew and refrained from exposing him immediately, merely stating in a calm manner, "Old Wu is a widower, without children or kin, and we share a modicum of acquaintance. Years ago, He nearly found himself imprisoned for dining and dashing, but I intervened on his behalf. That it was I who recommended him to the military for the position of medical officer. Zhuge Jin patted his nephew, recognizing that he bore a certain cleverness akin to that of his elder brother. After all, they were somewhat related, and it would not harm the grand strategy of the Lord. Assistance could be rendered. Subsequently, Zhuge Jin advised Ma Bing, "Old Wu has but two passions in life. One is exquisite wine, particularly that which has been aged for over a decade. The other is healing the sick. And he has always rendered his services free of charge. Were it not for his financial struggles, he would not have taken on the role of military physician. During breaks, he often provides free consultations outside the camp. He is a noble soul." Upon hearing Zhuge Jin's words, Ma Bing immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ziyu, for your guidance. Those without attachments are indeed the easiest to persuade. After all, everyone has their needs. It seems I merely need to procure a bottle of fine wine, and perhaps the matter can be accomplished with regard to his consultations." Soon after, Ma Bing retrieved 2 strips of white cloth from within his garments, tossing one to Lu Feng while tying the other around his own head. Previously, Ma Bing and Lu Feng had conferred, and since Plan A was unfeasible, they would resort to Plan B. Ma Bing rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet not a single tear emerged. He then turned to Lu Feng and said, "Young master, lend me a hand. I cannot bring myself to do it." Following this, Lu Feng, under Zhuge Jin's watchful gaze, abruptly pinched Ma Bing's nose. Instantly, Ma Bing's nose ached, and tears cascaded forth like a burst dam. He rubbed his eyes and, muffled by pain, asked Lu Feng, "Young master, do you require my assistance?" Lu Feng hastily waved his hand in refusal, indicating that he was entirely unfazed. Zhuge Jin observed the antics of the two, unable to suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "You two are quite amusing." The pair rolled their eyes, ignoring his remarks, for he was merely jesting. Oblivious to their plight, they each slapped their cheeks with vigor, causing their faces to flush. Bing silently grumbled, "Were it not for the pressing time, I would gladly demonstrate what the 4 great Asian arts entails." With a feigned smile adorning his face, he turned to Zhuge Jin and politely stated, "Uncle Ziyu, I trouble you to lead us to meet Lord Wu." With that, the 3 made their way towards Wu's military tent. Upon reaching the entrance of the tent, Zhuge Jin halted and signaled for a personal guard to enter and inform Lord Wu of their arrival. The guard nodded and was about to enter when, before he could lift the curtain, a bamboo slip was suddenly hurled out, followed by Sun Quan's furious rebuke. 2,000 soldiers, and you could barely gather back less than 800. Is this the new lieutenant you promoted? What use is it to keep a corpse in the ranks? Before the words had fully settled, another bamboo slip flew out. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes meeting, and simultaneously swallowed hard. Sun Shower was in an extraordinary rage. Just then a voice from within called, "Bring them in." Zhuge Jin exchanged a knowing glance with the 2, lifted the curtain, and entered the tent. Lu Feng and Ma Bing straightened their clothing, inhaled deeply, and followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Wu." Lu Feng and Ma Bing bowed deeply, speaking in unison. Before they could rise, Sun Quan's teeth clenched as he spat out, "Lu Feng, I wish to slay you as a sacrifice." With this proclamation, the atmosphere within the tent grew tense, as everyone straightened their posture, their gazes filled with murderous intent, waiting for their lord's command to seize the two. As soon as the words fell, Ma Bing immediately adopted the demeanor of a child, attempting to divert the ire. "Lord Wu, may I speak before you execute Lu Feng?" Lu Feng, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless, so it seemed he was willing to sell a favor. It appeared they only planned to kill him. As the words hung in the air, silence enveloped the tent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Seeing that Sun Quan remained silent, Ma Bing dared to glance upwards, hoping to glean something from his expression. Sun Quan sat before a dragon-engraved command table, his complexion dark and gloomy, as if shrouded in a dense, ominous cloud. Sun Shower kept his eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought, exuding an unsettling chill. Not long after, Sun Quan opened his eyes, fixing his penetrating gaze upon the 2 beneath the tent, his expression sharp and assessing. Bing feigned calm. He had only encountered a similar gaze from his uncle, never having met anyone with such a piercing aura. Could this be the so-called kingly dominance? Sun Quan then spoke, his tone cool. "Lu Feng, Ma Bing, Have you come to witness my folly? Ma Bing understood that the calm before the storm often concealed raging tides beneath. He promptly urged Lu Feng to bow again, stating, "We are not here to witness folly, Lord Wu. Our forces are too depleted to fight further, so what folly is there to behold? We have come to request peace." Hoping for a restoration of goodwill between Sun and Lu. Following this, Lu Feng stepped forward, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "In gratitude for Lord Wu's grace, I thank you for sending a physician to the city to treat my uncle. Upon our return yesterday, we discovered my uncle is gravely ill, perhaps with only days left. He implored, please, Lord Wu, consider an elderly man's wish to return home. Let us cease hostilities. This is a tribute we offer to you. And my uncle will certainly send a formal letter upon his return to Shu." The theatrical Lu Feng produced the pre-prepared tribute list from his garments, handing it to a personal guard for delivery to Sun Quan. Upon receiving it, Sun Shower propped his head with one fist, his other hand rhythmically tapping the command table as he perused the list. The tribute detailed 500,000 stones of grain, 5,000 bolts of Shu silk, 2,000 fine horses, and 100 carts of assorted ores, not to mention countless treasures of gold, silver, and jade. Upon reading the last line, Sun Quan straightened slightly, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. It read, in bold letters, "The latest iron forging techniques from Shu." This final item held a compelling allure for Sun Shao. While the iron forging techniques of Shu may not match those of Chao Wei, they certainly surpassed those of Jiangdong. If the two methods could be combined, it might yield superior ironworking technology. Chapter 27. Diverging intentions between ruler and minister. Sun and Lu seek reconciliation. Part 2. Sun Quan set the tribute list aside on the command table. Looking up again, his gaze sweeping over the two before finally settling on Lu Feng, that he observed Lu Feng's furrowed brow and slightly parted lips, his voice laden with skepticism. "Lu Zun, you claim that Guan Yu is gravely ill. Now beyond the reach of medicine. Could this be yet another deception aimed at misleading me?" At that moment, Lu Feng was entirely immersed in his role, oblivious to Ma Bing's discreet nudges. Left with no choice, Ma Bing stepped forward, bowing to Sun Quan. "Lord Wu, you must see, such a critical matter. How could there be a hint of falsehood? Were it not for the physician you dispatched, my lord would likely not have survived until today. If you harbor doubts, we can invite Mr. Ziyu to accompany us back to the city to fetch the physician and report the situation to you. Might this be agreeable?" Zhuge Jin silently observed the exchange, caught between amusement and exasperation, choosing not to intervene, that he was acutely aware of his lord's extraordinary insight and control over people's hearts. Advising him at this juncture would likely only breed suspicion. Thus, he remained silent, content to watch the performance unfold. Sun Quan scrutinized the dramatic Lu Feng, mulling internally. Could it be that Guan Yu truly has but little time left? If so, why must I insist on keeping him here and incurring Liu Bei's ire? Now that Jingzhou is firmly in my grasp, secured by the Yangtze's defenses, I need not worry. Releasing Guan Yu back to Shu may not be out of the question. Moreover, if I can mend ties with my sister's husband through this opportunity, it might ultimately benefit my ambitions. With this thought, Sun Quan's gaze deepened, his eyes glimmering with a ghostly light. Subsequently, Sun Quan inclined his head slightly in agreement and turned to Zhuge Jin, stating, "Zhu, you may accompany them on their next journey." Zhuge Jin acknowledged this with a nod. Just then, a low voice rang out from outside the tent. "My lord, this cannot be." As the exclamation echoed, all eyes turned to see Lu Meng slowly entering the grand tent. Upon witnessing Sun Quan's willingness to agree to peace, Pan Zhang had discreetly exited the camp to seek Lu Meng, believing that only the great general's council could restore the morale of the army. Sun Quan, seeing Lu Meng enter, immediately rose from his seat, his expression one of urgency. "Zimming, what brings you here?" He then instructed a nearby guard, "Quickly assist the general inside." Upon entering the tent, Lu Meng pushed aside his personal guard, signaling that he required no assistance, that he then intended to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect towards Sun Quan. However, Sun Quan raised his hand to halt him, saying, "Zimming, there is no need for excessive formalities. If you have matters to discuss, please proceed." Despite this, Lu Meng insisted on paying his respects before stating, "My lord, now is an opportune moment to annihilate the enemy forces. Although our army suffered a minor setback, our foundation remains unscathed, we were merely frightened away by the treachery employed by the Shu army. If we regroup and engage in battle once more, we shall surely capture Guan Yu and others alive to present to you." Sun Quan listened in silence, turning his gaze towards Lu Feng and the others. Observing this, Lu Ming immediately knelt to request permission, exclaiming, "My lord, these two can be dealt with easily. I shall personally lead the charge in a battle tomorrow. I beseech your approval." The officers under Lu Ming, who maintained close relations with him, promptly stepped forward to voice their agreement. "We request your permission, my lord. We are all willing to accompany the Grand Commander in a battle to capture Guan Yu." Lu Ziming rose modestly, known for his clear distinctions between reward and punishment, earning the respect of the troops. Thus, within merely 2 years of his appointment as Grand Commander, he had fostered an unprecedented cohesion within the Wu army. At that moment, an air of tension enveloped the tent as others exchanged glances, uncertain how to navigate the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Sun Quan quietly observed Lu Ming, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. A thought struck Ma Bing. A palace coup. It seemed the historical accounts of the relationship between Lu Ming and Sun Quan were inaccurate, at least in contrast to what he currently observed. Just then, Lu Feng emerged from his state of despair, casting an angry glare at Lu Ming, ready to engage in a verbal contest. Noticing this, Ma Bing discreetly reached out to restrain him. Lu Feng, dissatisfied, turned to Ma Bing, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain cautious and observe the situation at that moment. Ma Bing's mind began to churn with conspiracy theories. Rumor had it that since Sun Zhongmo ascended to power, nearly 10 commanders had perished in Jiangdong over the past decade, among them notable figures like his maternal uncle Wu Jing, father-in-law Su Kuan, brother Sun Yi, cousin Sun Ben, and Tai Shirzi, except for Su Kuan, who died in the campaign against Huangzu, perhaps by chance. The others succumbed to illness or assassination. Sun Quan had mastered the art of balance, especially since Sun Yi, much like Sun Tzu, had met his end through assassination, which was indeed suspicious. Initially, the civil servant faction led by Zhang Zhao and the kinship faction spearheaded by Wu Jing and Su Kuan aimed to support Sun Yi as the lord of Jiangdong after Sun Tzu's demise. Had it not been for Zhou Yu's swift return with the army to stabilize the situation, along with Sun Quan's numerous strategic maneuvers, such as marrying Su Kuan's daughter, perhaps it would have been Sun Quan facing assassination in the future. Lu Ming must have sensed a looming crisis, and Ma Bing harbored deep suspicions that Sun Yi's death was orchestrated by Sun Quan, with Lu Ziming as the executor. Otherwise, why would he oppose his own lord at this moment? Though it is said that honest words are often unwelcome, Lu Feng's expedition to Jingzhou had now stretched over a week. Even if the march through Shu was arduous, they should be nearing the vicinity of Ziki. Moreover, eliminating a dead man would not serve Sun Quan or Jiangdong well at this juncture. Was Lu Ming truly oblivious to the broader trends of the world, unless he was desperately in need of establishing himself through battle? Should the Sun-Lu alliance reform, the Shuzhou front was already held by Gan Ning and Zhang Liao. Lu Ming's command was not required. With Jingzhou secured, as a confidant aware of all the sordid dealings Sun Quan engaged in behind the scenes, how could he hope to survive? Ma Bing's theories awaited validation. Initially, he had paid little mind to Lu Ming's injuries observed on the battlefield, as shortly after the death of the second master, Lu Ming himself had also succumbed to illness. However, the current situation compelled him to question whether the Grand Commander's affliction was truly the result of external wounds. Thus, Ma Bing promptly summoned the system. Little 2. "Come forth, dear user, am here. How may I assist you?" The sweet voice always evoked yearning, yet Ma Bing found no inclination to indulge in its charm, stating, "Skin Lu Ming's ailments. The scan will require 3 months of your life. Would you like to provide a treatment plan? No need. I only desire a report on his condition." Understood. The system immediately commenced scanning Lu Ming's ailments, and soon a detailed report appeared before Ma Bing. He scrutinized the final line where a bold conclusion stood out. Aside from battle injuries, the most prominent issue was poison. Poison. Ma Bing inwardly exclaimed, "It seems my suspicions were correct. Sun Quan intends to dispose of Lu Ming, and he must have sensed it. Thus, it appeared that I could deepen the rift between the two. Lu Ziming, how unfortunate that you did not choose a better lord." Chapter 28, Sun's Message, and Part 2. Ma Bing respectfully saluted Lu Ming, stating, "I pay my respects to the Grand Commander. He then countered, "What you assert is erroneous. The Lord is like a candle flickering in the wind. What significance does capturing him hold for Jiangdong at this moment? Do you wish to slay the Lord in pursuit of enlightenment? I have heard of Master Zijing's strategy on the couch. Now that we have captured Jingzhou, Jiangdong will face no northern threats in the near future. Do you truly wish to allow us to perish together? The Sun-Lu alliance has endured for over a decade. Do you desire to steer the Wu Lord towards Chao Wei, becoming a treacherous and disloyal subject? The Son of Heaven still suffers indignities. Cannot you hear the palace's nightly yearning? To kill a loyal minister of the Han, do you not feel shame as a Han minister yourself, with each accusation?" Ma Bing piled on the weight of guilt upon Lu Ming. As Lu Ming opened his mouth to respond, Ma Bing seized the opportunity, speaking vehemently. "Moreover, my lord Liu Bei and the Wu Lord share a family bond, while the Lord is also a sworn brother to my lord. Thus, in a sense, the Lord and the Wu Lord are kin. Is there any reason for kin to slay one another?" Lu Ming, incensed by the audacity of this young man, retorted angrily, "You speak nonsense. What sort of kinship is this? Am I lying, or is it you, Lu Ziming, who wishes to sow discord between the Wu Lord and my master?" Having concluded his words, Ma Bing turned to bow before Sun Quan, stating, "My lord, if Sun Lu were to cease hostilities and negotiate peace, aside from the ceremonial gifts listed, I wish to present one more item, one that shall surpass all the gifts combined and relieve the Wu Lord of his greatest concern." Upon hearing this, Sun Quan's interest was evidently piqued, inquiring, "What could possibly surpass this generous offering?" Ma Bing teased with intrigue, "This matter is of great significance. I implore the Wu Lord to grant me paper and ink so that I may write it down and present it to you." "Very well." Sun Quan waved his hand, instructing his attendants to procure paper and ink for Ma Bing. Receiving the materials, Ma Bing rolled up his sleeves and began to write, but he then folded the sheet and handed it to the attendants. Upon receiving it, Sun Quan opened it to reveal 10 bold characters inscribed in black ink. "The world's premier cavalry training method." Ha! Such grandiose claims. Sun Quan chuckled upon reading it, his expression filled with disbelief. In the past, Ma Chao's Shiliang Iron Cavalry could have been deemed the world's finest cavalry. However, since Ma Chao's defeat by Cao Cao, that title had shifted to the elite heavy cavalry known as the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, commanded by Cao Jin. This force comprised over 5,000 troops, with 3,000 as the main force and 2,000 as reserves. Each soldier was equipped with 2 mounts and provisions for several days. During the day, they could cover over 800 miles, and at night, 500 miles, truly a force capable of striking 1,000 miles in a single dash. All soldiers were recruited from various armies under Chao's command, each possessing the strength of a 100-man commander, with the lowest threshold being seasoned veterans with at least 8 years of military service. That a formidable force, indeed, without the most critical moment revealing the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Encountering them was akin to facing the Grim Reapers just before death. Presently stationed in the Yangzhou region, the Eastern Wu had suffered defeats in their several northern expeditions. Firstly, the assaults had incurred significant losses, as Jiangdong's population did not match the North's, and each soldier was a precious asset to Wu. Consequently, sieges posed a considerable challenge. Secondly, due to the scarcity of horses in Jiangdong, their cavalry was weak, consistently harassed by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry during their advances on Yangzhou. Each retreat saw them pursued by both Zhang Liao's main forces and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, leading to repeated defeats for Wu's cavalry in open battles. This persistent threat was a source of deep concern for Sun Quan, who found it exasperating. Without a means to counter the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, even retreat would be fraught with anxiety. If such a method truly existed, how could he not release Guan Yu back to Shu? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sun Quan voiced his skepticism. "Ma Bing, are you not jesting with me? If what is written on paper is indeed so miraculous, why have I not witnessed it among the Shu army?" Ma Bing respectfully replied, "This matter is of great importance. I beseech the Wu Lord to dismiss the others and allow the Grand Commander and Master Ziyu to listen in, as I shall personally explain it to you. What trickery is this?" Lu Ming, unaware of the contents of the paper, urged caution. "My lord, regardless of what he has written, it is but a scheme." "No matter. Let us hear him out at this juncture." Sun Quan harbored the intention to allow Guan Yu and his entourage to return westward, yet he lacked a suitable excuse that if this item were indeed genuine, It could silence the murmurs of the masses that he then waved his hand, commanding everyone to withdraw. The crowd complied, retreating from the commander's tent, leaving only Jiangdong's Lu Meng and Zhuge Jin, one a scholar and the other a warrior. Lu Feng, meanwhile, stood to the side, resembling a wooden figure. For a moment, the tent felt exceedingly spacious. Sun Quan passed the paper to the two men for their examination. Upon reading it, they were initially taken aback. Much like Sun Quan had been earlier, before their faces transformed into expressions of skepticism, that Ma Bing, observing the others had withdrawn, respectfully began to elucidate. My Lord of Wu, this army cannot be formed in the short term, and it requires a substantial expenditure of resources. Moreover, this is a strategy one have recently devised. I had previously instructed my family generals to conduct trials. After a brief pause, he aimed to pique the curiosity of those present and continued, in a head-on clash with equal numbers. It is akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, resulting in an immediate rout. Sun Quan seized upon this crucial point and inquired, "So, this army has yet to see battle?" Hearing this, Ma Bing recognized that he was dealing with someone not easily deceived and proceeded to explain. My lord, the roads of Shu are treacherous, and the north is currently under Cao Cao's control. Our northern expedition would require the capture of camps and fortifications, allowing for no chance of open field combat. Therefore, this method is akin to a chicken rib for our army, flavorless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. He then shifted his tone. However, this method would be a boon for Jiangdong. Although this army requires more resources than the tiger and leopard cavalry, the prosperous lands under your rule can easily bear the costs. Once we muster 2,000 troops with a slight stratagem in Shuzhou, confronting Cao Cao as tiger and leopard cavalry in open fields would render them as inconsequential as a mayfly attempting to shake a great tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Freed from the concern of cavalry, could our forces not confidently advance into Shuzhou? At that point, we would seize the three Qins from Shu, while you, my lord, would rally your troops to take Yangzhou, and then set your sights on Qing and Su. Our two armies would support each other from afar, ensuring that Cao Cao is unable to attend to both fronts. A swift defeat of Cao would be but a matter of days. Ma Bing, having spent many years in the 21st century as a master of embellishment, found his grand vision to be irresistibly alluring to Wu Xiao'er before Lu Meng could voice his doubts. Zhuge Jin, anxious and impatient, stepped forward and grasped Ma Bing's sleeve, quickly asking, Ma Bing, do you truly believe this army can surpass Cao Wei's tiger and leopard cavalry? Ma Bing, suppressing his irritation at Zhuge Jin's sudden skepticism, declared with unwavering conviction, once established, this army will undoubtedly be the foremost cavalry in all the land. The tiger and leopard cavalry are but mere fowl and hounds in comparison, that I swear upon my ancestors that every word I speak is true. Chapter 29. The discourse between Sun and Lu end. After hearing Ma Bing swear upon his ancestors, Zhuge Jin ceased to feign uncertainty and promptly advised Sun Quan, My lord, if the training method is truly as Ma Bing asserts, then a cessation of hostilities between Sun and Lu would yield greater benefits for us in Jiangdong that I urge you to reconsider. Lu Meng, initially believing that Zhuge Jin's questioning aligned them on the same side, was taken aback by the rapid shift in Zhuge Jin's stance that he disregarded Zhuge Jin and immediately countered. Ma Bing, your words are mere empty rhetoric. How can my lord trust you? He then prostrated himself, exclaiming, My lord, do not fall prey to Ma Bing's deceit. This is the perfect moment to eliminate the forces of Jingzhou. Such an opportunity will not come again. Sun Quan found himself in a quandary, weighing his options carefully. After much deliberation, he turned to Ma Bing with a serious expression. I have heard that Gan Luo could devise strategies for the Qin state at the tender age of 12. Since you are so confident in this method, I shall retain you to establish this army, and you may command it when the time comes. What say you? Sun Quan extended a considerable olive branch to Ma Bing. Yet it held little allure for him. Had he been a mere rustic of Jiangdong, he might have reluctantly accepted due to the arduous journey. Now, however, with a promising political background and a bright future ahead, he merely needed to complete this side quest to garner Guan Yu's favor, thus positioning himself favorably in the eyes of Liu Bei. The opportunity to achieve great ambitions was within reach. What Sun Quan offered would eventually be his to claim effortlessly. Why then should he risk himself in this political quagmire? Moreover, he had a system task to fulfill, and based on his observations of side quests. The main quest would likely involve tasks akin to restoring the Han dynasty, that Ma Bing was internally averse to remaining in Jiangdong. Yet he could not openly refuse that To reject Sun Quan would mean he would be forever marked in Jiangdong. He immediately cast a pleading glance at Zhuge Jin, hoping he would intercede on his behalf. However, Zhuge Jin seemed oblivious to Ma Bing's silent entreaty, standing solemnly with a furrowed brow, as if in deep meditation. Offering no words that Ma Bing was incensed by Zhuge Jin's betrayal, mentally cursing, "Damn it. The words of these old foxes in politics cannot be trusted at all. Consider this a hard lesson learned. I shall remain vigilant in the future." With a cheerful demeanor, Ma Bing turned to Sun Quan, hoping to elude his fate, and politely declined. "Your generous offer is noted, my lord, but I cannot possibly compare to Ganxiang. I am ill-suited for such a task. Firstly, my parents are not far off, and secondly, my studies are incomplete. I am but a mere strategist akin to Zhao Kuo, relying solely on theoretical knowledge. Thirdly, even if I were to remain and train this army, my authority would be lacking. Who would heed the commands of a mere child? Consequently, this would inevitably hinder your grand endeavors that I respectfully request that you appoint someone more capable for this significant responsibility." Ma Bing then turned to Zhuge Jin, adding, "Your Excellency, I believe that Ziyu would be an excellent candidate. Old fox, don't think you can escape. Moreover, you can take all the credit for this grand achievement." Sun Quan, recognizing the futility of further conflict, understood that retaining Ma Bing would be difficult. He decided to take a step back and said, "In that case, please hand over the complete military strategy, and let us negotiate an increased price for the items listed." That he then signaled to Zhuge Jin, "Go, demand a hefty price. Ask for the moon, and we shall settle for a reasonable amount." Ma Bing's heart brimmed with resentment. "Zhuge Jin, you had better pray that I do not find an opportunity to settle the score with you in the future." Lu Feng, having maintained his pose for an hour, felt fatigued and stretched his back, watching Ma Bing argue passionately like a market vendor, becoming increasingly entranced. "Why is it that my oratory skills are so lacking? It seems I must make time to study poetry and military strategy upon my return. However, I've heard that my uncle studies the spring and autumn annals. I should seek his guidance when I have the chance." That Liu Ming observed the two men haggling, his attempts to interject repeatedly brushed off by the lord, filling him with indignation. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Feng, witnessing this, hurriedly shouted, "My lord, quickly! The Grand Commander is spitting blood." Sun Quan ordered the personal guards outside the tent to carry Lu Ming away for medical attention. As Ma Bing watched Lu Ming being taken away, he sighed in relief, thinking, "Finally, the troublemaker is gone." With a smile, he continued to discuss with Zhuge Jin to further solidify the terms for the cessation of hostilities and reach a consensus on the peace agreement. Time passed, and after half an hour, Ma Bing ultimately concluded the negotiations at a steep price, resulting in the final agreement as follows. From Lu's side, 800,000 pickles of grain, 6,000 bolts of shoe brocade, 5,000 fine horses, a total of 150 carts of various ores, and countless gold, silver, and precious stones from Sun's side. Release of Zhou Tsang, Wang Lei, and over 20 soldiers who would not surrender. Both sides were immensely satisfied. Feeling they had made a tremendous profit, Ma Bing gazed at the final agreement, secretly rejoicing. Such demands will surely not be met by those ministers in Chengdu. Besides, who knows if Liu Bei will still be inclined to campaign against Jiangdong in 2 years? This is merely an IOU, a tremendous gain. Adopting a theatrical demeanor, Ma Bing, fully embodying the role of a performer, said to Zhuge Jin, "We cannot ask for more. If we push further, we will find ourselves in peril. Whether in Chengdu or here, it would be better to risk it all for a good reputation." Zhuge Jin, observing the fury radiating from his nephew, realized he had acted somewhat unscrupulously in this affair. Violating his own principles, he thought it wise to withdraw and cease further negotiations. Sun Quan, seeing that everything had been settled, ordered his attendants to allow Lu Feng and the others a brief respite before re-entering the city. The two men bowed respectfully and exited the command tent under the guidance of the attendants. Sun Quan then turned to Zhuge Jin, reiterating, "Ziyu, you should understand that if this training method proves as effective as Ma Bing claims, it will hold significant weight for our endeavors in Jiangdong." As Sun Quan spoke, he turned his back to Zhuge Jin, gazing at the map of Jingzhou that hung prominently behind his desk, adding, "As for whether Guan Yunchang is gravely ill at this moment, it is of little consequence to Jiangdong, having traversed the battlefield for over 40 years and suffered such a tremendous defeat. I surmise that he has lost all morale and no longer possesses the strength for combat. To eliminate one man and create a formidable foe is not wise, regardless of the reasoning behind it." Zhuge Jin, absorbing his lord's heartfelt words, recognized that his sovereign's vision was as vast as the ocean, that he quickly offered his praises. "Your wisdom surpasses mine, my lord." The two shared a knowing smile. Subsequently, Sun Quan retrieved several sheets of hemp paper from his desk and began to write fervently. After a moment, he finished and handed the documents to Zhuge Jin, saying, "Ziyu, this letter is for Bo Yin. You shall send it along, instructing him to lead the troops to escort Yun Chang for a while. The other letter must be delivered to Lu Xuande and Shu." Zhuge Jin received the letter, accepted the command, and promptly exited the commander's tent to seek out Lu Feng and Ma Bing. Chapter 30. The mission accomplished, armored cavalry, the romance of men. After Lu Feng and Ma Bing were led by Sun Quan's personal attendants to the Wu Army's camp. They departed. The two men faced each other in their tent, both exhaling in relief. Subsequently, Ma Bing voiced his complaint, saying, "Eldest young master, the act was overly dramatic. We nearly revealed ourselves." Lu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. This was his first experience in acting. Who would have imagined that once immersed in the role, it would be so difficult to extricate himself? "Next time, I will surely perform better." "You're already addicted to acting?" Upon hearing this, Ma Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, "Next time. There will be no next time." Ma Bing rolled his eyes, silently criticizing, "Next time, I want to involve you." It was almost a disaster. "Thankfully, I'm clever." Just as Ma Bing was disparaging Lu Feng's reliability, Zhuge Jin lifted the tent flap and strode in with purpose. Zhuge Zhu entered with a beaming countenance, clearly pleased, having just engaged in a fruitful negotiation with Ma Bing. Upon entering the tent, he raised his fist and exclaimed to Ma Bing, "Esteemed nephew, the matter is settled. My lord has consented to allow you to return to Shu." Before Zhuge Jin could finish his statement, Lu Feng immediately erupted in joy, excitedly embracing Ma Bing, Dename Bing. Feeling uncomfortable with such a tight embrace from a man, disdainfully pushed Lu Feng away. Then he respectfully bowed to Zhuge Jin, saying, "This is entirely thanks to Uncle Zhu's advocacy to Lord Wu. I am deeply grateful." Lu Feng followed suit, imitating Ma Bing's gesture, saying, "I sincerely thank you, Mr. Zhu, for your kind words on behalf of our army. Upon returning to Chengdu, I shall urge my father to once again collaborate with Jiangdong." Zhuge Jin smiled and waved his hand dismissively, then displayed Sun Quan's handwritten order before the two men, continuing, "My lord is quite concerned about Guan Yu's health. He specifically commanded me to bring ample medical supplies and has dispatched a military physician to accompany us. Esteemed nephew, there is no need for you to make additional preparations." Ma Bing glanced at Zhuge Zhu, and they exchanged a knowing look, with Zhuge Jin subtly nodding. It seemed that Sun Quan was no longer concerned with Guan Yu's life or death. He was now solely focused on discarding this troublesome burden and wished to leave Jingzhou as swiftly as possible, returning to Shu. With this thought in mind, Ma Bing smirked slightly and gently nudged Lu Feng, who understood and once again expressed his gratitude, saying, "I thank Lord Wu on behalf of my second uncle." Noticing the paper and writing materials laid out on the table within the tent, Ma Bing approached, rolled up his sleeves, and addressed Zhuge Jin, saying, "Uncle Zhu, we have no means to repay Lord Wu's kindness. We can only impart the method of military training to express our gratitude." Initially, the agreement regarding the training methods was to hand it over to Zhuge Jin before entering Shu, but given Sun Quan's generous demeanor, there was no need to be petty that a true man knows to reciprocate a wooden peach with a jade gem. Ma Bing handed over the written method of military training to Zhuge Jin. Zhuge Jin immediately accepted it, examining the contents closely. However, unable to discern its merits, he hesitated to comment, as he had no experience leading troops. The paper contained simple instructions, detailing some of the most basic military formations and requirements, which, while fundamental, were indeed of utmost importance. Upon reading this, Zhuge Jin couldn't help but express his doubts, raising his head to inquire, "Can this alone truly create the greatest cavalry in the world?" "Esteemed nephew, This document may not suffice for evaluation. Hearing this, Ma Bing calmly retrieved the training method and explained each point. Uncle Ziyu. You may not be aware, but while the army currently has discipline and formation, cohesion is weak, and most new recruits only become disciplined veterans after experiencing the blood and chaos of battle. If we desire elite soldiers, we must begin with the fundamentals. Diet and military pay must not be withheld, and considering the youthful vigor of the soldiers, entertainment every 10 days is essential. This method is crucial for all three armies and is the cornerstone of military training. I present it as a gift to Lord Wu.as for the heavy cavalry that Lord Wu desires. The last point is that a good army must be equipped with good gear. We merely need to combine the strengths of Sun and Lu's iron forging to produce 1,000 sets of full armor, with each soldier provided 2 excellent Shiliang horses, one for battle and the other for carrying loads. When charging in a battle, they will be unbeatable. Ma Bing extolled the virtues of the cavalry, which he was indeed describing, the renowned armored cavalry of later generations. Armored cavalry, the romance of men. Zhuge Jin nodded repeatedly, as if he understood, gaining a general comprehension of the military training methods proposed by Ma Bing, that he then bowed and said with satisfaction, Esteemed nephew, this method is commendable. I shall present it to my lord immediately. Shortly, I will accompany you both into the city, and we shall depart for Yiling tomorrow. Having said this, Zhuge Jin left the tent, content. Ma Bing returned the bow, respectfully seeing Zhuge Jin out of the camp. While internally grumbling, this long-faced fellow simply cannot tolerate any loss. At that moment, Lu Feng approached and asked, Esteemed brother, is this method truly as formidable as it seems? Please prepare a copy for me. Excluding the last point, Ma Bing looked up, his gaze fixed on the valiant general before him, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he asked, Why do you not wish for that last point? Young master, Lu Feng smiled slightly and replied, Firstly, my army in Shangyong cannot possibly sustain such an expensive cavalry. Secondly, based on my understanding of you over these past few days, if this heavy cavalry were truly invincible, you would not easily share it. That would be a boon to the enemy, so I surmise you must have means to counter this troop. Thirdly, from my experiences battling the tiger and leopard cavalry, the strengths and weaknesses of heavy cavalry are quite evident. They trade mobility for charging power. Moreover, their utility is minimal. Aside from charging, they serve little purpose. The tiger and leopard cavalry are already equipped to the teeth. Yet their agility is lacking. Equipping horses with full armor is even more extreme. I anticipate that if Sun Quan attempts to lure Cao Cao's forces again and cannot annihilate the tiger and leopard cavalry, he will lose a prime opportunity, and there will be no chance for a frontal clash thereafter. Having said this, Lu Feng pulled Ma Bing close, squeezing him tightly, a mischievous yet slightly wicked smile adorning his face as he asked, Esteemed brother, do you believe my analysis is accurate? Ha! Your discernment is sharp, hitting the nail on the head. Not at all. It is you who is cunning, esteemed brother. The 2 foxes, one large and one small, exchanged flattery back and forth. After a while, Ma Bing continued, This cavalry is more suited for field intimidation. Upon seeing them, Cao's forces will naturally rush to imitate them, thus rendering them of little actual value. And even if given away, it would merely drain the resources of both Cao and Sunday. The uncertainty lies in whether the Wu army possesses anyone capable of discerning the advantages and disadvantages of this cavalry. Lu Feng, seeing Ma Bing hesitate, interjected, patting him on the shoulder. The Wu army is filled with talented individuals. This method is merely to deceive someone like Zhuge Jin, who lacks military knowledge. Surely, there are those within the army who can recognize its merits and flaws. However, considering the conditions you previously outlined, that should be sufficient to satisfy Sun Quan. Lu Feng, fully aware of Ma Bing's internal concerns, continued to reassure him, Young man, there is little cause for alarm. Just relax. This incident served as a reminder for Ma Bing that the ancients, lacking systematic scientific education, were not inept. Rather, the limitations of their era hindered their ability to create what later generations could. It was only through his prophetic insights and understanding of ancient personalities that he could navigate this challenge, that if he continued to view the ancients through such a limited lens, disaster would inevitably befall him. Upon returning to Chengdu, he must seek a mentor and earnestly study to contend alongside these illustrious figures of the past millennium. Noticing that Ma Bing appeared deep in thought, Lu Feng chose to leave him to his reflections. Turning his attention to arranging the tea set within the camp and leisurely brewing tea, savoring its fragrance as he awaited Zhuge Jin's return. Chapter 31. The eve before returning to Shu, Part 1, before long. Zhuge Jin returned after reporting to Sun Quan, accompanied by Zhou Cong and Wang Fu. Upon entering the camp and seeing Lu Feng, the two immediately knelt and paid their respects, tearfully expressing their gratitude for Lu Feng's military support. Despite Lu Feng's repeated attempts to help them rise, they embraced each other in tears within the tent. Meanwhile, Ma Bing inquired of Zhuge Jin whether Sun Quan was satisfied with the proposed training methods. Zhuge Jin replied truthfully, affirming that everything was as Lu Feng had described. Sun Quan had promptly handed the training method to Lu Ming for review, as expected. The great commander Lu Ming accurately pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the armored cavalry outlined by Ma Bing. But with the matter settled, he did not obstruct it further, merely stating, if this method can catch Cao Cao off guard, it would be worth letting them go. Subsequently, Sun Quan ordered Zhuge Jin to lead Zhou Cong and Wang Fu back to Linju along with Lu Feng. As for the minor officials Mi Feng and Fu Shiren, they seem to have been forgotten, as both parties, in perfect harmony, refrained from mentioning them. Under the cover of night, Zhuge Jin returned to Linju City with Lu Feng and the others to prepare for their journey back to Shu the following day. Yinping had long awaited at the city gate to greet them. Originally about to inquire about Lu Feng's situation, he swallowed his words upon seeing Zhuge Jin enter Linju City as well. Ma Bing, sharp-eyed, immediately remarked, General Tan, Uncle Ziyu is one of us. Feel free to speak your mind without reservation. Upon being called out by Ma Bing, Yinping shot him a fierce glare, awkwardly smiled at the others, and then respectfully greeted Zhuge Jin, saying, I pay my respects to Mr. Ziyu. Continuing, he turned to Ma Bing Dao and inquired, how did this journey fare? Ma Bing extended his hand, forming an OK gesture. Yinping, perplexed and bewildered, asked for clarification. Lu Feng, observing Ma Bing's antics from the side, interjected, brother, everything went smoothly. Only one matter remains that he hesitated, and Yinping immediately pressed for details, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident involving the binding of Yi. Lu Feng, with no choice, leaned closer and whispered, binding Shu back to Chuan. Yinping feigned deafness and repeated his inquiry, what matter do you speak of? Lu Feng, unwittingly raising his voice, replied, binding Shu back to Chuan. Sensing that his bait had been taken, Yinping swiftly turned to his retainers and proclaimed, you all heard that binding my father back to Chuan is at the behest of the esteemed young Master Lu Ziyan. It bears no relation to me, Guan. You must explain this clearly to my father in the future. The retainers, comprehending the implication, chorused in unison, we heard, it is by the command of the esteemed young master. Lu Feng stood there, frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Utterly taken aback by his brother's clever maneuver, Ma Bing, meanwhile, gazed at the jubilant retainers with a look of disbelief, his lips twitching as he struggled to suppress laughter. Thoroughly entertained by the unexpected drama unfolding beneath the city gates, that moment, a loud cheer erupted from behind the two. Tanji! The voice roared like thunder, reverberating in Yinping's ears, causing him to shudder as if struck by lightning, standing there in stunned silence. The familiar voice, now evoking a sense of dread, made him hesitant to approach for recognition. Trembling, he slowly parted the retainers obstructing his path. Ma Bing and Zhuge Jin, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly stepped aside. Yinping turned towards the source of the voice, and upon recognizing the figures approaching, he froze, his expression filled with incredulity. It was Zhou Cong and Wang Fu striding towards him, their faces etched with concern. Yinping gazed at them, his throat dry as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, but his tongue felt knotted, rendering him voiceless. Suddenly, his body lurched forward uncontrollably, and he stumbled to the ground. Zhou Cong and Wang Fu, alarmed by his fall, rushed forward to assist him. Yinping grasped their arms tightly, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, Uncle Guanshan, Uncle Yuanfu, I thought I would never see you again after Maiqing. His voice cracked with emotion. The recent loss of Zhao lay weighing heavily on his heart. The sight of his comrades shattered the last barrier of his composure, and he wept uncontrollably. Zillion sacrificed himself to save me amidst the rocks. My heart aches profoundly. The bond among the four was profound, and Yinping, the youngest among them, shared a brotherly connection despite the generational gap. Zhou Tsang, the eldest at 50, was merely 8 years his senior. Having fought alongside their father for years, these loyal subordinates devoted themselves entirely to Yinping, imparting wisdom in military strategies and martial skills. They often shared drinks during the army's downtime. Lu Feng, witnessing his brother's uncharacteristic display of emotion for the first time, found himself at a loss for words on how to console him. Ma Bing stepped forward to offer solace, saying, "General Tanji, the deceased are gone. The living must carry on." Zhou Tsang and Wang Fu echoed words of comfort. "Tanji, the living must be encouraged. Do not mourn like a maiden, lest Lian's sacrifice be in vain." Yinping gradually stifled his sobs, regaining his composure, and turned to Zhuge Jin with a bow, saying, "Please forgive my delay, Mr. Ziyu. Let us proceed into the city." Thus, they entered the city that as Zhuge Jin re-entered Linju City. Everything appeared both the same and different. The patrolling soldiers had diminished in number, and after weeks of relentless marching and fierce battles, only half of the 3,000 surviving troops remained. Upon reaching the county office, Yinping, in his eagerness, abandoned the guests without waiting for Lu Feng to settle them, and hurriedly led Zhou Tsang and Wang Fu to where Guan Yu was residing. Lu Feng, seeing this, took it upon himself to command the guards to arrange for Zhuge Jin to rest. Subsequently, he pulled Ma Bing aside, intending to discuss the arrangements for bringing Guan Eryi back to Chuan. Ma Bing, taken aback, replied, "Did not General Tanji already convey this at the city gates? Why do you seek my counsel?" Lu Feng, frustrated by Ma Bing's lack of understanding, exclaimed, "Can this be my scheme? My brother has never been adept at cunning stratagems. This plan must have originated from you." Silenced, Lu Feng's deep-seated grievances against him surfaced, and Ma Bing looked at Lu Feng, who was now visibly agitated. With an incredulous gaze, and retorted, "Young master, you truly underestimate General Tanji. When he sought counsel from me, I merely mentioned in passing that Junho's arm was injured for binding Junho. Such a despicable and underhanded tactic could never have originated from my lips. I am a scholar of the Analects. Do not tarnish my reputation." Lu Feng, however, regarded Ma Bing with skepticism, his expression conveying disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon him. Remaining silent, as time passed slowly. After a period equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, the two remained at the county office, Ma Bing feeling the intensity of Lu Feng's scrutiny until he was covered in goosebumps. Reluctantly, Ma Bing reached out to pull him along, grumbling in reluctant submission, "I am truly at your mercy. Let us go together to find General Tanji." The two proceeded towards Guan Yu's residence. And just before reaching the entrance, they overheard Zhou Tsang vehemently berating the Jiangdong traders that Ma Bing held Lu Feng back. Listening for a while, pondering, Zhou Yuanfu is quite the orator, lambasting for nearly 20 minutes without repetition. His insults were rather weak. I did not realize that this yellow-turbaned soldier possessed such eloquence. Does this not imply that Zhang Jiao's uprising was genuinely for the benefit of the people? I must seek his wisdom upon returning to Chuan. Chapter 32, Eve before returning to Chuan, Part 2. Lu Feng and Ma Bing lingered at the door, listening for some time until the voices within gradually subsided. Just as they were about to enter, another furious shout erupted. Zhou Tsang had redirected his ire towards the minor royal cousin Mi Feng and the traitor Fu Shiren, threatening them with a verbal onslaught that seemed capable of lasting 3 days and nights. Having stood at the door for quite a while, Lu Feng, exhausted from the morning's bloodshed and the afternoon's theatrics, could hardly contain his impatience that he pushed past Ma Bing and entered, with Ma Bing reluctantly following behind. Upon their entry, the 4 individuals inside ceased their conversations, turning to acknowledge the newcomers, and promptly offered a respectful greeting to Lu Feng. The appearance of Lu Ziyan brought evident joy to all, especially Zhou Tsang, who hurried forward, seized Lu Feng's hand, and brought him to sit beside Yi, giving him a thumbs up in praise. "Zhu, you have proven worthy of our past efforts in teaching you swordplay and strategy. You are truly a man of remarkable caliber, with a heart as vast as the sea." Lu Feng responded with an awkward nod, while Yinping, seated across the table, felt a surge of anxiety, silently chastising, "This is disastrous. Zhou Yuanfu, in his excitement, has become oblivious to propriety. Is it wise to speak of my father's shortcomings in front of others? It seems he has drunkenly lost his senses." Hastily, he cast furtive glances at Zhou Tsang, trying to signal him to reconsider his words. Yet Zhou Yuanfu appeared oblivious to Guan Ping's subtle hints, continuing to extol Lu Feng, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Guan Yu. Gauging his reaction, Guan Yu, recovering steadily, maintained his usual demeanor, neither sorrowful nor joyful. He regarded Zhou Tsang's probing with a sense of resignation, and then stated, Yuanfu, I shall forever remember Zuan's life-saving grace. There is no need for you to test him. Guan Yu, with clarity of mind, recognized the unspoken intentions of his longtime comrade. Turning to Lu Feng, he continued, Xin, when next you meet your elder brother, I shall surely advocate for your promotion. However, he paused, leaving certain thoughts unspoken. For some matters are best left implied among the astute. Lu Feng understood the underlying meaning of Guan Yu's words, promptly kneeling with one knee and clasping his hands in gratitude, responding, Thank you. Heir Shu, I shall heed my father's wishes. Guan Yu gestured in the air, a sign of dismissal. Meanwhile, since entering the room, Ma Bing had remained tucked away in a corner, quietly observing the unfolding events. Ever the opportunist, he produced a handful of sunflower seeds worth 5 days of lifespan from his versatile pouch. Tio Ma Bing, 5 days was merely a trifle. Having completed this transaction, he would gain a substantial 50 years of life. After accounting for previous expenditures and daily needs, he would still have 3 to 5 years left to enjoy, sufficient to last until his next endeavor. Ma Bing felt a swell of satisfaction. Relishing the promise of a bright future ahead. At the table, after the eldest son and the second master exchanged flattering words, the conversation turned to the affairs of the world, to at this moment. Ma Bing found himself at a loss for words. So he activated the system to examine the 5-dimensional attributes of the valiant and loyal Zhou Yuanfu, who had carried a blade for a lifetime. In Wang Fu, one of the 4 generals of the Guandi Temple. Name, Zhou Tsang, Yuanfu. Age, 50 years martial power, 7,384, injured state, leadership, 74 politics, 43 intelligence, 60 charm, 68 skills, loyalty and valor, transcended a loyal subject to the throne. Courageously unmatched with righteousness at the forefront, his spirit fierce as fire. When leading troops alongside Guan Yu, leadership 3 to borrowing the dragon's roar, harnessing the momentum of the dragon, resounding through the ages. When wielding the green dragon crescent blade. Martial power 3. Note. Must use the green dragon crescent blade as a weapon. Yellow turban hero. The heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. Permanently possesses the yellow turban faction tag. Increasing recruitment rate by 8. Rank. 3rd rate commander. 3rd rate general. Currently bond value. 75. Same faction. Admiration. Friendly. Ah, what a fine weapon. The green dragon crescent blade. It is insufficient even for 3 men to share. Moreover, all 3 skills require this blade's enhancement, that I must find an opportunity to borrow it from the young Marquis for observation, to understand the source of such miraculous power. They then turned to Wang Fu's 5-dimensional attributes. Name, Wang Fu Guishan. Age, 44 years martial power, 62 leadership, 78 politics, 83 intelligence, 80 charm, 74 skills. Insightful evaluation. Cultivating virtue and character. Discerning with clarity. Enjoys commenting on individuals. Possessing the wisdom to recognize talent. Devotion to loyalty. Sacrificing oneself for loyalty. Serving the Lord unto death. Will not surrender to hostile forces. Rank. 2nd-rate internal affairs official. 2nd-rate strategist bond value. 60. Same faction. Admiration. Friendly. As Ma Bing perused the attributes of the 2, he savored the seeds he was munching on. Guan Ping noticed Ma Bing standing in the corner with an air of detachment, and immediately recalled that there was a serious matter yet to be addressed. He discreetly waved his hand at Ma Bing and gestured toward the door to discuss matters outside. Understanding the hint, Ma Bing promptly stowed the seeds in the small cloth bag provided by the system and quietly followed Guan Ping out of the room. Once outside, before Guan Ping could speak, Ma Bing seized the initiative and inquired, How does General Tan intend to proceed? Guan Ping, taken aback, replied, Did we not agree earlier that you would seek counsel from my father? And then, he paused, stroking his beard with a feigned air of contemplation. Before continuing, Then we shall launch a surprise attack, binding him with hemp rope, stuffing him with white cloth, and sealing him in a sack, thereby enjoying some peace. Ma Bing, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and thought, "What audacity! Are you channeling Liang Jingru? Winning the Battle of Linju has evidently left you oblivious to your own surname." Just then, Guanping playfully patted Ma Bing on the shoulder, causing him to sway dangerously as if about to topple over. Guanping quickly steadied him, his face flushing with embarrassment as he apologized. "My apologies. It's a habit. I'll be more mindful next time." He then added, "However, on the way back to Chuan, I need you to guide my father. What do you think of this plan?" He looked at Ma Bing, awaiting his response with eager anticipation. Then Ma Bing, grimacing while rubbing his shoulder, inwardly cursed, "Why don't you just knock me out? That way I could enjoy some quiet and avoid getting entangled in this mess that I'll surely end up in your hands one day." With a forced smile, he replied, "This plan is unwise. As the military adage states, to attack a city is to descend. To win hearts is to ascend. Young Marquis, are you not afraid that the Lord will return and strike you down? I'm only 14. I'm not ready to meet my end just yet." Guanping fell silent, realizing that this kidnapping scheme was uncharted territory for him, and he lacked experience. After a moment, inspiration struck, and he proposed, "What if I summon Uncle Yunfu to discuss this together? He should be most familiar with how to proceed." Seeing that Guanping was veering further off course, Ma Bing quickly interjected, "Young Marquis, please cease this line of thought. I can handle this matter. Do not complicate things further." With a sigh, Ma Bing shook his head, feeling disheartened. Ultimately, he realized he must rely on himself. Both the eldest son and the young Marquis were indeed unreliable. He stood at the doorway, adjusted his attire, and then pushed the door open once more. Chapter 33. Eve of the Return to Chuan 3. Ma Bing is reluctantly disciplined upon entering. Ma Bing walked directly to the spot where Guanping had just been seated, remaining silent as he gazed intently at the second master's ruddy face for a considerable time. Lu Feng, puzzled, couldn't he help but ask, "Ma Bing, do you have a change of circumstances?" Ma Bing shook his head, replying, "Just a trivial matter." He then explained, "I have studied the spring and autumn annals for a while, but there are many aspects I do not comprehend. I heard that the Lord has been studying the spring and autumn annals. And since I have not had the opportunity to consult him privately before, I hope to fulfill this wish today." The second master, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. He silently picked up the teacup on the table, shook his head to disperse the steam, and cast a contemplative glance at Ma Bing without speaking. The others, seeing this, fell into silence, the room enveloped in a moment of stillness, observing the reactions of those present. Ma Bing felt perplexed, thinking to himself, "All I sought was an excuse to speak privately with Lord Guan and offer some advice. Why is everyone so reticent? It's baffling." At that moment, Guan Yu, feeling the temperature of his teacup was just right, lifted it and drank it all in one go. Bang! The teacup hit the table as Guan Yu spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Do you wish to take me as your master, my dear nephew?" The second master, misunderstanding Ma Bing's demeanor, assumed he sought to leverage a favor and become his disciple. The spring and autumn annals that Guan Yu had studied were one of the Confucian classics. The Zhuozhuan, which he had examined for many years and applied to governance, that he had gained insights into economics, politics, and military affairs, and in his leisure, he personally annotated the text. However, this book had yet to be imparted to anyone beyond his own son, Guanping. Even his second son, Guanxing, had not read the annotated version he had created. Ma Bing, astonished, stared blankly at the second master, wondering, did I propose to become a disciple? When did I say that? Does the second master see my exceptional talent and wish to take me as a pupil? Just as Ma Bing was lost in thought, Guanping, witnessing the scene from outside, was taken aback and thought, "Oh no, my father must have misunderstood. He knows that Ma Bing is merely seeking an excuse to be alone with him." Thus, Guanping quickly entered, attempting to defuse the situation. "Father, you've misunderstood. Ma Bing mentioned this matter to me earlier. He simply wishes to ask a few questions at that time. I was preoccupied with the war and dismissed him with the excuse of lacking skill, suggesting he consult you later." He feigned an apologetic expression towards Ma Bing and continued, "Dear brother, this is my fault, but in this era, who understands this text better than my father? If he claims to be second, no one dares to claim first. You've asked the right person." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Feng, who had accompanied them throughout, was particularly aware that this young brother possessed a mature intellect and would never act so foolishly. Upon hearing this, The second master's stubbornness flared up again as he glared, exclaiming, "What? Do you not wish to be my disciple? Or do you find it shameful to be my student?" Ma Bing was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. He then glanced at Guanping, thinking, is the second master truly this obstinate? I've only heard of youthful rebellion. This seems to be a few decades late. Who demands a disciple so forcefully? Across from him, Guanping blinked and replied, I think you should acquiesce. Apart from uncle, I have yet to see anyone who can resist my father. Moreover, what is rebellion? The situation is getting out of hand. How can one forcefully take on a disciple? Does anyone know how to resolve this? I'm quite anxious. Umph. Guan Yu, observing the exchange between the two, slammed his hand on the table with a heavy thud, letting out a cold snort. Both were startled by the sudden sound. Guanping urged Ma Bing with his eyes, signaling him to go along with his father. Being my junior disciple is not a disgrace. Ma Bing, looking utterly reluctant, wore a face of discomfort. The second master's insistence on taking him as a disciple disrupted his plans. And with the sword manual about to arrive, what could he possibly learn from Guan Yu? Battlefield tactics. What he truly yearned for was the prowess of Li Jing, the medicine master, who could crush anyone. Or to learn from Kong Ming how to manage the military from a distance. Wasn't he that preferable? Furthermore, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Alas, cough cough. Ma Bing cleared his throat, stood up, clasped his hands in salute, and said, Thank you, Lord, for your kindness, but, Before Ma Bing could finish, the second master let out a low grunt, startling Ma Bing into shivering. Then, the aura of this seasoned general erupted, a terrifying pressure emanating from him. As if years of accumulated killing intent had become tangible, causing Ma Bing's heart to race and his breathing to quicken. After contemplating for 3 seconds, he decided to follow his heart. There is nothing wrong with becoming the disciple of Lord Guan. In this day and age, no one has said that one cannot have multiple masters. Preserving his life is of utmost importance. With a change of expression, Ma Bing welcomed the situation with a smile and respectfully replied, Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. But I fear my abilities may be insufficient, that if I become your disciple and am mocked for my lack of skill, it could tarnish your illustrious reputation. Guan Yu smiled slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, and replied gently, No matter. If I believe you can do it, then you can. What others say is of no consequence. Ma Bing realized that the conversation with Yi had reached this point. He understood that further evasion would offend not only Yi, but many others as well. He immediately knelt down, performing 3 respectful bows. Rising, he poured a cup of fresh tea from the table and, while kneeling, presented it to Guan Yu, saying, Thank you, Master, for your kindness that I, Ma Bing, am truly honored. Today, I, Ma Bing, take you as my master, as the saying goes, once a master, forever a father. I shall treat you as I would my own father, sharing your thoughts and feelings. If I break this vow, may heaven and earth punish me. Yi laughed heartily, accepting the tea from Ma Bing's hands and drinking it in one go. With a proud expression, he remarked, I never said I would directly accept you as my disciple, that if you wish to be my disciple, you must first pass my tests and become a named disciple. After a pause, he continued, having drunk this tea, if you succeed in the future, I shall hold a grand banquet and formally accept you as my closed-door disciple. The crowd immediately congratulated the two, exclaiming, What a grand prospect! Who would have thought that Yi is also one of us? Ma Bing was thoroughly impressed by Yi's successive maneuvers, but he keenly grasped the significance of the grand banquet and immediately questioned, Master, does this mean you agree to return to Sichuan with us? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's expression darkened. His already flushed face grew even more somber as he sternly replied, No, I lost Jingzhou. How can I return to Chengdu to face my elder brother? Yi was unable to overcome the mental hurdle he faced. He recalled the time when Kong Ming and his elder brother strategized in Longzhong, where the first step to reviving the Han dynasty was to seize Jingzhou. The tens of thousands of Jingzhou troops were lost under his command, and he could not bear to face Liu Bei, nor could he accept his defeat at the hands of El Ming. How could he return now? Everyone knew Yi's temperament well and refrained from offering advice. Guanping soon exchanged glances with the others, and they understood, following him out of the room to prepare for the journey ahead. Leaving Ma Bing to reflect alone. Chapter 34. The Journey Home, Part 1. The game between master and disciple the next day, just after the rooster crowed, the city of Linju lay tranquil, with the patrolling guards already clad in Wu armor. Guanping had prepared the vehicles for their journey, and everyone was merely waiting to depart for Sichuan. In front of the county office, a double-rowed horse carriage stood ready, awaiting the master within to take his seat. Before long, a soldier rushed out from within, whispering a few words into Guanping's ear that he nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, Guanping turned to Ma Bing and discreetly gave him a thumbs dash up that as time passed. Approximately the length of an incense stick, Yi appeared amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, being carried out by two personal attendants and placed into the carriage. Once Guan Yu settled himself, the curtain of the carriage slowly descended. The crowd sighed in relief as the coachman took his seat, cracking the whip, and the carriage gradually rolled out of Linju. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had already assembled his troops, awaiting at the city gate. Dressed in a dark blue armor with a beige long robe draped over, a long, pure white feather crest adorned his helmet, presenting an image of a spirited young general. He held the reins tightly, waiting for the lord and his entourage to depart together. At this moment, beyond the desolate wilderness of Linju, there was no significant Wu army remaining. Last night, Sun Quan had retreated, leaving only an unnamed minor general with 500 soldiers to see them off. When Guan Yu's party reached the city gate, Ma Bing gazed at the desolate expanse and couldn't help but nod to himself, thinking, this sun shower may be indecisive, but once he sets his mind, he acts decisively and swiftly. Quite impressive. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Lu Feng tightened the reins, causing his horse to rear up. And with a resounding thud, it landed heavily on the ground, sending dust flying. Let us depart. After a loud shout, the Shanyang army, which had been on the march for over half a month, began their journey home. On the road, Ma Bing rode a tall, chestnut horse alongside Guanping, keeping pace with Ye's carriage. This horse had once belonged to a personal guard under Lu Feng, who had unfortunately perished at Linju, and Ma Bing's own steed had also met its end in this battle. Consequently, Lu Feng gifted this horse to Ma Bing, hoping that the living might carry on the hopes of the deceased. Having set out for merely an hour, Ma Bing began to feel fatigued. The days without the three-piece riding set were unbearable. He promptly stopped and dismounted. Guanping, noticing this, inquired, "Little junior brother, what is wrong? Are you having difficulty riding?" Ma Bing grinned widely, showing his teeth as he replied, "The horse is splendid. I'm simply tired and wish to rest in the carriage for a bit, also to keep master company." Guanping understood that his little junior brother was quite crafty and was just about to seek his father's permission when a cold snort echoed. Then, they heard Guan Yu's voice scolding from inside the carriage. "You can't endure such a short journey. How will you march in the future or fight in battles? I see your father has spoiled you too much." Bing rolled his eyes in response, inwardly thinking, "Goodness, this person speaks as if he has never felt discomfort." Then, with a quick turn of thought, he cheerfully replied, "You are right, master. However, it's not that I can't endure hardship, but rather I fear you might find it dull sitting in the carriage all the way. So I hope to sit inside with you. You sly one. Come in." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing's face lit up with joy, and he immediately responded, "All right, thank you, master." He then removed a white cloth bag from his horse and, under Guanping's watchful gaze, nimbly climbed onto the carriage. Guanping was left astonished by the exchange between the two, wondering if he had misremembered. Had his father ever spoken to anyone in such a manner aside from his third sister? Yinping, could it be that he was possessed? He thought he should visit a temple upon returning. After Ma Bing boarded the carriage, Yi, hearing the commotion, waved his hand, indicating for him to sit aside. There, Yi held a scroll of the spring and autumn annals, seated in the carriage while quietly reading. It was a sight that made one feel fatigued just to behold. Guan Yu glanced at the items in Ma Bing's hands and then set down the bamboo scroll, asking, "What? Are you carrying food?" Seeing his master take the initiative to ask, Ma Bing stretched out his hand towards the bag, smiling as he replied, "Oh, master, you mean this. This is a little game I devised during my leisure time, specially brought to entertain you." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu became intrigued. For him, aside from beautiful women and his brother, he had never shown much interest in anything else. He gently stroked his fine beard and eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, what sort of game is it?" Ma Bing produced a wooden board engraved with the boundaries of the Chu River and Han border, placing it on the small table within the carriage. He then retrieved a smaller bag from the larger one, commonly known as Russian nesting dolls. Inside were the chess pieces that Ma Bing had hastily arranged for the game last night. He meticulously set the pieces, though the bumpy ride made precise placement challenging, so they were only roughly arranged. Afterwards, he explained the rules of chess to Yi in detail. Guan Yu found it novel and, unable to contain his excitement, insisted on playing a game with Ma Bing. This was Yi's first time playing chess, and Ma Bing graciously allowed his master to take the black pieces. After being taught by his disciple for 2 rounds, Yi's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. After 5 rounds, Yi had grasped the gameplay and was getting into the swing of things. While it was now Ma Bing who found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to keep up, though he managed to secure a small victory. After 10 rounds, Yi's confidence surged, and Ma Bing felt the overwhelming pressure from the renowned general. Realizing he was no longer a match and faced a crushing defeat, that Ma Bing, not willing to concede defeat, thought, how could a newcomer possibly surpass a seasoned player like himself? It made no sense. His fair complexion began to redden as well. Yi, seated across from him, occasionally stroked his long beard, quietly observing his little disciple's distressed expression, finding it quite amusing. This feeling reminded him of the time spent playing with his eldest son. Relishing familial joy for a moment, he was lost in thought, immersed in memories that he recalled his own childhood, practicing martial arts for the first time, wielding a blade, striking down Huaxiong at Hulao Pass, beheading Yin Liang and slaying Wen Chou, and sparing Cao Cao at Huarong Path. Each of these scenes flashed before Yi's eyes, causing him to feel a bit dazed. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Bing finally made his move and, noticing Yi's prolonged silence, looked up at him, only to see tears welling in his master's eyes. At 60 years of age, with hair turning gray and even the praised fine beard now laced with white. The ordinary citizen would have already been enjoying the company of grandchildren and living a life of leisure. Though a martial general possessed a heroic spirit, he still succumbed to the ravages of time. After the battle for Jingzhou, Yi's back had bent slightly. The dream of restoring the Han dynasty, his elder brother's lifelong aspiration, often weighed heavily on him, leaving him gasping for breath in his dreams. Ma Bing understood his master's sorrow at this moment, but refrained from interrupting, quietly pouring more tea for him, patiently awaiting his master's revival of spirit. Some matters, after all, are best left unspoken by others. Chapter 35. The Journey Home, Part 2. The rift between uncle and nephew at noon. The sun shone brightly in the sky, yet it could not dispel the chill of December. Lu Feng observed the fatigue etched upon the faces of his soldiers and promptly issued a command for the troops to rest in place. He then rode over to the carriage of Guan Yu to extend his greetings, his words seemingly laced with concern, though upon closer inspection, a subtle distance could be detected. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 men fell into an awkward silence. At that moment, Ma Bing emerged from the carriage to catch some fresh air, interrupting the uncomfortable atmosphere between them, that he offered a respectful bow to the eldest son before turning to leave. Scampering off to find his senior brother, Ma Bing was quite the gossip, particularly intrigued by the strained relationship between the second master and Lu Feng, although their outward demeanor appeared to be cordial. Ma Bing sensed an underlying estrangement, as if they were still strangers to one another. Over the course of a fortnight, both men had given Ma Bing the impression of being remarkably broad-minded, embodying the spirit of true gentlemen, far from petty squabbles. Could it be that Lu Feng's noble lineage was the reason his master harbored an aversion towards him? That seemed illogical. When Lu Huangshu adopted Ko Feng as a son, it was evident that the Ko family had already fallen from grace, that in a time of chaos and conflict, the title of nobleman without military power held little sway, offering no more advantage than a humble chicken leg. Moreover, Lu Feng's ability to share a meal of sand and meat should have earned him the second master's favor, aligning with the latter's attitude towards soldiers and common folk alike. That Ma Bing learned from the soldiers that his senior brother was currently filling water bags by the river. Thus, he strolled over to the riverbank, where he found Guan Ping and inquired, "Senior brother." Before he could finish, Guan Ping waved his hand to stop him. "No, just call me Tanjius, older brother. Senior brother sounds too strange." Ma Bing scratched his head. The 4-character term was indeed quite cumbersome. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he said, "Brother, I have a question. Why is the relationship between our master and the eldest son so tense?" Upon hearing this, Guan Ping paused, then stuffed the water bag he held and tossed it to Ma Bing. Caught off guard by the sudden projectile, Ma Bing fumbled to catch it. Yinping then settled himself upon a large stone by the riverbank, contemplating for a moment before speaking softly. Their relationship is merely a matter of misunderstanding, as Ziyin possesses a remarkably good character. My father has privately praised him on numerous occasions. However, there was one incident that soured their relationship, and much of it stems from events following the 12th year of Jianan that he fell silent, as the implication hung heavily in the air. The 12th year of Jianan, the year 207 AD, marked Lu Huangshu's 6th year under Liu Biao's protection. The year when a doe was born, Liu Bei, having lived nearly half a century without an heir, finally welcomed his biological son. Sighing deeply, Yinping confided, "I genuinely wish for their relationship to return to what it once was. But alas, that seems impossible, at least for now." The roles of ruler and subject, father and son, have been a delicate balance throughout history. The camaraderie between powerful generals and heirs apparent is often fraught with peril. Yinping then gradually revealed the catalyst for the deterioration of their relationship, a tale that bore the mark of Clich, reminiscent of plots often seen in Ma Bing's future stories. When Lu Feng was in command under Guan Yu and Jingzhou, during a day of rest, he and his youthful companions ventured into the wild. There, they witnessed Zhao Lei's subordinates extorting grain from the villagers, with the village head accepting bribes and hurling vile insults at the farmers. Fueled by youthful righteousness, Lu Feng intervened, resulting in a fatal altercation to Lu Feng. This seemed a trivial matter, and he merely reported it to Yinping, who promptly sought to resolve it with Zhao Lei. However, soldiers who fled the scene reported the incident to Zhao Lei first. Zhao Lei, known for his short temper and protectiveness, believed Lu Feng had sought to downplay the situation and dismissed his claims, insisting that if Lu Feng were truly innocent, he should confront him directly. Consequently, Zhao Lei reported the matter to Guan Yu, who, known for his affection towards his troops, was naturally incensed that A.S. fate would have it. During that time, Guan Yu was preoccupied with recruiting and training new soldiers. Leaving him little time to investigate the matter thoroughly, in a fit of anger, he punished Lu Feng with 20 military lashes and privately reprimanded him, insinuating that Lu Feng, in his arrogance, had bullied the soldiers due to his status as the adopted son of the elder brother. The infamous phrase, "the son of a pest," became widely circulated. Liu Bei, upon learning of the incident, made no inquiries to be why this time. Lu Shan was already 4 years old, and with the embellishments of ill-intentioned individuals, rumors spread like a knife through the heart. What began as mere words of anger transformed into a twisted narrative for Lu Feng. Thus, the rift between the two deepened, their relationship soured. That be why the time Guan Yu uncovered the truth, it was too late. With his pride, the second master would never bow to a child. Instead, he merely punished Zhao Lei by withholding half a year's salary and expelled several soldiers from the camp as a show of discipline. When Lu Feng learned of these actions, he felt a deep sense of injustice, leading him to sever ties with Yinping for a time. That a year later, Lu Feng accompanied his father to battle, entering Shu to fend off Zhang Lu. And this incident would forever remain an insurmountable chasm in their relationship. As a gossip enthusiast, Ma Bing witnessed the ruthless nature of the struggle for succession in ancient times. Leaving him in deep contemplation, that he gently patted his senior brother's shoulder in a gesture of comfort and said, "Brother, I shall take my leave now," having rested for less than half an hour. The troops resumed their march towards Zidane. A Bing did not return to the carriage to play chess with the second master, having already endured a morning of relentless defeat, save for the initial few victories. He found the situation too overwhelming and sought to escape the humiliation. Life as a lowly servant was becoming unbearable. He yearned for fresh air away from the stifling atmosphere. With a flick of his whip, he urged his horse to gallop alongside Lu Feng. Lu Feng turned with a smile and said, "What is this? I heard from my brother that you managed to make my uncle laugh heartily in the carriage this morning. What was your secret?" Ma Bing shook his head dismissively, responding, "Nothing, just some trivial amusements that if you wish to learn, I can teach you when we return to Chengdu." That moment, he was more eager to understand the aspirations of this young general. Over time, Ma Bing had developed a fondness for him, recognizing that among the second generation of Shu Han, true valor was a rarity. Figures like Guan Xing and Zhang Bao had met untimely deaths, particularly Zhang Bao, who might already have perished. Thus, he hoped to see more courageous generals arise in Shu Han, ensuring that when Zhuge Liang faced dire straits, he would not resort to recommending Lu Feng's execution. It would also prevent a situation where, upon Lu Huangshu's passing, there would be no capable minister to rely upon. Thus, he inquired, "My lord, might you share your life ambitions with me?" Taken aback, Lu Feng replied, "Ma Bing, my ambition is, of course, to restore the Han dynasty and bring prosperity to the people." False, grandiose, empty. You learn only the bad, not the good. Ma Bing rolled his eyes inwardly, secretly criticizing he had yet to meet Lu Huangshu and harbored biases. Believing him to be merely a faade of benevolence throughout his life, he continued, "Could you speak in more grounded terms?" Lu Feng, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by grounded?" Ma Bing smacked his forehead, thinking, "Oh no, I've spoken nonsense again. I must be more careful next time." He explained, "My lord, I mean something more practical, something closer to reality." Nodding in understanding, Lu Feng replied, "Naturally, it is to be appointed as a marquis or a minister." Ma Bing fell silent upon hearing this, sensing a guardedness in Lu Feng's words that it seemed he would need to find a time to engage him in a more private conversation. Chapter 36. The Journey Home, Part 3. Heart to heart under the night sky after a day of marching, the troops traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at dusk, utterly exhausted. At this juncture, Lu Feng commanded the entire army to set up camp in a clearing near the dense forest. Preparing to rest for the night, Lu Feng, known for his consideration towards his subordinates, treated his soldiers as if they were his own kin. With no pursuing enemies in sight, it was prudent to rest early. He further ordered his personal guards to lead a group of soldiers to gather dry branches at the forest's edge to construct a bonfire, ensuring warmth for the troops, taking advantage of the last rays of sunlight. Lu Feng approached Yinping and suggested, "Brother, since our uncle's injuries are not yet healed, shall we venture into the forest to hunt deer to help restore his strength?" He added, "I have observed deer droppings near the forest's edge. Even if we fail to find any, catching a couple of wild rabbits would suffice." Yinping, ever filial, readily agreed and turned to retrieve his bow and arrows from his horse. Hearing Lu Feng invite Yinping to join the hunt, Ma Bing immediately expressed his desire to partake as well. Lu Feng cast a hesitant glance at Ma Bing, who gazed at him with wide, starry eyes, pondering for a moment before conceding that he then cautioned, "Bring along Ma Wu and Ma Lu, and do not stray too far. There may be wolf packs lurking in the forest." After gathering the necessary supplies, the group set off under Lu Feng's guidance. Following the trail of deer droppings into the woods, the forest was serene, the crunch of dried branches beneath their feet mingling with the rustle of birds flapping their wings. Occasional caws of crows punctuated the stillness. After walking for about 10 minutes without any sign of deer, Lu Feng and Yinping crouched down nearby to search for clues, aiming to discern the direction and continue tracking the herd. Meanwhile, Ma Bing's eyes suddenly brightened as he spotted a flash of white, a wild rabbit. It was winter, the season when rabbits were plump and succulent. Extra meal! Extra meal! He thought eagerly, with the rabbit likely nestled in a burrow nearby. He was determined not to let it escape. Ma Bingshi possessed exceptional hunting skills. Previously, he had been unable to draw a strong bow due to his slender physique. Thus, while instructing Ma Wu to serve as a decoy in the city of Linjiu, he also ordered a bow suited to his current abilities. The 14-year-old youth had yet to fully develop. He removed the long bow from his back, took an arrow, steadied his breath, and aimed. Whoosh, thud, thud, thud. The only sound left in the air was the reverberation of the bowstring. The wooden arrow glided through the air, and before the wild hare could react, it struck true, piercing its heart. With a final twitch of its legs, it met its Yin Dm A Lu, standing behind Ma Bingshi. Witnessed his young master's successful shot and nudged his brother Ma Wu with his elbow, exclaiming loudly, "Young master is magnificent. His archery skills are truly unparalleled." Ma Wu, ever diligent and uncomplaining, hurried to retrieve the rabbit and presented it to the young master. Nearby, Lu Feng and Yinping, having heard the commotion, approached to offer their praise upon seeing Ma Bingshi's modest success. Particularly, Lu Feng, who had previously mocked Ma Bingshi for his inability to draw the bow, now felt a twinge of respect that Ma Bingshi, holding the large-eared hare with pride, basked in their compliments. Though the system could facilitate purchases, nothing compared to the satisfaction of personally hunting for food. As dusk fell and the sun dipped low, the surrounding environment gradually darkened, occasionally punctuated by distant wolf howls. Lu Feng, having failed to locate a herd of deer, decided to lead the group back. Unfortunately for him, he returned empty-handed, though the trip did not yield a bountiful harvest. It provided a welcome respite, allowing the group to relax after days of tension. Upon returning to camp, Lu Feng instructed Ma Bingshi to prepare roasted rabbit for the second master. Having tasted Ma Bingshi's grilled beef skewers and lean jus, he recognized the young man's exceptional culinary talents that Ma Bingshi, speechless, attempted to decline, citing the principle of a gentleman avoiding the kitchen. However, his older brother Yinping wrapped an arm around him and playfully threatened. "Dear brother, our family is a lineage of martial generals. Since you have taken my father as your mentor, you should abandon the frivolities of the scholars." With a determined gaze, Yinping continued, "You must prepare that rabbit meat today, whether you like it or not." Ma Bingshi, throwing up his hands in resignation, exclaimed, "All right, you two are determined to treat me as free labor. I'll do it. After all, you both excel in martial arts." He then instructed Ma Wu to handle the rabbit, plucking its fur and skinning it, an unsightly task not suitable for the eyes of children. Moments later, 2 rabbits, skewered on wooden sticks, were presented to Ma Bingshi. He accepted one and handed the other to Ma Lu, signaling for him to learn the art of roasting meat, but he had no desire to toil alone in the future as a wealthy young master. Wouldn't it be preferable to take it easy? Why must he always engage in such labor? Ma Bingshi whistled cheerfully while roasting the meat, surrounded by several wooden jars that he occasionally turned to sticks. Ensuring the rabbit was cooked to a golden crisp, determined not to let it die in vain. After a while, the rabbit meat was finished, having been generously seasoned. When it came time to divide the spoils, he was met with a dilemma: 2 rabbits. Even though winter hares were plump, leaving one behind would hardly suffice for the 3 of them, barely enough to fill their teeth. After consulting Lu Feng and Yinping, both suggested he offer both to Guan Yu. Bingshi pondered briefly and resolved to give one to the second master and keep the other for Zhuge Jin, as he deserved some recognition for his escorting duties. He sent Ma Lu with 1 rabbit to Zhuge Jin, who, upon receiving the delicacy, stroked his beard in delight and accepted it graciously. This was indeed his due reward. The other rabbit, along with mushroom soup, was personally delivered by Ma Bingshi to his master. The second master accepted it without hesitation, but requested that Ma Bingshi take 2 rabbit legs for himself, to which Ma Bingshi politely declined. After a cordial exchange of respect for the elderly and affection for the young, Ma Bingshi emerged from the carriage, clutching a rabbit leg, and sought out Lu Feng. He had intended to discuss matters with Lu Feng in depth, and the moment seemed opportune. When he found Lu Feng, he saw him savoring a bowl of porridge-like sustenance, relishing every bite. That Ma Bingshi, not eating the rabbit leg, offered it to the young master, saying, "Here, a delectable rabbit leg." Lu Feng shook his head, declining the offer, and called for a guard to fetch a bowl of porridge for Ma Bingshi, replying, "You are still young and in need of nourishment. Keep it for yourself." Ma Bingshi had merely been polite, but upon hearing Lu Feng's words, he bit into the rabbit leg and mumbled, "Young master, do you consider me a friend?" Lu Feng handed the filled bowl to Ma Bingshi, smiling as he replied, "Naturally. After all, we have shared life and death together, having walked through the gates of hell. Then, young master, since you trust me, you should have spoken honestly with me earlier." Lu Feng, puzzled, inquired, "When have I ever spoken insincerely to you?" Ma Bingshi placed the rabbit leg into his bowl, pouting as he responded, "When we rode side by side earlier, your words were evidently laced with suspicion. You do not regard me as one of your own." Lu Feng understood immediately and waved for the guards to stand at a distance. Leaving the 2 to converse privately, in a solemn tone, he replied, "Ma Bingshi, amidst many voices, I assure you that I harbored no such intentions." He was genuinely troubled, wishing things were different. Oh, how much simpler life would be! As Ma Bingshi gazed at Lu Feng, he sighed deeply, aware of the young man's current struggles. Thus, he cut to the chase, asking directly, "Young master, I must inquire, do you still hold any aspirations for that position?" Lu Feng fell silent, his expression revealing astonishment at Ma Bingshi's bluntness, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he seemed reluctant, but ultimately sighed and relaxed his shoulders, resolutely declaring, "At present, I dare not entertain such thoughts." Having received the answer he sought, Ma Bingshi pressed on, "In that case, young master, do you wish to escape your current predicament?" Lu Feng nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Of course." He then smacked his thigh and asked, "Dear brother, since you posed this question, you must have a strategy to rescue me from this dire situation." Ma Bingshi set down his bowl and chopsticks. Bowing respectfully to Lu Feng as he said, "Young master, I have 3 strategies for you to consider." Lu Feng immediately urged, "Quickly, share them with me." The first strategy was to relinquish military authority, seek land, and request a noble title. After stating this, Ma Bingshi fixed his gaze upon Lu Feng, seizing the moment of contemplation to produce a white feather fan and lightly wave it. Scholars would understand its significance. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, appearing troubled as he pondered Ma Bingshi's suggestion. Clearly, he was unwilling to cede military power. What else could a martial general do if he surrendered command? He asked, "Dear brother, what is the second strategy?" With a gentle flutter of the fan, Ma Bingshi replied, "The second strategy involves relinquishing military authority, maintaining control over Chengdu, transitioning from martial to civil endeavors, and learning governance strategies to benefit the region." Lu Feng, having absorbed this, immediately pressed further. And the third strategy? Sighing, Ma Bingshi noted Lu Feng's evident reluctance to part with military power. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Once more, he clasped his hands and bowed, stating, "Young master, the third strategy entails changing your surname and requesting a noble title." Lu Feng, perplexed, remarked on the similarities between the first and third strategies, both seeking a title, while the second did not. "Dear brother, why do the first and third strategies both seek a noble title, yet the second does not?" With a flourish of his fan, Ma Bingshi chuckled as he explained, "Young master, you may not grasp this, but while they appear similar, the titles conferred are vastly different. The first strategy would grant you a noble title as the son of the Lord, and should the Lord revive the Han dynasty, your status could elevate you to a king. However," Ma Bingshi paused dramatically, gazing meaningfully at Lu Feng before continuing, "the third strategy's title would be based on your ancestor's identity, requiring military achievements for further elevation. Furthermore, if you were to revert to your original surname, the Lord's consent and the opinions of the other nobles would pose significant challenges." With a sigh, Ma Bingshi contemplated the weight of the decision. Directing his intense gaze at Lu Feng, awaiting his choice, Lu Feng, hearing these words, nodded slightly, his expression tinged with disappointment. None of the 3 strategies satisfied him. After a moment, he inquired again, "Dear brother, does the first strategy simply mean I would become a figurehead, idly passing my days in the royal court, living off the family's wealth?" Ma Bingshi paused, slowly responding, "Your interpretation is not entirely incorrect. Some truths were difficult to articulate, and even if spoken, others might not believe them. After all, the tides of the world had shifted, and predicting the future was fraught with uncertainty. That at this moment, Ma Bingshi hesitated to alter the outcome of the Jingxiang battle. He could not guarantee the future path with absolute certainty. Lu Feng, having considered Ma Bingshi's words, fell into deep thought, his brow furrowing as he remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he lifted his head and countered, "Dear brother, if you were in my position, what choice would you make?" Ma Bingshi stroked his chin, pondering for 3 seconds before grinning and replying, "If I were in your shoes, I would undoubtedly choose the first strategy, to live a life of ease, indulging in pleasures and enjoying the company of beautiful entertainers. What could be more delightful? A leisurely existence is the epitome of contentment. Ah, but wait, I seem to be a wealthy young master myself. Why shouldn't I embrace idleness? Curse this wretched system." Upon receiving a definitive answer, Lu Feng resolutely declared, "I am grateful for your counsel, dear brother, yet I have made up my mind that I would rather choose the inferior path than relinquish military command." At that moment, his gaze was steadfast, his tone resolute, and he spoke with a fervor that resonated deeply. A true man, born amidst heaven and earth, ought to traverse the battlefield, earning titles and accolades. Even if I were to meet my demise on the battlefield, wrapped in horsehide, I would not lose sight of my lifelong aspirations. His words struck the heart of Ma Bing like the beat of a war drum. And Ma Bing understood the lofty ambitions of this charismatic young general. Regret swelled within him, for he knew he could not persuade Lu Feng to alter his decision through mere words. Thus, he could only shake his head in resignation, respecting his choice, and offered his heartfelt wishes. "I sincerely hope that you may achieve your desires." Subsequently, he returned to his tent, lay down to rest. and the distant howls of wolves became his lullaby, granting him a night of peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ma Bing, having neglected to check his system panel for several days, felt compelled to see just how much debt he had accrued thus far. Name: Ma Bing. Age: 14, martial strength. 52, barely sufficient to wield a sword. Command: 44, a mere child, yet aspiring for leadership. Politics: 58, some ability, but limited, capable of managing a village. Intelligence: 83, goodness, how could one possess such sharp wit? Charm: 86, a beloved young lad, adored by elder sisters. Skills: none. Rank: second-rate strategist. Items: Qinglian sword, ox skinning knife. Remaining lifespan: 1 day. Ongoing borrowing service. Current debt: 21 years and 6 months. That Ma Bing rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Astonished to discover a slight increase in his attributes, he then called out to the shopkeeper that a languorous voice, reminiscent of a sultry maiden, responded. Yon greetings, this is shop number 008, that how may I assist you? Upon hearing this voice, Ma Bing felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle tide surged within him. He promptly inquired, Shopkeeper, that sultry voice of yours is rather delightful. Do not switch it back. The shopkeeper, sounding as if just awoken, replied in a teasing tone, Oh dear, I was attending to a client last night and forgot to switch back. Unlocking the sultry voice requires a monthly subscription. Ma Bing immediately responded, Subscribe. I will pay any price. For the sake of enjoying this auditory feast, he deemed it essential to spend the money without hesitation. Very well, it will cost you 45 days of lifespan each month. It's a bit pricey, but worth it. Ma Bing subsequently asked, It seems my panel attributes have increased. Why is that? The shopkeeper explained, Attributes fluctuate according to one's real condition. For instance, during your developmental phase, as long as you do not go awry, there will be some degree of growth. Excellent. Chapter 38. The Journey Home. Part 5. Jigui Lu Boyan. Ma Bing closed the system panel, sat up from his bed, and stretched, feeling refreshed. He retrieved a willow branch prepared by Ma Lu, broke it to a suitable length, and used his teeth to chew one end, employing it as a toothbrush. After a few swipes, he rinsed his mouth and spat out the remnants. The conditions were rudimentary, but he would make improvements once he reached Chengdu. After a night of restful sleep, invigorated, the troops continued their march toward Jigui, maintaining their pace that by the afternoon of the third day, they were less than 20 miles from Jigui city. Zhuge Jin dispatched someone to Lu Feng, instructing that a mounted guard should ride ahead to present Sun Quan's handwritten letter to Lu Sun, so that he could prepare in advance, upon receiving Lu Feng's consent. A swift horse galloped towards Jigui in Jigui city. Within the military camp, a young man sat poised at a table, engrossed in the study of a military treatise. This man, with his fair complexion, crescent-shaped brows, bright star-like eyes, and handsome demeanor, emanated an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a refined scholar. Were it not for his presence in this blood-soaked military camp, one might easily mistake him for a scion of a wealthy family. This individual was none other than Lu Sun. Lu Boyan. At that moment, a city guard hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee to report. General, a messenger approaches from the direction of Linju, claiming to possess a letter from the Lord and wishes to meet with you. I have come to inquire whether he may enter the city. That Lu Sun set aside his military text, slightly furrowing his brow as he pondered, then inquired carefully, Only one person on horseback. Is there any dust nearby? Are there any unusual movements among the birds or beasts in the vicinity? The city guard looked up and replied, reporting to the general, There is but one rider, and no others. All is well outside the city. Lu Sun nodded in acknowledgement, then commanded that the individual be brought into the military camp for questioning. This time, it appeared that the Shu army within Sichuan was making movements toward Jigui, and he had been dispatched by Sun Quan to garrison here. Thus he needed to exercise utmost caution. After a while, Zhuge Jin's guard was brought before Lu Sun. With a fierce expression, Lu Sun bellowed, You are a spy sent by the Shu army, are you not? Having infiltrated my camp, do you not swiftly confess the truth? Should you speak even a half-truth, I will certainly execute you as a sacrifice to the flag. The guard, upon hearing this, turned pale and hastily retrieved Sun Quan's letter from within his robes. That he raised the letter, trembling, and stammered, General, my lord is Zhuge Jin. It is he who sent me to deliver the Lord's letter. And here it is, You must not mistakenly harm your own. Seeing this, Lu Xun gestured for his personal guards to step forward and accept the letter. Once the letter was in his hands, he carefully opened and examined it, confirming it was indeed the Lord's handwritten missive. Lu Xun felt a surge of relief, yet his brow furrowed again as he pondered the contents of the letter, which left him in deep contemplation. The contents of this letter seemed somewhat. He found it challenging to assess, for he genuinely could not fathom the extent of the sacrifices the Shu army had made to sway their lord into sparing Guan Yu. Lu Xun had always been in favor of eliminating Guan Yu. After all, Guan Yu was valiant and skilled in warfare, and Lu Xun considered himself not a match. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would undoubtedly become a future source of trouble for Eastern Wu. However, since the Lord's military orders had arrived, it was only fitting for a loyal subject to comply. The Lu family of Wu County had always adhered to Sun Quan's directives. Initially, they had adopted a humble attitude to secure their present favorable position, which they must now cherish even more. Thus, he dispatched a cavalry unit to accompany Zhuge Jin's guard in welcoming Zhuge Jin and his entourage, while he prepared to wait for their arrival at the city gates. More than an hour later from the city gates, Lu Xun could see dust rising in the distance that he immediately descended to the gate, commanding the soldiers to open the gates wide and welcome the Shangyong army. The troops formed 2 rows, wielding long halberds, standing tall and straight, their military demeanor imposing as the flags fluttered gently in the wind. As the Shangyong army arrived at the city gates, Lu Xun rode forth to greet them. Lu Feng, unaware of Lu Xun's intentions, respectfully saluted, saying, "Thank you, General, for your warm welcome. I am most grateful." He then added, "My uncle is currently unwell and unable to meet with you. I hope for your understanding." Lu Xun, known for his forthright nature, returned the greeting, but then turned to exchange pleasantries with Zhuge Jin. Leaving Lu Feng's party to the side, that he even jested, "Zhuge, if you have been kidnapped, just blink." Zhuge Jin recognized this as Lu Xun venting his dissatisfaction and promptly suggested, "Boyan, let us enter the city and converse further." Lu Xun nodded in agreement and signaled his subordinates. Thus the Wu army collectively shouted, "We welcome Lord Zhuge and Marquis of Hanzhou into the city." The resounding cheer echoed beyond the city walls, exuding an aura of grandeur. Guanping and Lu Feng's expressions darkened at once. By all rights, they should have been the first to welcome their guests. Yet this individual had formed ranks of soldiers and added verbal humiliation. What was his intent? Ma Bing, with a languid disposition, had found an excuse to sit in the carriage of his second master during the journey and had not witnessed the scene outside. However, he could sense the tense atmosphere from the sounds outside. Curiously observing his master, he noted that despite the Wu army's uproar, his master remained unperturbed, as focused as ever on reading the spring and autumn annals. Guan Yu seemed to sense the gaze of his young disciple, and thus he set down the bamboo slip, smiling and asking, "What? Are you watching to see if I am angered?" Ma Bing, being quite clever, immediately responded, "Master's heart is vast as the ocean. Such trifling schemes only serve to amuse." Ha! The second master was greatly amused by his disciple's wit, and subsequently sent him to seek out Lu Feng and Guanping. In extraordinary times, one must endure extraordinary circumstances, that a slight humiliation today shall be repaid on the battlefield in the future. Lu Feng and Guanping were not lacking in discernment. They chose to endure for the moment, entering the city with their troops behind Lu Xun. Once inside the city, aside from the second master being arranged in a dilapidated courtyard, the remaining soldiers were instructed to camp in a cramped corner of the city, where the lingering stench of gold juice could still be faintly detected. Nearby, Lu Xun had also stationed several scouts to patrol day and night as a precaution. Lu Feng understood that this was merely a temporary stop, a single night to rest, and thus he quelled his desire for conflict. Yet he silently vowed that should he successfully return to Sichuan, he would ensure Lu Xun would face the consequences. As for Guanping, he stood sullenly to the side, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the patrolling soldiers of Eastern Wu, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold light. At a quarter past the hour of Su. As night descended, Lu Xun sent someone to invite everyone to a banquet. Guanping declined, citing his father's ill health and the need for his personal attendance. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing pondered Lu Xun's true intentions. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not offend Lu Xun's face. Regardless of whether it was out of goodwill or ulterior motives, it was imperative to ascertain the truth. He then whispered to Ma Wu and Ma Lu, instructing them to stay close and protect the second master at all times, that Liang valued his eldest son highly. Thus the guards assigned to him were not lacking in martial prowess, both possessing the strength of third-rate generals. Subsequently, Ma Bing suggested that Lu Feng attend the banquet, and the two of them proceeded to the lord's residence accompanied by Lu Sun's attendants to attend the banquet. Sun Yu was present alongside Lu Sun and Zhuge Jin, while Lu Feng was accompanied by Lu Feng and Ma Bing. After exchanging pleasantries, the revelry commenced, and as the cups were raised for the third round, the guests began to feel slightly tipsy. Suddenly, a young officer burst into the hall, his expression frantic, shouting, "General, it is dire. A fire has broken out in the south of the city, raging uncontrollably and difficult to extinguish." The southern part of the city was precisely where Lu Sun had previously settled Guan Yu. Within the banquet hall, the melodious sounds of musical instruments had ceased, upon hearing that his master's residence was ablaze. Ma Bing's face turned pale, his heart racing with a mix of urgency and anger. One who travels 100 miles should not falter at the last 90. They were so close to returning to Shu, and the second master must not come to harm. Realizing this, Ma Bing's complexion shifted from white to red, his fury evident. He slammed his hand down on the table, sending the delicacies scattering across the floor with a crash. He then drew his green lotus sword, pointing its blade at Lu Sun, and shouted furiously, "Lu Boyan, how dare you conspire against my master? If anything were to happen to him, I shall ensure you accompany him in death." Lu Feng, seated at the upper position, gripped his sword hilt tightly and rose alongside Ma Bing, rebuking, "Is this how General Lu treats his guests? Do you intend to defy the command of the Marquis of Wu and harm my uncle?" Outside, the guards, witnessing the drawing of swords, rushed into the room to protect Lu Sun. Zhuge Jin, startled by the unfolding scene, felt a jolt of fear. Amidst the clinking of cups, the atmosphere had swiftly shifted to one of hostility. The haze of intoxication dissipating in an instant, he quickly stood up, internally muttering, "I assent this dear nephew eager to apprentice under Fa Xiaoji. When did he become Guan Yu's disciple?" Though his mind raced with thoughts, he did not allow his actions to falter, swiftly approaching Ma Bing's side. One hand gently pressed down on Ma Bing's sword, while the other comfortingly patted his back, saying, "Noble nephew Yu Yin, we must prioritize saving Yun Chang. I assure you, I will ensure that Boyan provides you with a satisfactory explanation afterward." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing shot a fierce glare at Lu Sun before sheathing his sword. When Lu Sun received the report from the guards, a fleeting expression of abnormal shock crossed his refined features. Despite maintaining an air of elegance, he was taken aback by this unforeseen situation. Upon entering the city, he had already vented his earlier frustrations. Yet everything that had transpired was beyond his expectations. What was happening? He had not orchestrated such a base arrangement. Could it be that someone was deliberately framing him? A figure flashed through his mind. Lu Sun shook his alcohol-induced haze and glared at the kneeling guard, exclaiming in fury, "Why are you still kneeling here? Hurry and go extinguish the flames." The guard, trembling with fear at Lu Sun's roar, immediately rose to summon the guard troops to rush to the fire. When the group arrived at the southern part of the city, they beheld a scene of inferno. Flames soared towards the heavens. Thick smoke billowed, and every house was engulfed in fierce fire, the flames licking at the rooftops, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The December night was illuminated by this grand blaze that Lu Sun's face was rendered ghastly. His brows furrowed as if deep in thought. His earlier noble demeanor was replaced by a more grounded appearance. The winter air was dry, and once a wooden structure caught fire, it spread rapidly, especially with the north wind threatening to affect the surrounding area. At this moment, the soldiers of Wu were chaotically carrying wooden buckets to douse the flames. Observing this, Lu Sun immediately commanded the guards to take charge of the firefighting efforts and to extinguish the blaze as quickly as possible. The guards, who had just suffered an undeserved calamity, channeled their pent-up anger into their firefighting efforts. Working with great intensity, Dame Bing stood outside the courtyard, watching the raging fire, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. If someone were trapped within, survival would be impossible. Yet he had not yet received any notification of mission failure, and his heart clung to a glimmer of hope. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. Approaching from the direction of the southern barracks of the Shu army, that as Ma Bing focused his gaze, he recognized the newcomer as his elder brother, Ping, that a surge of joy filled his heart. And he quickly brushed aside those around him, hurrying towards Ping. Upon getting closer, Ma Bing eagerly grabbed Ping's arm, his eyes alight with excitement. Ping had inherited the fine genes of the second master. Standing tall and robust at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, that in contrast, Ma Bing was but a diminutive figure, barely over 4 feet 10 inches, struggling to reach such heights that my goodness. Why are you so tall? Ma Bing exclaimed with a hint of playful sarcasm, before raising his voice to ask, Brother, where is master? Ping, observing Ma Bing's anxious demeanor, felt a warmth in his heart. He then shook off Ma Bing's grip and comforted him. Do not panic. Junior brother, father is safe and sound, currently enjoying tea in the military tent with Uncle Yinfu and Uncle Guishan, and he is unharmed. Having discreetly observed the actions of those present, Ping had decided to step forward to reassure his anxious junior brother. He was genuinely pleased with Ma Bing's concern for their father. Reflecting on how fortunate it was that their father had taken him as a disciple, he sighed inwardly. It was worth it for their father to have taken him under his wing. Seeing that Ma Bing still bore a worried expression, Ping elaborated further. During dinner, I expressed my displeasure at the untidy conditions where Lu Sun stationed the soldiers, after hearing my complaints. The second master requested to inspect the camp after dinner. After all, how could a general be so far removed from his troops, living alone? Thus, after dinner, the second master, accompanied by his eldest son and Zhou Tsang, left the small courtyard to head to the military camp, which ultimately allowed them to escape this calamity. Ping then glanced at the surrounding flames, turned to Lu Sun and the others. A smile playing on his lips, and with a hint of mischief in his eyes, raised his voice. My father is unharmed. Thank you, General Lu, for your concern, but it is a pity that this courtyard has been consumed by flames. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun immediately grasped the implication of Ping's words. His demeanor shifted to one of respect, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, as he fervently declared, General Tan, this matter is my fault. It was I who failed to properly arrange the residence for the Marquis. I shall certainly uncover the arsonist and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Afterward, Lu Sun turned to his guards, commanding, Why are you not hastening to extinguish the flames? Ma Bing, Lu Feng, and Ping returned to the military camp together, leaving Lu Sun to perform for the heir. Zhuge Jin cast a deep look at Lu Sun and remarked, Boyan, I shall go reassure Yun Chang. You must quickly find the true culprit. He then turned to pursue Ping and the others. Lu Sun left one of his trusted guards to direct the firefighting efforts, while he took the rest back to his residence. Stunned and furious, he had not anticipated such a situation occurring while he was escorting Guan Yu away. This blame could not be placed upon him. He looked up and saw bamboo slips on the table, seizing them in a fit of rage and slamming them to the ground to vent his anger. Once his emotions were somewhat settled, he summoned a trusted confidant and quietly instructed him to investigate the movements of a few young officers in the army. The confidant acknowledged and departed. Lu Sun sat in his chair, his expression grim, his brows knitted tightly. At this moment, he already had a suspect in mind, but whether to speak candidly and how to articulate it required careful consideration of the pros and cons. Meanwhile, Ma Bing and the others returned to the main tent. As soon as they entered, Ping began praising his father's keen judgment and extolling Ma Bing's courage, wisdom, and loyalty. The Lao Guan family cherished such individuals, and he found this little junior brother to his liking. He then recounted Ma Bing's anxious display in the courtyard during the banquet. Lu Feng chimed in, recalling how Ma Bing had drawn his sword and glared at Lu Sun. The others nodded in agreement, their admiration for Ma Bing rapidly increasing. In no time, praises echoed throughout the tent. Their own little one was undeniably charming. Ma Bing, overwhelmed by the barrage of compliments, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding, Chapter 40. The Journey Home, 7. The Reunion of Guan and Zhang Ding. A crisp sound rang in Ma Bing's ears, and a notification suddenly appeared in his mind. Bond value with Guan Yu has reached 80. Unlocking master-disciple relationship. Gained 3 years of lifespan. Soon after, 2 more similar notifications followed. Ding, bond value with Ping has reached 80. Unlocking friendship relationship. Ding, bond value with Zhou Tsang has reached 80. Unlocking friendship relationship. These three system notifications took Ma Bing by surprise, yet he did not rush to check. Instead, he repeatedly thanked everyone for their praises. Subsequently, the group began discussing who might have sent the assassin. Opinions were divided. Lu Feng believed it was sent by the Chao camp, while Guan Ping, Zhou Cong, and Wang Fu were convinced it came from the Wu camp. Bing remained silent, already forming a rough hypothesis in his mind. In light of the previous mission to Wu camp, it seems that Lu Meng remains undeterred. However, at this juncture, knowing who the true culprit is serves little purpose. Sun and Chao will undoubtedly have their reckoning in due course. As night fell, everyone returned to their respective tents to rest. Lu Feng deliberately arranged for additional patrols to bolster security, ensuring that the camp would not fall victim to any incendiary incidents. After Ma Bing returned to his tent, he immediately changed his clothes and lay down, utterly exhausted from a day of travel and social engagements. Truly, these days are hardly fit for a human. He closed his eyes to rejuvenate, and was soon reminded of the hints from earlier in the tent. Thus, he activated the system and observed his panel attributes. Aside from the bond with the Ma Liang duo, 3 new bond attributes had emerged. Bond target, Guan Yu, bond value. 80 Minor Disciple, bond target, Guan Ping, bond value. 80 Kin Friend, bond target, Zhou Cong, bond value. 80 Kin Friend. Ma Bing seemed to comprehend that a bond value exceeding 80 was necessary for any change to occur. This system is quite the nuisance. Just as Ma Bing contemplated this, he swiftly shifted the conversation in his mind, thinking, there was no explanation, and I had to rely solely on my own exploration. He then realized that he had not yet gained the approval of the second master previously. Now, however, he had indeed earned it. Excellent. Furthermore, he was rewarded with an additional 3 years of life, allowing him to repay some debts. He then turned over to sleep, his breathing gradually becoming steady and profound as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lu Sun arrived early at the entrance of the Shu army's camp. Accompanied by 2 large carts of supplies, after a night of contemplation, he ultimately could not reveal the true culprit. Thus he had to offer the supplies as an apology. However, Lu Sun's dissatisfaction with Lu Meng had reached its peak. First, he had infiltrated his troops, and then acted without prior consultation. As he prepared to send off Guan Yu and his entourage, he produced a pair of shoes from his bosom and presented them to Guan Yu. Ma Bing promptly extended his hand to receive them. Lu Sun then remarked, "My lord, I have heard that you treat your soldiers as your own children, that I observed that many in the army have worn-out shoes. So I took the liberty of collecting over 200 pairs of cloth shoes from the city last night as a gesture of contrition, hoping you might forgive my negligence." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng opened one of the supply carts to reveal, indeed, over 200 pairs of cloth shoes, a sight that elicited both laughter and tears. That he then ordered the soldiers whose shoes were in tatters to come forward and claim their new footwear. Subsequently, Lu Feng led the Shanyong army in bidding farewell to Lu Sun as they departed from Zi. Bing let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "At last, we have left the borders of Jingzhou." He still sat alongside Guan Yu in the same carriage, where the second master was, as usual, engrossed in reading the spring and autumn annals. That Bing, feeling bored, examined the shoes gifted by Lu Sun, pondering why he chose to present shoes among various garments. How peculiar! Suddenly, Ma Bing slapped his thigh, realizing the implication. Noticing Ma Bing's sudden enthusiasm, the second master looked at the shoes in his hand and understood. A faint smile appearing on his face as he asked, "What is it? Have you figured it out?" Realizing his master had anticipated this, Ma Bing, feeling a bit foolish, replied, "Master, I have come to understand." Guan Yu set aside his bamboo slip, stroked his splendid beard, and nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Astute." He then retrieved a scroll from the wooden chest containing books and handed it to Ma Bing, seriously stating, "From this day forth, you must thoroughly study this text, as I shall occasionally test you on it." As Ma Bing opened the scroll, he recognized the familiar tale of Zheng Bo Ke Duan Yu Yin. Indeed, the Spring and Autumn Annals, the second master's annotated version, has arrived. The unfortunate scholar could not escape this fate. A grimace, more sorrowful than a frown, appeared on Ma Bing's face as he tentatively inquired, "Master, may I not read it?" Guan Yu lightly tapped Ma Bing's forehead with the scroll, his resolve unwavering, replying with a firm, "No." With no choice but to comply, Ma Bing picked up the first volume. His expression filled with bitterness as he began to read. As the troops traversed the territory of Sichuan in the afternoon, Lu Feng observed the weary soldiers and ordered them to rest momentarily. He then dispatched scouts ahead to report to Yufu County. Just as the men were taking a brief respite, a scout hurriedly approached Lu Feng, kneeling before him to report. "General, there seems to be a cloud of dust in the distance. It appears that an army is mobilizing, though they are too far for me to discern their banners. The captain has sent me to inform you first. He will arrive shortly." Lu Feng furrowed his brow, pondering. Who could this army be at this time? Could it be my father leading a campaign? Just as he was deep in thought, another scout arrived to report. "General, there are troops advancing towards us from over 10 miles ahead, and their banner bears the character Zhang." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was struck with sudden clarity. This army's commander must be his third uncle, Zhang Fei. Yet, was he not dispatched by his father to guard Langzhong? To have arrived at Yufu is truly a testament to their brotherly bond. Lu Feng then commanded the troops to proceed to greet Zhang Fei's army. Meanwhile, a general clad in black armor and a red cloak led the charge at the forefront of his troops. His shoulder armor resembled the heads of two fierce tigers, and his black steed bore a white mark on its forehead, its hooves as white as snow, akin to dark clouds treading upon snow. This warrior stood 8 feet tall, with a leopard-like head and round eyes, a tiger-esque beard, and a voice like thunder, exuding the vigor of a galloping horse. Upon hearing the scout's report regarding the army's banner displaying the characters Lu and Guan, he immediately summoned his personal guards. Without hesitation, he abandoned the majority of his forces, wielding a lengthy serpent spear, and galloped towards the Shangyong army with a handful of riders that in less than half an hour. Zhang Fei lifted his gaze, and upon spotting the banners, he squinted intently, realizing that a large character Guan was embroidered on one of them. Zhang Fei's face flushed with excitement, and he bellowed, "Is that my brother Guan Yinchang's army ahead?" Even before his arrival, his voice resonated through the heavens. Lu Feng and Guan Ping, upon hearing this shout, immediately urged their horses forward to greet him. Chapter 41. The Journey Home, Part 8. The reunion of Guan and Zhang upon seeing the two. Zhang Fei's heart filled with joy, yet his gaze was quickly drawn to Lu Feng. Although he had guessed from the Lu banner that it was his nephew Lu Feng, the sight of him still evoked surprise. After all, his second brother had once spoken of the matter. A third brother's voice is as thunderous as ever. He exclaimed, "My dear nephews, quickly take me to see your brother." He was eager to reunite with Guan Yu. At this moment, Lu Feng ordered the troops to halt for a rest once more, and the two then guided Zhang Fei towards Guan Yu's carriage. Dismounting, the three walked forward together along the way. Third brother warmly inquired of Lu Feng, "My dear nephew, are you leading the army from Shangyong to relieve Jingzhou's siege?" Lu Feng replied with a smile, "Third uncle, I rushed from Shangyong to Linzhou, where I fortuitously rescued second uncle." While conversing with Zhang Fei, Lu Feng's demeanor was relaxed and natural, no longer the awkwardness he had displayed in front of Guan Yu. Third brother treated those from noble families with great respect and was particularly gracious toward the talented. Whether in Shuzhou, Jingzhou, or now in the Sichuan region, third brother maintained excellent relations with the local gentry. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei gave Lu Feng a thumbs up, praising him enthusiastically. "Well done, lad. You possess the grandeur of your elder brother and the spirit of me." "Quite right, quite right." He then patted Lu Feng's shoulders, saying, "After I catch up with second brother, recount to me how you saved him." After speaking, he turned to Guan Ping and asked, "Dear nephew Tan, how many troops remain in the Jingzhou army after this campaign?" Upon hearing this, Guan Ping's expression darkened, and he lowered his head, replying somberly, "Third uncle, there are now less than 100 soldiers left in the Jingzhou army, and General Zilian has perished while saving me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei fell silent, gently squeezing Guan Ping's shoulder in consolation. "Tan, take heart. We shall recruit new troops from Chengdu and reclaim Jingzhou alongside second brother." As they spoke, the three approached Guan Yu's carriage. Zhou Cong and Wang Fu were also present, and upon seeing Zhang Fei, they hurried forward to pay their respects. Zhang Fei waved his hand dismissively, allowing them to forego the formalities, and called out loudly, "Second brother, it is I, third brother, come to see you." Guan Yu then slowly emerged from the carriage with Ma Bing's assistance. The moment third brother saw Guan Yu, he opened his arms wide, leaping forward like a fierce tiger, exclaiming, Second brother, your younger brother has missed you dearly, with arms like those of a tiger and shoulders as broad as a bear. The two embraced tightly, comforting each other after years of longing. Since their parting in Jingzhou, it had been 8 or 9 years since they last met. Third brother, overwhelmed with emotion, inadvertently pressed against Guan Yu's wound, prompting a muffled groan from the second master. Hearing this, Zhang Fei immediately released his grip and held his elder brother's hand, expressing concern. Second brother, have you hurt your wound? Guan Yu waved his hand, assuring him. It is of no consequence. At this moment, Ma Bing observed the two individuals in front of him reminiscing, and he could not help but exclaim inwardly, what an audacious and flamboyant Confucian general. Though his appearance bears some resemblance to the descriptions found in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it starkly contrasts with the portrayals in later films and dramas, which often depict him as a dark and bumbling figure. Instead, he possesses a complexion tinged with a sun-kissed brown, a clear indication of his rigorous training under the sun and wind, embodying the gallantry of an Asian man. His fierce, tiger-like eyes sparkle with vitality, exuding an air of martial prowess, and his thick beard adds a further touch of audacity. Adorned with a blue sash and clad in armor, draped in a red cloak, he epitomizes the image of a general, as one would expect. As Zhang Fei engaged in a warm exchange with his master, Ma Bing activated the system to review San Ye's attributes. Name: Zhang Fei, Ida, age, 53, martial power, 90, peak 95, leadership, 85 politics, 69 intelligence, 81 charisma, 80 skills, roar of the unmatched, evolved a thunderous roar at Changban, shattering hearts and spirits, severing bridges and halting foes from 1,000 miles away. In the midst of a myriad of troops, decapitating enemy generals is as effortless as reaching into a pouch. 1. As the vanguard of the army, martial power 5, leadership 3. 2. When challenging foes, there is a 30 chance no one will respond, boosting our troops' morale by 10 while suppressing the enemy's morale by -10. Oath of the Peach Garden, sharing the same table and bed, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to die on the same day. When Liu, Guan, and Zhang are together, Guan Yu gains 3 in politics, 3 in intelligence. Zhang Fei gains 3 in leadership, 3 in politics. Liu Bei gains 3 in all attributes, frantic drinking and dancing, revelry among the troops, fine wine flowing. Whipping soldiers only incites jealousy. When leading troops, charisma -3, soldier loyalty decreases. Respecting the worthy and honoring the talented, being close to the aristocracy and respecting the capable. While governing a region, politics 3. Level, first-class general. First-class commander bond value, 25, same faction, friendly, appreciative. At this moment, Zhang Fei turned his gaze towards the little one beside Guan Yu and inquired, whose child is this, standing next to San Yi? Ma Bing furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, nearly deafened by the thunderous voice. Seeing this situation, Guan Ping promptly introduced, third uncle. This is the son of Master Ji Chong, Ma Bing, who is now also a disciple of my father. Zhang Fei nodded and remarked, oh, so you are Master Ji Chang's son. Before his words could fade, Ma Bing felt his feet leave the ground, his body becoming uncontrollable, and his vision spun. It turned out that San Yi had simply lifted him up. With no choice, Ma Bing wrapped his arms tightly around Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei's booming voice once again echoed in his ear. So you are the eldest son of Ji Chong. You've grown so much, but you seem a bit weak. You should come back to my army and train well. Once more, a wave of dizziness washed over Ma Bing as he was placed back on the ground. A pair of large hands, like fans, clapped on his back. The Bing grimaced in pain, inhaling sharply. Ouch, that really hurts. Lu Feng and Guan Ping exchanged glances, then looked at Ma Bing, both stifling laughter. Our dear brother has finally faced this trial. They had both experienced similar treatment in their youth, having been similarly tossed about by San Yi. Guan Yu recognized that his third brother was merely indulging in playfulness, but upon seeing his disciple grimacing, he promptly admonished third brother. Seeing Guan Yu's displeasure, Zhang Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Second brother, your disciple isn't bad. He has a resilient character, a fine prospect. Why not let him come to me? He then leaned closer to Ma Bing and asked, so, little one, do you wish to become my disciple? Second Yi frowned, but remained silent. Ma Bing was taken aback for a moment. then clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Thank you, General Ida, for your kindness. But I have already chosen to follow my master and will not seek another. Hey, call me third uncle, not General Ida." Zhang Fei then grasped Ma Bing's shoulder, playfully intimidating him. "Think carefully." At that moment, Ma Bing's little face contorted in pain, yet he stubbornly declared, "I said I want to become your disciple. I simply want to." Guan Yu intervened to extricate him from the situation, saying, "Third brother, do not tease him further." Zhang Fei then released Ma Bing, laughing heartily. "Second brother, your disciple pleases me. I want to back down. I want to be his master." Guan Yu, with a resigned nod, waved his hand. "Fine, do as you please, but I must say, my disciple is quite opinionated. You must not force him to become your disciple. As for how you proceed, that is up to you." San Yi, brimming with confidence, replied, "Second brother, your word is law. Your word is law." Chapter 42, The Journey Home, 9. Again bows to Zhang Fei subsequently. The group set off once more. Ma Bing and Zhang Fei shared a carriage with Second Yi. Upon entering, Zhang Fei immediately felt the space had shrunk considerably, as two nearly 6-foot-tall men filled the interior. After a time of travel within the carriage, Zhang Fei and Ma Bing were dismissed by Second Yi. It turned out that Zhang Fei had been incessantly questioning Guan Yu, who was only responding half-heartedly, leading to Zhang Fei shifting his focus to Ma Bing. Guan Yu, disturbed by the noise and interrupted in his reading, decided to expel the two from the carriage. Ma Bing felt disheartened. After finally managing to hitch a ride, he was cast out due to someone else's antics. What an unforeseen disaster. Guan Ping, observing Ma Bing's dismayed expression from atop his horse, found it amusing that he frequently witnessed his third uncle being unceremoniously dismissed by his father. Zhang Fei, however, paid it no mind, accustomed as he was to this dynamic with his second brother. Under normal circumstances, he would have been expelled much earlier. That he grinned at Guan Ping, then raised his riding whip and gave it a vigorous crack, calling out to Ma Bing to join Lu Feng. They rode alongside Lu Feng. San Yi, with a questioning gaze, boomed, "Ziyun, tell your third uncle all about how you set out from Shangyong and how you managed to rescue second brother. More importantly, with such a small force, how did you break through the encirclement of the Wu army?" Zhang Fei was perplexed. With just this old man and young boy, and one sickly and 3 injured, how could they possibly breach the Wu army's formidable blockade? Even 100,000 men could drown them with a single spit. Besides, he had heard that Lu Sun was stationed at Zige. San Yu was highly sensitive to political and military matters. He did not believe that Sun Quan would assign a mere scholar to guard such an important location, suspecting that this individual must possess exceptional capabilities. Therefore, despite having arrived at Yufu 3 days prior, he had refrained from acting hastily. That on one hand, orders were awaited from Chengdu, and on the other, he intended to assess Lu Sun's strength today. Prompting this prearranged meeting, Lu Feng began recounting how Ma Bing had persuaded the troops from Shangyong to take a lesser-known route to break through the blockade, dividing forces to aid in the wilderness. Seizing Linju, meeting on the battlefield, breaking the encirclement, and dispatching envoys, narrating everything in detail. Zhang Fei listened with great delight, but he then turned to the young lad riding beside him, admiration evident in his eyes. Silently musing, "A fine prospect indeed. Though his second brother got to him first, it matters not. I must have him as my disciple too." Ma Bing, feeling the intensity of San Ye's scrutinizing gaze, grew uneasy and could not help but tentatively inquire, "Third uncle, is there some purpose to your intense staring?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei snapped back to reality, bursting into laughter. "Haha, nothing. Nothing at all." He then narrowed his eyes and asked Ma Bing, "My dear nephew, whether you have one master or two, it is still a form of apprenticeship, correct? Why not consider becoming my disciple as well?" Ma Bing felt a stirring in his heart. Logically speaking, having another master could very well aid him when he returned to Shu to study under Fa Zheng. Thus, he decided to employ his innocent naivety and retorted, "Third uncle, what you can teach, my master can also teach. What you cannot teach, my master can also teach. What significance is there in becoming your disciple?" Zhang Fei frowned at this and pondered deeply. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "Ah, you are mistaken. My second brother does not possess every skill. My calligraphy and painting have been praised by great scholars, and I possess a tome. Sun Yu did not finish his thought, instead narrowing his eyes and wearing a look of enchantment as he gazed at Ma Bing. Note, this is not lewdness. It is sheer enchantment. It seemed he was hinting at something to Ma Bing. And who is Ma Bing? He is no fool. How could he be swayed by such trivial allurements? 3 seconds later, he promptly dismounted, knelt down and bowed deeply, then raised his head, clasped his fists, and declared, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Lu Feng was left speechless by this scene, inwardly criticizing, "Dear brother, you are lacking in resolve." Zhang Fei, seeing Ma Bing's earnestness, also dismounted and helped the young lad to his feet, laughing heartily, "Good disciple, from this day forth, I shall be your second master." Seeing this, Ma Bing quickly capitalized on the moment, saying flatteringly, "Thank you for your generous affection, master. I shall serve you as if you were my own father." Lu Feng felt a sense of deja vu, suddenly recalling how he had addressed Guan Yu when he first became his disciple. He was left speechless, feeling an uncanny sense of camaraderie. Zhang Fei and Ma Bing exchanged glances, one large and one small fox, their expressions conveying an unspoken understanding. Lu Feng was quite taken aback by their antics and promptly urged his horse to distance himself from this place of discord. At that moment, a message popped up in Ma Bing's mind. Bond with Zhang Fei has reached 80, unlocking master-apprentice relationship. Gained 3 years of lifespan. Ma Bing stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. The probability of subduing renowned generals and ministers is less favorable than obtaining rewards through apprenticeship. It seems I should slightly adjust my approach and seek several mentors. Politics, after all, involves surrounding oneself with allies while diminishing the number of adversaries that in due time. A multitude of influential figures would bolster his position. As Ma Bing entertained this thought, his ears tingled with delight. Subduing. After joining forces with the army of Yufu, they made a beeline for Yufu County. Upon arriving at the gates of Yufu City, Zhang Fei promptly ordered the county magistrate to arrange a banquet and dispatched a messenger to Chengdu to relay the good news. Subsequently, Zhang Fei bellowed for a raucous drinking session with his second brother. Of course, with the third brother indulging and the second brother accompanying him. The accompanying Zhuge was also drawn into Zhang Fei's revelry. At the banquet, the atmosphere was jubilant with songs and dances. Guan Yu, nursing an injury, opted for tea in place of wine, while the others enjoyed copious amounts of exquisite liquor. Zhang Fei, a connoisseur of drink, soon found his cup empty. Noticing that Ma Bing had yet to partake, he immediately urged him, "Good disciple, the first lesson I impart is the art of drinking. A true man should drink heartily." He then raised his cup and approached Ma Bing's table, insisting that he join in the revelry. At this moment, Guan Yu, recognizing that his third brother was clearly intoxicated, intervened sternly. "You are inebriated. Ma Bing is but a child. How can he drink like you?" Seeing his second brother's tone was somewhat severe, the third brother chuckled and replied, "Ha ha, second brother, let my good disciple savor the taste of wine, lest he wander into brothels in the future and be ensnared by women, losing his purity." Guan Yu's face flushed crimson. He understood that his third brother's excessive drinking stemmed from the joy of their reunion, but he then banged on the table and asserted, "You are drunk." He promptly instructed Guan Ping and Lu Feng to assist him in taking a rest. Zhang Fei, still intent on continuing the festivities, attempted to wriggle free from his nephew's grasp, but they exerted their strength, easily lifting him away. Guan Yu, feeling quite helpless, turned to Zhuge and said, "Ziyu, forgive me for the spectacle." Zhuge laughed heartily in response. "Third General, you are simply true to your nature." After a lively exchange, the banquet concluded, and everyone returned to their respective abodes. The weary souls found solace in Yufu. In the 43rd chapter, the journey home culminates in Chengdu. After resting for several days in Yufu County, the group prepared to journey to Chengdu via Jiangzhou. The distance between the two locales exceeded 1,700 miles. And the winter march would take at least half a month. On the third day of their stay in Yufu County, a messenger from Chengdu arrived at full gallop. That moment, Zhang Fei was attempting to coax Ma Bing into a game of chess. The third brother's chess skills surpassed those of his second brother, Guan Yu. Within just 3 games, he matched Ma Bing's prowess, and after 5 games, he effortlessly dominated him. How could anyone hope to win? Ma Bing gazed at his second master with a look of despair as he eagerly set up the chess pieces anew, even offering him a horse and carriage. "Come, Let us continue. Zhang Fei laughed heartily. Just as the third brother was about to engage his disciple in another round, Ma Bing pushed the pieces away in frustration, exclaiming, "I refuse to play any longer." At that moment, Lu Feng rushed in. Clutching a letter, his face adorned with a smile as if spring had graced him, he approached Zhang Fei and stopped at his side, but he then handed the letter to Zhang Fei, saying, "Third uncle, my father commands you not to act hastily in mobilizing troops. He will soon lead an army to Yufu to meet with you and discuss how to rescue my second uncle." Upon hearing this, the third brother chuckled heartily, but he understood that his eldest nephew was attempting to save face for him. While he often exhibited impatience, his elder brother would not send numerous urgent letters in just a matter of days. The very day he arrived in Yufu County, a letter from Chengdu had already been placed before him. Subsequently, nearly every 3 days, he received another urgent missive from Chengdu, and this was now the fourth. How exasperating! A day later at noon, another urgent letter arrived from Chengdu, stating, "Second brother, I am overjoyed to hear that you have escaped peril. Please return to Chengdu with the third brother as swiftly as possible, for I have longed to see you both. As for the troops under your command, they will be managed by Wang Fu and Jingzhou, temporarily stationed in Yufu County, awaiting future orders." After reading the letter, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei exchanged glances, and the second brother instructed Zhou Cong to select 5 seasoned veterans as guards to depart first. Simultaneously, he personally arranged for Zhuge Jin's transportation to follow at a slower pace. That afternoon, at the hour of Shun, the group officially embarked on their journey home. As they galloped forth, the scenery shifted rapidly before Ma Bing's eyes. At each relay station, they rested for no more than a quarter of an hour before changing horses and continuing their journey. By the following morning, they had already reached Jiangzhou City. Throughout the journey, they encountered none of the brigands Ma Bing had anticipated, who had claimed the road and the trees as their own. Ma Bing rode a chestnut steed, gazing at the seemingly unchanging landscape that appeared both familiar and distinct. The air was crisp and clear, the mountains steep, and the wilderness boundless. All he could hear were the rhythmic sounds of hooves striking the ground and the horses' labored breathing. During this prolonged journey, Ma Bing was reminded of Zhuge Liang's words. "Yizhou is fraught with peril, yet its vast plains are fertile. It is a land of abundance, where the founding emperor achieved his imperial aspirations." The terrain was majestic, and the populace prosperous. Should he manage to retain Jingzhou and seize the lands of the Three Qins, a grand enterprise could be realized. The road ahead appeared long and uncertain. Ma Bing's heart brimmed with ambition, yet he understood that this was not the moment to act. If he were to contend with the most formidable figures of this era, he must strive diligently. Armed with knowledge surpassing this age and the support of the system, he was determined to ensure that the romance of Shu Han would endure. The journey was long and arduous. He would seek knowledge relentlessly. On the 8th day, the group approached Wuyang, which lay less than 200 miles from Chengdu. Continuous days of travel had left everyone somewhat fatigued, and Ma Bing, upon arriving at each relay station, would collapse onto the ground to rest. Even the third brother, who typically enjoyed teasing his young disciple, appeared somewhat weary. Yet, as they drew nearer to Chengdu, the brightness in the second brother's phoenix eyes grew more pronounced. Clearly eager to reunite with his elder brother after 9 long years. Even the steed beneath him seemed to sense its master's emotions, neighing joyfully. While the horse was exuberant, Ma Bing was not. He found the current circumstances unbearable. His short legs had been worn down countless times, and he could not tell how many times he had suffered injuries. "Wait for me. Horse gear, I shall soon bring you into the world." As they neared Chengdu, night had already fallen. Guan Yu decided to halt for the night, intending to continue their journey the following day, that he wished to present himself in the best possible manner before Liu Bei. Although Ma Bing was utterly exhausted, his legs trembling as he dismounted, he still sought out Lu Feng after dinner to offer one last counsel. Lu Feng was busy preparing his armor, filled with joy at the prospect of seeing his father the next day. It had been over 2 years since he had returned to Chengdu. He wondered whether Ah Do was still playful and reluctant to study, but he was extremely fond of this younger brother. And during their time in Jingzhou, whenever he had the opportunity, Lu Feng would bring gifts to visit Lu Shan. When Ma Bing found Lu Feng, he saw the joy radiating from his face and hesitated whether to speak further. Just as he was pondering, Lu Feng inquired, "Dear brother, why are you not resting yet? Throughout our journey, I have noticed you lying down at every relay station, yet tonight you seem so spirited. Is it not for your vexing matters? Ma Bing rolled his eyes inwardly, pondering that he no longer hesitated and asked, Young master, tomorrow we shall meet the Lord. Do you still stand by your previous decision? Before Ma Bing could finish, Lu Feng raised his hand to halt him. He had made up his mind, his initial intentions unchanged, his aspirations steadfast. Understanding the matter had come to this, Ma Bing recognized that everyone had the right to make their own choices and fell silent, refraining from further persuasion. After a moment of silence, he bid farewell to Lu Feng and returned to his tent, undid his clothing, and fell into a deep slumber to be why the next day at noon. The towering walls of Chengdu finally came into view. Beneath the city gates, throngs of people flowed endlessly, and carriages passed ceaselessly. Bing gazed at the magnificent walls, his mind conjuring a single word, splendor. It is said that Sichuan is a land of wealth. Yet the level of prosperity here far surpassed anything he had encountered since his arrival. It was indeed the land of abundance. Ma Bing observed merchants clad in luxurious attire, adorned with jewels. Clearly affluent individuals. How I delight in the wealthy, he mused, eyeing them as if they were crops ready for harvest, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Yet Liu Bei did not emerge from the city to greet them, which left Ma Bing perplexed. The night before, his master had already dispatched guards to Chengdu with news. This was unexpected. The bond between the three brothers was indeed profound. Their bond was stronger than gold. Just as Ma Bing pondered this, Lu Feng inquired, Why do the guards below wear white sashes and garments? Ma Bing immediately turned his gaze. Indeed, the soldiers were all clad in mourning attire. Ma Bing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who could have prompted Lu Huangshu to be treated thus? He then asked, Young master, in our haste, I lost track of the days. What date is it today? Lu Feng promptly replied, On the 21st day of the 12th month in the 24th year of Jianan, done in the year 219, did any prominent ministers of Shuhan pass away? Ma Bing was unable to recall clearly. The group hastily rode forward to inquire with the city guards. The young officer stationed at the city observed a distant troop approaching and instantly recognized them as the one sent by the Lord to greet him, his idol. Guan Yu, also known as Guan Yunchang, that he stepped forward to take the horse for the second master and reported, My lord, General Huang has passed away last night. Chapter 44. The Death of Huang Zhong. The main quest begins upon hearing that Huang Hanxing had died. Ma Bing's heart sank in shock, and he immediately called upon the system, anxiously inquiring, Little 2, is there historical revisionism in this world? Did not General Huang Zhong pass away in 220? How can it be that he has already departed before the new year? Greetings, this is Little 2 from Store 008, here to assist you. The languorous voice of a refined lady echoed in Ma Bing's ears, imbued with a touch of allure. Yet he had no mind to appreciate it, eagerly awaiting an answer. The shopkeeper continued, Dear customer, historical scripts can indeed be subject to revisionism. However, rest assured, you can utilize your own strength to alter this situation that in the current world, there exists no so-called child of destiny. Thus, once the main quest is activated, should it contradict revisionism, you will be granted support to stand against it. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing felt a slight relief, gently patting his chest and exhaling that if the main quest was indeed about reviving the Han dynasty, coupled with revisionism, it would be a matter of life and death for him, making it impossible to resist. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the shopkeeper added, Dear, support will require you to purchase it with your lifespan. Ma Bing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Could you not deliver your message in one go? At that moment, the city gate guard respectfully addressed Guan Yu, stating, The Lord is currently mourning at the Huang residence. He has commanded me to welcome my lord and the three generals outside the city. I wonder if the generals are headed to the palace to wait, or his words and demeanor exuded respect as he patiently awaited the second master's response. Upon hearing of Huang Zhong's demise, Guan Yu furrowed his brow and replied, No need for further words. Quickly mount your horse and lead us to the Huang residence. The guard ceased to hold the horse for the second master. Swiftly mounting his steed to lead the group towards the Huang residence, in less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Huang residence. Upon reaching the exterior, they could hear the sound of Liu Bei's anguished weeping from within. Lu Huangshu had always been prone to tears, yet each drop was filled with genuine emotion, stirring the hearts of those who beheld this moment. Liu Bei was in the main hall of his residence. paying tribute to the deceased General Huang Zhong. Hearing the elder brother's cries, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei hastily dismounted and quickened their pace towards the hall. The guards, upon noticing the two were not in mourning attire, immediately stepped forward to block their path. The guard captain, seeing this, glared and admonished quietly. "Do you know who these two are? They are the second and third generals. Hurry and step aside." The second master and third master were solely focused on reaching Liu Bei and paid no heed to such trivialities. Their feet seemed to fly as they dashed towards the main hall. Upon entering, they beheld white banners fluttering in the hall, with the coffin of the old General Huang Zhong positioned at the center. Liu Bei was kneeling on the floor, weeping uncontrollably, utterly heartbroken as he paid homage to the old general. The old general had reached the age of 73 and had recently slain the Chao army General Xiao Yuan at Dingjun Mountain earlier that year. He had followed Lu Huangshu for 60 years, achieving remarkable military feats over the years that he had repelled Zhang He and slain Xiahou, earning his place among the Five Tigers. The old general was known for his loyalty. Longing only for the revival of the Han, Guan Yu gazed upon the pallid visage of the deceased general in the coffin, his thoughts drifting back to the fierce battles at Changsha, where they had fought over 200 rounds without a clear victor. He recalled how the old general had drawn his bow and shot at him, the arrow narrowly missing his hairpin. A moment fraught with danger. Regrets surged within him. Though he had once felt disdain for the aged warrior, after their encounter at Dingjun Mountain, he had never again looked down upon the old general, before they could reunite over a drink. Fate had decreed their eternal parting. How tragic, how lamentable. Regret was an endless tale. Zhang Fei also lamented, reflecting on their last parting in Hanzhong, never expecting it would be their final opportunity to share a drink. What a pity. Seeing his elder brother weep, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stepped forward to support Liu Bei. Sensing their presence, Liu Bei erupted in fury. "Who dares disturb my mourning for Hansheng?" Upon looking up, he saw it was his two younger brothers and immediately cried out, "Brothers, Hansheng has passed away. My heart aches as if it is being torn apart." With that, Liu Bei opened his arms and embraced his two brothers tightly, the three of them weeping together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Hell Level side quest. Rewards have been issued. 50 years of lifespan Qinglian Sword Manual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a score of 90 for the completion of the side quest. Additional rewards have been issued. 3 years of lifespan Yulan White Dragon Steed Young. Ding! The main quest has been activated. Reviving the Great Han. Liu Bei dedicated his life to the revival of the Great Han, enduring numerous hardships before finally gaining the talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. He occupied Jingzhou and seized Bashu, dividing the realm into three. Now, having lost Jingzhou, his power has significantly diminished. Please assist Liu Bei in fulfilling his lifelong wish, reviving the Great Han. The system will intermittently issue subquests related to the main quest. Note: subquests cannot be declined. Quest difficulty: Hell level. Completion requirements: revive the Great Han, unify the three kingdoms. Note: population size will affect the completion score of main characters. A score too low will result in failure. Success rewards: 500 years of lifespan, 1 wish. Failure penalty: death. After 3 consecutive notifications, Ma Bing turned and walked to a corner, then opened the system to review the rewards, silently reflecting, not bad. Not bad. After clearing my debts, I still have over 20 years left. How many decades can one truly live? Ma Bing felt content and at peace. Looking at the Yulan White Dragon Steed, it sounded vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. Wasn't this Zhao Yun's steed? This horse, also known as the Zhi Yuli, was as white as snow, entirely free of blemishes, measuring a length of 10 feet and standing 8 feet tall at the withers. This horse could travel 1,000 miles a day and was well known in the north, referred to as the Zhi Yuli horse. Ma Bing chuckled, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, and inquired little too. How will the Yulan White Dragon Steed be distributed? Dear, we will find an appropriate time to present it to you. Just click to receive it and follow the instructions to use it. Ma Bing nodded in satisfaction, pondering, this main quest indeed aligns precisely with my expectations. The Shu Han represents the unfulfilled dreams of many. The history of this world shall be rewritten by me. Just as Ma Bing was lost in thought, he noticed someone in mourning attire beckoning to him from the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he recognized his adoptive father, that he approached Ma Liang, who, upon seeing his son's noticeably darker complexion, tenderly stroked his head and inquired with concern, "Binger, the journey has been arduous. You have worked hard." Ma Bing, in response, pouted and replied to his father, "Thank you for your concern, father. It has not been difficult." Chapter 45. A father-son conversation in the courtyard. Ma Liang then pulled his eldest son aside, leading him to a secluded corner of the courtyard to converse. The courtyard was strewn with paper money, and the sounds of weeping echoed continuously. General Huang was deeply cherished in the military, and Ma Liang began, "Binger, as your father, tell me of your experiences since arriving in Shangyong." Subsequently, Ma Bing recounted the thrilling events, borrowing the words previously shared by the eldest son Lu Feng to his second master, narrating. "In Shangyong, I advised a strategy to circumvent the enemy's blockade, splitting forces to aid in the capture of Linjiu, meeting on the battlefield, breaking the formation, and dispatching envoys." This series of heart-stopping maneuvers caused Ma Liang to feel a pang of anxiety, and he gently stroked his son's head once more, a silent understanding passing between them. Ma Bing, seemingly indifferent, patted his father's hand and countered, "Father, since your arrival in Shangyong, have you noticed any unusual movements?" Ma Liang, upon hearing this, responded with his own question, "Are you referring to the Chao army? Or father? Both circumstances apply." Ma Liang lightly tapped his eldest son's head, saying neither are the case. Moreover, Zidu Mingda is inherently straightforward and would not engage in such actions. At that moment, Ma Liang thought to himself, "My son possesses great insight. It would be prudent to seek a mentor to guide him. In simple terms, I cannot manage this rascal." He then shifted the conversation, stating, "You must be sure to show filial piety to your mother upon your return to Chengdu. In the few days I've been back, your mother has been constantly mentioning you." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing felt something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discrepancy. He then asked, "Father, what has mother been saying about me?" "Naturally, how she intends to discipline you, the unfilial son." A moment of silence ensued, and Ma Bing's mouth twitched as he looked at Ma Liang, silently thinking, "Did I sneak out without permission?" Ma Liang gestured dramatically, embellishing, "Ah, my son, your mother has prepared a sturdy vine switch, 3 feet long and as thick as a finger, which has been soaking in a large water vat in the courtyard for several days." He then offered Ma Bing a piece of advice, saying, "Son, in my opinion, you may not be able to escape this punishment. You should consider how to appease your mother's anger and strive to endure fewer blows." In a moment of despair, Ma Bing found himself lost in thought, tears welling in his eyes, but he was acutely aware of his mother's temperament and recalled the many beatings his younger brother had endured at home. With a faint voice, he timidly inquired, "Father, may I temporarily reside at the residence of Lord Jun for a while?" "No," Ma Liang replied with a shake of his head, before continuing, "Binger, you must be brave. You can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Moreover, with your mother's disposition, I fear she may seek you out at Lord Jun's home, which would put me in a most difficult position." Ma Liang sighed, feeling helpless. It is often said that one should marry a virtuous partner. Yet his wife, despite being a lady of refinement, was quite tempestuous at home. Fortunately, his dear son still maintained some respect for him in public. Alas! Ma Bing let out a long sigh, pondering the inevitability of death that has befallen every person since time immemorial, lamenting the trials imposed by his mother. When the cart reaches the mountain, a way will surely be found. With that thought, Ma Bing set aside his concerns about avoiding punishment and retrieved a small piece of cloth from his pocket, densely scribbled with tiny characters. He had initially intended to discreetly present it to his father before reporting to Lu Huangshu, allowing him to prepare himself. Why not take this opportunity to clarify things? Ma Liang took the cloth. Reading it intently, as he delved deeper, his brow furrowed, and he shook his head, asking, "Binger, are these conditions set by Lord Jun?" "Of course. What power does a son have to dictate such terms?" Ma Bing replied. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang grew anxious, exclaiming, "Lord Jun is lacking in wisdom. Setting aside the 2,000 fine horses, how can he simply grant the iron-working technique?" Startled by his father's loud voice, Ma Bing instinctively covered his mouth, and Ma Liang deftly dodged his hand and continued, "Such conditions, not only would our lord refuse, but so would the other officials in the city. I must urgently speak with our lord." At this, Ma Bing inwardly lamented, "Oh, my dear father, could you please quiet down and let me finish?" He hastily grasped Ma Liang's arm and urged, "Father, please hear me out first." Ma Liang ceased his struggle and regarded his son quietly, awaiting an explanation. Seeing his father calm down, Ma Bing began, "Father, ever since I sustained a head injury last time, I frequently dream of an immortal who bestows knowledge upon me. There are indeed better methods for forging iron, which is why I propose to my master that we exchange our current ironworking techniques for opportunities." Then Bing resorted to the notion of divine inspiration to placate his father. He could hardly confess to having traversed from the 21st century with a smattering of knowledge. "Is that truly so?" Ma Liang asked, a hint of skepticism in his gaze as he scrutinized his eldest son. "Indeed," Ma Bing insisted. Trusting his son, Ma Liang ceased his objections and inquired, "Bing, how do you explain the other conditions?" With a mischievous grin, Ma Bing replied, "Father, aside from the horses we must provide to Sun Quan, the rest can be slightly adjusted. After all, our Lord has owed Jingzhou for some time, so we can simply defer a bit." "Clever." Ma Liang suddenly recalled that his son had mentioned a master and asked, "Bing, have you taken Lord Jun as your master?" Ma Bing recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Ma Liang's face lit up with a mixture of satisfaction and relief. Exclaiming, "Ah, what a relief! I need not seek out those learned scholars anymore. That my eldest son is indeed a source of comfort, unlike that rebellious child at home who faces daily beatings." "Ma Bing!" Suddenly, a soft voice called out from the courtyard. Turning to see Guanping approaching, Ma Bing quickly composed himself. Guanping stepped closer and greeted Ma Liang respectfully, saying, "Mr. Ji Chong, General Tanji, have you heard that my son has taken Lord Jun as his master?" "Is that true?" Ma Liang, aware of his son's cleverness, knew Guanping sought confirmation. Guanping shot a knowing glance at Ma Bing, leading to a silent exchange between them. "Did you say so?" "Of course. He is my father. I must tell him." "Then why doesn't he believe it?" "How would I know why he doesn't believe?" "Forget it. It's a minor issue." Guanping then declared, "It is indeed true. My father has accepted your younger brother as a disciple, and not just him. My third uncle has done the same." Ma Liang's heart swelled with joy upon learning that the third general, Zhang Fei, had also taken his son as a disciple. Had it not been for today's memorial for General Huang, he would have laughed heartily, just as Ma Liang reveled in his happiness. Ma Bing asked Guanping, "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Without hesitation, Guanping replied, "Father has sent me to find you, to pay respects to General Huang on his behalf as a form of memorial." He then reached out to lead Ma Bing towards the main hall. However, Ma Bing swiftly pulled his hand away, realizing it was a good opportunity to discuss some matters with his elder brother beforehand. Chapter 46. Rewards and Punishments. Guanping, taken aback by Ma Bing's actions, inquired, "Younger brother, what do you mean by this?" Understanding his elder brother's confusion, Ma Bing quickly explained, "Elder brother, while our father is present, I have an important matter to discuss with you." Guanping narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at Ma Liang before asking, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Ma Liang began to lay the groundwork. "Elder brother, when we previously sought to persuade our master, I was not prepared to become a disciple. It was merely a temporary measure." Before Ma Bing could finish, both men frowned in unison, particularly Guanping, whose expression darkened. Ma Bing sensed their reaction and hurriedly continued, "Elder brother, please do not misunderstand. Now that I have taken Lord Jun as my master, I will surely be dutiful and filial. However, there is still one person whom I long to follow. I hope you can intercede on my behalf with my master." The two men exchanged skeptical glances. Curious as to who could possess a charm greater than that of Lord Jun, they then looked at each other and simultaneously asked, "Who is it?" "Mr. Xiaoji." After a moment of silence, Ma Liang remained silent, having heard of this individual and his somewhat dubious reputation. Truth be told, he did not support his son's intention to take him as a master. However, if his son was determined, he would silently support him. Guanping's expression darkened further, as he believed that no one could surpass his father in merit. If Ma Bing had expressed a desire to study under Zhuge Liang, he could understand, but this individual was beneath his consideration. Observing Guanping's thunderous countenance, Ma Bing thought, "Oh no, he is angry. The last time he looked like this was at Lingzhou." Thus, he quickly explained once more, "Elder brother, since our encounter at Lingzhou, have you seen me act foolishly? I assure you, I remain steadfast." Though Guanping felt a surge of anger, he ultimately acquiesced, as this matter was under the jurisdiction of their father. Guan Yu, moreover, this younger brother was loyal and righteous, possessing a tenacious spirit. Once he set his mind on something, he would not easily relent. Why should he play the villain? Reluctantly, he agreed, I will support your request. Now can we proceed to the hall for the memorial? Upon hearing this, Ma Bing was overjoyed, bowing deeply and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. The three then made their way back to the hall. At this moment, Ma Bing was adorned with the white cloth that Guan Ping had just given him. Upon reaching the center of the hall, he knelt before General Huang's coffin and respectfully paid his respects 3 times. In a hushed voice, he murmured, General Huang, I regret not witnessing your noble bearing in life. May you, in the afterlife, protect our Han. Ma Bing had only seen this venerable general in his memories at that time. He was not as aged as he appeared now. He had even playfully teased a young Ma Bing that he was a cheerful, hearty man from Hunan. Every word and action exuded the carefree spirit and gallantry of a Hainanese. Alas, he had missed his chance by a mere moment. Otherwise, he could have glimpsed the true visage of the old general. May the old general rest well. After the memorial, as night fell and the eulogies were recited, Ma Bing accompanied the group to the Chengdu residence of the Han King. This residence was constructed by the former lord of Yizhou, the current General Jinwei, Lu Zhang. The entire palace, adorned with flying eaves and exquisite designs, was magnificent and awe-inspiring. Upon entering, the opulence was overwhelming, glimmering with splendor, epitomizing royal grandeur. Everything within spoke silently of the lavish lifestyle of its former owner. That it was no wonder that Zhuge Liang would remark, Lu Zhang is weak and cowardly. Zhang Lu is in the north. The populace is wealthy, yet unaware of the need for prudence, and the wise long for a benevolent ruler. Just by observing this palace, one could imagine the celestial life this individual led. At that moment, Liu Bei turned to his adopted son, Liu Feng, and asked Feng Er, how did you manage to save Yin Chang? Pray, tell me in detail. Just as Liu Feng was about to respond, Zhang Fei interjected, let me tell it. Allow me to recount. Thus began the tale from the eloquent Zhang Fei, detailing the advice given at Shangyong, the strategic maneuvering through small paths to break the blockade, the division of troops outside Lingzhou, the seizing of Lingzhou, the meeting on the battlefield, the dismantling of the enemy formation, and the subsequent envoy sent forth. Zhang Fei narrated as though he were present, causing Liu Bei to nod in agreement throughout. Upon concluding, the palace erupted in chatter, prompting Liu Bei to call out, Where's Ma Bing? Noticing Lu Huangshu seeking him out, Ma Bing stepped forth from the back of the group. Bowing respectfully, I, the humble commoner, greet the Lord. Ha ha! Liu Bei chuckled at the sight of the young boy bowing with such decorum, his heart filled with delight that he pointed at Ma Liang, saying, Ji Chang, this boy is remarkable, a young hero. Ma Liang humbly replied, My son is mischievous and has caused much trouble for the Lord. Then Liu Bei waved his hand and pointed at Ma Bing, inquiring, Ma Bing, what reward do you desire? Aware that this was not the right moment, Ma Bing cleverly replied, I am uncertain of what I wish for. Perhaps whatever you bestow upon me, my lord, shall suffice. Liu Bei, delighted by this response, replied, Then take your time to ponder it, and we shall discuss your reward at a later date. Thank you, my lord. Ma Bing then returned to the rear of the ranks, content to remain inconspicuous. At that moment, Liu Bei turned to his adopted son, praising him, Liu Feng, you possess my spirit. Your swift rescue of your uncle from the clutches of danger is indeed a commendable tale. The courtiers, in unison, extolled the elder son Liu Feng for his wisdom and bravery, declaring him unmatched in valor. Subsequently, Liu Bei inquired what reward Liu Feng desired. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng hesitated, for he found it difficult to voice his desires, especially without first consulting his father. To speak rashly would be unwise. Thus, he imitated Ma Bing's response, saying, Father, I too am unsure of what I wish for. Whatever you choose to bestow upon me shall be acceptable. Liu Bei, witnessing his son's thoughtfulness, could not help but smile, responding in kind to Liu Feng, much like he had to Ma Bing. When he turned his gaze towards Guan Yu, however, the latter dared not meet his eyes, burdened by the shame of losing Jingzhou. Liu Bei found himself in a quandary. While the reunion of brothers was a joyous occasion, the loss of Jingzhou could not go unpunished. But how to impose such a punishment? Zhuge Liang, the foremost scholar among the courtiers, seemed to read Liu Bei's mind and promptly suggested, "My lord, the loss of Jingzhou by Yinchang was due to Sun Quan's treachery, yet he must not be exempt from punishment. I propose we strip Yinchang of his former title of general and demote him to general of the captured." Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang shared a profound understanding and immediately concurred, declaring, "Let it be as Zhuge Liang has suggested. Strip Yinchang of his former title, demoting him to general of the captured." Zhang San, upon hearing this, grew anxious and attempted to voice his discontent on behalf of his second brother. Guan Yu subtly reached out to restrain him, shaking his head, urging him to remain silent. Resigned, Zhang San bowed his head, unable to speak. Upon witnessing Zhuge Liang's intervention on behalf of Liu Bei, Ma Bing could not help but feel a surge of amusement. Indeed, the bond between the two was as harmonious as the proverbial fish in water. At this juncture, the court was abuzz with speculation regarding the impending punishment for Guan Yu. Liu Bei surveyed the court, observing the myriad expressions of the ministers, eager to discern their reactions this year. Following Liu Bei's resounding victory in Hanzhong, he returned to Chengdu with an air of triumph, promptly issuing orders to cleanse the city of several disloyal noble families, thus striking fear into the hearts of the powerful. Yet, since Liu Bei acquired Yizhou, his situation was far from glorious. While it appeared he had the means to contend for supremacy, he was beset by internal strife and external threats. Internally, Yizhou had suffered severe factional conflicts since Liu Yan's tenure. And Liu Bei found himself ensnared in a similar predicament, compelled to appoint individuals he deemed unworthy, such as Su Jing. Externally, Zhang Lu's surrender in Hanzhong to Cao Cao deprived Liu Bei of respite, forcing him to confront the Cao army directly. Had it not been for the decisive defeat of Cao Cao in Hanzhong, his fate would have been dire. The internal strife within Yizhou had persisted for ages. Since Liu Yan's appointment as the governor, he had welcomed eminent talents from afar while ruthlessly suppressing local powers that Su Jing, Wu Yi, and Fa Zheng were either early followers of Liu Yan into Sichuan or refugees from Nanyang and the three prefectures during the chaos of the Han. Liu Yan's vision was exceptional, and he was indeed a remarkable talent. He relied on these individuals as pillars, alongside the displaced populace and the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army, to establish his own loyal military force. The Eastern State Army, however, within a few years, Liu Yan succumbed to illness, leaving his son Liu Zhang to inherit his legacy. Liu Zhang, characterized by his timid and honest nature, faced rebellion from the local gentry, which was swiftly suppressed by the Eastern State Army. Yet in the aftermath, Liu Zhang sought to balance the competing factions, leading to a compromise with the Yizhou faction, thereby alienating the very forces his father had painstakingly built. In the battles for Yizhou, the Eastern State faction adopted a policy of non-resistance, unwittingly facilitating Liu Bei's entry into Yizhou, while numerous civil and military officials from the Yizhou faction, such as Wang Lei, Zhang Run, Yin Yin, and Huang Quan, valiantly resisted Liu Zhang's rule. This was also the reason why Guan Ping held Fa Zheng in disdain. Amidst the discussions, a young official in splendid attire, disregarding the objections of those around him, stepped forward with a tablet in hand, boldly proclaiming, "Your Majesty, a ruler with loyal ministers shall not see his nation perish. A father with dutiful sons shall not see his family fall. Today, I, Han Yun, must speak." He bowed, awaiting Liu Bei's response. That moment, Ma Bing, positioned at the back of the ranks, craned his neck to glimpse this audacious figure, pondering, "Han Yun, who is this?" The assembled ministers, equally curious, fell silent, eager to see what this bold youth would articulate. Liu Bei, fixing his gaze upon Han Yun, emanated an air of authority, his eyes glinting with latent fury. He mused, who is this person, and what prompts him to liken himself to a loyal minister? "Speak freely," Han Yun then declared. The former General Guan Yunchang, during his tenure, failed to foster camaraderie among his subordinates and neglected to cultivate alliances with powerful reinforcements. The current loss of Jingzhou is a grave offense. And how can your Majesty merely strip him of his title, demoting him to general of the captured? Liu Bei's expression darkened as he listened. Struggling to suppress his growing displeasure, he calmly inquired, "What punishment do you propose for Yunchang?" Oblivious to Liu Bei's mounting ire, Han Yun continued, "I suggest that his title be revoked and he be demoted to minor general as a cautionary measure." Ma Bing, upon hearing this brash advice, nearly burst into laughter. The leap from second rank to fifth was indeed substantial. Yet he recognized that this individual was not foolish enough to suggest the execution of his own mentor. At that moment, an elderly courtier dressed in opulent robes slowly stepped forward. His face etched with concern, he addressed Liu Bei. "My lord, I, Mi Zhu, feel indebted to your grace that my disciple has just defected to Wu. A grave sin, I implore you to extend your punishment to me as well." His voice reverberated through the hall as he knelt in shame, seeking atonement. This individual was none other than the esteemed Mi Zhu, who sought to divert the blame from Guan Yu. Han Yun smirked inwardly, thinking, "Old fellow, it is not your turn yet. You have jumped the gun." Recognizing Mi Zhu's self-sacrifice, Han Yun seized the opportunity, boldly declaring, "What Lord Mi has said is true. Your disciple Mi Feng's treasonous acts warrant the death penalty, and since you have willingly offered yourself for punishment, the king shall surely be lenient." Liu Bei felt a surge of anger. How dare this insolent youth speak so recklessly? He could no longer endure Han Yun's incessant prattling. Thus, he reassured Mi Feng, stating, "What fault lies with Zizhong? He has stood by my side through trials for over 20 years. He must have faced dire circumstances to defect to Wu, that I bear him no grudge." Then, pointing at Han Yun, Liu Bei unleashed a tirade. "Foolish and ignorant. You are a mere pedant, knowing only one aspect of knowledge while oblivious to the other. If every subject were like you, the fall of the nation would be imminent." He thundered, "Guards, seize him and detain him for further consideration." Liu Bei's fury was palpable, like a tempest. At that moment, another elderly courtier stepped forward, pleading, "Your Majesty, this youth may be unyielding in his views, but his intentions are noble. Grant him mercy." This man was the head of the Han clan, a prominent family in Ezhou, that he had not anticipated that a young scion would be so foolish. Such ignorance was appalling. Yet, contemplating the rest of the second generation, he realized they were no better. Alas, the third generation must be nurtured well. Otherwise, they would doom themselves to folly. Han Zhong felt compelled to intervene on behalf of this imbecile. Seeing the head of the family plead for mercy, Liu Bei, wishing to win the hearts of the people, pointed at Han Yun. "Humph. In light of your elder's goodwill, I shall spare you this time. Return home and reflect for 3 months. Study diligently before you dare to speak of being a loyal minister." Han Zhong, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt, tears of appreciation streaming down his face. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimity. I shall ensure that this youth is well educated." Liu Bei waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. As the court observed the curtain fall on this theatrical display, no one dared to voice dissent against the punishment of Guan Yu. Thus, the matter was settled. Liu Bei then inquired of Liu Feng regarding the conditions laid forth in his discussions with Sun Quan, for he had not previously delved into the details. Liu Feng produced a piece of silk from his bosom and presented it to a personal attendant, who in turn delivered it to Liu Bei. Upon receiving it, Liu Bei's brows furrowed as he scanned the contents. The price was exorbitant, and some items should not have been relinquished. He then passed the document around the court. Among the ministers, one man, tall and striking, adorned in a silk cap and a crane cloak, was the first to examine it. This was none other than the illustrious Zhuge Liang. His visage was remarkable, yet his modest demeanor belied his greatness, rendering comparisons to Su Shu as mere flattery. If one were to claim that the romance of the Shu Han holds 3 parts, surely this individual must occupy a fraction of that. Among the 10 philosophers of the martial temple, be they statesmen, military strategists, tacticians, inventors, or literary figures, throughout the annals of history, which sovereign has not yearned for such loyal companions to assist them, and which ruler has been fortunate enough to acquire such extraordinary talents? The eloquent memorial on the expedition, comprising 1,502 characters, has moved countless readers to tears. After examining the silk scroll, Zhuge Liang remained silent, for he understood well that should this item fall into the hands of a certain individual, that person would undoubtedly rise in opposition. Requiring no further words from him, in merely a quarter of an hour, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes and adorned with a silk cap stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute to Liu Bei, saying, "My lord, the items listed herein cannot be compensated even by levying the taxes of Ezhou for 3 years this year." His words were fervent. His complexion flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly incensed by this peace treaty's list, nearly resorting to cursing at the second master. Meanwhile, the ministers who had yet to see the contents of the list craned their necks in anticipation. curious as to what items could provoke such ire from this learned gentleman. Liu Bei, observing this, hastily interjected to calm the situation. Zichu, do not be hasty. Let us hear Yin Chang's explanation first. This man was Liu Ba, also known as Liu Zichu, who had been appointed as the Minister of Works when Liu Bei ascended to the position of Hanzhong Wang this year. Ordinarily, this matter should have been addressed first by the Minister of Works, F.A. Zheng, but due to F.A. Zheng's recent illness, the affairs of Chengdu had fallen to Liu Ba. While his official rank was modest, his power was substantial, for this position wielded considerable influence. Upon hearing Liu Ba's name, Ma Bing instantly perked up, for this individual shared a notable history with Liu Huangshu. Liu Ba hailed from an esteemed family of officials, having been repeatedly summoned by Liu Biao, all of which he declined. He was a staunch supporter of Cao Cao, even personally heading north to pledge allegiance during Chao's campaign against Jingzhou, successfully persuading the 3 prefectures of Jingnan to surrender, though Liu Ba had not completed his tasks. Liu Huangshu had already claimed Jingnan. Liu Bei, recognizing talent, had sought him multiple times, yet Liu Ba had consistently rebuffed the offers. Subsequently, he fled to Jiaozhou to evade Liu Bei, only to find himself in Yizhou, ultimately serving under Liu Huangzu. It is indeed said that one can run for half a lifetime but still not escape the grasp of Liu Huangshu. Ma Bing knew this gentleman was one of the key figures he would need to persuade. Liu Huangshu's treasury, a critical minister for the laws and currency of Shuhan. Extracting funds from him would prove a Herculean task. Fearful that Liu Zichu might preemptively declare a lack of funds before the eldest master could speak, he opened the system to assess Liu Ba's attributes. After all, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Name: Liu Ba, Zichu. Age: 48. Martial power: 17 leadership, 35 politics, 88 intelligence, 80 charisma, 79 skills, coordination, allocation of resources in Zizhou. Matters of state: during governance, he rigorously enforced laws and loved his people as his own children. Politics 3. Coinage: requisitioning old coins to mint new ones, ensuring the treasury is filled and the populace possesses surplus wealth. He has the ability to manage finances, thus Politics 3. Transience: evolved like floating duckweed, drifting with the current, traversing various lands, ultimately returning home, diligently fulfilling his duties. Politics 3. Rank: first-class domestic official, second-class strategist. Bond value: 25. Same faction. Unfamiliar. This skill is undoubtedly focused on enhancing politics. I might not be his match. If the sky were to fall, there is a master to bear the brunt. I shall remain a humble presence. Having read this, Ma Bing felt disheartened. He never engaged in battles without certainty. This was an advanced match, one he could not contend with. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat, seeing that his elder brother Liu Bei had addressed him directly. Guan Yu stroked his handsome beard and spoke. My lord, Yu is not one to fear for his life. The items listed here have all been considered deeply. He continued, My lord, do you truly dare entrust the art of iron forging to Sun Quan? Such an act is unwise. However, before the second master could finish his thought, Liu Ba interrupted, launching into a fervent critique. The second master stood quietly, awaiting the conclusion of Liu Ba's tirade. After a stick of incense had burned, Liu Zichu ceased his outburst, and the second master resumed. My lord, Zichu speaks truthfully. He then shifted his tone, adding, Yet if we possess a superior method of iron forging, what harm lies in sharing it with Sun Quan? Upon hearing that a better technique for iron forging existed, Liu Bei's heart quivered, his pupils constricting slightly as he leaned forward, eagerly inquiring, Yin Chang, is this true? Do we truly have a better method? Guan Yu, sensing the gravity of the moment, immediately knelt, clasping his fists, and humbly replied, My lord, every word I utter is true. That if you do not believe me, we can summon craftsmen to verify and attempt forging for comparison. Liu Bei quickly gestured for Guan Yu to rise, smiling as he said, Yin Chang, please stand. There is no need for such formality, that I inherently trust you. The third master promptly stepped forward to assist Guan Yu in standing. Guan Yu refrained from disclosing to whom the iron forging method would be entrusted, only mentioning that during his time in Jingzhou, he encountered an elder who imparted knowledge, and he had commanded his men to attempt it, which indeed proved effective. Thus, he kept this matter confidential, intending to report it discreetly to Liu Bei, but the ongoing campaign against Xiangyang had delayed him. He did not mention Ma Bing at all. As a protective measure for his own disciple, many prodigies do not live to see adulthood. Have we not heard tales of Chao Chong and Zhou Bai, who both met untimely ends? Upon hearing Lu Ba's explanation of the matter, he was about to inquire about the other conditions listed. The second master, quick to interject, preemptively cut him off, for he, too, was not fond of being scolded. The second master explained, as for the 2,000 cavalry horses, I have discussed with Xian and Ma Bing, and we believe that granting them to Sun Quan would be more advantageous for our forces. After a brief pause, the court remained silent, patiently awaiting his reasoning. He continued, My lord, I have acquired a method, also given by that elder, pertaining to the training of cavalry. Should Sun Quan succeed in training this force, Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry would be like mere common fowl before them, and it would eliminate a significant threat to our army. Moreover, the costs of training such a force are substantial, which would deplete Jiangdong's finances. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei felt a stir within and could not help but ask, if this force surpasses the tiger and leopard cavalry, might our army also be trained in it? The second master, upon hearing this, proceeded to articulate its pros and cons, explaining that he also possessed methods to counter it in the field, so perhaps training was unnecessary. As for the other items, the second master cast a knowing glance at Liu Bei. The two shared a tacit understanding, and Liu Bei immediately comprehended what his second brother implied. Funds and provisions could be offered, but did not need to be dispensed immediately. Moreover, they could be given as a gesture of goodwill. In short, the strategy was to delay. Once the discussion concluded, Liu Bei waved his hand, commanding everyone to withdraw that he wished to spend some quality time with his kin, to express the longing accumulated over years of separation. Yet, at that moment, Ma Bing hesitated, uncertain whether to leave or remain. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to turn and depart. Guanping, noticing his exit, hurried after him, eager to draw him back into the hall, softly urging, Virtuous brother, since you previously wished to take Master Fa Zheng as your mentor at Huang's estate, this is the perfect opportunity to discuss it with father. You must seize this moment. Chapter 49. Liu Bei's difficulties. Ma Bing glanced at his father beside him, then nodded in agreement with Ma Liang, thus following Guanping back into the hall once more. At this moment, Lu Huangshu descended from the dais, affectionately patting the shoulders of his two younger brothers. Observing his nephew, Guanping, ushering Ma Bing back into the hall, Liu Bei's expression bore a hint of surprise. Believing he had already determined the nature of the reward, yet had refrained from voicing it earlier in the hall. Then Liu Bei inquired, Ma Bing, have you decided what reward you wish to receive? Upon hearing this, Ma Bing raised his gaze to the tall figure beside him. Guanping offered him a reassuring look, poised to explain when suddenly a rumble of thunder interrupted. None other than Zhang Sanyi, who had once again spoken out of turn. Ah, elder brother, this lad is indeed one of our own. One of our own? Liu Bei, intrigued, turned to the third brother, questioning, What do you mean by that? The third brother pointed at the young lad below and chuckled. Elder brother, this lad is my and the second brother's direct disciple. If he is a disciple, then he is one of our own. Is he not? Oh, Liu Bei then jested. You, Zhang Yida, have taken on a disciple as well? Aren't you worried about misleading the youth? The third brother, feeling slightly embarrassed, cast a sidelong glance at his own disciple, and then approached Liu Bei, whispering, Elder brother, please refrain from such remarks. My disciple is present. Grant me some dignity. Liu Bei chuckled at Ma Bing, but within his heart, he grew increasingly curious about why his second brother had chosen to take Ma Bing as a disciple. He knew that while his third brother was in his 50s, he still retained a childlike spirit, perhaps merely seeking amusement. However, his second brother was different, serious and cautious. He would never easily accede to others' requests. Yet once he did grant consent, he was a man of his word, steadfast in action. From Liu Bei's perspective, Yinping had transformed from a barely literate warrior into a cultured and martial leader capable of defending a region. An extraordinary journey. Furthermore, his second brother was of pure character. After taking the equally loyal and courageous Zhou Tsang as a guard, Liu Bei had not heard any rumors of him accepting anyone else into his inner circle. Why then, in recent days, had he chosen to take on a disciple? Liu Bei pondered this, feeling a sense of intrigue, and thus inquired, Second brother, I recall during our time in Jingzhou, you had praised a young officer. When he sought to become your disciple, you declined. What has changed this time? Upon hearing this, Guan Yu laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, brother. You are unaware that this young officer pales in comparison to my disciple. Furthermore, that man harbors ill intentions. How could I possibly hold him in esteem?" Liu Bei then inquired, "Second brother, does this imply that your disciple possesses exceptional character?" "Indeed," Guan Yu replied, "that he is resilient, possessing both wisdom and valor. I am ashamed to admit that it is solely due to this lad's strategy that we managed to escape the dire situation at Linjiu and return to Chengdu that I end my estimation. When this disciple matures, he will stand shoulder to shoulder with Kongming." The second lord generously lavished praise upon his disciple, causing Ma Bing, who was present in the hall, to blush with embarrassment as he listened to their exchange. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, felt a tremor of doubt within. His second brother seldom extolled others, yet to liken this child's future to that of Kongming seemed an exaggeration. He then voiced his skepticism, saying, "Second brother, is this not an excessive commendation? The talent of Kongming is indeed a rarity in this world." At this moment, Zhang San, standing nearby with a solemn expression, interjected, "Elder brother, what the second brother says is not unfounded. It is not an overstatement." Liu Bei recognized that Zhang Fei was unusually earnest, understanding that he had taken a particular interest in the young lad. Subsequently, he summoned Ma Bing to step forward, adopting a tone of inquiry, and asked, "Ma Bing, your two masters have lauded you to the heavens, claiming that you will undoubtedly possess the talents of Kongming in the future." Ma Bing, upon hearing this, lamented inwardly, wishing only to be a carefree child of privilege. Moreover, he thought, being the tallest bird draws the hunter's arrow. Liu Bei continued to pace the hall, oblivious to Ma Bing's dismay, and added, "Currently, Jingzhou has been lost, and the 3 counties of Shangyong are isolated. The land route is blocked, unable to withstand Chao Aman's advances, while the waterways are fraught, unlike Sun Zhongmo's. How do you perceive this matter?" After speaking, Liu Bei cast a brief glance at his second brother. Despite their deep brotherly bond, the loss of Jingzhou had disrupted his grand strategy. Though he did not voice any blame, a sliver of resentment lingered in his heart. Had Jingzhou remained intact, capturing Xiangfan and unifying the Han River, whether by land or water, would have greatly assisted him in reclaiming the realm. Now, with Jingzhou completely in ruins and Shangyong precariously hanging by a thread, how could one possibly contend against Cao Cao with merely 1 province against 9? After pondering for a moment, Ma Bing first glanced at his 2 masters, who looked back at him with eager anticipation, encouraging him to speak boldly without fear. That he then ventured, "Perhaps we should simply abandon Shangyong." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Bei's displeasure was evident. This unexpected answer was disappointing. Today would be 5 cities lost, tomorrow 10, leading to a restless night. Such a response could only come from a fool, and it contradicted his northern expedition strategy. Liu Bei's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he glanced at his second and third brothers, silently conveying, "Is this the great talent you both extolled?" The 2 brothers fell silent. At this juncture, Liu Bei thought that Ma Bing's youth might hinder his ability to provide sound counsel on matters of state and resolved to give him another chance. Asking, "Recently, a curious riddle has circulated in Chengdu. There are both chickens and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads and 94 feet. How many of each are there?" The townsfolk have struggled to solve it, leading many to purchase chickens and rabbits to ascertain the answer. Do you think you can solve it? Liu Bei wished to challenge Ma Bing, ensuring that his 2 brothers would not be duped by the young boy. Recognizing the classic nature of the chicken and rabbit problem, Ma Bing, aware of Liu Bei's earlier displeasure regarding his suggestion to abandon Shangyou, decided to no longer hide his abilities and answered without hesitation. Liu Bei, astonished, asked, "Have you heard of this riddle before?" Ma Bing replied softly, "I have not." At this moment, Liu Bei finally believed his 2 brothers. At the very least, this child possessed some talent in calculations. It was known that Liu Ba, upon hearing of this riddle, had taken 2 days and nights to solve it due to illness. The diligent Liu Zichu had even delayed work over this matter, indicating that this young lad indeed had his exceptional qualities. Liu Bei, casting aside his previous misgivings, turned to his second brother and said, "Yin Chong, this child possesses strategic talent, that it would be prudent to entrust him to Zichu for further guidance. He will undoubtedly flourish in due time." Upon hearing this, the second brother thought to himself, "Elder brother still fails to see the strengths and weaknesses of his own disciple. He shot a discontented glance at Ma Bing, who, believing in the tacit understanding between master and disciple, thought his master was protecting him by not revealing his desires for a life of ease. Why was he dissatisfied now? Guan Yu then turned away. Addressing his elder brother, Mr. Zichu is indeed exceptionally talented. Yet I have heard that since you entered Shu, you have placed great trust in F.A. Xiaoji. Did I wonder, what are your thoughts on this individual? Upon hearing this, Ma Bing was puzzled as to the second brother's intent in mentioning F.A. Zheng, that he then searched for the gaze of Guan Ping, who, understanding the unspoken exchange, conveyed through their eyes. Elder brother? Have you not just spoken of him? When did I ever mention him? What about our master? How would I know? I have been standing next to you the entire time. Are you not aware? Liu Bei, upon hearing Guan Yu's inquiry about F.A. Zheng, immediately responded, "This man possesses talents that could shape the heavens and the earth, albeit with a few minor flaws in his character." Aware that all present were his kin, he spoke candidly. Since being appointed, Xiaoji has provided counsel and ingenious strategies to the army. Without his advice during the Battle of Hanzhong, how could we have defeated Xiahou Yuan? We might have suffered a great defeat. At this moment, Zhang San's lips involuntarily twitched. His wife, the niece of Xiahou Yuan, had once expressed to Zhang Fei that Xiahou had saved her during a famine, rendering him a great benefactor in her eyes. When the news of Xiahou Yuan's execution reached Chengdu, she wept for many days and quietly set up an altar in his memory. Zhang San, feeling compassion for his beautiful wife, allowed her to do as she wished. Liu Bei then laughed heartily and declared, "Moreover, has not our second brother heard Xiao Aman's words? I have captured numerous villains, yet I have been unable to seize F.A. Zheng. Haha, F.A. Zheng is a godsend to me." Yet, Liu Bei mistakenly believed his second brother had fallen into his old habit of emphasizing F.A. Zheng's positive traits while glossing over the negatives, hoping to make his second brother understand that F.A. Zheng's prior recognition was indeed warranted. Seeing this, Guan Yu understood that his elder brother had misinterpreted his intentions and jovially stated, "Elder brother, that is not my meaning. I sought to find a great scholar for my disciple to learn from." He then explained to the third brother, "Although Cindy excels in literature and art, those are but minor paths, not comparable to matters of governance that I, as a mere commoner, am fortunate to have formed a bond with elder brother." Leading to the present day Guan Yin Chang. While I can teach my disciple about warfare, governance must rely on local officials who devote themselves to the task, that I cannot claim credit for what I have not contributed. Thus, it is only right that I seek a learned scholar to guide him in the ways of governance. This way, my disciple will not repeat my mistakes, and the bond between master and disciple will not be in vain. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing's eyes began to glisten with tears. Within just a few days, he had not yet done anything for this benevolent master, yet he had already received such great kindness. Leaving him at a loss for how to repay it was only at this moment that he truly understood how much his master valued him and recognized that his master was indeed a figure of political acumen, effortlessly illuminating a clear path for him. Thus, Ma Bing approached the second brother, extending his small hand to grasp the hem of his sleeve, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as he softly said, "Master, to be able to take you as my teacher is the greatest fortune of my life. How could I possibly seek another?" The second brother, upon hearing this, displayed a displeased expression and sternly admonished, "Who is the master here, you or I? If you acknowledge me as your master, this matter should rightfully be decided by me." Guan Yu then turned to Liu Bei and reiterated, "Elder brother, I believe it would be more fitting to award my unruly disciple with a renowned teacher." Liu Bei gazed deeply at Ma Bing, faintly recalling that the last time his second brother was so agitated was during the oath in the peach garden. Now, he had gone to such lengths for this young lad, demonstrating his regard and affection for him. Liu Bei felt a surge of emotion. If that were the case, what right did he have to refuse? Thus, he nodded and said, "Second brother, I shall take charge of this matter. In due course, I will speak to Xiaoji about accepting this child as his disciple. You need not worry further about this. Instead, focus on resting and recuperating, for the army will require your leadership in the future." Standing to the side, Ma Bing felt somewhat at a loss. He had never contemplated how to approach his master regarding his desire to take F.A. Zheng as a teacher, as his master had already paved the way for him in political matters. At that moment, he resolved, for the sake of duty, for himself, And for such a devoted master, he must not bring disgrace upon him and must achieve something great. Upon hearing that Liu Bei had acquiesced to the matter, Guan Yu felt an immense joy swell within him that he reached out to gently pat the head of his disciple. Beside him, Lu Feng was also deeply elated for this younger brother, and thus, steeling his resolve, he decided to express his own concerns in hopes of addressing them simultaneously. He promptly knelt on one knee before Liu Bei, clasped his fists together in salute, and resolutely declared, "Father, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Liu Bei, taken aback by this unexpected request, was astonished, for these individuals rarely sought favors. Today, it seemed, the sun had risen from the west. Initially, he extended a hand to assist Lu Feng in rising. But Lu Feng remained kneeling, prompting Liu Bei to inquire, "Fenger, what is it that you seek?" Lu Feng then articulated his desire to revert to his original surname and to petition for the restoration of his ancestral title. The moment those words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. Liu Bei gazed at his eldest son, disbelief etched upon his face. This boy, who had been adopted by him at the tender age of 13, had now been under his care for a full 14 years. Liu Bei had always assumed he would remain without heirs. Hence he had previously treated Lu Feng as his successor, but he never anticipated that this son he had nurtured would make such a request. Liu Bei then inquired, "Feng, what prompts this statement? Has someone sought to sow discord between us?" Lu Feng, eyes cast downward, remained silent, fearing to meet his father's gaze, lest he encounter disappointment reflected in Liu Bei's eyes. Some truths, after all, must be confronted. After a brief contemplation, Lu Feng lifted his gaze and replied, "Father, it is not the words of others that lead me to this, but rather my desire to prevent future strife between myself and the younger brother, akin to the endless conflict seen among the descendants of Yuan Shao and Liu Biao. There are those among the populace with ulterior motives, and I do not wish for you to face difficulties in the future. It is better to sever their expectations now, at this moment." Liu Bei began to comprehend his son's true intentions. However, he was greatly displeased by this perceived weakness, exclaiming, "Have you become so timid in just 2 years away from your father? Those individuals will be dealt with by me. What is there for you to fear? Do you think I would allow you to live in such trepidation? Fenger, you have sorely disappointed me." Liu Bei's words flowed forth like a rapid-fire barrage. As he returned to his seat, his chest heaving with agitation, and he gasped for breath, Lu Feng, listening to his father's admonishments, bowed his head, tears welling in his eyes, rendered speechless. The atmosphere within the hall grew heavy, with all present silently observing the exchange between father and son. Chapter 51. Heartfelt Confessions. Ma Bing returns home within the resplendent palace. An unusual stillness prevailed, and an elderly man, clad in humble attire, sat at the throne. Below, a young man knelt on the floor, surrounded by a silent assembly, all awaiting the elder's words. That Ma Bing understood that any utterance from others would be futile. This emotional impasse could only be unraveled by the father and son themselves. Seizing the moment, he activated the system to examine Liu Bei's attributes. Name: Liu Bei, Xinda. Age: 60 years. Martial power: 65, peak 78, leadership: 83, politics: 95, intelligence: 80, charisma: 99, skills, benevolence. Only the virtuous and capable can draw others. With both virtue and talent, one stands firm in righteousness, easily attracting the worthy by personal charm. Charisma: 5, humanity. Those who undertake great matters must prioritize people, that be why leading the populace across rivers. He is beloved by the people, thus enhancing local governance and security. Politics: 1, charisma: 1, oath of brotherhood. To share food and shelter, not seeking to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. When Guan, Zhang, and Liu Bei are together, Guan Yu gains politics: 3, intelligence: 3, Zhang Fei gains leadership: 3, politics: 3, Liu Bei gains all attributes: 3. Han's rivalry evolved from weaving mats to selling shoes. From the Yellow Turban Rebellion to the trials of life, from brewing wine to visiting the thatched cottage, from crossing rivers with the people to establishing the foundation of Izhou and hunting in Hanzhou. A ruler must embody both the righteous path and the hegemonic way. Politics: 5, charisma: 3, exclusive ambition of the sovereign. The Han and rebels cannot coexist. The imperial cause cannot settle for complacency. To restore the Han dynasty is his lifelong aspiration. Point 1. Enhanced ability to recruit soldiers: 2. Marking effect. Once identified as a Han rebel in battle, the army's martial power increases by 5. 3. Personal politics 5. Charisma 5. Emperor's ambition. Zhang Wu awaiting unlock level. Top-tier politician. Secondary commander. Monarch level figure. King of Han. Benevolent sovereign. Awaiting unlock. Bond value. 60. Same faction. Friendly appreciative with 6 skills. He surpassed Sun Quan by 1. Moreover, his charisma rating was unparalleled, a testament to Liu Bei's ability to captivate his 2 masters. At this moment, Ma Bing yearned to casually munch on some seeds in the corner, but with so few people present, any movement would draw attention. The oppressive atmosphere lingered for a quarter of an hour, during which Liu Bei remained silent, lost in contemplation. Lu Feng finally broke the stillness, raising his voice. "Father, I am but a fallen scion of nobility. My father passed away early, and I live with my mother in my uncle's household. My uncle treated us exceptionally well, providing for our every need without fail. However, before I encountered you, I drifted aimlessly, unaware of the suffering of the common people or the greater principles of righteousness. Were it not for your diligent teachings and the relentless training from my second and third uncles, how could I have become the Lu Feng of today? I am filled with trepidation. I can only repay you with my utmost devotion, aligning my aspirations with yours to express my gratitude. Now that the wise Zhan has been appointed as crown prince, I am overwhelmed with joy. This year, I have heard rumors in Shangyong likening me to Zhong'er. Although I know this is but a scheme of Chao's treachery, I fear it may be exploited by those with ill intentions. That it is better to cut through the chaos swiftly and eliminate the lurking demons." Listening to his eldest son's heartfelt confession, Liu Bei could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, pondering how to comfort Lu Feng. Yet he remained uncertain about the request to revert to the surname of Ko. Subsequently, Liu Bei rose and approached Lu Feng, extending his hand once more to assist him. This time, Lu Feng did not refuse his father's support. Their eyes met, and Liu Bei embraced Lu Feng, gently patting his back. Then he spoke. "Fenger, allow me to ponder this matter further. We shall discuss it again later." After releasing him, he turned to the assembly and declared, "After a long journey filled with dust and toil, let us first partake in a meal." The banquet was sumptuous. Yet for Ma Bing, who was accustomed to fried, sautéed, and roasted dishes, it posed a considerable challenge. Since arriving in this realm, he had endured this culinary struggle daily, and now he had finally reached Chengdu. He fortified himself with a mental barrier. This would be his last encounter with such steamed and boiled fare. Upon returning home, he would immediately set about researching how to extract oil. In the Three Kingdoms era, animal fats were a delicacy reserved for the aristocracy, with commoners fortunate to taste it only a few times a year. The primary cooking methods remained steaming and boiling, with grilling as a secondary option. That for vegetable oil, the populace had yet to realize its edibility, primarily using it for lamps and such. During the banquet, cups clinked amidst laughter. Liu Bei drank to his heart's content, and even the second master indulged in a few cups, while the third master became completely inebriated. Observing Zhang Fei approaching him with a cup in hand, Ma Bing cunningly employed the art of water evasion. As nightfall descended, Liu Bei thoughtfully prepared carriages for everyone. After bidding farewell to the guests, Ma Bing casually selected a carriage to ride. The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage moved smoothly, gradually making its way to the Ma residence. The night was deep, and the moon hung full in the sky. Chengdu had entered curfew hours. Aside from the patrolling guards, no other souls roamed the streets. The carriage swayed gently. Ma Bing lifted the curtain for fresh air, taking the opportunity to admire the street scenery. Since entering the city at noon, he had yet to thoroughly explore this ancient town. Now, absent the bustling throngs of midday, the streets were quiet, void of vendors' calls. Yet beneath this tranquility, the ancient city possessed a distinctive charm. The driver called for a halt. Ma Wu and Ma Lu emerged from the entrance to greet him, and Ma Lu whispered to his young master, "My lord, be cautious. Your mother is awaiting you in the main courtyard." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing swallowed hard, steeling himself as he walked inside. Upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, he indeed encountered a stunningly beautiful young woman. Gracefully pacing in the center of the courtyard, in her left hand, she held a wrought tan switch, tapping it lightly against her right palm while occasionally glancing outward, awaiting someone's return. In a distant corner, a middle-aged man lurked, having returned home after dinner. It was Ma Liang, who upon witnessing his wife wielding the rattan switch, instructed the guards to secure the back door. Welcome to the trap, Ma Liang thought to himself. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, that he hastily sought refuge in the study, fearing that the flames of the city gate would engulf innocent bystanders. Just as Ma Ren's left foot touched down, before he could lift his right foot, his wife spoke. Ma Ji-chang, did that rascal not return already? Why did he not accompany you back from court? Ma Liang approached his wife, gently massaging her shoulders, and with a sheepish grin replied, Fear not, my dear, he is merely delayed. The Lord wished to speak with Binger, and he will surely return after the banquet. Chapter 52. Mother Pang. The young lady turned around, breaking free from Ma Liang's grip on her shoulders, stamping her foot, glaring at him, and clenching her silver teeth. She exclaimed, Listen here, Ma Ji-chang. I have yet to settle the score with you for secretly taking Binger to Jingzhou. If he does not return today, you need not come back to this home ever again. Go find your old flame in the brothel instead. My dear, did you not say that this matter was in the past? Ma Liang felt utterly wronged. Did he truly have the audacity to sneak his son away? Furthermore, visiting a brothel for tea was merely a gathering place for refined scholars. It was genuinely just for tea. And as for having an old flame, that was clearly the handiwork of his third brother, Ma Shuchong. The young lady raised an eyebrow, shooting him a sideways glance, and said, sneaking off to drink tea behind my back. And you still wish to come back? This time, both old and new debts will be settled together. Ma Liang approached her calmly, massaging her shoulders without a trace of anger, continuously urging her to calm down. They waited until curfew, at which point Ma Liang swiftly concocted an excuse, claiming unfinished official documents, and stealthily made his escape. He then concealed himself in a corner of the courtyard, preparing to witness his son's grand performance. Ready to swoop in at a critical moment to save him, as dusk fell and the moon rose high. Ma Bing approached the courtyard door, spotting his mother waiting for him, that he intended to quietly slip back inside from the shadows. Just then, a hearty voice rang out behind him. Madam, the eldest young master has returned. Ma Bing cursed under his breath. Oh no! How could I forget to remind this oaf? He then turned to his mother, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and said, Mother, I'm back. Pang turned to look at Ma Bing, quickly rushing towards him and delivering several sharp strikes to his calves with a rattan stick. Although her strikes seemed fierce, they barely stung that a son is, after all, a piece of flesh from his mother. In Ma Bing's memories, his mother had always showered him with affection, and the thought of him running away with his father to Jingzhou was something she could never have anticipated. Pang then embraced Ma Bing, her sobs echoing in his ears. Don't make Bing return the embrace, recalling how, after following his uncle to Africa to trade, he had been lectured by his mother multiple times, ultimately leading her to cease her concern for him. Perhaps it was the longing for his mother, or perhaps the influence of his previous life, that made him feel a profound sense of comfort in her arms at this moment. He inhaled the floral fragrance emanating from her. After a brief moment, Pang ceased her weeping, and Ma Bing gently adjusted her posture, grinning as he said, Mother, you've become even more beautiful. Pang rolled her eyes and retorted, You flatterer! Hee. Mother is the most beautiful person in the world. Ma Bing lavished her with sweet words, attempting to win her over. Pang looked at her eldest son, who had darkened several shades, a boy who could have lived a life of luxury and safety, yet now engaged in such dangerous endeavors with his father. Initially intent on punishing him severely, upon seeing him, she could not bring herself to be harsh, merely stating, I shall ground you for 3 months. Please, mother, spare me this once. Ma Bing felt his heart sink at the thought of 3 months of confinement and quickly pleaded. Pang turned her back to him, ignoring his pleas. That moment, Ma Liang, who had been watching from the side, stepped forward, and Ma Bing shot him a glance, silently urging his father to intercede on his behalf. Ma Liang approached Pang, about to speak when Pang said, If you plead for him, you shall sleep in the study for 3 months. Ma Liang was left speechless and chose to remain silent. If my friend dies, let me not perish, he thought, returning his son a helpless glance. Ma Bing grimaced, resigned to accept this outcome. Just then, a little chubby boy yawned as he wandered from the bedroom that he had woken up in the night and heard commotion in the courtyard. Upon seeing his elder brother, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief before rushing over. This little chubby boy, named Ma He, was the same one Ma Bing remembered from his childhood brawl with the eldest Zhang from their village in Xianyang. The two were 5 years apart and shared a close bond, perfectly in sync with each other. However, after Ma Bing was sent to the clan school, their time together diminished, yet their blood ties remained strong. Ma Bing intended to pick up his little brother, but due to his frail state and Ma Hie's considerable weight, he abandoned the idea after a futile attempt, and he immediately bombarded him with questions about how exciting it was to lead troops into battle. Pang swiftly interjected, "Your brother has been away for half a year and has just returned home to rest. Save your questions for tomorrow. Now, all of you return to your rooms to rest." With that, she shot a glare at the little one. Feeling exasperated with both her eldest and youngest sons, he stuck out his tongue at Ma Bing before obediently returning to his room. Ma Bing too retreated to his room, lying on his long-absent bed, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him that it had been many days since he had last checked his system panel. And now seemed a good time to ponder it. Name: Ma Bing. Age: 14 years. Martial power: 52, barely capable of wielding a sword. Leadership: 44, a little child, still lacking in maturity. Wishing to be in management? Politics: 58, some abilities, yet not much. Capable of managing a village. Intelligence: 83, goodness, how can your mind be so sharp? Charm: 86, a beloved little boy, adored by many elder sisters. Skills: none level. Second-rate strategist items: Qinglian sword, ox-cleaving knife, Qinglian sword manual, Yulan white dragon colt. Young, awaiting collection. Remaining lifespan: 29 years and 3 months. Bonded relationships: Ma Liang, father; Guan Yu, mentor; Zhang Fei, mentor; Guan Ping, friend; Zhou Tsang, friend. Ma Bing gazed contentedly at the remaining 29 years and 3 months, drifting peacefully into dreams. The next morning, Ma Liang rose early for court. His eldest son had been grounded for several days, and being a sluggard, he slept until the sun was high in the sky. There was no choice. In this household, the mother's word was law. After Ma Bing finished lunch, Lu Feng came to visit. Upon learning that the eldest young master was looking for Ma Bing, Pang personally attended to him and dispatched Ma Lu to inform Ma Bing to come out and meet him. At that moment, Lu Feng was seated in the main hall, elegantly savoring tea. Ma Bing, clad in a black outfit with sleeves subtly shimmering, approached with a confident stride. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the fabric was embroidered with threads of gold. Barely visible, he walked with an air of nonchalance, resembling a dandy. Lu Feng was once again taken aback, witnessing this new side of his younger brother, and silently lamented, "Truly unpredictable." As soon as Ma Bing appeared, Lu Feng stated his purpose. His father had sent him to find Ma Bing to visit Fa Zheng in the afternoon and to follow up on the earlier promise to become his disciple. Chapter 53. Becoming a Disciple. Liu Bei consults Kong Ming upon hearing that her eldest son was to become a disciple. Pang immediately inquired without reservation, "Fa Zheng? Fa Xiaoji? Why would my son wish to take him as a master?" Pang hailed from the illustrious Pang family of Xiangyang, the same as Pang De and Pang Tong. Even though she belonged to a branch of the family, it did not prevent her from looking down upon Fa Zheng. She had heard of his poor reputation, and if her son were truly to take on a mentor, why not seek a renowned scholar from her maternal family? Lu Feng had also heard of Ma Liang's wife, Pang, but was unsure of the veracity of the rumors. Opting to believe them, that he respectfully replied, "Indeed, it is Mr. Xiaoji, personally chosen by Lord Junho from Ma Bing as his teacher." But Ma Bing exchanged glances with his mother, who then understood that this matter was likely of her son's choosing. With a sigh, she remarked, "Once a son grows up, he is no longer under his mother's control." With that, she turned and left the two of them. Retreating to the back courtyard, Ma Bing felt a wave of relief wash over him as his mother departed, for he always felt an inexplicable pressure in her presence. That he then clasped his hands in respect to Lu Feng, indicating it was time to proceed to Fa Zheng's residence. The scene shifted back to the court afternoon, where Liu Bei formally issued orders regarding the rewards and punishments for Guan Yu. Addressing the ministers, that he then began discussions. After the court session concluded, Kong Ming intended to return to his residence to attend to state affairs. The palace attendants had been waiting early at the palace gates, and as soon as they saw Kong Ming emerge, they approached and escorted him back inside. Upon seeing Zhuge Liang return, Liu Bei spoke, "Kong Ming, the loss of Jingzhou contradicts the strategy of Longzhong Dui. Now, Shangyong and the 3 counties are isolated. What should we do?" Kong Ming, holding his feather fan, gently waved it and, after a moment, provided his answer. My lord, why not abandon Shangyong and relocate the populace back to Izhou? At this juncture, Shangyong is akin to a chicken rib. Unpalatable, yet regrettable to discard. It would be better to bring the people back, that it is aptly said. To preserve land and lose people is to lose both. To preserve people and lose land is to save both. This matter should be addressed promptly. Liu Bei was taken aback by these words, suddenly recalling what the young prince had suggested yesterday. Perhaps we should indeed abandon Shangyong. The image vividly resurfaced in his mind. Thus Liu Bei inquired, Kong Ming, do you believe there are true prodigies in this world? Zhuge Liang, fanning himself, chuckled lightly, My lord, throughout history, there have been many prodigies and numerous child prodigies who did not live to adulthood. A so-called prodigy, if they do not conceal their talents, is no different from a fool. It resonated perfectly. Zhuge Liang, perplexed, inquired, My lord, what leads you to believe that the son of Ji Chong is a prodigy? Liu Bei, with a smile, replied, Indeed, the son of Ji Chong is exceptionally astute. Guan Yu has requested that I take him as my disciple. This afternoon, I intend to visit Xiaoji and will mention this matter. Zhuge Liang's interest was piqued. This was not the Guan Yu he knew. Proud and often dismissive, treating a mere child with such favor was intriguing. Liu Bei then redirected the conversation to matters of state, saying, Kong Ming, if we are to relocate the populace, from where shall we procure the necessary funds and where will they be settled? Furthermore, we cannot disregard our debts to Sun Zhongmo. Our army still requires his assistance to restrain Cao Cao's forces. Zhuge Liang pondered momentarily, holding his feather fan, his hands clasped, and responded, My lord, relocating the people of Shangyong can be fully supported by the resources of the 3 prefectures that AS for their residences. You wish to reconstruct the palace. This presents an opportunity to recruit laborers and provide them with work. Simultaneously, we can instruct each county to organize the populace to build homes and cultivate the land. Within half a year, it shall be accomplished. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, expressed his delight. Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. Chapter 54, Seeking a Mentor, Part 2. Zhuge Liang's insight in the Grand Hall of the Han Dynasty. After the midday audience, Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang were discussing the timing and location for the relocation of the Shangyong populace. Subsequently, seizing the moment while Lu Feng was absent, he inquired of Kong Ming, Kong Ming, my son sought my permission yesterday to revert to his original surname, wishing to restore the title of his ancestors. He aims to achieve fame and fortune through military merit. What is your perspective on this matter? Zhuge Liang remained silent, pacing slowly before Liu Bei, deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, he gently waved his fan and spoke. My lord, the eldest son's request signifies a reluctance to relinquish military authority. I suspect someone has advised him. At this moment, Ma Bing, seated in a carriage, sneezed repeatedly in Liu Feng's presence, cursing under his breath. Who dares to speak ill of me? Zhuge Liang's words struck at the crux of the issue. And he continued, My lord, I have heard rumors in Chengdu comparing the eldest son to Chong Heir. It seems there are those who are eagerly attempting to sow discord between the son and you. His choice to raise this issue now suggests he wishes to distance himself from its ramifications. Why not grant his wish? Firstly, the eldest son is valiant, and among the young commanders he should lead. Secondly, this action would sever the ambitions of those who secretly instigate discord, demonstrating that the eldest son bears no ill will. Upon reaching this juncture, Zhuge Liang refrained from further discourse on the matter of heirs, recognizing it as a subject better left unspoken by a minister. Were it not for Liu Bei's wisdom, he might have chosen to remain silent. Liu Bei appeared hesitant, gazing intently beyond the hall. Soon he spoke. Kong Ming, I have already declared Zhang Heir as the crown prince. Does this not suffice? If I were to change Feng Heir's surname back, would it not wound his heart? Liu Bei approached this matter with utmost caution, seeking a solution that would satisfy both parties. Zhuge Liang, aware of his lord's thoughts, counseled, My lord, are you not aware of the efforts by Yuan Benchu and Han Wenjing to elevate Liu Yu of Yuzhou as emperor? When 2 powers conflict, one must choose the lesser harm. At this point, Zhuge Liang had spoken all he wished to say. He was merely a subject, responsible for strategizing, not for making decisions on behalf of his lord. Liu Bei, still reluctant to revert Liu Feng's surname, promptly ceased the discussion and resumed matters of state with Kong Ming. After a brief interval, a young palace servant hurriedly entered, reporting to Lu Huangshu, Master. The eldest son and Ma Bing have arrived outside the hall, awaiting your presence. Shall I invite them in? Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang were engrossed in their conversation, and upon hearing this, Liu Bei casually waved his hand. Responding with a single word, "Announce," the servant promptly dashed outside to summon the two, and upon entering, both bowed to Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang, greeting. "We pay our respects to Father and to Master Kongming." Liu Bei continued his discussion with Zhuge Liang, merely gesturing for them to rise. Kongming, unable to spare a moment to return the greeting, smiled gently at the two, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lu Feng, noticing his father's preoccupation, promptly took Ma Bing and seated themselves in a corner, awaiting the conclusion of the discussion. The two listened intently as Liu Bei posed various inquiries to Zhuge Liang in matters of benefiting the people. Every detail must be meticulously considered. In matters of imposing hardship, every aspect must be eliminated. Liu Bei, always prioritizing the well-being of the populace, sought to minimize the impact of the relocation, ensuring that upon their arrival in Chengdu, the people would feel as if they were home. Historically, few rulers have succeeded in leading their subjects to abandon their homeland, yet Liu Bei's reputation during the late Eastern Han period was resounding. The citizens of Jing and Su provinces felt this way, and although Shangyong had been governed for a brief period, they too sensed Lu Huangshu's benevolence. Ma Bing, eavesdropping on the discussion, soon realized they were preparing to relocate the people of Shangyong. He did not intend to interfere, knowing that such relocations could lead to the suffering of the populace, even if they were willing participants. Firstly, the transportation was inconvenient. Having lost the naval forces of Jingzhou, how could the people be moved? Upon their arrival in Chengdu, where would they reside? How would provisions be secured? At this time, inflation was rampant in the region, and even if Liu Ba were to mint new currency from old, it would not resolve the financial chaos. Otherwise, Guanping would not have suggested using shoe brocade as a reward during discussions in Linjude. To Ma Bing's eyes, the current state of Ezhou resembled a dilapidated open carriage. With winds blowing from all sides, barely sustaining its journey on the main road with only 2 wheels present, he was not prepared with the necessary resources for crossing, be it iron or coal or technical skills. All remained far from his aspirations. Thus, he chose to observe quietly as Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang continued their discourse. After half an hour, prompted by the palace servant, Lu Huangshu reluctantly concluded their discussion. He then noticed the two, one large and one small, snugly nestled together in a corner, nearly asleep, which brought him amusement, that he turned to an elderly attendant beside him to rouse them. Ma Bing, awakened by the attendant, instinctively wiped his mouth and asked, "Have we finished discussing?" The attendant hurriedly reminded him to observe proper etiquette. Lu Feng, quick to respond, said, "Father, forgive me. I could hardly resist the drowsiness." Ma Bing, now somewhat alert, quickly bowed with both hands before him, kneeling to show respect. Liu Bei, upon witnessing this, laughed heartily and declared, "You too are forgiven." He then instructed them to step forward, as he needed to change his attire before they all proceeded to Fa Zheng's residence. At this juncture, Zhuge Liang was carefully observing Ma Bing, recalling his close friendship with Ma Liang. During his seclusion in Jingzhou, he had long heard of Ma Liang's renown. It was not until the 14th year of Jian in 209 that Liu Bei summoned Ma Liang to serve as a provincial official, and their paths finally crossed. Upon their first meeting, it felt as though they were old friends, instantly connected. Ma Liang regarded Zhuge Liang as an elder brother, even encouraging his younger brother, Ma Su, to study under him for many years. Their bond could be likened to that of a mountain and flowing water meeting a kindred spirit. In the 19th year of Jianan, 214, upon hearing of the fall of Luocheng, Ma Liang wrote to his elder brother Zhuge Liang, expressing his sentiments. "I have heard that Luocheng has fallen, a blessing from the heavens. You should seize this opportunity, assess the situation, and recruit talented individuals to be why governing with kindness and wisdom, everything will be arranged appropriately. Though I am not of the caliber of Zhong Ziki, I am nonetheless a Bo who rejoices in your achievements." The letter also conveyed his sorrow over the death of Pang Tong in battle. In both political matters and personal affairs, the two maintained a strong friendship. Ma Liang had intended to wait until Ma Bing matured further before advocating for him to become Zhuge Liang's disciple. But unexpectedly, his son had formed his own opinions and decided to pursue it himself. After all, there was still a second child at home. A little discipline from his mother would surely help him grow into a capable individual. Zhuge Liang, well-versed in a multitude of texts, was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, understanding human relationships, discerning yin and yang, mastering the 8 trigrams, and proficient in various strategic arts. He possessed the talent for reading others' faces and had even authored treatises on recognizing individuals, the 7 methods of observation. As he scrutinized Ma Bing, a sense of wonder filled his heart. How could this nephew, whom he had met in childhood, once bearing the traits of a wealthy scion, now appear so different? According to reason, one's appearance should not change drastically. How intriguing. Chapter 55, Fa Zheng, a remedy beyond reach. Confident in his abilities, Kong Ming inquired. Ma Bing, what are your aspirations? The observer becomes the observed. Ma Bing was also assessing Zhuge Liang, whose presence could captivate many in the 21st century. His heart raced with curiosity, unable to look away. The system displayed name: Zhuge Liang Kong Ming, styled Wulong. Age: 38 strength, 64 command, 93 politics, 95 intelligence, 98 charm, 91 skills. Farming transformed like a fish in water. In the spring at the grass hall, I sleep soundly while the sun lingers outside. Tilling in Nanyang, embracing my knees and howling, I compare myself to Guanzhong and Lu Yi, widely reading. When I find my enlightened lord, politics 5, intelligence 3, heavenly timing and geographical advantage, combinatorial skill 1, knowledge of astronomy and geography, understanding human relationships. When strategizing, the ability to forecast the weather and seize geographical advantages increases the marching speed of soldiers. Point 2. Military affairs are rooted in understanding yin and yang, mastering the 8 trigrams, and knowing strategic arts. Only then can one be a capable commander. When serving as the commander of 3 armies, the soldiers under his command gain enhancements to their strength and intelligence within the 8 trigrams formation. Debating with scholars. Distinguishing between the firm and the subtle, harmonizing differences, the art of argumentation applied to the state, enhancement of debating skills, improvement of diplomatic abilities, and the mastery of exquisite craftsmanship, the couple's technique to excel in one's craft. One must first sharpen their tools. That a skilled artisan's craft is best utilized in military endeavors, capable of creating intricate mechanisms. The Zhuge crossbow, unlocked, and the wooden ox and flowing horse, to be unlocked, are notable examples. Upholding the Han, not yet transformed, dedicating oneself tirelessly until death, loyal to the sovereign and devoted to the nation, to restore the Han dynasty. Point 1. When in sole control of political power. Political acumen 3, charisma 3, and enhanced discernment of others. Point 2. When in sole command of military forces, leadership 3, and improved combat effectiveness of subordinates. Level: exceptional politician, unparalleled strategist, first-rate commander, extraordinary envoy, one of the 10 scholars of the martial temple. Bond value: 75. Same faction, friendly. This is quite difficult to evaluate. Niubo is astounded. Ma Bing is left dumbfounded. This world is perpetually unfair. My own attributes are utterly overshadowed. Oh, Ma Bing gazes blankly at the system, momentarily unable to respond to Zhuge Liang's inquiry. Soon, Kong Ming asks again. Ma Bing, what are your aspirations? Lu Feng, noticing his daze, discreetly nudges him. Instinctively, Ma Bing replies, to indulge in food, drink, and leisure, merely to wait for death. An unexpected response. Zhuge Liang finds this young lad rather inscrutable and wishes to inquire further. At this moment, Liu Bei, dressed in finer garments, approaches Lu Feng and Ma Bing. Realizing this, Zhuge Liang decides to seek another opportunity and takes his leave. Liu Bei leads the two into a 4-horse carriage, heading towards Fa Zheng's residence. The journey is leisurely, the carriage moving at a relaxed pace. Lu Huangshu, like Kong Ming, inquires, Ma Bing, what are your ambitions? The same answer is given to different individuals. To indulge in food, drink, and leisure, merely to wait for death. Lu Feng, having just heard this response in the hall, nearly bursts into laughter, yet now he covers his forehead with both hands. Staring blankly at Ma Bing, as if to say, wake up, do not speak so recklessly. Liu Bei, upon hearing this, is thoroughly amused and shares a knowing glance with Ma Bing, then closes his eyes to rest. You understand? What do you comprehend? This is sincere. Ma Bing feels utterly bewildered and begins to ponder whether he should first mine for wealth or seek riches after apprenticing under F.A. Zheng. Although his mother's dowry is considerable, and the family runs numerous shops, who would refuse more wealth? Indeed, first to amass riches. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrives at the residence. Lu Feng assists his father in disembarking. Upon stepping down, they find F.A.'s followers waiting at the entrance. F.A. Miao steps forward to bow, saying, "I have heard that the Lord has come to visit my father. I am greatly delighted. However, due to my father's illness, he could not come to greet you, so I await here in his stead. Please forgive me." At this time, F.A. Miao, age 22, differs from his father F.A. Zheng. He possesses a broad-mindedness akin to the sea, and none among his peers failed to praise him, earning a prominent reputation among scholars. Many lament how he ended up within the F.A. family. Liu Bei gestures for him to rise, saying, "I share a deep bond with Xiaoji. You need not be so formal. The carriage carries medicinal herbs from the palace, that if there is anything lacking, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall search the world to procure it for Xiaoji." The attendant beside Liu Bei opens the curtain of the carriage to reveal the medicines within. Liu Bei continues, "Now, let us go and see Xiaoji." That F.A. Miao replies, "As you command," and then leads everyone to the bedroom. Upon entering the chamber, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine fills the air, quite pungent. That a man dressed in white lies on the bed, his hair graying, his face gaunt, eyes devoid of spirit, and his breathing shallow. Only after hearing Liu Bei call out several times does he respond, saying, "Cough, I am unwell, unable to pay my respects. Please forgive me, my lord." Liu Bei approaches and takes F.A. Zheng's hands, saying, "Xiaoji, as lord and minister, there is no need for excessive formality." He then softly adds, "I have come to see you." F.A. Zheng gazes blankly, appearing somewhat dazed, and slowly responds, "My lord, I may not have much time left, and I am unable to assist you in achieving great accomplishments." After F.A. Zheng speaks, he nearly struggles to breathe. Liu Bei hurriedly pats his chest and assures him, "Xiaoji, do not think of anything else. Kongming will handle the political matters, and my brothers will manage the military. You should focus on recuperating." After a moment of calm, F.A. Zheng inquires, "My lord, I have heard that you have lost Jingzhou." Liu Bei, taken aback, immediately scolds the others behind him. "Did I not instruct you to keep this from Xiaoji?" Who spoke out of turn. F.A. Zheng gently pats Liu Bei's hands and replies, "My lord, there is no need for anger. I compelled Miaoer to inform you." Lu Huangshu glares at F.A. Miao and then comforts him. "Jingzhou, I shall reclaim it sooner or later. Xiaoji, for now, focus on your health. Do not burden yourself with other matters." F.A. Zheng then advises, "My lord, that is unwise." He takes a deep breath and continues, "Since Jingzhou is lost, do not continue to antagonize Sun Quan. Even if reconciliation is not possible, we should avoid mutual conflict." Liu Bei promptly agrees. Dame Bing observes F.A. Zheng's apparent decline in health and feels a surge of anxiety, that he realizes this could likely be a consequence of the historical corrections, prompting him to have the innkeeper conduct a health scan. The result: late-stage cancer. Treatment plan: eat whatever you can. It is an incurable ailment, and medicine cannot aid. Ma Bing's mental state crumbles. It seems his master may pass shortly after their apprenticeship. Chapter 56. Exchanging life for life. Extending life for a year. While Ma Bing is reviewing the system's health report, Liu Bei returns to the topic at hand. "Xiaoji, I have come to bring you good news. Perhaps joy will alleviate your illness." F.A. Zheng, puzzled, covers his mouth to cough lightly before asking, "My lord, what is this good news?" Liu Bei calls Ma Bing forward, smiling as he says, "This is Ji Chang's eldest son, named Ma Bing, who has taken my second brother as his mentor. Yinping is aware that affairs of state are not his strength, so he sought my assistance in finding a great scholar to guide him." A great scholar. Xiaoji indeed. F.A. Zheng gazes at the youth with curiosity, a smile gracing his lips as he says, "I never expected a day would come when I would teach another's disciple. Yunchang is not afraid of me leading his students astray." With a smile, F.A. Zheng gestures. "Since he is Ji Chang's son, why not have him apprentice under Kongming?" Ma Bing's eyes dart as he first bows and then speaks, "Xiaoji, my father once said you possess great talent and are adept in strategy. I am quite interested in military affairs, and if I could learn from you, I would be immensely grateful." F.A. Zheng glances at Liu Bei, laughing heartily. "My lord, this young lad is quite a sweet tongue." Liu Bei agrees. "Indeed, Yinping says this boy is quite the charmer. He then whispers closely, sharing the news of Jingzhou with Fa Zheng. Fa Zheng, upon hearing this, appears even more astonished, a flush rising to his cheeks as he turns to ask, "My lord, is this true? Of course, why would I deceive you?" As Ma Bing observes the two whispering, he continues to check the system. Ding. Suddenly, the innkeeper's voice comes through. "Dear, seeing you so troubled, have you encountered some difficulties?" Feeling vexed, Ma Bing responds, "There are many difficulties. Can you solve them this time?" In a captivating voice, the innkeeper replies, "Dear, it's merely about extending life. The system offers such services." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing feels as if he has grasped a lifeline and immediately asks, "Can you truly help extend life?" "Dear, the system can extend your life, and it can also extend the lives of others." Ma Bing, becoming wary, inquires, "Is your life extension service a loan system?" "Not at all." As soon as the words leave her lips, Ma Bing's anxious heart settles to it is a loan of 1 to return 3, with a minimum loan period of 1 year. "Why not sell me instead? I wouldn't mind picking cotton." Ma Bing refrains from voicing his thoughts to the system, muttering to himself instead that he then looks at the remaining 29 years and 3 months of his life and asks, "Can I borrow for 9 months first?" "Certainly, but you must repay over 3 years." "I suggest borrowing for a year, which is also repaid over 3 years. Cursed rounding. Ma Bing suddenly recalls the apprenticeship reward and asks, "Will the apprenticeship reward of 3 years directly offset this?" The innkeeper promptly replies, "Dear, that is not possible, as the apprenticeship requires recognition that a mere verbal agreement does not count." Ma Bing contemplates for a moment, precisely 3 seconds, for the more he thinks, the more reluctant he becomes. Ultimately, he resolves to extend his life for a year, regardless of whether the apprenticeship succeeds or not. Historical revisionism looms over him like a great mountain, and Ma Bing cannot be certain that 3 years hence, Lu Huangshu will not make decisions akin to those in the original history regarding Wu. He must prepare diligently, hoping that Fa Xiaoji's incessant guidance over the year will temper his impulses, allowing him to avoid risking everything. For himself, for the Chancellor, and for the Han Dynasty, a chance must be preserved. Chapter 57. Finally apprenticing under Fa Zheng. Ma Bing, with tears in his eyes, took out a loan, striving to extend Fa Zheng's life for yet another year. That a golden light, visible only to him, emanated from his own being, twisting and writhing through the air like a playful golden serpent, before piercing directly into Fa Zheng's body. In that moment, Ma Bing felt as if something within him was being swiftly stripped away, leaving behind a profound emptiness. The golden thread severed. Ma Bing shivered involuntarily, succumbing to a sudden chill. Realizing that something was amiss, Lu Feng hurriedly reached out from behind to half support, half embrace him. "That I in December. It's quite normal to feel a chill," he thought, assuming that Ma Bing was weak and had let the cold seep into him. He then advised Ma Bing, "It's cold outside. Put on an extra layer of clothing." At this, Ma Bing rolled his eyes, propped himself upright, and internally grumbled, "I was just feeling hot while sleeping on a cool mat. Yo, am I cold? I am clearly not weak. No, I am not weak. Let it be." Meanwhile, Liu Bei and his ministers continued their hushed conversation. Fa Zheng's complexion grew increasingly flushed, while Fa Miao, who was standing by the bedside, blinked back tears that threatened to spill over. Not long ago, Liu Bei had personally sent palace physicians to examine Fa Zheng, and he had taken him aside and said, "Lord Fa's pulse indicates a severe depletion of vitality. No medicine can cure him. It seems there is little time left. Wenjua," Fa Miao's courtesy name, "you should prepare yourself." After that, the physician had respectfully taken his leave, sighing deeply as he exited the Fa residence. Fa Miao, ever dutiful, had been self-studying medicine since his father's illness. He had spent 3 days and nights in the study, searching for remedies in medical texts. Observing his father's state, he could not help but suspect that it aligned with the descriptions in the text regarding the return of light before death. With a heavy heart, he wished to quietly accompany his father on his final journey to that moment. Fa Zheng turned away from Liu Bei and, with a smile, addressed Ma Bing, saying, "Ma Bing, I accept you." He continued, "However, I must stipulate that I have never taught a disciple in my life, so I will be particularly strict with you. Whether it be poetry, governance, or military matters, I expect a great deal from you. Should you wish to withdraw now, the opportunity remains. goodness, a comprehensive development in virtue, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Ma Bing feared that Fa Zheng might next utter a 24-character maxim. After all, this was a feudal dynasty, and such lofty thoughts were not yet attainable. He swiftly responded with respect, "Sir, I am neither a cunning trickster nor a slothful idler. Please feel free to instruct me, if I were to voice a single complaint. You may expel me without hesitation." At his words, Fa Zheng nodded with satisfaction, while Liu Bei smiled and remarked, "See, Xiaoji, I told you I was not mistaken. This young man is fated to be with me." Fa Zheng then sensed a surge of strength, supporting him internally, and attempted to rise from the bed. Liu Bei and Fa Miao quickly moved to assist him, but Fa Zheng declined their help. He stood, albeit unsteadily, and slowly made his way to the mat, his movements gradually becoming more agile. The vitality swiftly coursed through Fa Zheng's body, and in this frigid month, he felt a warmth enveloping him, unlike the heaviness he had felt before. Even the smallest movement no longer required immense effort. Once seated comfortably, Fa Zheng looked up at his eldest son, Fa Miao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and bellowed with robust energy, "Why weep? I am not dead yet." After a few coughs, he added, "Son, let us keep things simple. Let the Lord witness this." Understanding immediately, Ma Bing knelt and presented tea, bowing 3 times before swearing to the heavens. "Heaven above, with the earth as my witness, today I am exceedingly fortunate to take Fa Zheng as my teacher. As the saying goes, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I shall treat you as I would my own father, thinking your thoughts and considering your desires." Lu Feng stood speechless, his expression a mixture of concern and disbelief, thinking, "Brother, could you not choose a different phrase? I have heard of Elbu swearing fealty to a foster father and Chao Chao delighting in beautiful women. But you have chosen to take a teacher. What does this even mean?" Fa Zheng accepted the tea and drank, completing the ritual in the presence of Lu Huangshu. Ma Bing's long-cherished wish of having Fa Zheng as his master was finally realized, marking the first step of his journey. After Ma Bing completed the ceremony, Fa Zheng stated directly to Liu Bei, "My lord, joy indeed comes from within. This young man is a gift from the heavens. I now feel remarkably well, unlike before, even possessing the strength to walk." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei immediately summoned the palace physician. Having been informed previously, Liu Bei was already aware of the situation. Thus, the accompanying physician did not need to examine Fa Zheng again, but went straight to prepare medicine. A plethora of rare and precious herbs was gathered, seemingly without regard for cost, all brewed according to the prescribed formula. In his endeavor to prolong Fa Zheng's life, Lu Huangshu spared no effort. As the physician entered the room, he immediately knelt to take Fa Zheng's pulse, his expression darkening with confusion, but he had never encountered such a bizarre pulse before. The signs of depletion gradually faded. Yet the illness showed no sign of abating. Strange indeed. Ultimately, he shook his head and sighed, rising to face Liu Bei, bowing respectfully, "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. My skills are lacking, and I am unable to comprehend this peculiar pulse. If Zhang Gong, Zhang Ji, Zhang Zhongjing were alive, perhaps he could clarify, but I have never seen such an odd manifestation." Fa Miao grew anxious and, before Liu Bei could speak, asked first, "Sir, how is my father's condition now?" "Do not rush, Wenjua. Let him explain." Liu Bei, understanding Fa Miao's filial piety, did not take offense at his impatience and offered words of comfort. The physician replied calmly, "Wenjua, I previously confided that Lord Xiaoji may not survive this month. Today's examination shows the signs of depletion diminishing, yet the illness remains unchanged. Frankly, I cannot decipher it." He then provided his treatment plan, saying, "In my opinion, he must rest assured and conserve his energy. Otherwise, one cannot predict when a sudden crisis may strike, leading to his demise." With that, he excused himself, saying, "The kitchen is still preparing the medicine," and promptly departed. He was concerned about leaving the apprentice alone, given the preciousness of the herbs, many of which could not be replaced. Once the physician left, the room fell into a heavy silence as everyone exchanged glances. Observing this, Liu Bei spoke up, "Xiaoji, since the physician has said this, you shall temporarily take on the duties of the Minister of State. As for matters of governance, I shall appoint another capable individual." He then looked at Fa Zheng, wishing to say more, but instead grasped Fa Zheng's hand reassuringly, saying, You must focus on your recovery and give the young talents of Sichuan a chance to shine. Fa Zheng, sensing Liu Bei's firm resolve, jokingly replied, "My lord, then I shall only collect my wages and do no work." Liu Bei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Very well. Each month, your salary will be duly issued." Chapter 58. The Guan family has a daughter named Yinping. Part 1. Since the news of Fa Zheng's improved condition spread, the atmosphere in the room brightened considerably. Laughter and joy filled the air. Half an hour later, the physician personally brought the prepared medicinal soup into the room. He moved with small, careful steps, pausing slightly at the threshold to avoid spilling the concoction. His cautious demeanor elicited a smile from Ma Bing, who was reminded of a classic scene. "Young master, it has time for your medicine." After Fa Zheng consumed the medicine, the physician reiterated to Fa Miao the importance of rest and nourishment, promising to provide the dietary and medicinal prescriptions shortly. He then urged Fa Zheng to lie down and rest. Seeing this, everyone left the bedroom to allow Fa Zheng some peace. Once outside, Lu Huangshu immediately instructed Fa Miao, "Wenjue, make sure to keep a close watch on your father. Do not mention state affairs to him again." Fa Miao acknowledged, understanding that some topics should not be broached as they would only add to his father's worries. However, remaining silent would also cause concern. It was a dilemma of whether to speak or remain quiet. Subsequently, Liu Bei sent someone to escort Ma Bing home while he and Lu Feng returned to the Han Palace, catching the late court session. Since ascending to the position of Han Sovereign, Lu Huangshu had become increasingly active and ambitious. Some emperors held court every 3 days, others daily, and some not at all for 33 years. Yet Lu Huangshu, having only recently ascended to kingship, established a rule of holding court twice daily. An industrious monarch inspires both admiration and frustration. The boss who loves meetings is endearing yet exasperating. Seated in the carriage arranged by Liu Bei, Ma Bing was slowly making his way home. Along the way, he passed by a familiar residence that as the carriage drew near, he took a closer look and recognized it as the estate of his elder brother, Guanping. However, the condition of the Guan residence appeared somewhat dilapidated. He recalled that since Liu Bei had taken Chengdu, he should have been rewarded with a marquise. So why did the estate look so run down? There were only 2 guards at the entrance, and with the winter wind blowing, the place seemed deserted. Save for a few fallen leaves, he immediately ordered the carriage to stop and disembarked, heading towards the Guan estate. Upon seeing Ma Bing, the guards at the entrance called out, "Young master, would you like me to announce your arrival to the marquis?" Ma Bing nodded in acknowledgement and said, "There is no need for that. I shall visit my master on my own." That he then proceeded alone towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts and the clashing of swords. The voices carried a somewhat delicate quality. Unmistakably, that of a woman that in an instant, Ma Bing realized. This must be the 3rd Miss, Guan Yinping. He then turned his gaze towards the courtyard, where a young man, strikingly resembling Guan Yu, was instructing a tall, graceful girl in martial arts. The young girl possessed a beautiful countenance and a lithe figure, her wheat-colored skin accentuated by her cascading black hair, which was tied up high with a red ribbon. Clad in crimson, she wielded a long saber with remarkable fluidity, evoking the image of a spirited dancer. Under the young man's guidance, the saber whirled through the air with astonishing speed, resembling a jubilant fire sprite. As she concluded her performance with a decisive downward slash, applause erupted from the courtyard. It was Ma Bing clapping enthusiastically. Those knowledgeable in martial arts would discern the underlying intricacies, while the untrained merely saw the spectacle. Though Ma Bing was temporarily oblivious to the nuances of martial arts, any seasoned practitioner observing closely would surely note the chaotic execution, with some moves evidently derived from spear techniques that moment. Noticing a short figure standing at the entrance, the girl pondered briefly. She then raised her saber once more, executing a series of swift movements. Before Ma Bing could react, the blade came perilously close to him. Suddenly, 2 voices shouted, "Stop!" The saber halted mere inches from his forehead, a hair's breadth away. Ma Bing felt as though a few strands of his fringe had fallen to the ground in the wake of the near miss. He swallowed hard, and as the girl turned back, he discreetly shuffled a few steps to the side. Guanping and the young man hastily rushed forward to seize the saber, with the young man managing to grasp it first. Guanping, arriving afterward, raised his hand to strike the girl, but the young man immediately positioned himself protectively in front of her, saying, "Brother, this is my fault. I should have kept a closer eye on our sister." Hearing this, Yinping lowered his hand, exclaiming in frustration, "Onghua, you are far too lenient with Yinping." It turned out that the young man was Guanxing, and the girl was indeed Yinping. It is often said that an elder brother is akin to a father. While the second master devoted his life to warfare, he was exceedingly indulgent towards his children, especially the beloved third miss, Yinping. When Sun Quan initially sought a bride for his son, he was rebuffed with the retort that a tiger's daughter would not marry a mere dog. Thus, the weighty responsibility of educating his younger siblings fell to Yinping, that at just 16 years of age. Yinping was only 2 years senior to Ma Bing, though in reality, she was nearly 3 years older. Having been born at the beginning of the year, while Ma Bing was born at its close. Upon witnessing her elder brother's anger, Yinping tossed her saber aside and retreated into the house. Her face alight with joy. Yinping and Ma Bing exchanged puzzled glances that Ma Bing silently mused. Could it be that this third miss is a bloodthirsty maniac? She just finished her mock slaughter, and yet wears such a cheerful expression. Yinping gently patted Ma Bing's forehead and inquired, "Dear brother, were you frightened?" Ma Bing gestured in response, retorting, "Brother, it was a near miss, just a hair's breadth away. I could feel the chill. What do you think?" Yinping, with an apologetic expression, replied, "It is my fault for not keeping a tighter rein on her. I shall ensure she is punished by engaging in needlework." The third miss, who reveled in the art of swordplay, was far from adept in domestic crafts, and each time she erred, Yinping would impose a punishment of needlework upon her. Subsequently, Yinping led Ma Bing to meet their father, Guanyu. The second master had already heard the commotion from the courtyard and had witnessed the earlier scene. Fully aware that this girl had been spoiled by his indulgence. However, he could not bear to reprimand her, opting instead to remain silent and allow his eldest son to take on the role of the enforcer. As Ma Bing approached the inner chamber, Guanyu returned to his desk, feigning nonchalance as he resumed his reading of the spring and autumn annals. Yinping knocked on the door, announcing, "Father, Ma Bing has arrived." The second master regained his usual haughty demeanor, responding curtly, "Come in." The two entered, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Bing was asked by his master, "Disciple, how fares your reading of the first volume? Do you have any queries?" The second master sought to mask his embarrassment from having seen the earlier scene in the courtyard, unsure if the two had noticed him, so he opted to take the initiative. Upon hearing the question, Ma Bing's brow furrowed, internally lamenting, "Reading? What nonsense! I had completely forgotten about such matters." Just as he was about to stammer a reply, the second master interjected again, "What of your apprenticeship? How goes that?" Ma Bing felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and immediately conveyed the events of the day with the utmost respect to Guanyu. When he mentioned that Fa Zheng had recently passed away, he keenly observed a flicker of surprise in his master's eyes. Upon finishing, the second master stroked his magnificent beard and laughed heartily, saying, "Disciple, it seems you are indeed fated to cross paths with Xiaoji." At that moment, Zhou Tsong entered the room, and upon seeing Ma Bing, offered a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to the young master." Chapter 59. The Guan family has a daughter named Yinping, Part 2. House arrest. Ma Bing understood that Zhou Tsong's address of young master was entirely a courtesy extended to the second master, and he dared not arrogantly accept it. He immediately clasped his hands in return and said, "Uncle Yuanfu, you may call me Ma Bing or simply nephew. I cannot presume to accept such a title." "Ha! Yuanfu, we are all family here. Just address him as you would normally call Pinger," Guanyu chuckled, appreciating his disciple's sense of propriety and understanding of decorum. Meanwhile, after Yinping had left her elder brothers behind and returned to her chamber, Guanxing stood in the courtyard, casting a questioning glance at his elder brother, who then gave a slight nod. Following this, Guanxing bowed to Ma Bing and hurriedly pursued his sister. It was not uncommon for the third miss to leave home in a huff. Consequently, when Guanxing inquired, Yinping promptly instructed him to keep an eye on their sister. As Guanxing knocked on the door, it soon swung open, revealing a hand that pulled him inside. Second brother, this little lad is indeed as bold as you said," Yinping exclaimed excitedly, completely oblivious to the fact that what she perceived as courage might simply have been paralyzing fear. Guanxing, shaking his head in exasperation, playfully pinched his younger sister's cheek and said, "Little sister, You have tested your limits today. Have you given any thought to your second brother's feelings? I fear I shall be spending another night in the ancestral hall. Guan Yinping, displaying a charmingly naive demeanor, replied with a smile, Oh, second brother, this is all for the sake of my lifelong happiness. I must be exceedingly cautious. She then took his hand, pouting playfully, Second brother, you treat me the best. In that moment, the third miss bore no resemblance to the fierce warrior she had previously embodied. She appeared as just another little sister clinging to her elder brother. When Guan Yu and his children had fled to Shu after the fall of Jingzhou, Guan Yinping had made a vow to the heavens, declaring that whoever could save her father would be the one she would marry. When her father was indeed rescued and returned safely to Chengdu, she felt a twinge of regret, thinking, Thank goodness the one who saved my father was just a child. If it had been an old man in his 50s or 60s, I would have had no place to weep. Only her second brother, Guan Xing, knew of this vow. She had not even confided it to her father. Today, while practicing martial arts in the courtyard, she had glanced up to see a young boy standing there. Despite his youthful features, he exuded an air of valor. Such qualities are ineffable, yet Ma Bing's aura resonated with Guan Yinping's heart that as she observed this young lad, a notion took root within her mind. She then drew her saber to test him, curious if he truly possessed the exceptional qualities her brothers had described. Guan Yinping was thoroughly pleased with Ma Bing's reaction, inwardly thinking, though he may be a bit small, he should grow taller. Thus unfolded the earlier events. Just then, a loud reprimand echoed from the second master's chamber. Yuanfu, step back. This matter is not open to your discussion. The second master was evidently angered. After Ma Bing had greeted everyone, they had begun discussing recent events. During their conversation, Zhou Cong had expressed dissatisfaction regarding their dilapidated residence, stating, Lord, you have followed the master for nearly 40 years, yet you reside in such a run-down place. The subject of conversation was a grave faux pas. Guan Yu, seeing Zhou Cong's incessant chatter, feigned outrage and commanded him to withdraw, his actions fueled by genuine concern. Since returning to Chengdu, the second master had been exceedingly cautious, rarely stepping outside. Despite his deep bond with Liu Bei, the distinction between lord and subject was paramount. Having lost Jingzhou and disrupted the master's grand strategy, a low profile was prudent. Moreover, Zhou Cong was unaware that Liu Bei had treated the second master well. The residence he had previously been granted was far more opulent than this one that, however, Guan Yu, having suffered defeat, found it difficult to maintain his pride. After the family banquet concluded, he declined to return to his former abode, opting instead for a secluded dwelling to enjoy some tranquility. Though Ma Bing was unaware of his master's sentiments, he surmised that despite his master's seemingly second-rate political acumen, his sensitivity to such matters was remarkably keen. History is replete with ministers who, emboldened by their relationships with their lords, acted arrogantly, only to eventually meet grim fates. Thus, prudence is indeed the cornerstone of survival. Ma Bingjin firmly believes in his master, considering this merely a temporary setback, confident that he will surely rise again in the future. The three of them discussed current political affairs in the room, and soon after, Ma Bing was invited to stay for dinner. Guan Ping, ever attentive, sent someone to inform Ma Liang at his residence. They teed the dinner table. The dishes were rather light, yet the gathering of family members added an extra touch of warmth that made Bing cast a glance over the people at the table, lingering for a good 3 seconds, especially on Guan Yinping. Miss Guan, while not just a pretty face, embodies the essence of beauty in later generations. However, Ma Bing still felt a lingering unease about the earlier incident in the courtyard, where the murderous fiend had been firmly affixed to the presence of the young lady. Guan Yinping noticed the little boy gazing at her and returned what she believed to be a sweet smile. Upon witnessing this, Ma Bing hastily averted his gaze, thinking to himself, Oh no, could this be an infatuation? Help, I still wish to live a few more years. Unaware of Ma Bing's thoughts, Guan Yinping assumed he was simply shy and reluctant to meet her gaze. Thinking, he is shy after all. Guan Xing observed his sister's unwavering attention on the young disciple and subtly nudged Guan Yinping, signaling her to be mindful. Their father was still oblivious to this matter. Miss Guan promptly rolled her eyes at her elder brother, set down her bowl and chopsticks, and declared, Father, I am full. She then retreated to the courtyard. Upon his return, Guan Yu had lost his appetite and set down his bowl early. Feeling a deep warmth at the sight of his family gathered together, For a moment, he contemplated the idea of living in peace and comfort for the rest of his days, yet this thought was quickly suppressed. The shame of Jingzhou lodged like a splinter in his throat that he swore he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. At that moment, a little child sitting at the end of the table, upon seeing Yinping leave, began to clamor for his aunt to hold him. This child was Yinping's eldest son, Yu, whom Xing had encountered on the road back to Shu. Fleeing with his sister-in-law, Zhao Shi, daughter of Zhao Yun, and her 8-year-old son, they all returned to Shu together. The little boy, affectionately calling out for his aunt, was soon in Zhao Shi's arms, who then went to find Yinping as night fell. Ma Bing also bid farewell to his master and returned to the Ma residence. That on the way, Ma Bing's right eye twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that something was amiss. Upon entering the courtyard, he indeed found his mother waiting for him. Before his mother could voice her grievances, he quickly took the initiative, showering her with sweet words, and turned to head into the house. Outside, the voice of Madame Pang rang out. "You little rascal, 3 months of confinement, not a single day less." Ma Bing sighed in resignation. "It's not that I lack the ambition to strive, but rather that my mother dotes on me too much. Truly, a loving mother spoils her child." The young master was at a loss for excuses to avoid meeting his 3 masters, as he was overwhelmed with academic responsibilities and had no desire to engage. Just as he was pondering his predicament, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. "Understood, mother," he replied. Chapter 60. Little Four in the Flowers. Recently, a new style of chess has been spreading throughout Chengdu, captivating both scholars and commoners alike, as discussions about this game have increased among the townsfolk. During the military's leisure time, the usual clamor of weapons has been replaced by a sense of ease and relaxation. Many rough soldiers had never considered that chess, an activity once thought to be solely for the enjoyment of nobles and a means of cultivating one's character, could also be accessible to them. "Old Zhang, trip him up. Old Liu, why not bombard him instead?" A group of soldiers clustered around 2 players, offering a flurry of advice to the 2 crouched in the center. This game, the variant chess that Ma Bing had previously introduced to his master for amusement, lacked cannons, so Ma Bing had ingeniously substituted them with catapults. With a triumphant shout, Old Zhang captured the enemy's commander, concluding the match. Now, what has our young master Ma Bing been preoccupied with these days? Ever since he became a disciple, he has been confined at home by his mother, with even the customary gifts of respect for his 3 masters being personally delivered by his father. Madame Pang dotes on Ma Bing to an extraordinary degree. For days, he has been idle, eating and sleeping. The rigors of travel over the past 6 months had left him slender, but under his mother's nurturing care, he has flourished. The meals are tailored to Ma Bing's tastes, though they still fall short of his preferences. In this era, fresh fruits and vegetables are scarce in common households during winter. However, the Ma family, though modest, manages to ensure that at least one of their 3 daily meals includes a dish of green vegetables, be it amaranth, bok choy, or most commonly, chives. Meat dishes are, of course, indispensable at every meal. This morning, before Ma Bing rose from bed, his mind was still in a haze, as lingering laziness had become a daily ritual for him. That moment, he noticed something unusual by the bedside. Still half asleep, he reached out to touch it. Finding the texture remarkably soft, curiosity piqued, he instinctively squeezed it. What is this? So soft. Suddenly, a soft whimper reached his ears, jolting Ma Bing awake. Then he opened his eyes to see a young girl kneeling at the edge of the bed. Her eyes filled with bashfulness as she gazed at him, appearing as though she was holding back her emotions. Ma Bing awkwardly smiled at her, retracting his hand, only to unconsciously squeeze it once more before pulling back. The girl let out another soft gasp, her sparkling eyes narrowing at him. Startled, Ma Bing hurriedly wrapped himself in the blanket and leaned against the corner. He then carefully examined the girl before him. Her attire suggested she was not from a wealthy family, yet her delicate and shy demeanor reminded him of a line from a poem. A graceful girl with dual hairpins, her beauty and virtue shine like jade. The girl wore her hair in a Yao-type bun, her raven locks shimmering in the sunlight, clearly cherished and well cared for. Dressed in white, she seemed to contrast with her lively, sparkling eyes, which were fixed intently on the young master. With her willow-like eyebrows, delicate nose, and slightly pouting cherry lips, she possessed an irresistible charm that made one feel an urge to kiss her. Her round face, complemented by her exquisite features, rendered her utterly adorable. Could this be a maid my mother arranged for me? Ma Bing pondered at that moment. Another woman entered the room, dressed in green, her features strikingly beautiful. She was tall, carrying a basin of water. Upon noticing Ma Bing had awoken, she gently called out, "Young master, you are awake. The maid will assist you in changing your clothes." Observing the girl before the bed fixated on the young master, she quickly admonished, "Little four, do not stare at the young master. It is quite disrespectful. Hurry and help him get up and change. You will be punished with needlework when you return." The maid said this while placing the basin aside and approaching the bed. Little four, hearing this, pouted her lips, looking at Ma Bing with an expression of grievance, and then replied, "Understood, Sister Hua." She then stood up, and Ma Bing felt a sudden dizziness as she moved closer. "Oh no, a child." Little four raised her small hand, reaching to pull off the winter blanket that Ma Bing clutched tightly, saying, "Young master, allow me to assist you in changing." Ma Bing had never encountered such a situation before and had never contemplated such matters in his previous life. At the tender age of 14 or 15, he was brimming with youthful vigor. He quickly tightened his grip on the blanket and exclaimed sternly, "Stop." The two maids halted their actions, and the maid named Hua even knelt down, her face pale with alarm, and asked, "Young master, did we do something wrong?" Ma Bing rubbed his head and replied, "You did nothing wrong. It's just that I am not accustomed to this." The green-clad maid sighed in relief upon hearing this and stood up, saying, "Young master, it is our duty to serve you. Please get out of bed so we may help you change and wash up." Little four, seeing her sister speak up, attempted to pull the blanket from Ma Bing again. The two engaged in a brief tug-of-war, while Ma Bing insisted they leave, wanting to discuss matters with his mother first before deciding how to handle the two girls. Upon hearing this, the maids knelt down and refused to budge. In exasperation, Ma Bing seized the opportunity while they were kneeling to quickly get up, grab his clothes, hastily put them on, and rushed out the door. The reason for kneeling in the Han Dynasty held its own significance. Ma Bing had been chauffeuring for over a month now. In the courtyard, his voice echoed, "Mother, mother." He learned from the servants that his mother was currently in the main hall, questioning the household staff, and hurriedly made his way there. Madame Pang was managing the family affairs, with a middle-aged man holding a ledger, reporting to her. That moment, Ma Bing burst into the hall from the courtyard. Quickly pouring himself a cup of tea and downing it in one gulp, he then raised his voice. "Mother, what is the meaning of those two maids in my room?" Upon hearing this, Madame Pang smiled and waved her hand to dismiss the steward, then took out a handkerchief to gently wipe her eldest son's forehead, asking, "What is it? Do you find little four and Hua to your liking?" Ma Bing, feeling somewhat frantic, responded, "Mother, didn't you always tell me when I was younger to be self-sufficient, that we are poor and I should not consider myself a pampered young master? Living off others? Why are you arranging for maids to serve me today? I am not used to it." Madame Pang shot him an exasperated glance and scolded, "Times change, dear. You have grown up. And it is only fitting to have someone who knows your needs to attend to you. Don't you think the two girls I selected are quite good?" "Mother." Ma Bing approached his mother and gently squeezed her arm, the intention clear without words. With a sigh, Madame Pang responded, "If you are dissatisfied, I can arrange for 2 more old maids to attend to you. Is that what you mean?" Ma Bing, feeling helpless, retreated to the rear courtyard like a defeated rooster, reluctantly accepting Xiao Si and Hua Er. Upon returning indoors, Ma Bing softly addressed the 2 maidservants. "Please share your backgrounds with me." After exchanging glances, Hua Er boldly recounted their unfortunate histories, a common plight in chaotic times. Hua Er hailed from an official family, while Xiao Si was her maid. Hua Er was merely 28, and Xiao Si was of the same age as Ma Bing. In the midst of warlords battling each other, Hua Er mentioned she was from Yuzhou, prompting Ma Bing to inquire about her family background. However, she promptly fell silent. Observing her demeanor, Ma Bing understood and ceased his questioning. Indeed, the past is like smoke and dust. Why delve into bygone matters that could only evoke sorrow? Then, with an air of authority, Ma Bing declared, "Since you are unwilling to discuss your past, from this day forth, as you serve me, you shall be considered mine. As mine, you must heed my commands. What is not to be seen shall not be seen. What is not to be spoken shall not be spoken. Can you comply?" Xiao Si and Hua Er immediately bowed, replying, "We understand, sir." Hearing such titles, Ma Bing felt a surge of displeasure. While equality was not yet a reality, he disliked the subservient demeanor that made him seem less dignified, that he was a charming and noble character. As he paced the room, his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation, he found the names rather unappealing. After a moment's thought, he clapped his hands, struck by inspiration. Turning to the two young women, he said, Xiaoxi and Hua Er are rather unappealing names. How about I give you both new ones? The two women acquiesced, saying, We shall leave it to you. Sir Ma Bing then addressed Xiaoxi. From now on, you shall be called Do Ko, graceful and slender. At 13, Do Ko blossoms in early spring. How does that sound? Xiaoxi bowed deeply, saying, Do Ko understands. Thank you for the name, sir. Stunned by the wave of emotion, Ma Bing forced his gaze away and turned to Hua Er. You shall be named Jin Jun, that do not refer to yourself as a maid. Simply call yourself Jin Jin. The peach tree blooms, its leaves lush and green. Hua Er paused, taken aback, before also bowing in gratitude. Observing Jin Jun's somewhat chilly expression, Ma Bing added, Jin Jin, do not always wear a cold face. You must smile more in front of me. Unaccustomed to such warmth since becoming a maid, Jin Jun had rarely encountered kindness, save for the silly girl beside her. After a moment, she smiled, adding a touch of warmth to the winter day. After welcoming his maidservants, Ma Bing embarked on a day filled with joy, after being confined for several days. He felt hungry, with someone to feed him, thirsty, with someone to offer tea, weary, with someone to massage his shoulders. Life was indeed delightful. He would often roam the courtyard, and when boredom struck, he would pull out the Qing Lian sword manual to study, wielding the wooden sword made by Ma Wu. Each time he practiced, he returned with a sense of accomplishment, believing his swordsmanship had improved, though in reality, it was nonsensical. The true victims were the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Madame Pang, seeing the disorder in the yard over the days, took up a switch and chased after Ma Bing, admonishing him not to practice martial arts in the house, that Ma Bing behaved like a street rogue within the estate. Leaving traces in the kitchen, embroidery room, stable, and study that I and his father's study, noticing the complete set of writing implements, he took up the brush to inscribe the verses he had recited while naming the two maidservants. His handwriting was poor, and feeling embarrassed, he asked the two women if they would like it. Do Ko and Jin Jin eagerly accepted, expressing their gratitude without a hint of disdain. Sir, your calligraphy is a rarity in the world. In a careless moment, he accidentally broke an item belonging to Ma Liang, swiftly placing the blame on the chubby Ma. Hidema Liang, unsuspecting, later inquired kindly about what Ma he had learned at the clan school in recent days. Though he was asking his son, his gaze was directed at Madame Pang. He, being at an age consumed by playfulness, found the prospect of studying unbearable, akin to sitting on needles or having thorns in his throat. As Ma he stammered, Ma Liang rose to fetch the switch, presenting it with a serious expression to his wife, saying, My dear, jade must be polished to become a gem. This boy seems to be getting restless again. Madame Pang took the switch with an understanding nod, while Ma Bing quietly led the two maidservants away, leaving behind the sounds of Ma H's lamentations and pleas for mercy. Days passed, and Ma Bing had been confined for nearly a week. At this moment, he lay comfortably on a newly crafted lounge chair by Ma Wu, basking in the warm winter sun. The sun's rays dispelled the cold, and Ma Bing occasionally accepted the sand fruit Jun Jun offered him, wincing at their sourness. Simultaneously, he relished Do Ko's shoulder massages. What a delight! Ma Bing loved to lean against Do Ko, allowing her to give him a head massage. The sensation was heavenly. At this juncture, Ma Lu approached with a small cart laden with what appeared to be farming tools, reporting to the young master, Sir, I have had fifth brother prepare the tools you requested. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing immediately rose from the lounge chair, circling the cart to inspect it thoroughly, nodding in approval as he asked, What are the results of the trial? Ma Lu scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, Sir, our family is yet to receive land grants in Chengdu, so we haven't conducted the trial. Bing rolled his eyes in exasperation. He usually found Ma Lu clever, but lately he seemed rather dim-witted. He then asked, Buy it. If private land is unavailable, then purchase from the government. Ma Lu's face fell, his hands raised in defeat as he replied, Sir, we lack the funds. Ma Bing, alarmed, retorted, Where is the money? Were you not supposed to sell the chess pieces? Did they not become a sensation in the city? After returning to Chengdu, he had his father lend a team of craftsmen to carve chess pieces, stockpiling them, knowing they wouldn't sell for long. He categorized them into high, middle, and low tiers to target different audiences. The high-end pieces were crafted from precious wood, inscribed with the calligraphy of Zhang Sanyi, a masterpiece of Shu. The mid-range pieces were ordinary Wangwali wood, while the low-end consisted of simple wood carvings in bulk that Tio market them. He even leveraged Kong Ming's name, scattering coins to children on the streets to promote the chess piece's merits. When Kong Ming learned of this, he found it amusing, privately praising Ma Liang. "This child is quite interesting." Once the chess game spread, the Ma family shop saw an explosion in sales. This moment, Ma Bing extended his hand towards Ma Lu, incessantly asking, "Where is the money? Where is it?" Ma Lu hesitated, unwilling to divulge. Seeing his demeanor, Ma Bing gradually calmed down, his eyes glinting with a thought. He then tentatively inquired, "Is the money in my mother's possession?" Ma Lu remained silent, merely blinking. In the next chapter, a bag of gold beans. Ma Bing observed Ma Lu's expression, resembling one suffering from constipation, and immediately deduced that his mother had seized the funds. In the Ma household, aside from Madame Pang, no one would dare touch that sum of money. Thus, he led the two maidservants to seek out his mother. Madame Pang, who enjoyed tending to flowers, was currently busy in the flower house. Ma Bing stormed in, his fury palpable, and was immediately enveloped by a wave of fragrance. It was December, and many flowers were absorbing nutrients in preparation for spring's bloom. However, the jasmine stood apart, its scent wafting delicately towards Ma Bing's nostrils. Noticing her eldest son's anger, Madame Pang inquired, "Who has offended our dear Bing heir this time?" Almost losing his breath, he asked, "Mother, why have you confiscated my money?" Madame Pang handed her tools to a maid behind her, and unhurriedly asked Bing heir, "What do you need so much money for?" With a puffed chest, Ma Bing replied earnestly, "I need it for something important." As the head of the household, Madame Pang managed the family finances, adhering to the belief that a man with money would turn corrupt. Even Ma Jichang's monthly salary had to be turned over to her. With a smile in her eyes, Madame Pang continued, "What could a boy like you possibly need money for? Since returning to Chengdu, you haven't even stepped outside the door. Where would you find a place to spend it? Was it me who had confined myself?" Ma Bing felt helpless against his mother's unreasonable actions and pleaded, "Mother, I truly require this money. It is of great importance." Raising an eyebrow, Madame Pang speculated, "Could it be that you have taken a fancy to some girl? Are you saving up for a betrothal gift? Do share with your mother. What fortune had he accrued to have such a gossip-loving mother?" Ma Bing hastily explained, "Mother, you yourself said I have been confined since returning to Chengdu. Where could I possibly have a crush? I need this money to buy a plot of wasteland for cultivation." Pang Shi gently caressed her son's forehead and remarked, "Being our family is not lacking in wealth. What need have we for more land?" Ma Bing immediately approached with a beaming expression, akin to presenting a treasure, and addressed his mother, saying, "Mother, during our journey to Jingzhou, the common folk are suffering greatly. I wish to become an instrument of cultivation to assist the people." Upon hearing this, Pang Shi questioned, "Is that truly so?" Indeed. Though Pang Shi was not an uninformed woman of modest means, the Pang family was of noble heritage. It was customary during years of famine to distribute rice porridge to the populace. While the plight of the common people seemed distant from her, she had been influenced from a young age and held a degree of admiration for such benevolence. At that moment, her eldest son bore a striking resemblance to his father, Ma Liang, with his grand aspirations for the nation. When Pang Shi was first courted, she had secretly caught a glimpse of Ma Liang behind a screen, and was instantly enchanted by the sight of his white eyebrows, as he passionately spoke of his desire to aid the commoners. Subsequently, she instructed her maid to fetch some money, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The maid returned with a small pouch, which she handed to Ma Bing. Upon inspecting its contents, Ma Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was a small bag filled with glimmering gold coins. He silently wondered, "Is our family truly this wealthy? Then why does father always wear plain blue garments, day in and day out? It's quite visually exhausting. One raises sons in poverty and daughters in wealth, having always been taught by his mother to be frugal and self-reliant." Ma Bing's perception of the Ma family crumbled in that moment. This contradicted the memories he had received. How much hardship had he faced in his previous life? Ma Bing took a moment of silence for his past self. A gesture of sympathy. Chapter 63. The lifting of house arrest. Then, Ma Bing tentatively inquired, "Mother, when did the Ma family become so affluent?" Upon hearing her son's question, Pang Shi, unusually, uttered a curse, expressing her grievances. Rich, my foot. When I married into this family, your father was so poor he wouldn't even replace his worn-out clothes, totally destitute, and he was always following Lord Xuanda to aid the people, without a thought for his own character. Her resentment ran deep. Hearing his mother disparage his father, Ma Bing could not help but think, even if the Ma family isn't wealthy, they should not be impoverished. My uncles are engaged in commerce. How could they possibly be destitute? In his recollections, his eldest uncle was the head of the family, the second uncle was a pampered scholar, and the third uncle had been sent by the eldest to run a business. His father and fifth uncle had both taken to politics, one following Liu Huangshu, the other studying under Kong Ming. Yet it seemed that only the third uncle remained in Chengdu, while the other two stayed in their ancestral home in Yicheng. Could it be that they had been financially drained by someone? Ma Bing then cautiously asked, "So, are all the family's expenditures now drawn from your dowry?" Pang Shi nodded and retorted, "What else would it be?" She then launched into a tirade about Ma Liang's long-standing inaction. With your father's meager salary, how could he possibly support such a large family? If it weren't for me having brought my dowry, you and He would have starved long ago, relying solely on your father's pitiful appearance. As Pang Shi chastised her son about Ma Liang, the surrounding maidservants took a few steps back, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Ma Bing wholeheartedly agreed. Families that could still afford fresh green vegetables in winter were either wealthy or fortunate. The Ma family, naturally, could not be considered rich, which only indicated that his mother was quite adept at managing the household finances. At this moment, Ma Bing's interest peaked, and his curiosity bubbled over as he asked, "Mother, what assets does our family possess?" "Xiao Chui, go to my room and bring out the account book for Binger to see." Pang Shi instructed the tall, maidservant clad in plain blue. The maid responded affirmatively and went to retrieve the account book. While waiting, Ma Bing found himself growing bored and, in a moment of whimsy, decided to pluck a few jasmine flowers to adorn Jinjin's hair under his mother's watchful gaze. Just as he was about to reach for a few more blossoms for Duku, Pang Shi swiftly swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "I only have such a few flowers, and you wish to pluck them to please your maidservant." Hearing this, Jinjin hurriedly pulled Duku to kneel in apology, repeatedly saying, "We know our mistakes, please forgive us." Mistress A. Bing understood that his mother was merely jesting, so he took both girls by the hands, attempting to lift them up, but they remained kneeling. With a sigh, Ma Bing turned to his mother and said, "Mother, look, you've frightened these two little maidservants." Pang Shi then instructed them to rise, and only then did the girls dare to stand. Pang Shi was quite lenient with her household servants. Last month, when the elderly matron requested to resign to return home to tend to her grandchildren, Pang Shi graciously consented and even provided her with extra copper coins. These two young maidservants were bought to replace her. During her selection process, she was dissatisfied with the first two batches. But when the third came along, she was immediately taken with Zhenjin's enchanting peach blossom eyes. The girl, though not conventionally beautiful with bruises and unkempt hair, possessed a resilient spirit despite her sorrowful gaze. Pang Shi recognized her potential as a good maidservant. When she chose her, the servant boy hesitated, saying, "Madam, would you like to consider others?" Originally, she had insisted on choosing only one who met her expectations. But the owner had stipulated that the girl could only be sold together with the often misbehaving little girl, Duku. Each time they were about to be separated, the two would cling tightly to each other, refusing to part. Jinjin remained silent under the blows, while Duku would wail loudly, vexing the guests. After several such instances, the owner relented and decided not to separate the two, waiting for a benefactor who would purchase them together. He too was a parent and felt a pang of sympathy for their plight. Pang Shi, not short of funds, promptly bought both girls, intending to train them. Jinjin was well-mannered and adept at daily tasks, which endeared her to Pang Shi, who then resolved to have the two girls serve her eldest son. Moments later, Xiao Chui came running back, holding the account book, and presented it to young master Ma Bing. Ma Bing took it, flipping through the pages with keen interest. Wow, this encompasses quite a variety of industries. Among the pages, one stood out prominently, titled Chunfeng Lu Chunfeng Lu. That name sounds familiar. Ma Bing racked his brain for memories. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and exclaimed excitedly, "Mother, Peach Blossom Brew takes 3 parts. Spring Breeze is worth a degree. Is Chunfeng Lu ours? Isn't that the brothel that opened in Chengdu a few years ago?" I heard they cultivated the renowned Jiawan in no time, making quite a name for themselves in Sichuan. Ma Bing slapped his forehead, as if realizing why Ma Liang's visit to the brothel had come to his mother's attention. However, it seemed his father was oblivious to it. What misfortune for the family. Ma Bing quickly finished reviewing the account book, returned it to Xiao Chui, and grinned at his mother, saying, "If you were not a woman, you should be in charge of these affairs. It certainly shouldn't fall to the likes of Zichu." Pang Shi recognized this as her son flattering her, and chuckled softly. "You little flatterer, speak plainly." Realizing his ploy had been uncovered, Ma Bing awkwardly smiled and said, "Then, mother, about this house arrest." Upon hearing this, Pang Shi shot him a glance and replied, "You just spoke of your grand aspirations for the nation. Do you think I could possibly restrain you?" "Indeed, mother, you are truly wise and discerning, rivaling Jiang Ho of Zhou and Qi Jiang of Jin." After offering a compliment, Ma Bing quickly led the two maidservants away. Finally free to venture outside. "Chunfeng, here I come. People of the realm, await my arrival." Behind him, Pang Shi called out, "Bing of Ma Lu return. I have something to arrange that go call Ma Wu to accompany you, Deneme Bing." With his back to his mother, waved a hand in the air and replied, "All right, understood, mother." Upon exiting the Ma estate, Ma Bing resembled a wild horse set free. The two maidservants, having never witnessed such exuberance from a young master, surely thought he must have been driven mad by idleness at home, that as the carriage rolled onto the bustling streets, Ma Bing instructed the coachman to halt, wishing to stroll and take in the sights. Chengdu was resplendent, the streets alive with activity. People flowed in and out, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, a ceaseless din of life. The thrumming of the marketplace was relentless. Ma Bing and his companions made their way slowly to the tooth shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, a sharp-eyed young servant, spotting Ma Bing's affluent appearance, immediately ran out to greet him with a radiant smile. Brimming with warmth, observing the young servant's enthusiasm, Ma Bing couldn't help but reflect, regardless of the era, the smile of a hard-working individual is indispensable. Chapter 64. Peach Blossom Brew takes 3 parts. Spring Breeze is worth a degree. "Young master, are you looking to purchase a house or land? We are one of the top tooth shops in Chengdu. Whatever you need, we will find it for you," the young servant boasted, inquiring about Ma Bing's intentions. Ma Bing, feeling playful, drew closer to the young servant, pulling him down by his collar, and said, "I am here to buy land. Since you are so boastful, if you cannot satisfy me today." With that, he released his grip, took a step back, and appraised the young servant from head to toe, then gave him a knowing wink. The young attendant displayed a commendable complexion and an acceptable demeanor, his hands fair and delicate, suggesting he was no ordinary servant. Although his attire was modest, the fabric felt far superior to the coarse hemp garments typically worn by commoners, that Ma Bing's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he observed the young man before him, patiently awaiting a response. Upon hearing Ma Bing's words, the attendant's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by the unexpected proclivity of this seemingly unassuming young master. He quickly adopted a serious tone, stating, "Young master, this is a respectable establishment for the sale of land and residences. Should you have any needs, simply proceed straight ahead to the intersection, take a left into the alley, and at the end, you will find a comprehensive selection that is sure to please you." Ma Bing felt a twinge of exasperation. He had merely been jesting to gauge the man's character. The two maidservants behind him stifled their laughter, surprised that their master could be mistaken for having a preference for men. Only Ma Wu remained oblivious, gazing vacantly at the others while tightening his grip on the dagger at his waist. Then Ma Bing, with an expression bordering on incredulity, regarded the earnest young attendant who had just introduced himself. He rolled his eyes and retorted, "What are you thinking? I have a taste for the fairer sex." With that, he turned and, in a playful manner, pulled the young girl Dukkha close, planting a kiss on her porcelain-like cheek. Dukkha's round face immediately flushed with color, her large eyes widening in surprise, shimmering with unshed tears. Noticing her distress, Jinjin swiftly took her sister aside to whisper comforting words. Initially, Ma Bing had intended to embrace Jinjin, but his current form had not yet matured enough to reach her, prompting him to settle for Dukkha, who had recently been adorably dazed and had captured his affection. After all, they were family, and why not share some affection? Realizing that the wealthy young master was teasing the maidservants, the attendant quickly recognized his earlier faux pas and offered profuse apologies to Ma Bing with a carefree demeanor. waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, "This young man possesses a certain wit. He is observant and astute that I shall have someone investigate his background upon returning home. Perhaps he can be of service." At present, aside from Ma Wu and Ma Lu, he had no one trustworthy, and he was not fond of the feeling of being monitored by these two, especially Ma Wu, who could easily spill secrets in a few careless words. As he pondered, he addressed the attendant with a commanding tone. "Lead the way. I wish to see the land." With a swift motion, Ma Bing struck his waist pouch, the clinking of coins echoing. Although he had received a pouch of golden beans from his mother, he had not brought them all, fearing he might be robbed. Thus, he retained a portion at home and exchanged one bean for smaller silver and copper coins, as the sound of jingling coins was far more pleasing to the ear. Ma Bing embraced the persona of a young master from a prestigious family, adhering to the philosophy that to indulge in life's pleasures, one must not skimp on wealth. At the establishment, he lavishly spent his funds, acquiring both fertile fields and wastelands. This establishment evidently had connections within the court, even offering an entire mountain for sale. Ma Bing contemplated thoroughly and decided to procure it all, whether or not there were mines to be had. He could always explore agricultural endeavors. Solutions outnumbered difficulties. Subsequently, he also purchased a plot for each of his three masters, a gesture of loyalty to his mentors. After finalizing his land purchases, he signaled for the maidservants and Ma Wu to depart towards their intended destination, the Chunfeng Tower. Naturally, he was curious about how this establishment had gained such renown in a mere few years, being hailed as the foremost brothel in Ezhou. Chunfeng Tower, situated by the riverside, was not a solitary edifice but rather a series of interconnected pavilions and halls. The ornate eaves shimmered in the sunlight, while the painted beams soared into the clouds. The emerald railings met the window frames, and the verdant drapes hung elegantly, exuding an air of opulence and grandeur. The melodic sounds of singing wafted through the air, prompting Ma Bing to muse. Golden windows frame embroidered doors. Pearl curtains hang with silver hooks that I in the midst of green clouds. I gaze afar, dispelling my worries. The exterior of Chunfeng Tower was equally vibrant, managing to balance tranquility with liveliness. The architect of this venue must surely be a person of great skill. Upon entering, Ma Bing was greeted not by an elderly matron, but by a youthful attendant who inquired, "Young master, do you have a reservation?" Ma Bing frowned slightly, asking, "Is a reservation necessary to enjoy tea at Chunfeng Tower?" The attendant, with a bright smile, replied, "Without a reservation, you may only sit in the hall. Access to the back rooms, such as the Chunfeng Pavilion, is restricted." Unfamiliar with the customs here, Ma Bing promptly retrieved 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the attendant, requesting, "Please enlighten me about the rules of this establishment." The attendant, undeterred by the modest offering, cheerfully accepted the coins and responded promptly, "Young master, I can see this is your first visit, but we have the Taohua Pavilion and the Chunfeng Pavilion, while this hall is merely a standard gathering space." Puffed with pride, the attendant continued, "The Taohua Pavilion is where guests enjoy their drinks. Our Taohua wine is truly exceptional. I assure you, once you have tasted it, you will find yourself returning again and again." As for the Chunfeng Pavilion, it caters to the literati and the esteemed gentry for their respite. You must have heard of Jiang Wan, who performs 3 times a month in the pavilion. The other songstresses, if not blooming beauties, are certainly captivating enough, since seating in both pavilions is limited and requires reservations. You see, if you have not reserved a spot. The attendant glanced at Ma Bing with a look of concern. Ma Bing chuckled unperturbed and produced 2 more copper coins from his pouch as a token of gratitude. He then inquired, "Might I mention the name of my elder at home to facilitate a special arrangement?" The attendant, being quite astute, provided attentive service throughout, exemplifying the high standards expected at Chengdu's premier brothel. The attendant replied courteously, "Young master, I cannot make decisions on my own. Please share the name, and I will relay it to the manager." A name slipped from Ma Bing's lips, one that resonated throughout Chengdu. Ma Jin, commonly known as Uncle Ma, the 3rd master of the Ma family, in all of Chengdu. There was no one who did not recognize or respect him. A master of commerce, many merchants sought dealings with Ma Jin, praising his integrity and reliability. But he had ventured into Sichuan in the same year that Liu Bei established his reign, and within 5 years, he had erected a towering edifice from nothing. That Ma Bing understood that his maternal uncle was a businessman, leading him to surmise that his mother had likely partnered with the 3rd master in their ventures. Furthermore, mentioning his father's name in a brothel could lead to unwelcome rumors if it fell into the wrong ears. Upon hearing the name of the third master, the attendant's demeanor shifted noticeably. Adopting a more obsequious posture as he asked, "Young master, are you related to the third master?" Ma Bing signaled to Ma Wu, who remained clueless, while Jinjin quickly grasped her master's intent and interjected. "My master is the third master's own nephew." At this moment, Ma Bing felt a pang of frustration toward Ma Wu's naivety. Realizing the lack of capable individuals around him, he was dissatisfied with both Ma Wu and Ma Lu. Ma Wu was overly simple-minded and honest, while Ma Lu was too loyal to his parents to be of real assistance. The urgency to recruit talent weighed heavily on him. The attendant, upon hearing this, donned an even more enthusiastic smile, bowing deeply to Ma Bing and exclaiming, "Oh dear! The flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple. I am Pang San, and I failed to recognize the esteemed young master. Please forgive me." Indeed, it seemed that Chunfeng Tower had connections to his uncle. Ma Bing recalled the speculation surrounding the ownership of Chunfeng Tower in Chengdu. Ever since its establishment, the populace had been abuzz with gossip regarding its affluent proprietors. Aside from the rumor that the manager's surname was Pang, no further information surfaced. After maintaining a low profile for 2 years, Chunfeng Tower introduced its renowned Taohua wine and Jiangwan, shifting public attention away from the secretive owners and focusing instead on the pleasures of wine and beauty. After the attendant offered his apologies, he guided Ma Bing and his entourage to a centrally located private room within Chunfeng Tower. Upon entering, the distinct fragrance of jasmine, reminiscent of his home, enveloped him. As the attendant drew back the curtain, Ma Bing caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure clad in deep azure attire. Could it be? He wondered, urging Ma Wu to step outside and investigate if it was indeed his father. Meanwhile, he settled in, enjoying the performances of the dancers under the gentle massage provided by Jinjin and Duku. Though Ma Bing's interest in the performances was waning, as the beauties of Chunfeng Pavilion were undeniably alluring, his attention remained fixed on the 2 girls beside him. After all, the brothel primarily served as a venue for tea and conversation. Shortly thereafter, Ma Wu returned, nodding toward Ma Bing and stating, "Young master. It is indeed the master. How can one be so forgetful? The last time we went out for tea, you were caught, and you still have not realized that Ma Bing decided to take a moment of silence for his father." And then the group left Chunfeng Pavilion, heading towards Taohua Pavilion for a leisurely stroll. With the day's outing task accomplished, Master Ma, accompanied by his maids, leisurely boarded the carriage and made their way back to the Ma residence. At the dinner table, Ma Bing, ever astute, had already surmised that his mother had sent Ma Wu to follow him with a specific purpose in mind. Undoubtedly, it was to keep an eye on the honest and straightforward nature of his elder brother. Consequently, Ma Bing resolved to take the initiative, introducing a new scapegoat to divert attention from himself. After all, he had just been released from confinement and had yet to enjoy himself to the fullest. "Father, this afternoon, when I passed by Chunfeng Tower, I saw someone in a green robe." Cough, cough, cough. Before Ma Bing could finish his sentence, his father was choked by a mouthful of rice. All at once, Ma Yang began to cough rapidly, and then turned to his son with a serious expression, admonishing, "Binger, one should not speak while eating, nor while resting." At that moment, Pang Shi, observing the slightly disheveled green robe of Ma Yang, seemed to ponder deeply. She set down her chopsticks and interrupted, "Binger, continue with what you were saying to I." In front of Pang Shi, Ma Bing, cunningly glancing at Ma Yang, fell silent. Bang. Seeing the situation unfold, Pang Shi slapped the table and, in a gentle tone, addressed her son, "Binger, your mother is here to support you. What did the person in the green robe look like? Please go on." Under the watchful gaze of Ma Yang, Ma Bing fabricated a tale about seeing his father enter Chunfeng Tower again, claiming that his maid, Ma Wu, had also seen it. Pang Shi, upon hearing this, immediately summoned Ma Wu to come forward. Turning to the side, she covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. "Oh, you Ma Jichang, now disdain me for being old and unattractive, spending your days visiting that little chui in the brothel. Is it not so? If you find me too old, I shall return to my family to fulfill your wishes." Ma Liang shot a fierce glare at his eldest son before stepping forward to comfort her softly. "My dear, what are you saying? It was third brother who invited me for tea. You can ask him if you doubt me. My love, I have done nothing wrong. Please do not wrongfully accuse a good man." At this moment, upon hearing his mother call for Ma Wu to inquire, Ma Bing thought to himself, "Great. This is a disaster. If that simpleton speaks the truth, my cover will surely be blown." As Ma Bing attempted to sneak away while his father was busy comforting his mother, he collided directly with Ma Wu. The robust figure of his elder brother nearly sent Ma Bing flying, but he quickly steadied him, muttering, "Young master, forgive me." At this point, Pang Shi, noticing Ma Wu's arrival, immediately inquired, and Ma Wu once again recounted Ma Bing's afternoon activities in detail. Upon hearing this, Pang Shi's demeanor shifted entirely. Her previously tearful state vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Ma Bing, who remained silent until she took the rattan stick handed to her by Ma Liang. Seeing his mother wielding the rattan stick, Ma Bing quickly shielded Ma He with his body, hastily explaining, "Mother, I was merely curious about why Chunfeng Tower is regarded as the finest establishment in Ezhou. I simply wished to see what was so extraordinary inside. I did nothing else." Pang Shi, becoming even angrier, retorted, "You little rascal. I provided you with 2 maids, both fair and beautiful, yet you still venture to such places. Just as I have lifted your confinement, you go to the brothel. Watch how I punish you." Ma Liang chimed in with a clap, only for Pang Shi to turn and scold him. "If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. Tonight, you shall sleep in the study." Chapter 66. Fragrant dew and tables and chairs. Pang Shi was incensed to the point of trembling. Even her younger son, who had done nothing wrong, received an unjust punishment. That in a huff, she led her maids back to her chamber. Upon seeing his wife depart, Ma Liang intended to follow her to the bedroom, but as soon as Pang Shi entered, she slammed the door shut. Rejected, Ma Liang shot a glare at Ma Bing, let out a cold snort, and then headed alone to the study. Ma Bing, realizing his ploy had backfired, felt the pain of both himself and others that he glanced helplessly at Ma Wu and instructed him to continue experimenting with the farming tools, promising to report back with results at once. Then he returned to his chamber with Jinjin and Duku. That evening, the head maid, Xiao Chui, came to convey a message from his mother. "Young master, the madam has decreed that you shall remain confined again tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing's expression fell. "Great. Just when I finally found an opportunity, it has been ruined. It seems my good days have come to an end." Sure enough, the next morning, the diligent Xiao Chui called out for Ma Bing to rise early. After days of special treatment, it had all turned to nothing. Ma Bing felt like crying but had no tears left. It was barely dawn. He pushed the sleepy Duku, who had taken it upon herself to warm his bed since the night she started serving him. Before Ma Bing could refuse, she had already snuggled under the covers. This arrangement was orchestrated by Jinjin, who understood that Duku was somewhat clumsy. Although the young master was kind-hearted, if he ever angered the little mistress, the consequences would surely be unbearable. The little girl could not handle pain. Every time she was punished, she would wail uncontrollably. Jinjin, on the other hand, was meticulous in her tasks, thus she allowed Duku to be pampered. Understanding Jinjin's intentions, Ma Bing decided to let the 2 girls be. Holding a little furnace of warmth, it was not entirely unpleasant. However, he had to endure Duku's relentless inquiries each morning, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. The little girl was unaware of the nuances of romantic affection, and Ma Bing was all too aware of the need for restraint at his age. Upon awakening Duku, she quickly jumped out of bed to assist Ma Bing in getting dressed. After more than half a month of this routine, Master Ma had grown accustomed to the lifestyle of being attended to. After paying his respects to his mother, he called for the carpenter, Ma Wu, and detailed to him the method for crafting tables and chairs, instructing him to promptly create a simple set, as it would serve a purpose for him the following day. That he then asked Jinjin to retrieve some fabric from the embroidery room, verbally guiding her on how to make a comfortable pair of long trousers. With the carriage open in winter, a chill lingered in the air, causing even the birds to lower their heads against the cold. Another day passed without any excitement, and Ma Bing found that even his privilege of basking in the sun in the courtyard had been stripped away by his mother. Knowing that his mother was still upset, he thought to himself, "I must devise a plan. Otherwise, these days will be hard to endure." Passing by the flower room, Ma Bing caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, which sparked an idea in his mind. Since his mother adored nurturing flowers and plants, she would surely not refuse the allure of floral fragrances. Without hesitation, Ma Bing instructed Jinjin to fetch a large basket, and he set about picking flowers himself. Wherever Master Ma went, not a petal was left behind. After gathering 2 large baskets of flower petals, he and Jinjin headed to the kitchen. Upon seeing the eldest son enter, the family cook, who had received specific instructions, stepped forward to greet him. Bing, being amiable and soft-spoken, requested to borrow the kitchen for a while that he washed, sorted, steamed the petals, covered them with cloth, placed them in a pot over cold water, and repeated the process several times until he distilled the fragrant D.E.W. Bing busied himself in the kitchen from morning until dinner. During lunch, he had Jinjin keep watch for a while, and ultimately he managed to gather a small vial of the precious liquid that he had specifically purchased, a delicate porcelain bottle to contain the fragrant dew. Initially, he had considered simply buying a bottle of perfume for convenience. But upon opening the marketplace, he realized that the essence of any endeavor lies in sincerity rather than the value of the gift. Thus, he devoted an entire day to his culinary pursuit. At the dinner table, after a long day, Pang Shi was informed by her maid Xiao Chui that all the flowers in the flower room had vanished. Pang Shi quickly deduced the culprit. In their household, her husband Ma Liang never visited the flower room, and her younger son Ma, he had only been punished for causing mischief there once, after which he never returned. She glared at Ma Bing and asked, "Binger, were the flowers in my flower room your doing? In a crowd, there are always those who would report on my little one. How could I be so unfortunate?" Ma Bing promptly replied, "Mother, I recently learned of a method to transfer the fragrance of flowers onto a person. Thus, I spent the day experimenting in the kitchen, and after much effort, I have managed to produce this small vial, hoping you will forgive my transgression." With that, Ma Bing produced the exquisite porcelain bottle he had purchased and handed it to his mother. Pang Shi took it, opened the lid, and upon inhaling, found it indeed, as her mischievous son had stated, fragrant and elegant. A subtle wave of joy washed over her heart, though she enjoyed the delightful scent. Pang Shi, before Ma Bing could speak, inquired, "Binga, is this difficult to make? Can the craftsmen in our household learn it?" Pang Shi, ever diligent in managing the household, immediately recognized that if the method was easy to master, it could certainly become a lucrative venture. Ma Bing promptly explained the detailed process of creation and added, this could also be placed in fine glass bottles to attract the wealth of the aristocracy. Seeing her mother's interest piqued, Ma Bing hastily asked, "Mother, what of my confinement?" "Continue. A child cherished by their mother is like a precious gem, while one neglected by their mother resembles wild grass. Consequently, Ma Bing can only continue to lead a life confined within the gates of his home. Fortunately, his mother has ceased to trouble him. Further point, one fateful noon, Ma Wu and Ma Lu, having crafted a new set of tables and stools, presented them to Ma Bing. Upon seeing the craftsmanship, Ma Bing was thoroughly pleased and immediately lavished praise upon Ma Wu, exclaiming, "Truly, the work of fifth brother is exceptional." He then resolved to wait for his father, Ma Liang, to return from court, hoping to present the items to him, ideally persuading his father to intercede with his mother and lift his house arrest as Ma Darun returned home from court. He spotted his eldest son waiting at the door. Upon their meeting, he inquired after Ma Bing's well-being, yet he harbored lingering resentment over the previous day's incident where his son had used him as a shield. With a wary gaze, he questioned Ma Bing about his intentions. Observing his father's demeanor, Ma Bing hastily presented the tables and stools crafted by Ma Wu to his father. After testing the furniture, Ma Liang expressed his approval and instructed the two to carry the items to the study, leaving Ma Bing alone in the courtyard as he retreated to his room. Thus, Ma Bing found himself in a solitude that felt like a hollow victory. After a midday meal, Ma Bing reclined in the courtyard, basking in the sun while leisurely perusing the Qing Lian sword manual, reveling in his contentment. Just then a servant approached, announcing, "Young master, General Guan has arrived and is awaiting you in the front hall." Upon hearing this, Ma Bing promptly rose to seek out his elder brother, Guan Ping. Eager to inquire about the purpose of his visit to the front hall, Guan Ping was leisurely sipping as soon as Ma Bing entered. Guan Ping stood to greet him, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Then Bing found himself lifted off the ground momentarily, spinning through the air before being set back down, slightly disoriented. Regaining his composure, he silently mused, "Why must you emulate Zhang San's antics?" Though Ma Bing felt aggrieved, he dared not voice his complaints, fearing another dizzying embrace would prompt a retch. Once he steadied himself, he asked, "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Guan Ping affectionately ruffled Ma Bing's hair and replied with a smile, "I heard from Mr. Ji Chong that you have been grounded by your mother." good news seldom travels far. But bad news spreads like wildfire. Bing stubbornly defended his mother in front of others, asserting, "That's not true. I simply prefer not to wander outside, and I find great joy in reading at home every day." Seeing through his facade, Guanping turned to leave, casually remarking, "You seem to enjoy your studies at home so much, dear brother, that I shan't plead on your behalf. Farewell." Ma Bing's heart soared with joy at the prospect of his brother's departure, and he quickly rushed after Guanping, grasping his sleeve with a pleading expression. "Elder brother, it was my fault. Please, do intercede with mother on my behalf, that I am growing quite weary of being cooped up at home." Guanping glanced down, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Ma Bing's innocent face. "Oh, so now you are willing to speak the truth," he teased. Dear brother, I would never utter a falsehood." Guanping affectionately tousled Ma Bing's hair once more and stated, "Come, let us go plead your case with your mother. Father has been quite concerned about you, having not seen you for several days." Ma Bing promptly instructed Jinjun to inform his mother of his arrival, leading his elder brother, Guanping, toward the courtyard to seek her out. Lady Pang was in the embroidery room, having received the completed pants sample from Ma Bing earlier that morning. Upon receiving the garments from Jinjun, she immediately understood her son's intentions. That moment, she was instructing the household seamstresses to replicate the design. Jinjun called out from outside the embroidery room, "Madam, young master asked me to inform you that he and General Guan will be arriving shortly." Upon hearing this, Lady Pang ceased her work, tidied her garments, and stepped out of the embroidery room to await their arrival in the courtyard. As Guanping and Ma Bing walked side by side, Guanping inquired, "Dear brother, how are you faring with the first volume of the Spring and Autumn Annals?" "I fear father may quiz you today," Ma Bing replied nonchalantly. "There are too many characters, and it's inconvenient to carry the bamboo slips that I have yet to finish reading." As they entered the courtyard, Lady Pang awaited their arrival. Noticing their presence, she winked at her eldest son before bowing respectfully to Guanping, inquiring curiously, "General Guan, I am Lady Pang. May I ask what brings you to me?" Guanping gestured for her to rise and politely replied, "Madam, please do not stand on ceremony. My father has been concerned about Ma Bing's absence and has mentioned him frequently. Recently, when Mr. Ji Chong presented a gift, my father inquired about his well-being, only to learn that he has been grounded at home. Thus, I have come to plead for his release so that he may not fall behind in his studies." Upon hearing this, Lady Pang understood Guanping's intentions and explained, "General, it is not that I am unyielding regarding his freedom, that I had previously allowed him to go out, but after he visited the Chunfeng building after attending to his affairs, I deemed it necessary to confine him once more to instill some discipline." Her tone carried a hint of frustration, clearly expressing her disappointment. Guanping's eyes widened as he shot a sharp look at the embarrassed Ma Bing beside him, engaging in a silent exchange. "Dear brother, are you so reckless? With two lovely maidservants trailing behind you, you still sought out a brothel. I merely went for tea. Do you understand what tea is? Where is it forbidden to drink tea? It seems that wildflowers are often more fragrant than cultivated ones." Ma Bing, smacking his forehead, ended the silent dialogue under Guanping's scrutinizing gaze. Guanping then turned to Lady Pang with a smile, saying, "Madam, please do not be upset. I shall report this matter to my father upon my return. He despises those who frequent brothels." With a glance at Ma Bing, the meaning was clear. "Very well. I would rather remain confined at home." Guanping's words left Ma Bing speechless. Enduring a scolding from his mother was one thing, but facing his father's wrath would surely leave him bedridden for days. Thus, Ma Bing found himself reluctant to accompany Guanping outside. However, upon hearing of this potential reprieve, Lady Pang quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance regarding my son. If there is a guest room available at your residence, it would be best for Binger to stay there. It would be a great fortune for him to hear your teachings day and night." Guanping nodded in agreement. "That would indeed be splendid." Lady Pang then affectionately patted her son's head, gently advising, "Bing, when learning from His Highness, you must not become complacent." Lady Pang's demeanor shifted with remarkable speed, akin to turning a page in a book. She then turned to Guanping, reiterating, "General Guan, if Binger misbehaves, do not hesitate to discipline him. As long as it does not kill him, that is all that matters." Ma Bing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Mother, am I truly your child?" Guanping struggled to suppress a smile. acquiescing before taking his leave with Ma Bing in tow. Inside the carriage, Ma Bing sat beside Guan Ping with a hint of obsequiousness, but Guan Ping, aware of his intentions, chose to ignore him and closed his eyes to rest. Realizing his attempts to curry favor were in vain and sensing an inevitable confrontation, Ma Bing's expression soured, and he slumped down, surrendering to his fate. The carriage journey lasted a quarter of an hour before arriving at Guan's residence. Guan Yinping, having heard that her father had sent her elder brother to fetch Ma Bing, eagerly awaited in the courtyard with her second brother. Guan Xing, that is Guan Ping, had pressing military matters to attend to. He waved Ma Bing and the others off, instructing them to disembark while he departed. Leading the maidservants and Ma Lu with familiarity, Ma Bing made his way toward the courtyard, instructing the three to wait while he sought out his master, Guan Yu. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted Guan Xing engaged in light conversation with the third young lady. Guan Yinping, and silently wished, "Please do not notice me," that he hastened his steps, for the shadow of Guan Yinping's previous encounter loomed large in his mind. Noticing Ma Bing's lack of greeting, Guan Xing called out from behind, "Dear brother, have you come to see father today?" Hearing this, Ma Bing had no choice but to halt, turn, and bow, saying, "I pay my respects to second brother and third young lady." Guan Xing returned the greeting and, noticing his sister's lack of response, subtly nudged her to avoid being rude. However, Guan Yinping remained indifferent, letting out a dismissive huff that Ma Bing, upon hearing this sound, shuddered and turned to leave. Guan Xing pulled him back and whispered, "What? Are you so afraid of my sister?" Ma Bing cast a furtive glance at Guan Yinping, his face contorting in discomfort as he replied in a hushed tone, "Second brother, did I offend third young lady in some way? Last time, it felt as if she nearly cleaved me in two." Guan Xing initially had no desire to concern himself with matters of romantic entanglement. Yet he could not withstand his sister's persistent urging and ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, Ma Bing knocked on the door and entered the study. Inside, he observed that Guan Yu was not engrossed in the meticulous reading of the spring and autumn annals as was his usual custom. Instead, there lay before him what appeared to be a detailed topographical map of the Jingxiang region, but he gazed at it vacantly, and Ma Bing approached to examine it closely. This map was indeed a thorough depiction of the topography of the 8 commanderies of Jingxiang. It seemed that his master remained deeply troubled by the loss of Jingzhou. They had been so close to seizing Xiangfan and unblocking the Han River, thereby connecting Hanzhong, Shouqing, and Jingxiang into a cohesive territory. No one could accept such an outcome that Ma Bing stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, "Master, do not dwell on the matter of Jingzhou any longer. Instead, let us look ahead. In a couple of years, we shall reclaim it." Guan Yu shook his head upon hearing this, responding, "Bing, I've already reached the age of 60, well into my flowered years. After being struck by an arrow in my arm, my martial prowess has declined significantly. In the Battle of Fancheng, I fought against Gongming for nearly 100 exchanges without a clear victor. That I, in my younger days, such a defeat would not have occurred. Alas, I am growing old." Ma Bing, understanding the frustrations expressed by his master, empathized with him. With Guan Ping reassigned to Chengdu and bestowed the title of General of the State's Guardians, Ma Bing knew that if his master confided in him, he would certainly plead with Lu Huangshu for Guan Yu's reinstatement. At this critical juncture, the political turmoil was palpable. The faction from Jingzhou, which had followed Liu Bei into Shu, had lost its footing, while the Yizhou faction was seizing the opportunity to either win over or suppress the supporters of Jingzhou. The Dongzhou faction was similarly opportunistic, once regarded as the foremost group within Liu Bei's coalition. The Jingzhou scholars now found themselves in a precarious position. Had it not been for his master's long-standing status as a senior figure who had accompanied Lu Huangshu in numerous campaigns, the loss of Jingzhou would have been treated with far less significance. Fortunately, Kongming had spoken out in the court. Otherwise, there would have been no shortage of those eager to devour Guan Eryi alive. Ma Bing then spoke up again to console him, saying, "Master, Taigong Huang ascended to prominence at 72, and General Huang at 74 was still able to vanquish Xiahou Yuan. Why should you lament your circumstances? As per my observation, you are not old, but merely idling." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Ma Bing rolled up the map of Jingzhou and placed it aside, then took out a sheet of paper, laid it flat, and, using the ink and brush on the table, began to write with a flourish. After a brief period, he set down his brush, revealing that his calligraphy remained rather unsightly, Dynamite Bing handed the completed paper to his master and said, "Master, do you still recall how I urged you the night before our departure from Lingju City?" Guan Yu stroked his splendid beard and replied with a smile, "Of course. Are you now intent on fulfilling that promise?" Ma Bing, hearing this, wore a look of dismay. Was he truly taking the bait? He then replied, "Master, the matter I promised you shall certainly be fulfilled in due course, but today's conversation pertains to you." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's interest was piqued. He recalled that during their earlier discussion, nothing had been mentioned that directly concerned him. Filled with curiosity, he inquired, "Oh, Binger, what matter pertains to me?" He took the paper Ma Bing offered, and upon reading it, he saw 3 bold characters. Yuan Wu Tang. Confused, Guan Yu assumed this meant he was to impart his martial techniques to others, and thus asked, "Binger, do you wish for me to pass on our family's sword techniques to the world?" "It is not out of arrogance, but these techniques require a treasured sword forged from dark iron. Even if I were to share them, there would be few capable of wielding such a blade with one hand." Realizing that his master had misunderstood, Ma Bing quickly clarified, "Master, the Yuan Wu Tang is not a place for teaching martial arts, but rather a venue where I hope you can impart the strategies and experiences from your battles to the younger military officers. Should they become accomplished in the future, it would not be in vain for the effort you have expended." Upon grasping his disciple's intention, Guan Yu clapped Ma Bing on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Binger, Ziyuan has spoken highly of your resilience and cleverness. Such a description is entirely accurate. Since you have brought this matter to my attention, what is the first step we should take?" Still unaccustomed to the strength of Guan Yu's grip, Ma Bing rubbed his shoulder and replied, "Master, this matter must not be initiated by you. I intend to convey this proposal to Master Kong Ming through my father. With his wisdom, he will surely support this endeavor. And when the time comes, the responsibility of teaching at the Yuan Wu Tang shall fall solely upon you." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's earlier frown vanished, and he laughed heartily, declaring that he had indeed chosen the right disciple and urged Ma Bing to expedite the matter. For he was growing increasingly idle at home. Dynamite Bing, seeing his master in high spirits, mentioned that his elder brother, Guan Ping, had arranged with their mother that he would stay at the Guan residence for a few days to better absorb his master's teachings. Guan Yu readily agreed and promptly summoned the steward to arrange for Ma Bing to be accommodated in the room next to Guan Xing the steward, then led Ma Bing to his quarters. And as they passed through the courtyard, Ma Bing called upon 3 companions to accompany him. Upon observing the young master accompanied by 2 lovely maidens, the steward cautioned, "Young master, please be mindful of your noise after nightfall. The 3rd miss resides to the left of the 2nd young master's quarters, and yours is not far away. Moreover, the 3rd miss appreciates tranquility at night. Should you disturb her, I fear she may." The steward gestured as if brandishing a blade. Ma Bing could only feel exasperated that I'm still a novice, a genuine greenhorn. His companion, Jinjin, was unusually blushing. She hadn't anticipated the stewardess' forthrightness. Following this, the steward elaborated on the rules of the Guan residence. While Ma Bing did not commit most of it to memory, he distinctly noted the 3rd miss's schedule, committing it to heart that a dog's life is paramount. "If I can avoid it, I shall." Subsequently, Ma Bing and his entourage were escorted to their lodgings. Where Jinjin and Duku were tidying up, with little to do, Ma Bing instructed Ma Lu to bring out a mat to lay on the grass outside, as he typically did, to bask in the sun. He also asked him to return home and instruct Ma Wu to craft several sets of tables and chairs for the Guan residents, requesting their swift delivery that he then settled in to await the evening meal. Chapter 69. Dinner conversations. As dinner time approached, the Guan family gathered together, with Guan Ping having received news and chosen not to remain in the military camp. At the table, Guan Ping relayed the information he had gathered in recent days, saying, "Father, I have heard that Uncle plans to abandon Shoqing and send Ziyuan to lead troops downstream along the river to relocate the populace of Shoqing back to Chengdu. What are your thoughts?" Guan Yu chuckled at this, responding with a playful tone, "I naturally observe with my own eyes." Guan Ping was taken aback by his father's playful demeanor, as he had always perceived him as gravely serious and seldom one to jest. It seemed he had picked up some mischief from Ma Bing. Continuing earnestly, Guan Ping said, "Father, I speak sincerely." Guan Yu, momentarily taken aback, resumed picking food from the dishes without acknowledging his eldest son's serious expression, replying, "I too am speaking sincerely." At that moment, a muffled voice broke through from the table. "Elder brother, there is really nothing to discuss about this matter. Master doesn't have much to say about it either. Hmm. Ma Bing, chewing his food, interrupted Guan Ping's probing. Remembering that Ma Bing had provided a similar response when questioned by Liu Bei in the court, Guan Ping asked, "Brother, do you think Master Kongming will agree to this?" Ma Bing, with a saltwater chicken leg in hand, replied between bites, "This matter will naturally require Master Kongming's approval. Elder brother, the Chao army will advance on Shoqing within a year. Therefore, relocating the populace is both urgent and essential." Guan Ping pressed on, "But regarding the migration of the populace, will the common folk agree? Where will the resources come from? This is a significant issue." Ma Bing did not answer him directly, instead asking, "Elder brother, would you like my chicken leg? If not, just give it to me." Guan Ping pushed his bowl forward, saying, "Eat quickly, and tell me as you eat, or else I shall." Guan Ping shot Ma Bing a warning glance, to which Ma Bing helplessly complied, breaking apart the leg and feeding it to the young lord. For after all, he was the young lord, the first heir. Elder brother, first and foremost, the willingness of the populace is not for them to decide. Secondly, regarding resources, the affluent families of Sichuan are overflowing with wealth that if Lu Huangshu requests grain, who would dare refuse? Even if no one is willing to lend, Master Kongming undoubtedly has his strategies in mind. You should focus on your duties in the military and worry less about these matters. Upon hearing this, Guan Ping playfully struck Ma Bing on the head, saying, "You are lacking in respect." He then turned to Guan Yu, reporting, "Father, the little disciple was recently released from confinement by his mother. Yet he chose to visit the Chunfeng Tower for tea instead of coming to see you. So he has been grounded once more. How dare you report such things?" Ma Bing shot a glare at Guan Ping, demanding, "Didn't we agree not to mention this to Master?" "I never said anything," Guan Ping shot back, but under the intensity of Ma Bing's gaze. He quickly yielded, lowering his head to admit, "Master, I was wrong. I shan't do it again." Guan Yu chuckled, saying, "Who among the young has not made mistakes? Just don't let it happen again. And I believe in you." Guan Yu expressed understanding towards the situation, remembering that in his youth, he had also sought after beautiful concubines from Chao. Then, to the astonished gazes of those around him, Guan Yu rose and declared, "All right, I am full. You may continue your conversation." As the door closed behind Yi, Zhao Shi sensed an unusual atmosphere at the table. Promptly, she beckoned the little child Guan Yu and departed at that moment. Guan Yinping found her bamboo chopsticks had already warped in her grip. Her expression was frosty. She flung the chopsticks down, rose without a word, and exited, upon hearing the sound of the chopsticks clattering. Ma Bing immediately lowered his head, falling silent. After Miss Guan San returned to her room, he dared to look up and asked, "Elder brother, who has offended Miss San this time?" Guan Ping shook his head, indicating he was unaware that Ma Bing then turned his gaze to Guan Xing. Guan Xing instinctively nodded before quickly shaking his head, choosing not to speak further. How perplexing. Regardless, Master has already forgiven me, and there are no women present at this table. Ma Bing then addressed his second brother, Guan Xing, saying, "Second brother, you are still unmarried. Next time, come with me to Chunfeng Lu. I will treat you to tea. The dancers there are exquisite, and I guarantee you will be thoroughly satisfied." Guan Ping cleared his throat lightly. Ma Bing was caught up in his enthusiasm and did not heed his elder brother's reminder, continuing to extol the virtues of his chosen establishment. Guan Ping coughed again, and this time Ma Bing noticed, glancing towards his elder brother, that in that fleeting moment he turned. It seemed as if he caught a glimpse of a rosy figure, that a sudden chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Could it be? Ma Bing slightly turned his head, and there stood Miss Guan San, clad in a red dress. Directly behind him, he immediately offered her a disarming smile, not daring to utter another word. Miss Guan San returned a cold glare, ignoring him. She turned to her second brother, admonishing him sternly, "Second brother, refrain from consorting with those dubious individuals in questionable establishments." She then reached for the handkerchief she had just dropped on the table. Ma Bing instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Observing this, Miss Guan San spat in disdain and turned back to her room. Bing bowed his head, remaining silent for a long time. Until he was certain that Guan Yinping would not return, he lifted the cup from the table and drained it in one go, patting his chest as he exhaled deeply. Guan Ping had never witnessed Ma Bing so terrified. Resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, he reached out, patting his shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze before inquiring with a smile, "Dear brother, are you that afraid of my third sister?" Ma Bing's small face contorted in distress as he replied, "Elder brother, Just now, Miss San's gaze was icy and piercing, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Did you not see it? Guanping shook his head, casting a questioning glance at Guanxing, who also shook his head, indicating he had not noticed anything. See? There is nothing to worry about. You are merely overthinking it. A wave of apprehension washed over Ma Bing, prompting him to ask, Elder brother, could you inquire on my behalf where I have offended Miss San? I am willing to offer a substantial compensation. Guanping glanced at Ma Bing, then responded with puzzlement. Substantial compensation? Where would a little child like you obtain such funds? Elder brother, do you not recall? I was the one who taught Master the game of chess. Upon hearing this, Guanping's eyes widened in realization, and he nodded, saying to Ma Bing, Xin, we will set off the day after tomorrow. Remember to accompany me to see him off. Ma Bing immediately agreed, as Lu Feng was the first friend he had made in this era, and he was determined to bid him farewell. After Ma Bing confirmed, Guanping added, Moreover, our third uncle has mentioned to me several times that you have not visited him, and he feels somewhat displeased. After the new year, he may return to Lanzhong for stationing. That if you have time, you should visit him at the Zhang residence. That Ma Bing also agreed to this matter. During their conversation, the usually silent Guanxing suddenly spoke up. Inquiring of Ma Bing, Dear brother, I heard from elder brother that you wish to learn swordsmanship. Is that true? Ma Bing nodded enthusiastically, thinking that perhaps Guanxing could teach him, but he eagerly asked, So, second brother, do you wish to instruct me in the art of the sword? Guanxing looked at the eager youth and shook his head, turning to Guanping to ask, Elder brother, since the little junior apprentice wishes to learn sword techniques, why not let him study under Miss San? It would also foster their relationship. Guanping found his second brother's suggestion reasonable, pondering why Miss San held such prejudice against this little apprentice. Logically, the child was quite likable. It was likely due to their limited interactions. They should spend more time together to cultivate their bond. Thus, Guanping addressed Ma Bing, Dear brother, I believe you should indeed learn swordsmanship from Miss San. There are not many sword masters in Sichuan, and she is a direct disciple of Uncle Zilong, well-versed in both spear and sword techniques. Since Uncle Zilong is not currently in Chengdu, it would be wise for you to study swordsmanship under her. If she is unwilling, I shall speak on your behalf. Upon hearing Guanxing's recommendation of Yinping, Ma Bing's countenance visibly fell. He then vehemently rejected Guanping's suggestion, exclaiming, Elder brother, are you waiting for a feast? I fear that I won't last even a day learning from Miss San before you can collect my remains. With an expression of utter despair, he slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he could already envision the dreadful fate awaiting him during sword practice the next day at the hands of Miss Guansan. Weakly, he added, Elder brother, remember to prepare a coffin of peach wood for me, and ensure plenty of paper money is burned, especially gold ingots. Also, please select a good burial site, as I fear that Chao the thief may one day disturb my grave. Guanping, observing Ma Bing's trembling demeanor, could not help but approach and stroke his head affectionately, saying, Dear brother, do not be afraid. Tomorrow, I will have your second brother accompany you throughout. Should any unexpected incidents arise, he will be there to assist. Ma Bing immediately retorted loudly, But what if he is too late? Guanping shrugged, spreading his hands. If he is late, then we shall proceed as you suggested. It seems you truly do wish to attend a feast. Ma Bing cast a glance at Guanxing, who was now looking at him with anticipation that he shivered, thinking, Why is there not a single good person in this family? Those who force others to take on apprentices, those who deceive and trick, those who encourage martial pursuits, and those who wield blades, truly, as if they were all from the same household. Ultimately, Ma Bing had no choice but to steel himself and agree. After dinner back in his room, he instructed Ma Lu to hurry home to procure some armor, preferably chainmail. If that was unavailable, then steel plates would suffice. Meanwhile, after dinner, Guanxing visited Yinping's chamber. Upon entering, he triumphantly reported to his sister, Third sister, guess what opportunity one just secured for you? At that moment, Yinping was in a foul mood and ignored him. Seeing his sister upset, Guanxing refrained from trying to placate her and instead poured himself a cup of tea, waiting for her to inquire. Miss Guansan, noticing her second brother's lack of attempts to appease her, grew even angrier. She swiftly approached him, snatched the teacup from his hands, and pouted, Second brother, you no longer care for me. Guanxing laughed heartily, pinching her delicate nose playfully, and said, Third sister, your second brother has secured a splendid opportunity for you. How can I not care? Yinping's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she quickly retorted, Second brother, What opportunity? Guan Xing, seeing her immediate change in demeanor, decided to tease her and feigned a stern expression, refusing to answer. Miss San, adept at manipulating her second brother, immediately began to shake his arm, coaxing, "Oh, my dear second brother, please tell me. A woman who knows how to charm is always in good favor." Guan Xing then recounted the events that transpired after she left, and upon hearing this, Guan Yinping's spirits soared. She exclaimed, "Thank you, second brother. At last, I have a reason to train him. This time, he will not escape my grasp. A little tree cannot grow straight without pruning. If he wishes to frequent the brothel in the future, then I shall no longer bear the surname Guan." Umph. At that moment, Ma Bing awoke with a start, trembling in anticipation of the next morning. Before the rooster had crowed 3 times, Guan San sent her maid to knock on the door. The wooden door echoed with loud bangs, and Ma Bing was roused from his slumber, still dazed and momentarily confused. Thinking he was at home, that he shouted indignantly, "Who is it? So heartless, disturbing my sweet dreams before dawn. Do you seek a beating?" Just then a light, airy voice floated in from outside. "Little junior apprentice, are you sure you want to speak to me like that?" The unmistakable voice of Guan Yinping jolted Ma Bing awake. He immediately pushed aside the curtains, hastily getting to his feet. Jinjin had already risen and rushed to assist the young master in dressing. Moments later, the two were frantically donning their garments. Ma Bing, bleary-eyed, emerged from the room, and there stood Guan Yinping, as usual, adorned in red. Still half asleep, Ma Bing awkwardly greeted her. "Third sister, good morning." Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yinping was currently wielding a long, slender whip in her hand. Crack! The sharp sound resonated in Ma Bing's ears, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. He straightened up, standing at attention as cold sweat trickled down his temples. The December wind was biting, yet it paled in comparison to the chill in Ma Bing's heart. He glanced around the courtyard, realizing that his second brother, who had promised to watch over him, was nowhere to be found at that moment. Ma Bing felt utterly forsaken, as if the heavens were unresponsive to his cries. "Alas, my life is forfeit." As Ma Bing contemplated the various ways he might depart from this world, Miss Guanxin spoke up, her voice gentle yet firm. "Little junior apprentice, one must never be lazy in the practice of martial arts. From now on, I will wait for you here every morning. The Dio not make me come to fetch you again as I did today." Upon hearing Ma Bing's words, he promptly nodded his little head. Guan Yinping then affectionately patted his head, revealing a satisfied smile. Assuming a horse stance, the fundamental exercise of martial arts, it was not until the eve of breakfast that Miss Guan allowed Ma Bing to rise. This frail body of his had never endured such hardship. His legs trembled as he walked, reminiscent of a butterfly flapping its delicate wings. Ma Bing gritted his teeth against the pain, trailing behind Guan Yinping, who was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune. At last, an opportunity had arisen to teach this boy a lesson and relieve her frustrations. She ordered her maid to prepare a medicinal ointment based on the formula she had used in her early years of training. At the breakfast table, upon seeing Guan Xing, Ma Bing immediately suppressed the ache in his legs and, disregarding etiquette, rushed forward to grasp his elder brother's sleeve, demanding in a sharp voice, "Elder brother, you promised to stay by my side. Where are you?" Guan Xing shrugged apologetically, saying, "I overslept, haha." Chapter 71. The Martial Arts Novice, the Destined One. Hearing Guan Xing's feeble explanation, Ma Bing's vision darkened, and his body stiffened, nearly collapsing. "Do you have any idea how much I have suffered?" Seeing this, Guan Xing hurriedly reached out to steady the wide at that moment. Ma Bing fixed his gaze on Guan Xing, a look of grievance on his face, and then bitterly remarked, "Elder brother, please tell Miss Guan that I am truly not suited for martial arts training. It would be better if she did not expend her efforts on me." Guan Xing frowned at his words, pulling him aside to a corner, lowering his voice as he secretly pointed at Guan Yinping, whispering, "Little junior brother, are you certain? I dare not speak of this to third sister, that if you truly do not wish to learn from her, you must say it yourself, be a man. Do not bring shame upon our Guan family." After saying this, Guan Xing patted Ma Bing's back in a gesture of encouragement. "Go on, brave warrior." Ma Bing, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes to the heavens, remaining silent, internally lamenting, "If I dared to speak to third sister, would I need your help to plead my case?" Ma Bing was deeply vexed by Guan Xing's indifference. Yet, gazing up at Guan Xing's towering stature, he lacked the courage to confront him, swallowing his grievances in silence. The morning birds chirped particularly annoyingly. After taking a few bites of breakfast, Ma Bing ceased to eat. It was not that the food was unpalatable, but rather that his heart was heavy with sorrow, rendering him unable to consume anything. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too long. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. Ma Bing was indeed a petty person. With vengeance in his heart, he would not let it linger until the next day. Observing Guan Ping and Guan Xing discussing military matters, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention. He turned toward Guan Yu and said, "Master, is it true that my elder brother, having reached the age of 42, has yet to father a child?" Upon hearing this, Yi furrowed his brow and calculated with his fingers. Indeed, it seemed he was lacking, as he had already welcomed Xing and Yinping into the world at a similar age. That on the other side, upon hearing this, Zhao Shi's eyes welled with tears. Believing that Ma Bing's words were aimed at her, she opened her mouth to explain, but was discreetly restrained by Guan Ping, who understood that Ma Bing would not be so rude and was likely concocting some scheme to achieve his ulterior motives. At this moment, Guan Ping's expression turned cold as he quietly regarded his junior brother, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that no one responded, Ma Bing cast a furtive glance at Guan Ping and, summoning his courage, continued, "Is it truly impossible? If so, I have seen a remedy in books that could work wonders for my elder brother." Hearing this, Miss Guan spat in disdain, her face slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Guan Xiaoho, seated across from Ma Bing, turned crimson with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Little junior brother, I believe third sister has indeed been lenient with your martial training this morning, allowing you the leisure to concern yourself with our elder brother's progeny issues. Your good intentions I shall remember." Guan Ping shot a glance at his sister, signaling her to thoroughly train this little rascal. Upon hearing his eldest son's remark, Yi immediately grew interested and interjected, "Yinping, are you currently teaching Bing air martial arts?" Miss Guan, in a rare display of deference towards Ma Bing, replied warmly, "Yes, father." Her gentle demeanor shattered the initial impression that had formed in Ma Bing's mind. Having dined twice at the Guan residence, he had never witnessed such a scene before. As Miss Guan always sat down well in advance, Yi stroked his long beard and chuckled, "Very good. Very good. The little fellow is indeed a bit frail. He must undergo rigorous training." Guan Yinping gently responded, "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing his master's directive, Ma Bing realized this matter had been settled, leaving no room for refusal. Thus, he chose to embrace his fate, adopting a mindset of "if we must perish, let us do so together," and addressed Guan Yu once more, "Master, I have heard that my elder brother is nearing 20 and has yet to marry. Has he not found a beloved maiden? My mother hails from the Pang family of Xianyang and has been in Chuan for several years, forming significant connections with various families. That if my elder brother has found someone he admires, I can speak to my mother on your behalf. If not, she can certainly recommend suitable young ladies." Guan Xing and Guan Yinping were siblings, born of the same mother, who, after giving birth to them, suffered severe depletion of her vitality and passed away shortly thereafter. Yi had long been stationed in the military and had never remarried, while Zhao Shi, being easygoing, could not manage these two in the household, thus leaving their matrimonial affairs unattended to. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu was filled with delight, appreciating his devoted disciple's concern for the family, and immediately said, "Disciple, I find this proposal excellent. Xing has yet to marry, and I too have not found a suitable match. I shall rely on your efforts in this matter." "Yes, master." Ma Bing then exchanged a triumphant glance with Guan Xing, who merely snorted in response and turned away. Breakfast concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Miss Guan granted Ma Bing half an hour to digest, then instructed him to continue his martial training in the courtyard. Upon hearing that he was to train once more, Ma Bing's face fell, and he immediately inquired of Guan Yinping, "Third miss, do we have a training plan?" Miss Guan smiled and replied, "None whatsoever. I will decide when to train." It seemed that everything depended on her mood, implying that he was merely her outlet for frustrations. Bing gently massaged his thighs, murmuring to himself, and then bid farewell to Guan Yinping, returning to his room. Once inside, he collapsed onto the bed, feeling as if his legs no longer belonged to him. That he rolled up his trousers to inspect them and then called for Duku to massage his legs. The moment her small hands lightly touched him, Even without applying pressure, the sensation of soreness made him shudder. Dooku blinked at her young master, seemingly questioning if she had applied too much force that Ma Bing, steeling himself, replied Dooku, "Please continue normally," that he then bit down on the blanket, savoring the massage, experiencing pain and pleasure simultaneously. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed when Jinjin came to call for her young master to AT that moment. Ma Bing wished he had never mentioned martial arts to Guan Ping and could instead live the life of a carefree salted fish. He straightened himself and prepared to head back to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Guan Yinping awaited him in a new set of black martial arts attire that as Ma Bing approached. He performed his customary greeting. Miss Guan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then spoke, "Little junior brother, since you wish to learn swordplay, you must start from the very basics. From today forth, you shall assume a horse stance for 1 hour each morning. After breakfast, practice swinging and thrusting the sword 100 times each. After lunch, repeat the swordplay 100 times. And after dinner, I shall teach you footwork. Do you understand?" "Understood." 3rd Mississippi, though Ma Bing's voice lacked vigor, his heart had already accepted the outcome, since evasion was not an option. He resolved to embrace the experience wholeheartedly. After taking the sword, he swung it with utmost seriousness. Chapter 72. Training. That radiant smile after 100 strikes. He took a rest of scarcely a quarter of an hour before rising again to continue thrusting. Sweat streamed down his face, trickling over his collarbone, pooling at his chest like a small sun, his sleeves completely drenched, and Ma Bing gritted his teeth, not uttering a single word. After another 100 strikes, his arms began to falter, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. By the end, he was relying solely on sheer willpower to continue. This body was frail. This spirit was tenacious. The last few thrusts revealed his exhaustion, requiring him to pause for a moment to gather himself before each strike. Jinjin, watching from a corner of the courtyard, felt a pang of sympathy for her young master. Clutching her handkerchief, which had grown damp with her own sweat, there he observed his young disciple practicing from the study window, nodding in satisfaction before retreating to his desk, no longer watching from the window. "All right, go assist your little junior brother," he ordered. Upon hearing the 3rd Mrs. command, Jinjin hurriedly stepped forward to assist her young master. At this moment, Ma Bing had lost the use of 4 limbs. Both his arms and legs were utterly exhausted. The sensation of being drained, which he had experienced at the Fa Zheng's residence days prior, returned to his frail body. Guan Yinping had initially thought he would resort to cunning or perhaps seek her assistance. Yet to her surprise, the little boy who had caused her elder brothers to suffer earlier that morning displayed remarkable resilience. Guan San Miss gazed at the serious expression on the young boy's face, which seemed to harbor a hint of provocation in his eyes, causing her heart to race inexplicably. In truth, Ma Bing was already gravely weakened, awaiting Guan Yinping's approach to deliver the final blow. His gaze towards the 3rd Miss bore a touch of pleading, silently hoping for mercy. In an unusual display of gentleness, Guan Yinping softly instructed her maid, "Take him to the apothecary. After a medicinal bath, apply the ointment to my young disciple." Without delay, she turned and departed, a flutter of anxiety coursing through Guan San Mississippi. Remaining any longer would tempt her to assist him herself. Supported by Jinjin, Ma Bing followed the maid to the apothecary. The medicinal bath had long been prepared. Guan Yinping had instructed the maid to arrange this since Ma Bing began his martial training. Upon entering the apothecary, a pungent odor assaulted them, and Ma Bing, placed beside a wooden tub filled with a dark liquid, frowned and inquired, "What is this concoction?" "It won't kill me, will it?" the maid explained. "Young master, this is a formula provided by General Zilong during the 3rd Miss's early martial training. According to him, it has strengthening properties, and the 3rd Miss uses it after every practice session." "Very well," Ma Bing mused, reasoning that Guan Yinping had no reason to harm him, that he allowed Jinjin to assist him in changing clothes. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless, his body aching severely. Under Jinjin's care, he shed his garments, leaving only his underpants, and was then gently lowered into the wooden tub. The soft, fragrant water enveloped him, evoking a sense of intimacy, yet his mind remained unclouded. The maid, seeing Ma Bing submerged in the tub, cautioned, "Young master, you must soak for half an hour, adding hot water every quarter hour. I will return to change the water." With that, she bowed and exited, leaving only Jinjin to wait. Ma Bing trained. He had been oblivious to the chill, But now, as he rested, the coldness clung to him. Once submerged in the water, a sharp pain replaced the chill, and he found the temperature unbearable, exclaiming for Jinjin to pull him out. Jinjin approached, gently brushing her hand across his forehead, reassuring him, "Young master, they say bitter medicine is good for the disease. The third miss surely intends for you to endure this hot medicinal bath for your benefit. Please bear with it a little longer." A pang of bitterness gripped Ma Bing's heart. Even his closest Jinjin seemed to betray him. Resigned, he lay still, enduring the searing pain. Jinjin, noticing the beads of sweat pouring from his brow, uncertain whether from heat or pain, gently wiped his forehead with a silk cloth. After a quarter hour, the maid returned to remove half a tub of water, replacing it with a fresh supply of dark medicinal liquid. Following 3 rounds of adding water, Ma Bing felt the medicinal powers coursing through him, as if his limbs were regaining some strength. Eventually, with Jinjin's assistance, Ma Bing emerged from the tub and donned the new garments provided by Dooku. Though still somewhat weak, he no longer felt as though he lacked the strength to walk. Astonished by the transformation, he inquired of the maid about the ingredients in the formula, but she remained silent. Assuming her reticence stemmed from fear of revealing secrets to Yinping, he dropped the subject, contemplating asking his elder brothers later. The maid escorted Ma Bing back to his chamber, handing over the ointment prepared by Yinping to Jinjin, carefully instructing her on its application before taking her leave to report to the 3rd Mississippi. Upon entering his room, Ma Bing immediately changed clothes, deeply impressed by the miraculous effects of the medicinal bath. Eager to test the ointment's efficacy, that he reclined on the couch, calling for Dooku to sit behind him for support and massage his temples, while also requesting Jinjin to apply the ointment. As the ointment was first applied, it felt cool, followed by a wave of warmth that spread from the outside in, soothing him to the point of vocalizing his comfort. After a quarter hour, he flipped onto his stomach, reveling in the gentle touch of small hands, immersed in bliss. Moments later, he sensed the pressure of those small hands intensifying, yet the warmth from the ointment became even more pleasurable. He initially assumed Dooku had become more skilled, recalling how her early attempts at massage had left him sore for half an hour. After another quarter hour, the small hands ceased their ministrations, prompting Ma Bing to rise. To his astonishment, a familiar face appeared before him, a smiling young woman gazing at him. It was none other than Guan San Miss. Concerned for Ma Bing, she had stealthily entered to replace Jinjin and apply the ointment herself. Startled, Ma Bing quickly wrapped himself in the blanket, leaving only his head exposed, stammering, "3rd Miss, what brings you here? Men and women should not be so familiar." Yinping, her face adorned with a gentle smile, replied, "Naturally, I cannot help but worry about you. You are now considered half my disciple. What is wrong with a master showing concern for their pupil?" That smile sent a jolt to Ma Bing's heart. He had believed she would never smile, as she had never shown him a kind face since their first meeting, leaving him bewildered as to where he had offended her. Yet, still wary, he thought to himself, "I must not be swayed by this smile. What if it is but a fade? Should I fall for it? It may cost me dearly." With this thought, he tightened the blanket around himself. Seeing his lingering suspicion, Yinping merely remarked lightly that they would continue training in the evening before taking her leave. Left alone, Ma Bing pondered the 3rd Mrs. True intentions. Chapter 73. Daydreaming. Ma Bing found himself perplexed. The stark contrast in Yinping's demeanor was hard to reconcile. Ultimately, he decided to remain passive, watching closely to discern her true motives. Gently massaging his thighs, he reflected on the warmth still lingering there, unsure whether it stemmed from the medication or something else. Moments later, he instinctively slapped his thigh, the sensation of soreness prompting him to cry out. Outside, the 2 young women, having waited, immediately entered upon hearing his shout. They found Ma Bing kneeling on the floor, his forehead resting on the bed, hands clutching his waist, his body occasionally twitching. Jinjin approached, gently patting his back and inquiring softly, "Young master, are you injured? Do you need me to call a doctor?" Ma Bing, gritting his teeth against the pain, withdrew his left hand and waved it dismissively. "Jinjin, I'm fine. You both just wait outside." That moment, he was conversing with the system. Earlier, in his contemplation, he had suddenly recalled the persistently absent, lackluster system that had not assigned him any tasks lately. "Hey, where are you?" "Dear customer, I'm here." The reliable voice of the 008 system rang out, causing Ma Bing's bones to tingle with a strange sensation. Is there any way for me to instantly learn the Qinglian sword manual? Preferably something akin to a transmission of skills, so I don't have to endure hardship. Dear customer, for a fee of 100 years. I can provide you with a method for cultivating immortality. Ma Bing instinctively declined. I do not wish to cultivate immortality. I simply, what? There really is a method for immortality, the kind that grants eternal life. How is that related to my learning sword techniques? Dear customer, it can grant longevity, not immortality. You may choose to spend 30 years of your lifespan to unlock a meditation technique that clears the mind and enhances efficacy. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing's interest peaked, but he soon frowned, realizing 30 years, repaying it would take 90 years. Considering the system's usual antics, he rounded up the figures that if it truly worked, it might be worth a try. However, he currently could not afford such a price. Thus, he inquired, is there a trial card available for me to test its efficacy first? Dear customer, for a small fee, we can provide you with a 3-day trial service. Lasting 5 minutes, 3 days for such a low price. Count me in. Ding. Payment received. Here is your daydreaming trial card. Isn't the name of this trial card a bit odd? Ma Bing suspected he had been tricked by the system regarding his lifespan. He immediately activated the trial card, closing his eyes to meditate. But 5 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. It seems utterly useless. Ma Bing exclaimed, demanding, where is the effect? Where is the clarity of mind? Where is the enhanced efficacy? Daydreaming. Quite literally, you should experience it yourself. Ma Bing surrendered entirely, his eyes devoid of spirit as he questioned, surely your existence must serve some purpose, primarily to prevent you from giving up. Ma Bing relinquished any further communication, slumping on the couch. Observing his despondent state, the system encouraged him, dear customer, I will provide you with convenience at the appropriate moment. At this, Ma Bing perked up, sitting upright and asking, what constitutes an appropriate moment? An appropriate moment is simply the right time. Such trivial banter. Intoxicated, Ma Bingxian promptly shut down the system, ceasing all communication, a sense of unease weighing heavily upon his heart. Time slipped away swiftly, and after dinner, Yinping took it upon herself to instruct Ma Bing in the art of footwork, personally demonstrating the techniques. The instruction was exceedingly straightforward. Miss Guan commanded Ma Bing to jog around the courtyard for half an hour. And without allowing him a moment's respite, she immediately instructed him to walk on the short wooden stakes that had been arranged on the ground. The stakes were not high, merely 30 centimeters. Yet Ma Bing, having endured a day of torment, found his legs unresponsive. Miss Guan, a stern instructor, wielded a slender whip in her hand, occasionally cracking it near Ma Bing's calves. The sharp sound of the whip echoed incessantly in his ears. And his trembling legs grew even weaker under the pressure. That moment. Miss Guan inadvertently struck Ma Bing's calf with the whip, causing him to stumble and fall sideways. Observing his sister's mishap, Guan Xing swiftly reached out, gently catching Ma Bing in his arms before placing him back on the ground. Seeing this, Miss Guan immediately dropped her whip and rushed forward to roll up Ma Bing's pant leg, revealing a vivid red mark on his calf. Fortunately, her strike had not been forceful. Otherwise, it would have surely left him with severe lacerations. Filled with both regret and concern, she promptly summoned Jinjin to assist him back inside. While she herself turned to fetch some ointment, Ma Bing, bewildered by the tenderness he had just witnessed in Miss Guan's eyes, thought to himself, was it not you who had called for strikes and punishment earlier? Within the span of a single incense stick, Ma Bing sat in the room, cradling his aching leg, while Jinjin gently wiped it with a cool cloth to alleviate the pain. Subsequently, Yinping, holding a porcelain jar, gestured for Jinjin to step outside. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing immediately retreated, clutching his blanket and shrinking into the corner, vociferously protesting Jinjin's exit. Yinping then shot him a sharp glance. And upon meeting her gaze, Ma Bing withered like a wilting onion, too frightened to utter another word. Fear gripped Ma Bing's heart. Today the whip had struck his calf. Should Miss Guan's mood sour another day? Who knew where that whip might land? Meanwhile, Jinjin, with her head bowed and mouth covered, giggled as she exited the chamber. Miss Guan then took a seat at the edge of the bed, beckoning Ma Bing to come closer for the application of ointment. Ma Bing refused, and the two found themselves in a stalemate. Observing him huddled in the corner and unable to reach him from her position, Miss Guan suddenly had a thought. She removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Disdainful of the appearance of her socks, her delicate feet, smooth as jade, stood in stark contrast to her sun-kissed complexion. How could Ma Gongzi withstand such temptation? He ultimately relinquished his resistance, allowing her to apply the ointment to his calf. The primary reason being that Miss Guan possessed far greater strength than Ma Bing. He was unable to fight back, so he might as well enjoy the moment as she applied the ointment. Miss Guan intentionally exerted a bit more force, causing a wave of soreness and tingling to wash over Ma Bing, who clenched his teeth to endure. Noticing his silence, her playful spirit ignited, and she discreetly increased the pressure. Ultimately, Ma Bing could no longer hold back, letting out a cry of distress. Miss Guan, upon witnessing this, immediately eased her grip, spat in annoyance, and remarked, "If you cannot bear this little pain, how do you expect to learn martial arts?" Ma Bing, upon hearing this, secretly rolled his eyes and then turned to inquire, "Miss, have I offended you in any way? Why does our first meeting conjure such unpleasant memories?" The thought of their initial encounter lingered in his mind, prompting him to refrain from further comment. Yinping, with a hint of pride, explained, "My father and brothers have spoken highly of your courage and resilience, that I ask your elder sister. It is only natural that I must ascertain whether you truly embody such qualities." Ma Bing nodded, then asked, "So, has the answer been revealed to you?" Upon hearing this, Yinping huffed, her nostrils flaring slightly as she replied with disdain, "You are as timid as a mouse. That great sword was a mere 0.01 millimeters from my forehead. Compared to the King of Hell, you are but a minor figure, hardly worth mentioning to Ma Bing." Inwardly scoffing, propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Miss Guan, that a strand of her hair floated before her forehead as she exerted herself. And he had yet to take a close look at this fiery woman of the Guan family. Her pair of phoenix eyes and willow-like brows clearly inherited the best traits from the second master. With a high nose and rosy lips revealing white teeth, her starry eyes reflected glimmers of light that in her silence. She emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Her long black hair was tied up high like a man's, and paired with her sleek black attire, she exuded the valiant demeanor of a female warrior. Ma Bing, who appreciated beauty, found himself entranced, fixating on her exquisite features, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He searched in the marketplace for a brief moment and finally discovered the missing element, a black headband adorned with jade. The jade was lustrous and vibrant, the headband entirely dark, embroidered with intricate yet lively patterns that shimmered faintly, reflecting the golden threads in the light. The headband was not inexpensive, yet in his desire to please Miss Guan and ensure his own safety, Ma Gongzi gritted his teeth and made the purchase this moment. Those observant enough could discern a hint of blush on Miss Guan's face. She felt flustered under Ma Bing's unwavering gaze, for no man had ever dared to stare at her so intently. The last one had spent nearly 10 days lying at home, avoiding her, oblivious to Miss Guan's inner turmoil. Ma Bing sprang up, feigning that something was hidden beneath the blanket as he reached for it. After rummaging for a moment, he produced the jade headband, then knelt before Yinping like a puppy, offering it with both hands and a charming smile. "Miss, since our first meeting, I have yet to present you with a gift. Today, I thought of something that would suit you perfectly. I hope you will graciously accept it." Yinping looked down, took it from him, and without hesitation, placed it upon her forehead. She smiled sweetly at Ma Bing and asked, "How does it look?" Ma Bing immediately responded with flattery, "Miss, this item is a match made in heaven, complimenting you splendidly." At that moment, lacking both martial prowess and physical strength, Ma Bing relied solely on his sweet tongue to navigate the world. Yinping, charmed and joyful, promptly removed the jade pendant from her waist and tied it around Ma Bing, saying, "One good turn deserves another." Ma Bing eagerly nodded, expressing his agreement, feeling elated. It seems that the bond between elder sister and younger brother may flourish harmoniously in the future. His life was spared. Subsequently, Yinping bid him good night and returned to her chamber. Ma Bing then called for the two women to enter and attend to him. The sweet words had eroded Ma Bing's ambition for the day. Tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow. Embracing the soft and delicate girl, he fell into a deep slumber, dreaming sweetly that night. Then Ma Bing slumbered until the following morning, just after the rooster's crowing had echoed 3 times. Outside, the wooden door was knocked upon repeatedly, startling him awake. Ma Bing had yet to enjoy a leisurely morning at the Guan residence. Awoken by the commotion, his irritation flared, and with a dark expression, he bellowed, "Who is it? How can one be so inconsiderate as to disturb my dreams before dawn? At that moment, a familiar deep voice responded from outside, "Brother, are you not forgetting that today we are to see off Ziyun?" Ping did not take offense at Ma Bing's rudeness. In his eyes, this lad was quick-witted and spirited, carrying a hint of rebelliousness. Upon hearing this, Ma Bing shook his head to dispel his annoyance, then slapped his cheeks, forcing himself out of bed and getting dressed. Feeling weak and frail, he tidied his appearance before stepping outside to ride with his elder brother to the camp. The jade pendant at his waist caught Ping's eye. He immediately recognized it as a relic left by their sister's mother. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding it, he suppressed his curiosity, intending to inquire after Lu Feng's farewell. Once they exited the Guan residence, the two galloped forth, arriving at the outskirts of the camp in less than 2/4 of an hour. The military banners fluttered in the wind, and an atmosphere of solemnity enveloped the place. Lu Feng, clad in his military attire, donned a white cloak and silver helmet, exuding an air of heroism as he stood at the forefront of his troops, awaiting the farewell of his friends. As the two approached Lu Feng, they dismounted and paid their respects. Ping spoke, "Ziyu, I have come with Bing to see you off." Lu Feng dismounted and stepped forward, clasping his elder brother's hands. "Brother, today marks our parting, and who knows when we shall meet again. Please take care." Ma Bing, puzzled and oblivious to the emotional exchange between the brothers, interjected, "Young master, are you not merely going to Shanyong to relocate the populace?" "Why the reluctance?" Lu Feng, unaware of Ma Bing's recent tribulations at the Guan residence, replied, "You are not aware. Father has dispatched me to continue garrisoning Shanyong, allowing those willing to relocate to accompany the deputy general. Father is unwilling to relinquish the 3 counties of Shanyong. He informed me that he would soon dispatch an additional 5,000 troops to secure the area, hoping that I can establish a foothold here to prepare for the northern campaign against Wei." Lu Feng's expression revealed a hint of helplessness. After a month of strenuous efforts, he had received no rewards. Only this outcome, this moment. It was widely acknowledged that the situation was precarious and unsustainable. Yet, Lu Huangshu, a man of the battlefield, remained undeterred, facing the odds with determination. Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Ma Bing spoke, "Young master, since you have chosen not to relinquish military authority, you must have anticipated the challenges ahead. I wish you a smooth journey ahead." With that, Ma Bing recited a poem to honor his departure. Amidst the vast yellow clouds and the dimming sun, the north wind blows, geese scatter in the snow. Do not fret that the road ahead bears no companions. Who in the world does not recognize you? Subsequently, Ma Bingshuang clasped his hands together and said, "Young master, as we part today, I wish you well. When we meet again in the future, I shall certainly invite you to share fine wine." Although Lu Feng was a soldier, he could still discern the poetic fervor in these lines that he repeated aloud. "Do not worry about the road ahead, lacking friends. Who in the world does not recognize you? What a splendid poem. Indeed splendid," he exclaimed. "Upon my return, I shall indulge in 100 cups." He then patted Ma Bing's shoulder, turned, mounted his horse, and called out, "Thank you both for seeing me off. Farewell." With that, he spurred his horse and set off. Chapter 75. The ancient version of military chess. Visiting Zhang Fei, as the sound of hoofbeats gradually faded, leaves fell softly to the ground. The sun slowly rose in the east, casting its golden rays upon the troops of Shouyong, enveloping them in a radiant banner. After Lu Feng led his army away, Ma Bing and his companions stood quietly, watching until the soldiers' figures vanished from sight. Ping turned to mount his horse and head to the barracks, but as he did, his gaze swept once more over Ma Bing's waist, his brow furrowing slightly, as if he understood something. He reached out and lightly patted Ma Bing's shoulder, giving him a meaningful look that Ma Bing felt bewildered. Was it merely a farewell poem he had recited? What was with that look? With suspicion in his eyes, he tentatively inquired, "Elder brother?" Alas! Upon hearing this, Ping shook his head, patted Ma Bing's shoulder again, and sighed deeply before saying, "Dear brother, take care that I must go to the barracks now that I suggest you visit our third uncle. He happens to be resting at home today, making it the perfect opportunity. Take care." Ma Bing was utterly perplexed, but he nodded in response. All right, filled with uncontainable joy, Ma Bing realized that visiting Zhang Sanny meant he could avoid the scolding of Miss San at home today. He hummed a cheerful tune, mounted his horse, and after bidding farewell to Ping, galloped back along the same path. the fork in the road outside the city. Ma Bing halted his horse, twirling his whip, and asked his companion Ma Lu, if my memory serves me correctly, I ascend the estate we purchased down that path. Ma Lu squinted in the direction of the whip and replied, Indeed, young master, it is that very road. Then let us first check on Ma Wu's progress at the estate before discussing the visit to my second master. Ma Bing commanded, cracking his whip and urging his steed to gallop swiftly toward the estate, with Ma Lu closely following. The land Ma Bing had previously acquired was vast, and after only a few strides, they could see the wooden sign of the estate from afar. The land had long been barren, with large swathes of desolate ground being left behind by the galloping horse. This time, the Huaxia region had not yet adopted the two-season rice planting technique, and farmers were busy preparing for the next spring's sowing by the end of October. The estate was sparsely populated. Amidst the swirling dust, Ma Wu was leading a group of brothers engaged in land reclamation. The plowing tools were still in the experimental phase. Upon hearing the distant sound of hoofbeats, everyone halted their work and turned to the source of the sound. Then Ma Wu raised his head and, upon recognizing his young master, immediately set down his tools. Abandoning the task at hand, he approached with a smile. Putting aside his usual stern demeanor, as Ma Bing rode up, Ma Wu promptly took the reins and asked in a low voice, Young master, what brings you to the estate today? From his tone, it was clear that Ma Wu was filled with joy. Bing glanced at the group of laborers, then jokingly replied, Haha, I came to see if anyone was slacking off. The workers raised their tools in unison and exclaimed, We report to you, young master, that no one is slacking off. Seeing their spirits high, Ma Bing replied boisterously, Brothers, you have worked hard. Tomorrow, take a day off and continue the experiments. He then activated the skills of the pastry chef, declaring loudly, Brothers, once the task is complete, I shall reward you with 2 jin of wine, 5 jin of meat, and 1 zhang of shoe brocade. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered in unison. Young master is mighty. Standing beside the horse, Ma Wu furrowed his brow and immediately asked, Young master, is that reward excessive? Stop, Ma Bing called out, and Ma Wu promptly halted the horse, helping him dismount, with both feet on the ground. Feeling secure, Ma Bing brushed off the dust from Ma Wu's shoulder, patted his chest, and said, Ma Wu, it is not excessive. I think the reward is rather meager, but if your experiment succeeds, I can certainly request 100 taels of gold for everyone. At that moment, Ma Wu realized he had yet to inquire about the purpose of the young master's visit and promptly asked, Young master, have you come to see the plowing tools experiment? Ma Bing shook his head and smiled, asking, Have you finished carving the wooden items I requested earlier? Ma Wu nodded to indicate completion and then turned to fetch them. After a brief moment, Ma Wu hurried back to the young master, holding a wooden board in his left hand and a cloth bag in his right. As he walked, a clattering sound echoed from within the bag. The wooden board was polished to a perfect square, with lines carved evenly and accurately. Ma Bing took it and, from the cloth bag, pulled out a small square wooden block, inspecting it to find the words Commander-in-Chief engraved upon it. He then examined the others: battle flag, military strategist, vanguard, flank commander, drill master, squad leader, archer. Ma Bing nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed an ancient version of military chess. Excellent. Excellent. My mind is truly remarkable. He then gave Ma Wu a thumbs up, praising, Ma Wu, your carpentry skills are commendable. Were it not for your role as a bodyguard, you could surely achieve great things under the guidance of Master Kongmei. Having said that, Ma Bing increasingly felt that this endeavor was feasible, and he looked up at Ma Wu, proposing, Ma Wu, why not let me recommend you to serve under Master Kongmei to learn the art of mechanisms? Ma Wu was taken aback, immediately dropping to his knees in alarm, exclaiming, Young master, if Ma Wu has done anything wrong, I beg for your forgiveness. Please do not cast me away. Ma Bing, observing the earnest and naive demeanor of the loyal bodyguard, felt a touch of helplessness. He reached out to help him up, saying, I merely think it a pity for you to be a carpenter under my tutelage. I have no intention of dismissing you. Young master, Ma Wu only wishes to follow you. Please do not cast me away, Ma Wu insisted, brushing the dust off his knees. Not casting you away, not casting you away. You may remain my carpenter for life, Ma Bing reassured. Upon hearing this, Ma Wu's somber face broke into a radiant smile, and he chuckled heartily at Ma Bing, then encouraged the others. packed up the ancient version of military chess, and headed toward the city. That a quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Zhang's residence. Compared to Guan's, Zhang's was more spacious, with a pair of stone lions flanking the entrance. The plaque above bore the elegant strokes of the second master, Zhang Fei. Dismounting, they intended to enter the estate. But the guards, unfamiliar with Ma Bing, stepped forward to block their path, politely inquiring, "May I ask which young master has come to visit Zhang's residence?" Ma Bing smiled and replied, "I am a direct disciple of the right general, and I kindly request that you inform him that his disciple, Ma Bing, has come to pay a visit." The guard, unsure of this claim, left with a simple "please wait," and entered the residence to report. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a hearty laughter echoed from within, drawing nearer. Zhang Yida, though unseen, announced his presence with his voice. Upon seeing Ma Bing, he once again hoisted the young lad into the air, performing a spin before setting him down. Dizzy from the abrupt motion, Ma Bing clasped his hands and greeted, "Disciple Ma Bing has come to pay a visit to the master today." Chapter 76. Zhang's residence. Before Ma Bing could complete his greeting, Zhang Fei took hold of the young lad and strode into the Zhang residence. Inside, the estate was exquisite, with elegant pavilions standing by the water, flower-shaded paths winding in a way that revealed an air of refinement. As they strolled along the small path beside the pond, the distant pavilions appeared simple yet charming, making Ma Bing feel as though he were stepping into a landscape painting. Following his second master deeper into the courtyard, that moment, within the courtyard, a young man clad in a black robe was skillfully wielding a spear. The youth was strikingly handsome, with brows as sharp as swords, eyes gleaming like bright stars, a high-bridged nose, and full lips. Unlike his father's weathered visage, he appeared slightly fairer. Not only was he charming and debonair, but his countenance also possessed a remarkable grace, just from this appearance. Ma Bing could imagine how beautiful his mistress, Lady Xiaohou, must be.